The story begins with Jin Runcandle contemplating a swordsman clan that rules over half the world. Runcandle? People in this famous clan, a lineage of swordmasters, are born with powerful bodies and exceptional talent, dominating the world with their martial prowess in battles, plunder, and possession. He reflects on a world where survival of the fittest justifies these actions. This was the clan he was born into. He is Jin Runcandle, the youngest son of the Runcandle clan. He recalls the selection ritual, a significant event that predicts a child's future. During this ritual, he chose the patriarch's sword, indicating that he was destined to lead the clan. Daytona Runcandle remarks that he chose Barasada, the patriarch's legendary blade, finding it intriguing. Jin Runcandle reflects on how everyone believed his future would be filled with success and glory. However, despite the expectations, he had no talent for swordsmanship, the very skill that defined his clan. He questions how any of this makes sense, pointing out that a descendant of the Runcandle clan shouldn't be this bad with a sword. He feels the weight of being labeled the disgrace of Runcandle, dishonor of Runcandle, and falling far below the average skill level in his clan. He was known as the least talented Runcandle ever. One day, while he practices with a wooden sword, Daytona Runcandle mocks him, asking if he's just aimlessly swinging the wooden sword again. Daytona Runcandle chimes in, saying they should leave him be, maybe he's holding out for a special sword. Then, he asks where that special sword is, implying that he's misplaced it. Daytona continues to taunt, asking if he's given up on his special sword, Barasada, and resorts to swinging a mere wooden sword. Daytona Runcandle demands an answer and kicks him, asking if he's ignoring them. Jin Runcandle stumbles backwards, cursing under his breath, and notices his sword nearby. He quickly moves to grab it. He asks why he even bothers to swing that thing when it's clearly pointless, and then places his foot on Jin Runcandle's hand. Daytona Runcandle waves a stack of papers in front of him, asking what it is. Basic swordsmanship theory. He asks if Jin Runcandle thinks studying this will get him anywhere. He asserts that it's pointless to give chances to those who can't achieve anything. Jin Runcandle pleads for him to stop and to give the papers back. However, Daytona Runcandle breaks his sword, arguing that giving chances to those who don't appreciate them only leads to worthless hope. Jin Runcandle insists that he should stop, feeling helpless as Daytona Runcandle tears up the papers. Jin Runcandle expresses his dismay, saying that Daytona Runcandle didn't have to do this. Daytona Runcandle grabs his hair and demands to know what he means, emphasizing that they didn't have to do anything for him. He accuses Jin Runcandle of talking back despite their care and concern for him. Daytona Runcandle asks if this is one of the manners his nanny taught him. He retorts that Gilly has nothing to do with it despite seeing him still fighting back. Daytona comments that they might need to give him a proper lesson in manners as his older brothers. Jin Runcandle reflects on the torment from his older brothers and his own lack of talent, yet he believes it doesn't matter. He thought that with enough hard work, he could earn his family's recognition and become a respected member of the Runcandles. He was genuinely convinced of this. He announces that from this moment onward, Jin Runcandle is expelled from the clan. After some time, Jin Runcandle stands outside a door, kneels down, and says that because his hard work is commendable, they won't kill him. He recalls that when he was 23, he was expelled from the clan and became a wanderer without a clear destination. Around that time, he met his master, which is when he discovered his own talent. He realizes that he indeed had a skill, though it was a forbidden one in his clan, and it involved a talent for magic. The scene then shifts to 3 years later, where Jin Runcandle stands in a room and explains that by connecting the mana in nature with a magician's personal mana, he can recover his strength and amplify the next spell he casts. Suddenly, a black aura of magic envelops the entire room surrounding him, and he is taken aback by this unexpected event. Shocked, he asks aloud who might be responsible for this sudden surge of magic. Solderit claims he is the master of all shadows and the god of shadows. He proposes a contract to Jin Runcandle, suggesting that if Jin agrees, he will gain not only spiritual power, but also the ability to nullify all curses. Jin Runcandle feels a constricting chain around his heart. Solderit calls him a contractor, noting that he seems to have incurred someone's wrath at a young age, which prevented him from manifesting his full talent because of a minor curse. Jin Runcandle asks about the curse, and Solderit confirms that it's a curse known as Bladed Illusion, which represses a person's talent with the sword. He notes that it must have been especially painful for a run candle, given their lineage. Jin acknowledges this and realizes that it might explain why he was drawn to solder it. Solder it then declares that from this moment onward, no curse will be able to harm Jin. The chain around Jin Runcandle's heart begins to break. Solder it observes that all that's left is for Jin to become the magic swordsman of the century, and that he will be watching over him with pleasure. With that, the black aura vanishes from the room. Jin takes his sword and walks outside. As he holds his sword and raises it to the sky, he realizes that, just as Solder it said, he can now see a new level of mastery. Jin notices that the sword feels incredibly light, almost as if it weighs nothing, akin to swinging his own arm. The least talented boy in the history of the Runcandle clan is no more. He considers that if he adds magic to his swordplay, he will demonstrate a whole new level of power. He thinks to himself that his hard work is finally beginning to pay off. After a while, he is severely injured and lies beneath some heavy rocks. He asks whether he just heard something, a scream perhaps. In a painful voice, he admits that his body feels unusually heavy for some reason, and he calls out for Master Solderit, asking if anyone is there. He looks at his book and wonders if he is destined to die in his sleep, questioning if he was meant for nothing after all. He reflects on why he never had the opportunity to use magic or Solderit's power. He thinks to himself that if he was given a chance, he could have done so much more. He asks for another opportunity, hoping that he might yet have a chance to prove himself. The scene shifts to Jin Runcandle's childhood, where he sits on the ground, looking around and observing people from his clan. He wonders what is happening and is certain that he is dead. Gilly notices him and wishes him good luck. Jin wonders why she is there and notices a sword in front of him, recognizing it as Barasada. Surprised, he realizes that it's the selection ritual, and he has been transported back to when he was just a 1-year-old baby. Reflecting on his past life, he remembers grabbing this sword by chance. A man approaches and asks if that is the Patriarch's sword, mentioning that the youngest young master had grabbed it. Jin resolves that in this life, he will make his own choices. A gray-haired man is shocked and asks how this could happen. He announces that young Master Jin, the youngest, has chosen Barasada, concluding the selection ritual, and orders them to move the youngest to Storm Castle. The scene shifts to 6 years later at Storm Castle. Jin Runcandle tries to reach for a book, but finds it out of his grasp. He remarks that it's already been 6 years since he came to Storm Castle, and according to the house rules, he must stay here until he turns 10. Which means he has 3 more years to go. He finally gets the book and thinks it's boring. A little later, Jin Runcandle enters his room and asks what's going on. Gilly informs him that there's a dead bird in the young master's room. Jin immediately suspects the only people who would do something like this inside Storm Castle. Daytona Runcandle walks in and mockingly remarks on how pitiful the scene is, pointing out that a servant girl discovered the dead bird first, deeming it a waste. Daytona Runcandle joins in, sarcastically saying that they brought it themselves to show Jin and asking whether he is so moved by his brother's gift that he's about to cry. Jin covers the dead bird with a cloth, thinking about his brothers. He knows that they become notorious as murderers after becoming flag bearers. Even though they're not yet 9 years old, they killed an innocent bird just to mess with him. Daytona, taunting Jin, tells him not to actually cry, calling it ugly. Jin Runcandle, however, remains silent, not reacting to his insults. He questions whether they can't hear him and wonders if they're implying that he doesn't have to pay attention to them because he's chosen the fate of the Patriarch. He wonders why someone like that would walk around empty-handed without Barasada. Jin Runcandle tries to speak up, but he is interrupted. The other person asks what Jin said, claiming he can't hear him because it's too quiet, and moves to attack him. Jin Runcandle grabs his hand and tells him to be quiet, ordering him to shut up. He then delivers a punch to the chin. As Daytona Runcandle tries to say something, Jin punches him again, declaring that he has been holding back until now, but not anymore. He strikes Daytona Runcandle once more, warning him that from now on, it would be best if he stayed out of sight. Khan enters the scene, witnessing both of them falling down, and asks what happened. Jin Runcandle explains that they suddenly started fighting. He asks for pardon. Jin Runcandle repeats his earlier statement, saying that those two fought each other and then both collapsed. He considers that even the youngest Runcandle can be brutal. Haytona Runcandle questions if that is indeed what happened. Khan indicates that he understands and says he will take the Tonas to the doctor. Jin Runcandle interjects, saying no, his brothers have other matters to attend to, and instructs them to follow him. After some time, Jin Runcandle buries the dead bird in the mud while his two brothers sit by a tree nearby. Khan asks if Jin plans to leave them there, noting that the storm is expected to intensify. Jin explains that his brothers need to grasp the gravity of what they've done. Khan acknowledges his response, saying he will respect Jin's decision and begins to follow him. As Khan walks behind Jin, he senses something different in the air. It's not just aura, it's likely mana. He sees magic emanating from Jin Runcandle's hands and realizes that this incident was not merely a simple fight among brothers. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, he decides to report it to the Patriarch. He spots a servant, calls out to him, and instructs him to bring a horse. After a while, Khan stands near the horse, and Jin Runcandle watches him through the window. Jin realizes that, as he suspected, Khan is going to report to his father. He reflects that although Khan is their guardian knight, he also serves as their overseer. If Khan saw the magic around Jin's hands, there's no way he would just let it go without reporting it. Jin looks at the mana surrounding his hands and recognizes it as spiritual power, the power derived from the contract between him and Solderit. He understands that this contract is valid in this life, too, confirming his earlier suspicions. As he contemplates this, Solderit appears behind him and places a hand on his shoulder. He realizes that with the curse immunity granted by Solderit to his contractor, he has overcome the curse of bladed illusion in this life. Now, the dunce of the Runcandle clan is gone, and his life from here on will be entirely different from his previous one. He knows the only thing left is to meet his father. Meanwhile, Khan kneels in front of the Patriarch and reports everything that has happened. He mentions the youngest child confronting the Tona brothers and advises assembling the knights, suggesting that the Patriarch should meet with the youngest himself. Shortly after, Joshua Runcandle informs him that they have gathered the 7 most elite knights out of the 200 at their disposal. Lord Patriarch acknowledges and declares they will head to Storm Castle. Meanwhile, Mary Runcandle, the 7th successor of the Runcandle clan, sits in a tree and asks Brother Dippus if he knows anything. She adds that she asked Big Sister Luna, but she didn't seem to know much either. She mentions that she had been busy knocking out magicians before this. Dippus Runcandle, the 4th successor, comments that the Tona twins are expected to arrive at Storm Castle next year, so it's unlikely the reason for the visit, suggesting that their father might be planning to see their little brother. Mary asks why he would do that. Dippus explains that their little brother chose the Patriarch's sword during the selection ritual. Mary acknowledges this, but questions whether it's really necessary for their father to visit just because their little brother chose the Patriarch's sword. Dippus remarks that they can never be entirely sure what their father is thinking. At that moment, Luna Runcandle, the 1st successor, calls out to Mary and Dippus. Mary quickly apologizes to her big sister, then wonders to herself whether their little brother is important enough for their father to see him in person. Meanwhile, Gilly helps Jin Runcandle get dressed, expressing disbelief that the Patriarch himself is visiting in person. She asks if he thinks the Patriarch is coming to see him specifically. Jin replies that he isn't sure, but he figures that Khan must have reported to their father as he should. Given Khan's rigid personality, he wouldn't jump to conclusions about magic. He would simply report what he observed. Jin muses that his father is likely coming to investigate why the youngest son appears to be using a power that is neither mana nor aura. The Patriarch would want to evaluate this new power personally, assessing whether it could be beneficial to the future and prosperity of the Runcandle clan. After a while, the Patriarch arrives at Storm Castle. The soldiers bow before him as he enters. He instructs them to summon the Tona brothers. Shortly after, Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle stand before him, both responding affirmatively to his presence. The Patriarch states that he has heard about their altercation with Jin Runcandle and asks them to explain their role in the conflict. Haytona Runcandle asserts that they did nothing wrong. Daytona Runcandle adds that it was Jin who struck them first, and he used an unusual ability, something that wasn't aura but seemed like a kind of magic. Both brothers stress that magic is forbidden in their clan. Mary Runcandle agrees, pointing out that if Jin used magic, they should interrogate him before he has a chance to conceal anything. The patriarch stands up and declares that this kind of behavior won't be tolerated in the Runcandle clan. He instructs them to remember that they will not survive in the clan if they act this way. He then orders them to bring Jin in. Jin Runcandle enters the room and observes his father, Siran Runcandle, the strongest yet coldest man he's ever known. His father is the most powerful being of this era, a Genesis Knight who has reached the level of a demigod. Siran was once a normal man, but after attaining demigod status, he lost all the emotions that made him human, becoming a being with a singular obsession, the prosperity of the Runcandle clan. To a father like that, someone without any talent for swordsmanship, like Jin, was essentially invisible. But Jin believes things are different now. In this life, no one will ever be able to ignore him. He stands before the patriarch and bows, saying he pays his respects to the patriarch. He asks why Jin addresses him as the patriarch and not as his father. Jin Runcandle explains that with his brothers, sisters, and the guardian knights present, over 100 people from the clan have gathered. So he assumed this was an official visit from the patriarch and addressed him accordingly. The patriarch considers his explanation and says it's satisfactory. Jin Runcandle thanks him. The patriarch clarifies that he came to the castle for a different reason, so for now, Jin should address him as his father. Then, he asks Jin the same question he asked his brothers: what was the mistake his brothers made in the quarrel? Jin responds that it is about revenge. As a member of the Runcandle clan, one must give back what one receives, whether it's kindness or hatred. The patriarch then orders everyone except Jin to leave the room. A long-haired girl asks if the young master passed the patriarch's test and questions what they are supposed to be doing. She reminds them that the patriarch gave an order. Knight Khan confirms that they must obey his wish, and everyone starts to leave. Mary Runcandle thinks to herself that one-on-one with their father suggests their little brother might be more capable than he appears. The patriarch states that he has sent everyone else away to ask Jin something in private. He mentions that the Tona brothers told him Jin used a special power, and in the Runcandle clan, the use of magic is strictly forbidden, as it prevents reaching the limits of swordsmanship. He asks Jin what kind of power he possesses, warning that if it's magic, there will be severe consequences. Jin Runcandle knows his father won't let this slide now that he's aware of his unique power, Solderit's power. Jin explains that he doesn't know exactly what this power is. It's neither aura nor magic, and he's uncertain how to classify it. He demonstrates his magical power and asks if the patriarch might want to give it a name. Solderit then reveals that this power is the same as the one wielded by the first patriarch. The patriarch reflects on the power Jin has displayed, recognizing it as the spirit of Barasada. It confirms for him that this child might truly be destined to become the patriarch. He calls his father as he observes his confusion. He clarifies that this power is linked to Solderit, the god of shadows. Jin Runcandle asks about the god of shadows, and the patriarch explains that Solderit made a contract with the first patriarch of the Runcandles, Sir Temer. Solderit has been connected to the Runcandles since the house's founding, but after Sir Temer's death, Solderit hasn't been seen by the clan. He admits he doesn't know why, but it seems Solderit has returned to the Runcandles through Jin. Jin asks if Solderit, the god of shadows, is stronger than the patriarch himself. The patriarch acknowledges that he has never dueled with a god and, therefore, cannot say for certain. Jin muses that this response from the most powerful man is both honest and fitting. It speaks to the sheer mystery and uncertainty surrounding gods. He places a hand on Jin's head and remarks that it is a good question, noting that his seemingly innocent question has opened up a deeper topic for discussion. He thinks he made the right choice by visiting Jin today. He then asks Jin how he plans to use the spirit of Barasada. Jin Runcandle replies that he wants to use it for his clan. The patriarch laughs at this and dismisses it as a rather amusing lie. He points out that Jin has beaten up his older brothers and left them out in the storm, questioning how he could claim to use his power for the clan. He instructs Jin to answer honestly in front of his father. Jin realizes that the patriarch isn't easily fooled and admits that he wants to use this power for himself. He nods in approval, saying he likes that response, and then prepares to leave, mentioning that he will be watching Jin closely from now on. After he exits the room, Jin Runcandle feels relieved and says it's over. He admits that it would have been enough to gain the right to use the spirit freely. But his father is now also interested in watching his progress, which went better than he expected. Recalling his past life, he acknowledges that he will indeed live a completely different life this time. After a while, Mary Runcandle comes to him holding a box and tells him to take it. Jin Runcandle asks what it is. She hands the box to Gilly, saying it's a special gift from his sister, meant only for him. She instructs him to boil it, eat it well, and get stronger quickly, winking as she says it. Jin wonders why he's the one receiving such special treatment. After a while, Jin Runcandle opens the box and is shocked to find a phoenix heart inside. He exclaims that it is indeed a phoenix heart and wonders why Mary would give such a rare and powerful item to a mere 7-year-old. He thinks to himself that Mary Runcandle, the 7th flag bearer of the Runcandle clan and a 6-star knight, is also known as Stormwind Mary and has a secret nickname, the Madwoman of the Southern region. Jin realizes that it's typical of his battle-hungry and somewhat insane sister to give him such a valuable item. By helping him grow stronger, she wants him to become a formidable opponent she can eventually fight. He understands that consuming a phoenix heart at a young age could increase fire tolerance and accelerate growth. He also realizes that the phoenix heart is used by 6-star magicians to safely summon phoenixes, and he wonders if, in this life, he might eventually be able to summon a real phoenix with his own hands. Gilly enters the room carrying food and asks if he has been waiting long. Jin Runcandle thanks her. She places the food on the table and mentions that Lady Mary gave him a really good gift before she left, suggesting he eat it while it's warm. Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle enter the room. Jin asks if they already have business with him. Daytona Runcandle comments that the meal seems quite large for one person to eat alone. Haytona Runcandle agrees, noting that Gilly had a rather large pot earlier. Jin asks if they are that eager to share the meal. Both of them nod enthusiastically. He then says that they can, but first, he has one request. After a while, Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle are digging outside a cave. Daytona asks why they have to do this kind of work. Haytona agrees, complaining that there's nothing here, and asks what Jin wants from them. He wonders what would happen if someone found out they were digging in this area. Daytona replies that it doesn't matter. If anyone gets in trouble, it'll be the youngest. Haytona shrugs, saying the soup they had earlier was worth it. Daytona adds that their little brother is a bit scary. After a while, Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle return home, their clothes covered in mud. Jin Runcandle greets them and remarks that they got back sooner than he expected, while a servant is shocked by their appearance. Daytona Runcandle tells the servant to be quiet, saying they did what Jin asked, so now he should give them the soup. Jin points to a spot and says he left some there for them. Daytona Runcandle asks where exactly, and Jin shows them 2 small spoons filled with soup placed on a plate. Daytona Runcandle asks if this is a joke, calling it a teaspoon. Haytona Runcandle comments that it's far too little. Jin Runcandle reminds them that he only said he would share. He never specified how much, so he fulfilled his promise. He tells them to enjoy and wishes them a good meal. The brothers sarcastically thank him. After a while, Jin Runcandle arrives at the cave, noticing how well the Tonas had dug it out. He acknowledges that he expected them to do a half-hearted job, but they had followed his instructions precisely. He touches the cave wall and concludes that its thickness would only require a 1-star spell to break through. He had been feeling frustrated because he had accumulated so much mana without any meaningful way to use it. He begins using his magical power, causing the roof to start breaking, and a door appears in front of him, which is stuck in chains. He announces that he has arrived at Runcandle's secret library and reflects that this is a place he could not visit in his past life. It feels a bit strange standing there, and he remembers his big brother saying that a special activation phrase was needed when a child of Runcandle came to console Morekin. He opens the door and reflects that this is Runcandle's secret library, a collection of hidden tomes from the clans the Runcandles have vanquished over the last 1,000 years. Access to this library is typically restricted to Runcandle flag bearers. As he steps inside, he is struck by its vastness and remarks that Dippus Runcandle once told him it was pointless for him to know about this place since he didn't have the right to become a flag bearer. Yet now, it's proving useful. He declares that he intends to make good use of it. He notices a large tube in front of him and is surprised to see a figure inside. Upon closer inspection, he realizes the figure has scales, indicating it might not be human. He touches the tube and questions why it is there, speculating whether it could be a child of Runcandle who has come to console Mirakin. He asks if the figure in the tube is Black Dragon Mirakin, and says he heard that the Black Dragon Mirakin lost to the first patriarch and fell into a deep slumber, and thinks that this legend might be true. He then refocuses, realizing now isn't the time to dwell on it. He wonders where the secret tomes are and moves forward to search for them. He finds the books and says he has found them, the secret tomes from various clans. He examines one and identifies it as a secret tome from the once renowned Swordmaster clan, the Kunjin clan. He starts reading it, noting that its content is complex for someone with a 3-star level of understanding. He wishes he could take it with him, but he doesn't want to risk getting caught. He takes a pen and decides to carefully copy the tome's content every time he visits. After a while, he sits in his room reading a book when Gilly enters, holding cake and milk. The scene shifts to a flashback. Jin Runcandle hears a noise and asks who it is. He looks around and thinks there's no way anyone would come to the Storm Castle library right now. Black Dragon Mirakin appears and asks who he is. Jin wonders why Mirakin is there and doesn't recall anything from his past life about Mirakin waking up. He tries to calm down, reminding himself that Mirakin is their clan's guardian dragon. If he acts politely and respectfully, Mirakin might go easy on him. Jin introduces himself as a child of Runcandle and greets their clan's guardian. Mirakin questions being called a guardian and expresses irritation at being treated as such by people who know nothing. He wonders how Jin dared to spread such misinformation. However, he acknowledges that he can't get angry at this little individual. Jin Runcandle notices that Mirakin seems to be getting mad at him. Mirakin curses under his breath, saying he woke up because he smelled something interesting for the first time in ages, only to find a little brat. Mirakin then sniffs around him and asks why he has the scent of spiritual energy. Jin Runcandle inquires about spiritual energy. Mirakin confirms it, explaining that even though he has been asleep for 1,000 years, he still recognizes the scent. He remarks that this level of dense spiritual energy is something only contractors like Temur would have. Jin wonders if his spiritual energy is the reason Mirakin woke up. Mirakin begins searching around and asks where the source of the spiritual energy is coming from, indicating it might be nearby. Jin considers trying something and calls Mirakin's attention. Mirakin responds, asking if he has something to show him. Jin reveals Solderit's magic and asks if this is what Mirakin is referring to. He confirms that his father said this power comes from the god of shadows, Lord Solderit. Mirakin dismisses his previous statement as a joke, stating that he's not serious about it. He acknowledges him as the promised 1,000-year contractor, albeit a seemingly insignificant one. Kneeling down, Mirakin affirms his promise to Solderit and realizes that he is meant to assist Jin Runcandle based on that commitment. Jin Runcandle reflects on the promise with Solderit. He assures him that he will explain the details later, as he's just woken up and feels a bit disoriented, understanding that it might be difficult for someone of Jin's age to grasp. Mirakin decides to formally introduce himself as Solderit's proxy, friend, and the last descendant of the first being of shadow who can transform into a dragon. He informs Jin that, as per the 1,000-year promise, he will be by his side from now on. Jin Runcandle is astonished to see Mirakin, his surroundings suffused with mana, realizing that Mirakin will be accompanying him. Mirakin then prompts Jin to introduce himself, to which Jin responds that he is Jin Runcandle, the 13th and youngest child of Runcandle. He reflects on the Black Dragon Mirakin, noting that Mirakin Mountain, where Storm Castle is situated, was originally named after this dragon. Mirakin was a powerful ruler who dominated the region for many years. However, 1,000 years ago, Mirakin lost a battle against Runcandle's first patriarch, Temur Runcandle. It's said that after conceding Mirakin Mountain and Storm Castle, Mirakin fell into a deep slumber. Jin Runcandle realizes that Mirakin is not an enemy, but rather the guardian dragon and friend of the first patriarch. He considers that the contractor of a god is typically accompanied by a guardian dragon. Yet the details about Solderit's dragon have always remained a mystery. It all makes sense, though, if Mirakin's long slumber is the reason for the lack of information. The scene shifts to the present. Jin Runcandle returns to the secret tomes and wonders if, now that Mirakin is awake, he gets to have a guardian dragon. He announces he's back, and Muraken responds that he is also back. Jin realizes that he will be spending more time with Muraken, and should ask him any questions he has in advance. It's been months since Muraken woke up, and Jin has been visiting the secret library regularly. While Muraken is eating cake, Jin asks why he fought with Temur, the first patriarch. Muraken retorts that it was 1,000 years ago. How could he expect him to remember the details? Jin has discovered one thing about Muraken. He has a crazy obsession with strawberry pies. Muraken interrupts his train of thought to ask whether that's all the strawberry pies, indicating there's a serious shortage. He starts counting the pies and remarks there are only 7. He then changes the topic, asking Jin what he usually does when he visits the secret library. Jin Runcandle replies that he's transcribing the secret tomes and copying them to take with him, because if he removes the originals, his visits might be discovered. Muraken asks if he actually understands what he's copying. He admits that he comprehends about 30%. He doesn't know much more than that. Muraken tells him not to be too hard on himself. He's doing remarkably well for his age, especially when compared to others who don't even attempt to do what he's doing. Jin Runcandle acknowledges that it's generally true, but he points out that he's a Runcandle, and certain things are expected. He has 12 older siblings, as well as his father, mother, and elders, all of whom set high standards. He states that he needs to achieve more if he wants to surpass them. Jin then asks Muraken if the first patriarch, Temur Runcandle, would have understood much of this book. He considers where he currently stands compared to the greatest figures in history. Muraken tells him that when Temur was his age, he couldn't comprehend a single sentence from that book. However, theory isn't the same as real combat, and Temur fought skillfully without needing to read such texts. He reassures Jin Runcandle that he has talent, though perhaps not as much as Temur. Jin asks if this means he will never be able to match the first patriarch. Muraken dismisses this notion, pointing out that Jin is the contractor of Solderit, just like Temur, and he possesses the intelligence to understand complex books. He reminds Jin that he's still young and advises him to train consistently without getting impatient. If he does that, Muraken believes he could become as strong as Temur, but if he does not surpass him. Jin asks Muraken if he really thinks he could surpass Temur. Muraken responds affirmatively and asks if Jin knows Solderit's nickname. Jin admits he doesn't. Muraken tells him it's infinite, signifying that Solderit's power has no limits. This also implies that as a contractor, his potential is boundless. He gestures towards him to emphasize his point. Muraken playfully pats Jin on the back and tells him not to be a downer, promising to teach him a new skill to lift his spirits. Jin Runcandle asks what the skill is. Muraken replies that it's called spiritual release. Jin asks what spiritual release entails, and Muraken explains that it's a fundamental skill for those who use spiritual power, both the beginning and the end of spiritual mastery. However, he warns that it's extremely dangerous if attempted without proper training, so Jin needs to learn it carefully and patiently. Jin agrees and asks what he should do first. Muraken instructs him to start with mana release. Jin questions why he needs to learn mana release, considering he's done it hundreds of times in his past life. Muraken clarifies that spiritual release involves both mana release and mana transfer. To excel at spiritual release, he must master these two components. Muraken adds that they will be training on these skills for the next 2 or 3 months to ensure Jin's safety and success. Jin Runcandle thinks that 2 to 3 years is a long time. Muraken explains that he can't teach advanced skills if Jin doesn't even understand the basics. Jin then demonstrates his magic and asks if he can learn spiritual release now. Muraken is surprised and asks how Jin managed to do that. Jin responds that he's been able to do it before. Muraken is astonished and asks if he can also perform mana transfer, noting that only the brightest of geniuses can achieve that level of skill. If he can do it, he might truly be talented. Muraken decides to show Jin what spiritual release looks like, and Jin enthusiastically agrees. Muraken explains that spiritual power is derived from shadows, and every shadow in the world is born from Solderit's will. As he speaks, shadows begin to appear in the room. Muraken says that Solderit is the master of all shadows, and as Solderit's sole contractor, Jin has access to this power. Jin is taken aback by the emerging shadows. Muraken then transforms into a large shadow, demonstrating spiritual release, and asks Jin how he feels about this. He tells him that this is what spiritual release is like. Meanwhile, Lunar Runcandle slays a dragon, and a servant reports that this area has been cleared. The mission will be complete if they clear 5 more areas. She acknowledges and instructs the servant to let the knights rest. She estimates that 4 more months should be enough to complete the mission. She then asks, almost casually, what 9-year-old children usually like. The scene shifts to half a year after meeting Mirakan. The Tona twins have turned 10 years old and are preparing to leave the Storm Castle. Daytona Runcandle stands near the carriage and announces their departure. Daytona Runcandle bids farewell, saying they'll see him later. Jin Runcandle responds with a simple okay, bye. After a while, Gilly arrives, holding a cake, and wishes Jin Runcandle a happy 9th birthday. He expresses his gratitude, thanking everyone. He then asks if he could share the cake with everyone, to which Gilly agrees. Knight Khan interrupts suddenly, addressing Jin Runcandle as the young master and apologizing for the interruption. Jin Runcandle inquires about the reason for the interruption. He informs Jin that Lady Luna is visiting. Jin reflects that Lunar Runcandle is the first flag bearer of the Runcandle clan, a 9-star knight, and the eldest among the 13 siblings. Known as the White Whale, Luna is the most powerful of the Runcandle siblings, yet she renounced any ambition to become the next patriarch. She stepped away from the clan's ruthless succession battles and chose to live independently. Because of her solitary approach, she has never shown much interest in her siblings, to the point where she feels more like a stranger than family. This created a considerable distance between her and the rest of the family. Jin considers the reason for Luna's sudden visit to Storm Castle. He wonders if something significant happened within the clan, or if she discovered that he had been accessing the secret library. He stands before Luna, who comments that he has grown a lot. He remarks that if she had given him some advance notice, he would have worn something more appropriate for her visit. Luna playfully taps him on the head and responds that it's cute, then asks whether she really needs to give notice to see her little brother. Noting that he seems a bit uneasy, she inquires if he is feeling unwell. Jin clarifies that it's not that. He's just a bit nervous, admitting this is the first time he's been so close to her, so he's naturally a bit on edge. Luna picks up on his discomfort and thinks about how the Runcandle family tradition encourages siblings to compete and take from one another. She wonders if Jin suspects she has come to keep him in check. Luna then acknowledges that she might have been inconsiderate and apologizes, suggesting that she may have overlooked the fact that, despite his age, he is still a member of the Runcandle clan. Jin asks what she means, and Luna sees Gilly standing nearby. She realizes that she might have been too casual with him, given his position in the family, and apologizes again. She then kneels down and requests a private conversation with Jin, asking if he could ask his nanny and guardian knights to step aside. He thinks it's interesting that his big sister wants to speak with just him. He doesn't know why, but it doesn't seem like a bad thing. He agrees, and she explains that the reason for her sudden visit is to tell him something important. When he asks what it is, she reveals that after their father visited him, his display of power drew the attention of all their siblings, which means that the moment he leaves Storm Castle, they'll be on high alert, watching his every move to keep him in check. Luna says that she doesn't want him to get caught up in the internal family conflicts and miss out on happiness. She wishes for him to avoid the toxic customs of the Runcandle clan and not suffer because of them. Jin reflects that this might be why his big sister gave up on becoming the patriarch. She didn't want to be part of the family's violent power struggles. He wonders why, if she didn't want him to get hurt in the battle among siblings, she didn't give him a similar warning in his past life. He wonders if it's because he wasn't worth giving such advice to in the past, or if the other siblings didn't view him as a threat. He expresses gratitude for her concern, but he clarifies that he has no intention of staying out of the fight. She insists that she's serious and isn't warning him out of fear that he might become a threat to her. He acknowledges her sincerity, but mentions that he's already experienced an assassination attempt. Luna is shocked and asks if he's saying that a sibling tried to kill him at Storm Castle. He confirms this, adding that this is why he's committed to the battle. Luna demands to know who tried to kill him, but he admits he doesn't know yet. He adds that although someone made an attempt on his life, he's fine now. He shares that he's happy she made him realize not all his siblings hate him. Luna acknowledges that and remarks that, in that case, he's already entangled in the clan's filthy power struggles. She expresses sadness over this and hugs him. He is surprised to find that Luna can be so empathetic and tells her not to be too sad. She agrees, saying that he's right. It's not the right time to dwell on such things when it's his birthday. She then pulls out a small box from her pocket, explaining that the real reason she came today was to give him a birthday present. Luna opens the box to reveal a beautiful pendant and asks Jin to turn around so she can put it on him. He complies, turning around and saying okay. She fastens the pendant around his neck and explains that if he ever finds himself in a situation he can't handle, he should smash the blue gem in the pendant. No matter where he is, she will come to him immediately, so he should always keep it with him. Luna wishes him a happy 9th birthday, and Jin thanks her for the thoughtful gift. A little later, Gilly arrives with a slice of cake for Luna, placing it in front of her on the table. Luna picks up a spoonful of cake and offers it to Jin Runcandle. After a while, Luna says she has to leave. Jin Runcandle wishes her a safe trip. Later, he returns to the secret library, where Murakan notices him and asks about the item around his neck. Jin explains that he received it as a birthday present. Murakan remarks that whoever gave it to him must value him greatly and gift him something so precious. Jin asks Murakan about the pendant's significance, and Murakan reveals that it is an artifact belonging to the demonic beast king, Orkul. He explains that 1,000 years ago, countless people lost their lives attempting to obtain it. Jin is intrigued, asking if the pendant is really that remarkable. Murakan confirms, saying it grants immunity to any magic attack below 5 stars, enhances the holder's magical abilities, and possibly even has a summoning function. Jin Runcandle is impressed, commenting that he seems to know a lot about such artifacts. Murakan explains that he is familiar with the pendant because he was active around the same time as its original owner. He adds that he's assuming the source of the powerful energy that just visited gave it to Jin. Jin confirms that his eldest sister came and gave him the box, asking if Murakan could feel her energy from this distance. Murakan says yes and suggests that his sister might have sensed his energy too. Jin is surprised and asks if that means she's aware of his powers. Murakan reassures him, saying she probably won't report it to the clan and he shouldn't worry. Murakan points out that Luna gave him a valuable gift without hesitation, indicating that she wouldn't betray her youngest brother. Jin asks if Murakan really thinks she can be trusted. Murakan says yes and assures him that Luna is someone he can rely on. Meanwhile, Luna Runcandle reflects that she sensed a strong energy that wasn't there before. She decides that if Jin is preparing something, she should act as though she doesn't know for now. But she silently promises that no matter what Jin does or who he becomes, she will always support him. After a while, he reflects on his time at Storm Castle, thinking it would be boring, but he gained much from it. He earned his father's recognition and expectations, received the Phoenix Heart from Mary, connected with Luna, and even met the guardian dragon, Murakan. These were things he couldn't have imagined in his previous life. Now, as he turns 10, he sees how much has changed. While practicing with Night Khan, he acknowledges that his time at Storm Castle is coming to an end, and he's preparing to return home. As he attacks Khan, he expertly blocks his strike, reminding him that there's still much to learn. He acknowledges that, indeed, he's someone the Patriarch would take an interest in. While he usually evaluates others during training, now it's his turn to be evaluated. Night Khan announces that they'll conduct today's training here. Jin Runcandle agrees. Night Khan addresses him as a young master. Jin Runcandle inquires if there's an issue with the training they just completed. Bowing down, Khan expresses his gratitude for the opportunity to instruct him all this time. He mentions the limited time left until Jin leaves Storm Castle and assures him of the best training until then. Jin Runcandle appreciates his commitment and agrees to be under his care until departure. After a while, Jin Runcandle is playing with candle fire and exclaims, finally. Gilly, watching him, asks if it's not hot. He replies that it just feels like warm water to him. She comments that she's glad Lady Mary's gift is working so well for him, adding that she's only heard about the effects of a phoenix heart, and this is her first time witnessing it in action. He agrees, saying that he thinks he's absorbed about half of it and expects to absorb the rest in a few years. Gilly moves toward the closet and informs him that they will be leaving the castle early the next morning, asking if he needs anything in advance. He says, yeah, okay. She then asks if she should pack his books separately. He replies that he plans to read them on the way, so that would be fine. She acknowledges and asks if there's anything else he would like her to pack separately. He says just those books are enough. Gilly responds, saying she will prepare strawberry pie for dessert that evening. Jin thanked her and mentioned that he was stepping out for a moment. She asks if he's going out right now, to which he apologizes and assures her that he will be back soon. After a while, Jin Runcandle returns to the library and calls out for Mirakin. Mirakin replies that he's there. Jin reminds him that they're leaving the castle tomorrow and asks if he's prepared. Mirakin enthusiastically confirms, saying he's been waiting for this day for a long time. Jin then asks how Mirakin plans to follow him without being noticed. Mirakin dismisses the concern, saying that as the legendary Black Dragon, even in his weakened state, he can handle this with ease. He assures Jin that he'll follow discreetly to avoid detection. Jin is curious about Mirakin's weakened condition, asking why he has only mentioned it now. Mirakin explains that he has been sleeping for 1,000 years, and it takes time to regain his full strength. Jin wonders if he can recover his power, to which Mirakin confidently replies that he will grow stronger as Jin grows stronger since he's his guardian dragon. Mirakin encourages Jin to hurry up and become as strong as Temur, the first patriarch. Jin Runcandle recalls that the Runcandles were originally a family of magic swordsmen. He remembers hearing it from Solderit in his previous life. The Runcandle family was initially known for their mastery of both magic and swordsmanship. The first patriarch was considered the strongest magic swordsman of all time, but this is a fact that almost no one knows today. Mirakin explains that the reason the Runcandles banned magic and imposed strict rules about focusing solely on the blade was because of a humiliating covenant from 1,000 years ago. He mentions that people might still praise him for being the family's guardian, but they would likely be quite uncomfortable if he actually made a public appearance. 1,000 years ago, however, people would have been overjoyed at the sight of him and would have been in awe of the fact that he was associated with the most respected figure in the world. Jin Runcandle wonders if the Runcandles would really react that way. Mirakin asks if it sounds too far-fetched, adding that in any case, he will make sure to hide well to avoid being noticed. Jin Runcandle agrees, saying, "Okay, got it." Mirakin then points out that if someone comes to check his usual spot and it's empty, they might get suspicious. Jin asks how he plans to handle that. Mirakin explains that he can use draconic magic to create a duplicate of himself in his usual resting place. Jin Runcandle questions what would happen if the duplicate is discovered. Mirakin reminds him that he's the Shadow Dragon and that creating duplicates is so simple he could do it in his sleep, so there's no need to worry. However, he emphasizes that since he's not yet at full strength, maintaining the duplicate for an extended period will be challenging. He'll do his best to keep it going, but it will get easier as Jin gets older and he regains his strength. Jin Runcandle thanks Mirakin for being considerate, adding that he wishes Mirakin would show him a bit more respect. Mirakin replies that he might have if Jin had known him better. Jin kneels down and mentions that he brought something special today. Mirakin asks what it is. Jin reveals that it's a pie made with the first strawberries of the year and some wine he managed to sneak past Gilly. Mirakin lights up at the sight of the treats. Jin warns him not to get drunk and create a strange duplicate or something like that. Mirakin asks who he thinks he is, calling Jin an adorable little idiot and stating he's glad to have him around. Mirakin then asks if he can meet Jin's nanny, to which Jin responds that he'll think about it. After a while, Gilly holds Jin's hand and warns him that when he gets back home, he can't expect the same carefree and uneventful life he had at Storm Castle. She explains that, yes, he was busy with training here, but things will be much more challenging and hectic at home, and she won't be able to cook pies for him whenever he wants anymore. Jin tells her not to worry, that he's aware of what's ahead, and that he'll work hard when he gets back home. Gilly nods, saying she will also do her best to support him. Just then, Guardian Knights Jerome and Holtz arrive, announcing that they are at his service and will escort him until he reaches the Garden of Swords. Jin acknowledges and says he's in their care, then signals them to get going. As they leave, Jin thinks to himself that on October 30th, in the year 1790, he finally left Storm Castle and headed to the Runcandle's main house, the Garden of Swords. After a while, Jin Runcandle sits in the carriage with Gilly. She looks out the window and remarks that the snow seems to be piling up quickly. If it continues, they might need to wait it out in a nearby village, as heavy snowfall could prevent them from using the transfer gate. Jin acknowledges with a simple okay. Suddenly, the carriage begins to lose balance. Guardian Holtz announces that they're under attack and asks them to stay inside the carriage. Gilly hugs Jin, reassuring him that everything will be fine. She reminds him that Jerome and Holtz are 7-star Guardian Knights, and he also has her by his side. Gilly mentions that she spotted about 20 warriors and magicians outside, and there's a possibility that there are archers among them. However, she doesn't believe there's anyone above 7 stars, as Jerome and Holtz are already engaged in battle. Jin insists that they need to leave the carriage immediately. Gilly is surprised and asks what he's talking about. Jin explains that a Guardian Knight of Runcandle would never leave a child of the Runcandle clan unattended. One of the 2 knights must always remain by his side. This either means they're imposters or traitors. Gilly quickly agrees. Jin adds that there might be a hidden device in the carriage, suggesting they need to get out as quickly as possible. Gilly understands and declares that from this moment, as a servant of Runcandle, she will protect him. She takes out sharp blades from her sleeves and warns him that she might have to be a bit rough. She grabs him, leaps from the carriage, and starts running, promising to accept punishment for the incident once they reach the clan's main house. Jin tells her that this isn't the time to worry about punishment, urging her to move toward where the 2 knights are fighting, saying that he has something to check. Gilly asks what he needs to check. Jin Runcandle reasons that if the attackers were targeting him, the best time to strike would have been as soon as he left the carriage, yet there's an unusual calm. He wonders if the attackers might be their allies, suggesting they should proceed with caution. Gilly acknowledges his point, agreeing that something feels off. Meanwhile, the vice captain of the 3rd Corps of the Black King mercenaries instructs his group to find Jin Runcandle and orders the 3rd group to block the left side. Jin Runcandle spots them and realizes that his suspicions are correct. Gilly notes the leaf emblem and the black beast emblem, identifying them as belonging to the Yuta clan, a magic clan from Middle, and the Black King mercenaries. Members of the Yuta clan notice them and announce that Gilly McCrallen and Jin Runcandle have been located, confirming that Jin is alive. They instruct their group to prioritize the protection of Jin Runcandle. The vice captain approaches Gilly and Jin, stating that he is with the Black King mercenaries and that they were sent to rescue Jin upon request from the Runcandle clan. He denounces those who tried to harm the young master, vowing to ensure his safety. Jin Runcandle realizes that it wasn't a betrayal. The attackers must have been imposters. Real 7-star knights wouldn't struggle against the ambushers like this. Gilly demands to know who they are and orders them to reveal their affiliation and objective. Jerome, one of the imposters, dismisses her question, sarcastically asking if she'd expect them to tell the truth to a Runcandle dog. Gilly turns to Jin Runcandle and asks what they should do. He instructs her to kill one of the imposters, then cut off the arms of the other and bring him to him. Gilly follows his orders, killing Jerome and cutting off both arms of Holtz, then dragging him by the hair toward Jin. Jin remarks that his opponents underestimated him. He mentions that becoming a Runcandle nanny requires one to be at least a 7-star martial artist, indicating that if someone wanted to assassinate a Runcandle child, they should have sent at least 3 or 4 8-star knights. Holtz sneers, telling Jin Runcandle not to make him laugh. He claims this is just a warning, and that the era of the Runcandle clan is coming to an end. Jin counters, saying that he actually prefers it that way, hoping for the era of Jin Runcandle instead. Holtz shouts, "Glory to the great Zipfuls." Jin Runcandle ponders about the Zipfuls, recalling that they're a clan of magicians who rule the other half of the world. Unlike the Runcandles, who pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the Zipfuls aim for the peak of magic. 1,000 years ago, when the first patriarch of Runcandle died, the Zipfuls imposed a humiliating covenant on the Runcandles that banned the use of magic. As a result, the Runcandle clan had all their magical abilities sealed. To the Runcandles, the Zipfuls were a literal 1,000-year-old enemy, Jin Runcandle reflects. He deduces that the audacious attack must have been carried out by a follower of the Zipfuls. He tells Gilly to dispose of Holtz, noting that he's not worth questioning. Gilly acknowledges with a simple understanding. Holtz hurls insults, calling Jin an arrogant idiot and demanding that he be killed already. Jin considers the Runcandles and the Zipfuls to be eternal enemies, and the Zipfuls frequently commit acts of terror against the Runcandle clan. However, today's attack seems different from their usual activities, suggesting it might be the work of extremists acting independently. Something feels off. Jin remarks that no matter how convincing a disguise is, it should be difficult to fool a 7-star martial artist. He wonders if someone else could have interfered, creating this confusion. Gilly informs Jin Runcandle that she's done as he instructed. He praises her and then turns to Mirka, the vice captain of the Black King mercenaries, asking if he's the one responsible for providing them cover during their escape. Mirka confirms that he is. Jin acknowledges his help, saying that once they reach their home, he will mention Mirka's efforts to the clan and they will be properly rewarded. He then asks Mirka to ensure their safety until they reach the transfer gate. Mirka agrees and reflects on what kind of kid Jin Runcandle must be. Despite being a child of Runcandle and only 10 years old, this is his first time leaving the castle, yet he carries himself with such composure and authority. Mirka wonders if this demeanor is a sign of something remarkable about him and recalls the words he spoke earlier, finding them unusually mature for a child his age. He recalls that Jin Runcandle mentioned wanting to bring about the era of Jin Runcandle, realizing that this wasn't just a child's fancy, it might actually be something more. Mirka, the vice captain, calls out to everyone, instructing them to mind their actions and avoid using crude language until they reach the gate. A warrior questions why he's suddenly giving such a strange command, noting that they've never been strict about that before. Another warrior snaps back, telling him to just shut up and follow orders. Gilly addresses Vice Captain Mirka, saying she thinks they can start moving now. Mirka agrees, announcing that it's time to get going. After a while, Gilly asks if it's okay to just leave those imposters behind. Jin Runcandle assures her that it's fine. Whether they're found dead or alive, they will serve as a warning to others. He adds that she's been doing a good job. She thanks him and mentions that if they walk for about 2 more hours, they will reach a village. Jin is relieved, saying they will need to wait there until the snow stops. He tells Gilly not to be upset about the escort's failure, explaining that it wasn't her fault. Even Night Khan, who is a 9-star, didn't notice the imposters. He adds that it would be even harder for a 7-star warrior like her to detect such deception. He suggests that it's not a significant issue since it also taught him the rules of escorting as a guardian knight. Gilly apologizes, feeling responsible. Jin recalls that Gilly, who was his nanny in his past life, always shared her fate with the child for whom she was responsible. The Runcandle clan had looked down on her because of him, due to his lack of talent. Despite that, Gilly never once blamed him. She had always remained loyal and caring, even when others treated her unfairly because of her association with him. He remembers the day he was exiled from the Runcandle clan. Gilly was exiled along with him. She apologized, saying she was sorry she couldn't serve him properly, bowing her head in regret. He reflects on how self-blaming she could be and how he doesn't want to speak harshly to her. But things are different now, and Gilly needs to toughen up. Gilly reiterates that she will accept any punishment he decides for what happened. Jin tells her not to blame herself and orders her to put the incident behind her. He reminds her that although she's his nanny, she's also his only guardian knight at the moment. If she gets caught up in trivial matters like this, it could affect her ability to protect him in the future. He insists she shouldn't make him repeat himself, asking if she understands. Gilly promises to do her best to correct herself and is touched by Jin's concern. She realizes he said those words just to encourage her to stay focused, so she resolves to stay alert and avoid causing him any further trouble. He thinks to himself that he's glad to see her mood improve. It seems she's cheered up. After a while, they arrive at a hotel. The receptionist warmly welcomes them and inquires about the number of rooms they need. Mirka responds that they will need 2 rooms. Jin Runcandle considers that those fake guardian knights may have interfered, leading to this situation. He recalls Transformer Bouvard Gaston, who possesses the unique ability to transform perfectly, a privilege of dragons. However, not all dragons can execute this ability flawlessly, making Bouvard exceptional. He has a history of using his transformative skills for nefarious purposes, causing chaos. As Jin moves toward his room, he ponders the possibility of Bouvard's interference. If Bouvard is indeed involved, matters would be complicated. Jin reflects that he hasn't attracted much attention thus far. In his past life, he was arrested by the Vermont Special Forces at the age of 20. While Bouvard could potentially be useful as an ally, He sees no reason to align himself with someone who has previously threatened him. Jin Runcandle considers that before Bouvard gets into bigger trouble, he should check if anything has changed from his past life. Gilly says she'll be outside if he needs her, then leaves him to sleep. Later, Jin Runcandle is woken by a noise while sleeping. He complains about the commotion and is annoyed at being disturbed. He wakes up and thinks that despite all the training he did at Storm Castle, it's still too much for a 10-year-old body. He wonders about the source of the noise. He looks toward the window and is shocked to see a cat. He exclaims, asking if that's really Muraken. He recalls that Muraken mentioned he would conceal himself and follow Jin without being noticed. It suddenly makes sense that Muraken has transformed into a cat to stay undercover. The cat lets out a loud meow. Jin quickly apologizes, saying he didn't mean to startle him and that he wasn't expecting this kind of transformation. He then opens the window to let Muraken in. The cat jumps inside and transforms back into Muraken. Jin Runcandle comments that he expected Muraken to blend in as a horseman or a servant. Muraken responds that if he did that, the clan's knights would have noticed him immediately, so turning into a cat was the safer option. Just then, Muraken's foot gets caught in a floorboard, causing him to fall forward and hit his face on the window. Gilly rushes in, having heard the commotion, and asks if everything is all right. She sees Muraken and immediately grabs him by the neck, threatening to tear him into pieces if he doesn't explain who he is and what he's doing there. Jin tries to calm her down, saying, "Wait, Gilly." Muraken seems unfazed, focusing on his love for strawberry pie and acknowledging that they've finally met. Gilly asks what he's talking about with the pie reference. Jin realizes they're in trouble. Jin Runcandle introduces Muraken, stating that he is the Runcandle's guardian, the Black Dragon Muraken. Muraken, however, seems more interested in Gilly, calling her his precious strawberry pie. Gilly, realizing she was disrespectful to a guardian, quickly bows and apologizes, asking for forgiveness. Muraken, in a light-hearted tone, assures her there's no need to worry, saying he gladly forgives his strawberry pie. Gilly, confused, asks why he calls her that. Muraken enthusiastically explains it's because she makes those wonderful, perfect strawberry pies. Gilly turns to Jin and asks if Muraken is the reason he's been requesting pies every day. Muraken invites her to sit down so he can explain further. They all sit down, and Gilly remarks that much has happened without her knowing. Jin Runcandle apologizes for keeping things from her, saying he's sorry for tricking her all this time. She reassures him, expressing that she's overjoyed to learn about his exceptional talent, his contract with Solderit, and his connection with a dragon. It makes her proud as his nanny. Jin then cautions her that she's now involved in keeping Muraken's awakening a secret, reminding her that the clan can't know about it. He asks if she understands. She acknowledges and assures him she'll be careful. Muraken chimes in, telling her not to be too nervous and calling her strawberry pie. She thanks him for his concern and asks if the loud noise earlier was from his transformation undoing. Muraken admits that it was because he tripped. Gilly turns to Jin and asks if they can really trust him. He responds with a shrug, saying, "Well, probably." At the Middle Kingdom transfer gate, Gilly thanks the Black King mercenaries for their assistance. She assures them that the compensation for this job will be paid by the Runcandle clan at a later date. Murka, the vice captain, thanks her in return, mentioning that it was a good experience for them and that they look forward to seeing the future of young Runcandle. Murka has a question, asking Gilly why someone with her exceptional skills left the McCrallan clan to become a nanny for Jin Runcandle. She replies that there's no significant reason worth mentioning. Murka nods, apologizing for his rudeness. Gilly assures him it's okay and bids him farewell before heading off. After a while, they enter the transfer gate, and a gatekeeper greets them, saying, "Welcome to the Middle Transfer Gate." He asks for their identification. Gilly shows him a badge and requests that they be sent to Carlon at the Hoffister Alliance. The gatekeeper, surprised, asks if she's a servant of the Runcandle clan. After confirming her identity, he gestures and says, "It's an honor to meet you. Please, this way." He leads them to a special seating area and explains that if they wait there for 2 hours, the transfer will be complete, allowing them to arrive at their destination in the blink of an eye. He wishes them a comfortable journey. They sit down on a sofa. Gilly expresses concern about how Jin Runcandle will manage to keep Lord Miraken's existence and other matters a secret from the rest of the clan. Jin asks if she's referring to magic. Gilly confirms, saying that's the one thing no one in the Runcandle clan would tolerate. Jin reassures her, saying he will be careful to hide it. Just then, Baradan Zipful arrives with his guardians. Jin sees him and recognizes the golden dragon emblem as the mark of the Zipfuls, thinking he looks familiar. He wonders why he has to encounter such troublesome people in Huffister. He notices Miraken, who is in his cat form, and Baradan approaches, calling him a good boy and inviting him to come closer. Miraken reacts by scratching Baradan's hand, causing his guardians to get angry and call Miraken a vermin. Baradan dismisses their anger, saying it's just the behavior of an animal and that he likely provoked the cat by picking a fight. He also notes that it would be unwise to draw a sword in front of a Runcandle, given the potential repercussions. He sees them and assumes that the older boy tried to provoke him out of curiosity, but since there's no noticeable reaction, he concludes that the youngest son of Runcandle has a calm and composed demeanor. He introduces himself as Baradan Zipful and extends his hand, offering a formal apology for his earlier rudeness. Jin Runcandle recognizes Baradan Zipful as a genius magician and a strong contender for the future leadership of the Zipful family. Baradan has gained admiration among young magicians due to his extraordinary skills and noble character. To Jin, he had always seemed like a distant figure when he was merely an ordinary magician. The fact that they are meeting as children feels unexpected to him. He acknowledges that he, too, was curious to know what kind of person Baradan was, and he's relieved to find that Baradan isn't just another fool. Baradan Zipful, somewhat surprised, asks what gave him the impression. He remarks that if they had drawn their swords due to his joke, he would have had to wander around Huffister without escorts, and he might have ended up losing at least 2 fingers. Baradan Zipful responds by saying that it's a pretty scary joke, then asks if Jin Runcandle thinks he's joking. Baradan Zipful suggests that if Jin ever meets another Zipful and encounters a similar situation, he should avoid rashly cutting off their fingers or doing anything drastic. It would only escalate tensions between their respective clans. Jin Runcandle finds Baradan's caution humorous and asks if he really believes that his father, Siran Runcandle, and Baradan's father, Kiliark Zipful, are so closely acquainted that they would mobilize their entire clans just because of a squabble between children. Baradan acknowledges that even if someone lost a finger, it would probably just end with a few gold coins as compensation. He then says that he has taught him something valuable today, and he'll be sure to repay him for this favor at some point in the future. Jin Runcandle states that he will pay another day. For now, he will pay. He expresses his agreement, saying okay, gladly. Jin Runcandle instructs him to remain quiet and not disturb his rest until the transfer gate activates. He reflects that in a few years, the person before him could become quite a formidable individual. If not for their respective clans, he would have considered asking him to be friends. However, considering their affiliations, he contemplates that he could potentially be his eternal rival solely because he is a Runcandle. Jin Runcandle observes the behavior of the other person, noting their demeanor even after he almost lost his fingers. He concludes that if there is something wrong with the Zipfuls, none of them are sane. The system announces that teleportation will soon commence, cautioning passengers that pain and faintness might occur due to the ripple from teleportation. They begin to pass through the transportation gates, while Baradan Zipful remarks that he had a good time and suggests meeting again. Jin Runcandle dismisses the idea, saying they should never meet again. After a while, Jin Runcandle steps out of the carriage. Petro stands before him, introducing himself as the second-in-command butler. He tells Jin that they have been expecting him and welcomes him to the main clan house of the Runcandles, known as the Garden of Swords. He reflects on the Garden of Swords, noting that only those who have achieved something significant for the prosperity of the Runcandle clan are granted the honor of placing their sword in this sacred garden. It symbolizes the aspirations and pride of every Runcandle. He recalls a time when he also aspired to place his sword there upon his death. In his previous life, he was weak, devoid of talent, unable to lead, and lacked cunning. He wonders why he ever believed that hard work alone would be enough. Now, in this life, he is determined to make it worthwhile to live in this dismal place. As he enters, everyone stands to welcome him. Rosa Runcandle, known as the Black Panther and the Lady of the House, greets him with a long time no see. He responds, "Yes, mother." The Lord Patriarch notices Mirakin in his cat form and asks if he picked him up from the streets. Jin replies that he adopted him. The Lord Patriarch comments on the use of adopted rather than picked up and commends Jin's boldness, saying that a Runcandle should always exhibit such confidence when acquiring something. Rosa Runcandle approaches the cat and asks for its name. Jin responds that it's Nabai Runcandle. Dippus Runcandle is taken aback and questions the appropriateness of giving the Runcandle name to a cat, reminding everyone that while Jin is still young, this seems wrong. He asks how anyone could bestow the family's name on an ordinary animal. Joshua Runcandle turns to Gilly, questioning Jin's upbringing, as she allows him to name a simple cat in this manner. Gilly apologizes for the incident. The Lord Patriarch intervenes, asking everyone to calm down, then inquires why Jin gave the Runcandle name to the cat. Jin explains that he did it to underscore his sense of responsibility. Although the cat might seem insignificant, it is the first living being he has adopted, and he believes that by giving it the Runcandle name, he underscores the seriousness of that responsibility. The Lord Patriarch remarks that it's interesting and asks Jin if he truly understands the significance of the Runcandle name. Jin confidently replies that he does. If anyone were to harm Nabai, they would have to face serious consequences. The Lord Patriarch observes that Jin seems to have a knack for making enemies, pointing out how his siblings are glaring at him. Jin acknowledges this, adding that he also has a talent for eliminating his enemies. The Lord Patriarch then comments that everyone will need to stay alert to manage their boldest and youngest family member, signaling his intention to leave. The scene shifts to 4 years later, in the early summer of 1794, when Jin Runcandle has become a 2-star knight and a beginner class cadet. After training, Garen Altamiro, the instructor for the Runcandle Beginner Guardian Knight Cadet class, tells Jin that's enough for today and compliments him on his hard work. Jin asks if there's only morning training today. Garen Altamiro reminds Jin that Lady Luna's training session is scheduled for today and asks if he forgot. Jin replies that he did, but he plans to join after eating. Garen Altamiro then asks if Jin will be eating with the other cadets today, mentioning that Madame Rose seemed disappointed. Jin replies that he prefers not to join the family meals, avoiding silent conflicts with his siblings during dinner. Garen Altamiro acknowledges this and says he'll inform the others of his decision. After a while, Belop Schmitz approaches Jin with a plate of food, saying that he brought him something to eat. Jin thanked him, to which Belop responded that it was no problem. Jin recalls that Belop Schmitz is a 13-year-old commoner who is likely to be disqualified during training, lose his cadet status, and face expulsion. Belop then asks if the food is good. Jin replies that it is, adding that he appreciates the Runcandles for providing meat regularly and thanks Jin for always sharing his portions with him. Jin cuts him off, saying that's enough, reminding Belop that he said the same thing yesterday and asking if he has memorized his lines or something. Jin advises him to be more concise, pointing out that people often look down on him because he tends to ramble. Belop asks if that's really the case. He encourages Belop to stand up straight and take pride in being a Guardian Knight Cadet of Runcandle. Belop Schmitz counters, pointing out that his grades are at rock bottom and he hasn't even attained 1 star yet. Jin explains that becoming a Runcandle cadet is already a difficult accomplishment, and even if he's at the bottom of their ranks, he's still considered elite compared to other 13-year-olds worldwide. He asks if Belop understands. Belop Schmitz confirms that he does. Jin reflects that he's not surprised the clan overlooked Belop, considering how passive he is. He wonders how Belop ended up joining the Heron clan, a different swordmaster clan, and became a loyal member of the Vermont Empire, following a ruthless path. Jin recalls being shocked upon learning that Belop had joined the Imperial Guard and was saddened by the news of his eventual suicide, realizing that leaving Belop as he is could lead to such a tragic end. He tells Belop that he has no appetite and suggests he take his portion instead. Jin then resolves to keep an eye on Belop to ensure he isn't disqualified or expelled, thinking that one unfortunate life is enough. Later, while walking down a hallway, Jin reflects on his progress. His spiritual energy release is at 2 star, his mana has reached 4 star, and his swordsmanship is at 2 star. Everything is progressing well, and he believes he can achieve 3-star swordsmanship within 2 years at this rate. After a while, Lunar Runcandle stands before Jin, holding a training sword. She informs him that today's training will resemble yesterday's, but he must approach it differently each day. Jin nods and says he understands. She instructs him to use his mind's eye, emphasizing the importance of observing with his inner vision. Jin contemplates how he'll navigate through this unfamiliar training, realizing that he'll have to find his own way through a process he has never encountered before. She instructs him to see with the eye of the mind, emphasizing that mastering the mind's eye is crucial for those who live by the sword, and tells him to keep his eyes closed. Jin ponders this, recognizing that the mind's eye is a stage of enlightenment usually achieved by knights of 7 stars or higher, yet Luna is teaching him this technique while he's only a 2-star knight. Furthermore, the typical mind's eye involves manipulating aura, but big sister Luna doesn't use aura in her training, leaving him puzzled. He reassures himself, reminding himself that he trusts Luna, confident that she has a specific reason for her approach. He resolves to focus on the training and trusts that he will eventually understand its purpose. He believes there will come a day when everything will make sense. After a while, she tells him he's done great today and that he can leave now. He thanks her and departs. She reflects on how well he performed, noting that he always surpasses her expectations. His focus and posture are remarkable, especially for a 2-star knight. With his potential, he should achieve even more in a few years and continue to grow. She sees a promising future for her little brother. After a while, Garen Altamiro announces that he has arrived, addressing Jin Runcandle as a young master. He notices that everyone appears tense and explains that they can't help it. He elaborates that the practice sparring session today counts as a significant portion of their overall score, and a high score could be a fast track to becoming a guardian knight. This is why everyone is anxious. Additionally, today is crucial for Jin himself. Garen shares that Madame Rose said if Jin can defeat all of the top 10 cadets today, he can advance to the intermediate training class early next year. Jin Runcandle is surprised but pleased to hear this and comments that it's good news. He notices Bellup Schmitz and wonders if he's feeling stressed again. Jin decides it's not a huge issue since he will ensure that Bellup isn't exiled, but he also thinks a bit more confidence wouldn't hurt. Garen Altamiro calls for everyone's attention, announcing that today's sparring will be held in 3 rounds, with different partners each time. He also states that the top 10 combatants will face young Master Jin in one-on-one matches. The group agrees and begins training. Jin Runcandle observes them and thinks they're not bad, recognizing that they earned their positions as cadets through merit. Garen Altamiro instructs everyone to return to their places except for the 10 people he has chosen. They comply, and he tells Jin to get ready. Jin acknowledges the instruction and takes up his sword. Jin's first opponent is a girl, whom he swiftly defeats. He recalls that the record for this sparring session is 8 wins, but he's aiming to beat all 10, and he needs to be careful about his strongest opponent to achieve that. Garen Altamiro announces that Mesa Milcano is next and tells her to get ready. Mesa Milcano respectfully greets Jin, saying she'll be in his care, while he thinks about her reputation as an elite cadet who will complete all training and become a guardian knight immediately afterwards. Mesa Milcano expresses her desire to defeat Jin in their match today. Jin Runcandle considers the sparring match with Mesa Milcano to be the most crucial part of this test and comments that he's looking forward to it. As she moves to attack, he blocks her sword strike and thinks that she's grown stronger since their last encounter. Still, he believes he can defeat her. The real challenge, however, is that he has to fight 8 more opponents after this bout. Mesa attacks again and wonders why Jin is only using basic moves, unlike his usual varied tactics. She suspects he might be holding back, but she's unsure why. The thought crosses her mind that maybe he doesn't consider her a threat, which infuriates her. She decides to go all out and charges at him with full force, surprising everyone watching. Jin counterattacks, and Mesa resolves not to lose again. She wants to surpass him this time and attacks with everything she has. However, Jin strikes back with enough force to break her sword, ending the match decisively. She's stunned to see her sword broken and asks how it happened. Jin points his sword at her neck, telling her it was a great fight, but that he doesn't think he can use this sword anymore. She is incredulous, wondering how he managed to break her sword. Their blades had collided many times, yet he consistently struck the same spot. Given that their strength and stamina were similar, she questions whether she lost because she lacked accuracy and persistence. Is that even possible? She realizes that Jin really is a true run candle and declares she will train harder and win next time. She won't just sit around and let him win. He, however, feels that things went according to plan. He acknowledges that with his current skill level, fighting 10 cadets one-on-one isn't easy. By dominating his match with Mesa, he created the impression that competing with him one-on-one would likely lead to defeat. He defeats a boy in a sparring match, marking his 10th victory, and is pleased that everything has gone as planned. Garen Altamiro congratulates Jin Runcandle, saying that his success in these matches will earn him a proper Runcandle lesson in the intermediate class early next year, and offers early congratulations. Jin acknowledges this and asks Garen to take care of him until then. Garen announces that lunchtime is approaching, signaling the end of the morning training session. Jin asks how much time there is until lunch. Garen replies that it is about 10 minutes and asks why Jin wants to know. Jin reveals that he has someone else in mind for sparring. When Garen asks who it is, Jin picks up his sword and calls out to Belop Schmitz, inviting him to a fight. Belop is taken aback and asks for clarification, but Jin points his sword at him and insists that he come out and fight, stating that he won't survive in the Runcandle clan with that attitude. Jin taunts him, saying they will crush him like a bug if he doesn't come out to fight. Belop Schmitz wonders why the young master wants to fight him. He questions whether it's because he's so weak or if Jin is trying to toughen him up. He observes that Jin has just fought 10 cadets and must be exhausted while he himself is in good condition. Yet, Jin appears confident that he's stronger, which is why he wants to fight him. Belop Schmitz asks what Jin means by this. Jin attacks, prompting Belop to ask why he's doing this while trying to block the strike. Jin acknowledges that Belop's defense is solid. Belop thanks him and pushes him back. He bends down to attack his leg, but Jin swiftly leaps back, questioning why Jin is attacking him like this. He asks if Belop thinks he invited him just for a friendly duel, emphasizing that he wanted a real fight. He points out that in that instant, he could have killed Belop. He orders him to get back up, warning that he'll only show mercy once, pointing his sword at him. Belop Schmitz stands up, holding his sword as it becomes enveloped in the aura. Everyone is shocked by this, and Mesa Milcano quickly alerts Garen Altamiro, expressing concern that the young master might be in danger. Jin Runcandle tells Garen to keep what he's witnessing a secret, issuing it as an order. Garen agrees, saying he understands. Belop Schmitz asks Jin if this is really what he wants. Jin confirms it, urging Belop to use his aura without restraint. Belop points out that if Jin wanted to fight him, he should have done so before battling 10 other cadets, suggesting that he may be too exhausted for a fair match. Belop then launches an attack, and Jin attempts to block it, but the sheer force of Belop's aura shatters Jin's sword. As Jin begins to fall, he is taken aback by the level of Belop's skill. Though he expected Belop to be talented, he didn't anticipate this level of power. He recalls how Belop would analyze each of his opponent's skills and moves during their duels, consistently losing by just a small margin, which might have disguised his true potential. He is surprised that Belop Schmitz already knows how to use aura. As Belop moves to strike again, Jin blocks the attack by punching the blade and shattering it. Belop steps back, bewildered by the broken sword, but Jin quickly gets behind him, grabs him by the neck, and then releases him. Belop, confused by the sudden shift, asks why Jin stopped, wondering if he was serious about taking the fight to its conclusion. He questions whether Jin enjoys playing with people. Jin firmly denies it, stating that toying with others isn't his intention. Belop presses him for an explanation, asking why he's behaving this way. Jin responds that it pains him to provoke Belop like this. It's much more distressing than one might think. Belop asks what Jin knows about him to inflict such torment. Jin sits beside Belop, admitting that he doesn't know him well, but he understands one thing: true consideration comes from a place of strength, and even though Jin may be physically stronger, Belop has shown a level of kindness and gentleness that he admires. Jin Runcandle tells Belop Schmitz that he admires his kindness, but that won't be enough to survive in this harsh environment. He expresses his hope that Belop can become strong enough to protect that gentle side of him, then acknowledges that he and everyone else might have been too harsh. At that moment, two women enter, carrying food. They notice the tension and ask if they should return later since it looks like the training hasn't finished. Jin assures them that it's fine and that they can go ahead and set everything up. Belop Schmitz declines the food, saying he can get his own today. Jin responds that he's fine with it, in jokes that he'll even take Belop's portion. After a while, the Lord Patriarch remarks that Jin did something unexpected. Knight Khan confirms it. The Patriarch chuckles, acknowledging that Jin's approach combines the path of a dominator with care for the weak. He decides he needs to test whether this philosophy has any merit. He instructs Khan to go back and relay his message. Knight Khan asks for his orders. He indicates that he'll be assigning him his first mission, suggesting that there's a significant task ahead. After a while, Jin Runkandle reflects on January of 1795, when he was recognized as a 3-star knight at the age of 15. For the first break, the cadets either went home or engaged in personal training. Upon transferring to the intermediate class, instead of wooden swords, they had to use real swords suited for them. Jin notes that some cadets ordered personal swords, and he, too, had to find a sword suitable for him in their clan's weapon vault. Lunar Runkandle comments that finding the right sword is a challenging and painful process. Jin Runkandle recalls that Big Sister Luna had asked him to let her choose his sword. Recollecting his memories from a month ago, he remembers thinking that she likely has a better sense of weapons, and he trusts her to make a wiser choice than he could. Luna stands in front of him, holding a large sword, and explains that it was once known as the Bale's Slaughterer. She used it extensively when she was his age and developed her signature axe sword technique around that time, considering this sword to be the origin of the Krantil that she uses today. She asks Jin how he feels about it and whether he likes it. Jin hesitates and responds that he's grateful she picked out a sword for him, but it doesn't quite feel right. Luna nods and says she understands, explaining that it was just a joke. Jin, however, gets the sense that it might not have been entirely a joke. She explains that Bale's Slaughterer is an excellent sword, albeit a bit heavy, but it shouldn't be a problem for him. However, she then agrees to find him a different sword. Moving forward, she mentions that she thought long and hard about what would be the most suitable sword for him, a sword specifically for him. She selects another sword and reveals that since he chose Barasada during the selection ritual, she thought this sword would be the best match. Jin Runkandle sees the sword and recognizes it as the brother sword to Barasada, the legendary sword used by the first Patriarch. Its name is Bradamante. He holds the sword while she asks if he likes it. Jin responds that, of course, he does. This is a remarkable weapon, even among the many master swords their clan owns. Jin thinks to himself that he is determined to get this sword at any cost, and he is amazed that Luna personally chose Bradamante for him. Jin Runkandle reflects that both Bradamante and Barasada are swords designed to work best with spiritual energy. If he had chosen Bradamante himself, he likely would have faced strong opposition from his siblings. He acknowledges that Bradamante is a sword many of his older brothers and sisters desire, so for Luna to pick it for him is an extraordinary favor, and he's not sure how he could possibly repay her. Luna reassures him that there's no need for repayment, but she expresses sadness at sensing his unease around her. Jin denies feeling uneasy and assures her it's not the case. Luna persists, saying she's already sad, and he'll need to comfort his big sister's troubled heart. Perplexed, Jin asks what she means. Luna instructs him to close his eyes as they prepare to continue training. Jin complies. She asks if he knows what she's about to say, and he confirms that he does. Luna then announces that she'll teach him one more thing. Jin inquires about what it is. She places a hand on his shoulder and tells him that, among siblings who are busy trying to undermine each other, he also has siblings who love him unconditionally. She urges him to remember this and not make his big sister sad again. He acknowledges this, apologizing for any misunderstanding. Luna reveals that even before he was born, she felt lonely among their kin, and she's doing this to ensure he won't experience the same loneliness. She hopes he understands her intentions. He confirms that he does. Luna nods and suggests they continue their training. She encourages her dear little brother to see with his mind's eye. After a while, Jin Runkandle shows his sword to Muraken and asks for his opinion. Muraken, lying down and reading a book, tells him to put it back, saying he still lacks control over his spiritual energy. Jin, confused, asks for clarification. Muraken explains that to properly wield Bradamante, he needs at least 3-star spiritual energy, but he's still a 2-star idiot. Muraken adds that Jin can barely imitate awakening the sword. Jin protests, stating that he feels he's close to achieving 3-star spiritual energy and should be able to use Bradamante properly soon. Muraken snaps back, warning Jin against his overconfident attitude, reminding him that Barasada and Bradamante are not swords to be used carelessly. Grabbing Jin's head, Muraken emphasizes that 3-star spiritual energy is just the bare minimum, and that he should use the sword as a regular weapon until he reaches 5-star spiritual energy. He demands that Jin understand this. Jin moves his hand dismissively, suggesting that he's not that patient. He asks Muraken what would happen if he managed to achieve 5-star spiritual energy by the end of the year. Muraken tells Jin Runcandle that even someone who won a kid's spiritual energy contest and survived on nothing but spiritual energy could never achieve 5-star spiritual energy by the end of the year. He emphasizes that his warning comes from a place of concern, urging Jin to stop saying things so absurd that even a dog would laugh at them. He advises Jin not to be stubborn if he understands the risks. Jin snatches Muraken's book and asks him to explain the comment about the kid. Muraken orders him to put the book down. At that moment, Gilly enters the room. Jin asks if something's wrong and if anything has happened. Gilly informs him that Instructor Garen is looking for him. Typically, the instructor would come in person, but this time, he requested Jin to meet him because he needed to explain a plan with the help of maps. Jin is surprised and asks if this is about his first mission. Gilly confirms, adding that Instructor Garen intends for Jin to depart as soon as the break is over. Jin remarks that it might be about time, considering he has reached 3-star swordsmanship, but he's puzzled by the urgency to leave as soon as the break ends. Gilly explains that missions are typically challenging and are usually only assigned to cadets starting in the intermediate class. He speculates that it might be because his transfer has been confirmed, then decides to check it out, asking Gilly to wait with Muraken. She agrees and urges him to hurry. After a while, Jin Runcandle enters a room and informs Garen Altamiro that he heard about his mission assignment. Garen welcomes him and confirms that a mission has been assigned to him and 9 other beginner class cadets. He explained that the mission would be carried out by dividing it into 2 groups, with the objective of scouting the southern border of the Gen Kingdom. He questions the location, asking about the Gen Kingdom, noting that it's near the land of the Beastmen, with the designated area close to the territory of the White Wolf tribe. He considers this an unusual assignment for beginner class cadets, particularly since it's a highly challenging mission for a first assignment. Additionally, the mission has been assigned much earlier than usual. He's also aware that his group comprises cadets who rank in the bottom half of the class, including Bellup, who has inconsistent grades. It's as if someone ordered this on purpose. Jin Runcandle wonders if his recent conflict with Bellup has reached his father, and if this is his father's way of testing him. He resolves to accept the challenge and prove that his creed won't falter. The scene shifts to 4 days later, at the southern border. Jin Runcandle runs with others and explains that the goal of their mission is to search for the successor of the Gen Kingdom's Bill clan, Sember Bill. He states that upon arrival, they will set up a base camp in the central region of the border. After the camp is set up, each division will begin its search, sending 1 person back to camp each day to report their findings. He instructs everyone to address him as captain instead of the young master. The injured will remain at camp to rest and recover, and he concludes by hoping that their target is still alive. Bellup Schmitz reports that Eddington saw a member of the Watertail tribe. Jin Runcandle clarifies that the Watertail beastmen are known to avoid predators and are generally docile, indicating that there's little risk of encountering the aggressive White Wolf tribe. Jin Runcandle instructs Bellup Schmitz to head to the base 2 hours earlier due to a delay caused by snow, suggesting that he relocate to the 13th zone. Bellup acknowledges the order. Jin then directs everyone else to search the same zone. They all agree. However, Jin senses that something isn't quite right. This mission was assigned directly by his father, but everything is progressing too smoothly. It was supposed to be a test of his capabilities, but now he's not sure. During their search, they encounter a Watertail beastman carrying a fish. The Watertail gestures to the group, saying they look like beggars, then offers the fish as a gift. Jin thanks the Watertail, assuring them that he'll return the favor. He realizes that going beyond the 13th zone would enter the land of the beastmen, which is risky for beginner class cadets. He knows they wouldn't stand a chance against more aggressive tribes like the White Wolf. Jin resolves to take it easy and focus on completing the mission without unnecessary risks. He decides to finish searching the rest of the area over the next 4 days, maintaining caution to avoid complications. At that moment, Belop Schmitz arrives, calling out to Jin Runcandle. He asks what's going on, and Belop reports that the 2nd Division has been ambushed. He orders everyone to get ready to move out, and then asks about the situation. Belop explains that the 2nd Division fled and scattered, and one of the escapees made it back to the base camp to report what had happened. He asks if the attackers are beastmen, but Belop clarifies that they are humans, with a confirmed count of 3. He suspects there were more attackers, remarking that they wouldn't stage an ambush with just 3 people. He instructs Eddington and David to go to the base camp and scout the surrounding area, emphasizing that if they see the enemy, they should avoid engaging and report back to him immediately. They respond in agreement. Jin Runcandle contemplates the situation, thinking that there are too many unknowns for this ambush. He wonders what the attackers' objective could be, especially since they targeted the 2nd Division instead of his division, the 1st. He concludes that whoever they are, they will pay dearly for crossing the Runcandle clan. After a while, Belop Schmitz notices blood on the ground and exclaims in shock that it might be Mesa from the 2nd Division. Jin Runcandle tells him to stay calm, pointing out that the blood hasn't hardened yet, and there's no sign of corpses or body parts. He deduces that there was an altercation, and the 2nd Division fled. Based on the footprints, it seems there was only one attacker. Sierra finds some used bandages and comments that they appear to be Huffister products, showing them to Jin. He praises Sierra for the find and asks where they were discovered. Sierra indicates that they were located on the west side. Jin concludes that the 2nd Division was ambushed, bandaged themselves here, and then fled toward the west after detecting another threat. Jin instructs Sierra to join Eddington and David to report the current situation. He then tells Belop Schmitz to follow him as they continue the search. Belop agrees, and they head off together. After a while, they both hide behind a tree, and Belop Schmitz whispers that he sees the 2nd Division. Jin Runcandle confirms it but notes that Mesa is missing. Moreover, he spots someone else lying in ambush. He instructs Belop Schmitz to close his eyes for a moment and then strike the person on his left after 2 seconds. Belop agrees and prepares to act. Jin Runcandle recalls what Murakin told him about the properties of spirit energy. Anything infused with spirit gains increased cutting and destructive power, while the object's presence gradually diminishes. Belop Schmitz moves to attack the masked ambusher, who reacts by blocking the strike and demanding to know what's happening. Jin Runcandle engages the other attackers, swiftly knocking them out. Once the fight is over, he asks if everyone is okay. A brown-haired boy replies that they're fine, but the assailants took Mesa. A gray-haired boy mentions that they don't have any information on their attackers. Jin assures them that they should focus on recovering and that they'll find a way to track down Mesa and the ambushers. Kinzelo pleads for help. Jin Runcandle asks if he's begging for his life, remarking that it's clear he's not a brainwashed Zipful subordinate. Jin offers him 2 choices. 1, they reveal their affiliation, objective, and the location of their base, and only one of them will be killed. Or 2, they remain silent, and everyone associated with them will die. Jin assures them he's a man of his word and declares his name as Jin Runcandle, swearing on his clan's name and honor. Kinzelo agrees, asking for a guarantee for his family's safety. He reveals that he's part of a revolutionary group known as Kinzelo. Jin Runcandle recalls that Kinzelo was a terrorist organization active until his death, notorious for assassinating the Zhen Kingdom's emperor and causing widespread chaos and destruction among the citizens. They presented themselves as a revolutionary group, but in reality, their idea of revolution was about installing their own leader as the ruler of the world. Jin Runcandle asks if the attack on Runcandle cadets was intended to create chaos in the Zhen Kingdom. Kinzelo, a low-ranking member, admits he wasn't told much but shares that his active camp is at the entrance to the land of the Beastmen, and there are approximately 24-star knights and magicians. Although he doesn't know the location of their main base, he reveals this much. He asks one more question, inquiring why they took Mesa. Kinzelo explains that it was for their declaration of revolution. They needed female cadets alive for their symbolic purposes. The brown-haired boy, angered by this, lashes out at Kinzelo. He insists that's all he knows. Jin Runcandle confirms that he will keep his promise. then kills Kinzilo. He then asks how long it's been since Mesa was kidnapped. Belop Schmitz estimates that it's been nearly an hour. Jin Runcandle says they might still be at the entrance to the land of the Beastmen, instructing everyone to recover and then request help from the main clan house. The brown-haired boy asks if he plans to go alone, pointing out that the ambushers are all at least 4-star knights and that there could be as many as 20 of them. Scott agrees, emphasizing that handling them all by himself is impossible and that cadets often face fatal dangers during missions. He urges him not to take the risk. Jin Runcandle acknowledges the dangers but insists that in a situation where a cadet has been taken captive, he, as a son of the Runcandle clan, cannot stand by and do nothing. He asserts that he's much stronger than they realize and warns that any further defiance will be considered disobedience. He tells Belop Schmitz that, since the entire 2nd Division is injured, he's the strongest among the remaining cadets and must keep his composure. He asks if Belop understands. Belop Schmitz agrees to do his best and assures him that he'll keep it in mind. He then quickly sets off, hoping he's not too late. He assesses that his enemies are approximately 24-star martial artists, while he is at a level of 3-star swordsmanship, 4-star mana control, and 3-star spiritual energy release. Although he is advancing quickly, he knows that confronting them all at once is not practical, so rescuing Mesa becomes his primary goal. He decides to fight as little as possible and focus on finding Mesa. He places his hand on the ground and activates his seismic sense, then dual casts the wind pursuit spell. As he sprints across the terrain, he deduces that the captors are headed towards the plains and are not far ahead. Suddenly, arrows whiz past him, prompting him to dodge swiftly. Mills shouts, identifying him as a Runcandle cadet and ordering his capture. Jin Runcandle draws his sword, enveloping it with a magical aura, and retaliates against his attackers. An elderly man, watching the scene, questions why a Runcandle would use magic. Mills curses and then orders his comrades to kill Jin Runcandle instead of capturing him. However, Jin Runcandle's magic-infused attack knocks Mills back. The old man is stunned by this display of power and yells for everyone to keep their distance from Jin. He conjures fire magic to restrain Jin's hand while Mills attempts to strike from behind. Jin Runcandle counters by slashing with his sword, breaking the fire spell and thwarting Mills' sneak attack. The old man, taken aback by Jin's resistance, exclaims in frustration that if fire doesn't work, he will try ice. He launches an ice spell at Jin, but Jin effortlessly shatters it with his sword. The old man is astounded and mutters that there's no way his spell could be broken so easily. Jin Runcandle charges toward him, cursing Kinzilo as he advances. Jin thinks they must not be worried about covering their tracks. Their overconfidence suggests they lack experience. He concludes that they must have regrouped with others and then moved by carriage. He believes that Kinzilo is an organization with a clearly defined chain of command, suggesting that any spoils they acquire are likely distributed based on rank. Since the lower-ranking members wouldn't dare take spoils reserved for their superiors, this might be his best opportunity to rescue Mesa while she's still unharmed. Looking at the map, he realizes they're approaching the land of the Beastmen, indicating that their base could be nearby. This means he has to create a distraction to open a way to rescue Mesa. He casts a fire spell to ignite the forest, reasoning that the commotion will draw their attention and give him a chance to act. The sudden blaze causes panic among the Kinzilo members, with one of them shouting about the fire. The boss, startled, asks what's happening and where the fire came from, then orders his men to put it out immediately. He yells at them to fetch water, calling them imbeciles for their incompetence. He urges the magicians to use ice and water spells to extinguish the flames. Jin Runcandle covertly observes the scene and identifies the man in charge, noting that he's likely the boss. A young boy exclaims that the fire won't go out. He asks if anyone really believes that a fire would spontaneously ignite in this weather. Someone must have started it, and they should be nearby. He orders his men to find the culprit, move quickly, and call in the magicians for assistance. Jin Runcandle sees this as his chance to infiltrate. He knocks out a magician and sneaks into the house, noting that it feels a bit eerie inside. He begins searching for Mesa, spotting a trapdoor in the floor that likely leads to a basement. Descending into the basement, he finds Mesa Milcano bound with ropes. She looks at him in surprise and asks why he's there, warning that it's dangerous. He reassures her not to worry about him and asks if she can walk while cutting the ropes that bind her. She says she can walk, but isn't sure she can run. He assures her that's okay and that he'll support her for now. Suddenly, they hear noises from above. Jin asks what that sound could be, and Mesa asks if he can make her a promise. He commands her to stop talking, but she insists that if things become truly dangerous, he must leave her behind. He shouldn't risk himself here. Giving her support to walk, he acknowledges the danger and suggests they leave immediately. She agrees. Emerging from the building, he surveys the widespread destruction, recognizing it as the work of beastmen, clearly members of a combative tribe. Spotting a wolf named Quasito Truca, he identifies it as from the White Wolf tribe. Mesa Milano moves to attack Quasito Truca, urging him to flee while she holds the wolf off. However, Quasito Truca retaliates, knocking her unconscious. He calls them vermin, declaring them unworthy of survival if they can't even extinguish a fire properly. Jin Runcandle demands to know if Quasito Truca is responsible for the destruction. Confirming his identity as the son of Siron Runcandle, Jin Runcandle, he challenges Quasito Truca to reveal his name as a member of the Beastmana tribe. Quasito Truca acknowledges his lineage, identifying him as Runcandle's offspring. A few days before the mission at Runcandle's main clan house, Jin Runcandle observes his sword, which is covered with aura. Muraken approaches him, calling him an idiot, and asks if he wants to die. He reminds Jin that he's not at a high enough level, so awakening the sword rashly could lead to spiritual energy congestion. To avoid this fate, he warns him not to try to awaken the sword again. He asks if he understands. Jin Runcandle acknowledges with an okay. The scene shifts to the present. Jin Runcandle is preparing to attack, announcing that today will be the day he captures his most prized prey. Quasito Truca introduces himself, stating that his name is Quasito Truca, a warrior from the Truca tribe. He reflects on the White Wolf tribe, known for their combat skills and bloodlust. The average fighting prowess of an adult from the White Wolf tribe is equivalent to a 6-star warrior. He also notes that the White Wolf tribe is infamous for their animosity toward the Runcandles. This hatred stems from the fact that the first patriarch of the Runcandles killed the great White Wolf Javier, whom the tribe worshipped as a god. Quasito Truca acknowledges that escaping from this situation with Mesa would be nearly impossible. Quasito Truca declares that he will offer Mesa to Javier's altar today to console the wolf god's soul. He then challenges Jin Runcandle to choose between fighting honorably or being torn to pieces while fleeing like a coward. Jin Runcandle responds that he will fight honorably. Quasito Truca acknowledges Jin Runcandle's willingness to fight honorably and readies his large axe to attack. However, Jin Runcandle manages to block the strike, noting to himself that it's not surprising for the White Wolf tribe to possess such immense strength, given how difficult it is to parry even a single attack from them. Quasito Truca attempts another attack, but Jin remains confident, knowing he has a few hidden tricks that his opponent is unaware of. He reflects on the tools at his disposal: his elder sister's pendant, magic, and spiritual energy. He concludes that using the pendant, a powerful artifact, wouldn't be appropriate for a relatively minor confrontation like this. Moreover, he believes that if he can't overcome a challenge of this magnitude without resorting to the pendant, he wouldn't be worthy of rising to a higher position. He also dismisses the idea of using magic, recognizing that his current 4-star level spells wouldn't be sufficient to penetrate a white wolf's tough hide. Additionally, he understands that if the Runcandle clan sends someone to investigate the Kenzilo incident, the presence of magic might be detected by the Guardian Knight, complicating matters further. He considers the consequences of violating the clan's forbidden rule, realizing he only has one option left. Utilizing spiritual energy, he launches a counterattack, intending to awaken the sword. Quasito Truca observes his movements and comments on the quality of his sword, noting that despite its incongruence with the black sword symbol, it appears to be more resilient than expected. He reminisces about the sensation of awakening the sword on that fateful night. Quasito Truca declares the end of the battle, stating that with his white sword, he will offer him as a sacrifice at Javier's altar. He focuses on the task at hand and prepares to strike. Quasito Truca expresses confusion and is unable to perceive what is happening. Jin explains that until recently, he, too, was unaware of why his clan's emblem depicted a black sword, then proceeds to wound him with his sword. Enraged, Quasito Truca demands an explanation for his actions. He acknowledges it as a good match and shouts toward the sky. He berates himself as a useless idiot and questions his plans with such feeble skills. He asserts that he is oblivious to reality, a disgrace to the clan, and laments sharing the same mother with him. Quasito Truca reminds him of their previous conversation, warning that when a child lacking in spiritual energy like him awakens the sword, there will be consequences and questions if he intends to perish from spiritual energy congestion at this moment. He urges himself to focus, emphasizing that losing concentration will lead to his demise, as he has already been instructed on what needs to be done. Sitting down to meditate, he contemplates releasing spiritual energy. However, he struggles to release it properly due to being ensnared by the surrounding spiritual energy. Determined, he resolves to try again without allowing himself to become entangled. He tries to stay calm, telling himself to go through it one more time. He questions whether he managed to come out of it unscathed, noticing that the pain vanished suddenly, which makes him a bit uneasy. His body feels the same as usual, but it seems overly saturated with spiritual energy. Still, he shouldn't have any trouble moving, so he decides to head back to meet Mesa. He hears a noise and asks who's there. Semper Bill emerges from behind a rock, pleading for his life. Jin Runcandle asks if he's a surviving member of Kinzilo. Semper Bill quickly denies it, explaining that his name is Semper Bill, from the Bill clan in the Jan Kingdom. He recognizes him and mentions that he was asked to find him. Semper Bill is relieved and thanks him, saying he's glad to meet a Runcandle. He reflects on how he'd almost forgotten about this encounter due to the chaos with the Kinzilo group. Semper Bill assures Jin Runcandle that he will never forget his kindness. Jin carries Mesa Milcano on his back and tells Semper to forget about it, explaining that he's just doing his job. He suggests they head back now and then asks how Semper ended up being kidnapped by Kinzilo. Mesa Milcano explains that he was following his lover, who was leading him to this location. Jin Runcandle questions if they were eloping, but Semper quickly clarifies that his lover actually died 2 years ago. Despite this, he noticed that her face, voice, and even the 2 moles on her wrist were exactly the same as when she was alive. Semper admits it might sound crazy, but he's certain he wasn't mistaken, as every detail matched his memory of her. He then reflects that this resemblance might be the work of Buber Gaston, who possesses transformation abilities, suggesting that Kinzilo likely kidnapped Semper for financial gain. Jin Runcandle wonders if there is a connection between Buber and Kinzilo. This is the second time he has encountered Buber since he left Storm Castle at the age of 10, and something about the situation feels off. Jin decides he needs to meet Buber to understand what kind of person he is. Fortunately, Buber's atelier is located in the capital of the Carano Principality, giving him an opportunity to visit while he is in the intermediate training class. Semper Bill thanks him for listening to his story so intently. Jin acknowledges him and says that reinforcements from the main family should arrive soon, urging Semper to head back. Semper Bill asks if he called the Guardian Knights for his protection. Jin explains that he didn't. The Guardian Knights are here because of Mesa. Semper Bill says he will never forget their meeting today, and he gives a simple response. Semper then offers to help Jin whenever he needs it. He agrees and says he'll keep that in mind. After a while, Gilly congratulates Jin Runcandle on successfully completing his first mission, saying she is very impressed. Jin responds with a simple thanks. Gilly then mentions that he must be tired and that she's prepared a bath for him. Jin praises her, acknowledging her usual efficiency. Mirakin suddenly calls out to him. He jokingly asks if he is well behaved while he is away, playfully moving his hand toward Mirakin's head. Mirakin bites his hand, causing him to throw it against the wall in surprise. Gilly quickly intervenes, asking him not to throw animals. However, she also notes that Mirakin is a dragon, so it's not really an issue. He asks why Mirakin bit him. Mirakin angrily questions whether Jin has lost his mind. He reminds him that he warned him against using shadow energy release, emphasizing that it could be dangerous. He asks how many times he has to say that using shadow energy in such a way could destroy him, pointing out that his warnings were for his own good. Jin tries to defend himself, asking Mirakin to listen to his explanation, but Mirakin transforms into his human form, grabbing Jin and saying there's nothing to listen to. Mirakin asks what could possibly be more important than the life of Solderit's only contractor. Gilly intervenes, reminding him that the young master has just returned. Murakin then realizes he forgot the strawberry pie and claims that it's a serious problem, to which he responds by acknowledging the issue. Murakin grows more serious, pointing out that he had to watch his pupil get kidnapped right before his eyes. He questions if he was just supposed to forget about it, emphasizing that anything could have happened to him. Murakin points to the pendant Jin wears and insists that it's not just for decoration, but something with serious power that should not be used carelessly. Jin acknowledges the risk, but explains that it would be a waste, considering the kinds of formidable enemies he might encounter. Murakin questions what Jin means by waste. He asks him to hold on, wondering why he's acting so shocked. Murakin snaps back, calling Jin a damned idiot. He questioned how he knew that he released the sword's power. He states that his shadow energy has suddenly jumped from 3 stars to mid 4 stars and asks how it could have happened. Jin Runcandle acknowledges that he did feel that he was overflowing with shadow energy, but to think he'd go up a whole star and shows Solderit's magic on hand. He mentions he had better thank Solderit for his grace. There are 10 people who have experienced shadow energy intoxication, and he corrects himself, stating it's 11 now. Anyway, 9 of them died from it. Jin Runcandle says he is one of the 2 who survived and asks who the other is, suggesting the founder. He corrects, saying it's him. If it were Temer, he would have died. Jin Runcandle remarks that they are basically the same, assuring him he does not want to experience that pain a second time either, and states he is going to wash up. He remarks that with that strawberry pie, they have to let him starve so he can get himself together. She replies that she will be off to prepare the young master's meal then. Murakin expresses his jealousy. Meanwhile, Anne Runcandle, the 9th flagbearer of Runcandle, asserts that there's no way Jin could have won a fight against a White Wolf tribe warrior. Mayu Runcandle, the 8th flagbearer of Runcandle, agrees, mentioning that Jin could have won if it were a bandit in a wolf pelt, considering he has only just become a 3-star knight, and asks how he could have killed a white wolf. She responds, saying there may have been a chance he did, especially if the guy the youngest faced was particularly weak. He insists that even so, it's still impossible. It makes even less sense that Mother just believed that up front. She asks if he doesn't think so, too, and notices Haytoner Runcandle and Daytoner Runcandle approaching. Haytoner Runcandle agrees, saying of course. Daytoner Runcandle whispers, maybe Jin really did kill him. Haytoner Runcandle asserts that, regardless of his monstrous nature, it is simply impossible, and the issue is not whether he has killed a white wolf. Rather, it is that he will now be joining the intermediate class. He affirms that it holds true. If Jin were to enter the intermediate class, it would spell their demise. Haytoner Runcandle expresses his despondency. He acknowledges that, indeed, it is a dismal situation. Mayu Runcandle remarks that they are 2 blockheads and queries what they are so audibly whispering about, insinuating their fear of the youngest joining the intermediate class. They deny any fear, asserting that they are not scared of Jin. Anne Runcandle urges honesty with his elder sisters, expressing his disdain for mouths that utter lies, deeming them the most detestable aspect of the world, to the extent that he desires to rip them off. They reiterate their fear of Jin. She then questions whether his sisters should assist them. They inquire as to how. She offers to lend them her sisters specifically, urging them to utilize them effectively as their servants. He thinks that the Runcandle Intermediate Training class adheres strictly to the law of the jungle. The class comprises knights ranging from 3-star to 5-star, with a mix of new recruits and those who have been training there for over 10 years. Both Mayu and Anne often select a few cadets and treat them like slaves. Anne remarks that he can use these cadets to put the youngest in his place since they aren't particularly fond of him either. However, she warns her brothers that if they can't handle it properly, they should be prepared to face the consequences. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle dries his hair with a towel and reflects on the successful completion of his first mission. As a result, he has been accepted into the intermediate class. His shadow energy has reached 4 stars, but to use it effectively, he'll need to bring his swordsmanship up to 6 stars within 5 years. He understands that achieving the 6-star level means he's a remarkable swordsman, while reaching 7-star denotes a master. Yet, he knows that this level of proficiency is only considered exceptional among ordinary people. If someone reaches 8 stars or beyond, they are seen as an anomaly. Out of the 2 billion people on the continent, fewer than 100 have achieved 9 or 10 stars, and there is only one person who has surpassed that. He thinks about the demigod, the celestial knight. In this life, he aims to become a celestial knight, but then corrects himself, he will surpass that. He sits on the sofa and remarks that he will soon face new challenges after enrolling in the intermediate class, especially with the Tona brothers already there. He knows, even without direct experience, that once he joins the intermediate class, even brothers can turn against each other, regardless of age, to maintain their standing. In the basic class, everyone is young, and their skill levels are similar, which fosters a sense of camaraderie. But in the intermediate class, only those with hardened hearts survive. He realizes that in a place where strength and skill are the ultimate currencies, there's only one path for him: to use brute strength to dominate the intermediate class. After a while, Jin Runcandle knocks on his mother's door while she is writing, and she calls him in. He enters the room, and she greets him, noting that she heard he completed his mission successfully. She commends him on his excellent results. He thanks her, and she acknowledges that according to the report she received from Petro, Jin declined her offer to change rooms. She mentions that this particular room is typically reserved for those who might become the future patriarch, and it has remained unoccupied since Joshua used it as a child. She says she would like him to use it now. Jin expresses his gratitude but politely declines. She asks why, and he explains that even though it's a prestigious room, it doesn't hold much significance for him. He feels it's too grand for his current needs, and that, at the end of the day, it's just a room. She asks if he's certain he doesn't want the room. He replies that he's sure. His mind is made up. She nods and tells him he may leave. He agrees and exits. After he's gone, she muses aloud, wondering whether her youngest son lacks ambition or has so much that he declines offers with hidden intentions. She mentions that the room she offers is typically reserved for the eldest child, who is expected to lead the Runcandle family in the future. By accepting it, he'd gain significant support but also become the target of his siblings who didn't earn the same privilege. She concludes that he likely understood that she was testing him, and she wants to see how he'll manage in the intermediate class, where factions and alliances can play a significant role. After a while, Jin Runcandle stands before his beginner class cadets and announces that they will be considered his faction. He assures them that they will inevitably face taunts and torment, but urges them not to fear, as he will not tolerate such behavior. He promises that the harassment will cease once he fully conquers the intermediate class. He instructs them to stick together in groups of at least 3, even outside of training time, and to avoid wandering alone. They respond with a collective yes. After a while, Zed Runcandle, an 8-star knight and Siron Runcandle's younger brother, calls for attention. He announces that 10 new recruits have joined them this year, while 27 trainees have dropped out. He instructs the newcomers to learn the ways of the intermediate cadets from their seniors, explaining that his only responsibility is to teach and evaluate swordsmanship. He emphasizes that, aside from murder, any other issues or incidents should be resolved among themselves. He then addresses the senior cadets, asking them what he always preaches. They respond in unison. Runcandle does not need the weak, repeating the mantra. Jin Runcandle finds the chanting unsettling, feeling it radiate malice intended to crush the spirits of the recruits. He notices the Tona brothers among the group, and the cadet beside them looks like he's been with the intermediate class for quite some time. Jin suspects that the Tona brothers might have recruited him and wonders if they are receiving assistance from his older sisters, Mayu and Anne. He asserts that he is certain their intention was to break the wills of the new recruits, but he should demonstrate to them that they are sorely mistaken. Detona Runcandle notices Jin and wonders why that reckless individual is approaching them. However, Detona encourages himself, realizing that from today onward, they have the support of their older sisters, Mayu and Anne. Jin Runcandle positions himself in front of Kajin Romolo, draws his sword, and swiftly cuts his opponent's arm, leaving them shocked. Jin believes that those who truly deserve to be challenged are not himself, but the others present. He orders them to call for medical assistance. Detona Runcandle questions Jin's sanity, asking why he suddenly swung his sword. Jin, in turn, queries Kajin Romolo for his name, to which Kajin Romolo responds. Jin then asks if Kajin Romolo knows why he cut him. Detona Runcandle, pointing his sword, accuses Kajin Romolo of ignoring them and demands that he draw his sword again. Jin Runcandle asks if Daytona doesn't see that he's currently talking with Kajin and says he is willing to accept a duel later, but asks him to keep quiet for now. Daytona Runcandle reprimands him, demanding to know how he dares act like this after cutting one of their cadets. Jin dismisses the outburst, remarking with a smirk that if this cadet was part of their faction, it wasn't clear to him, and that he simply cut him because he sensed a bloodthirsty intent in the way Kajin was staring at him. Everyone is stunned by this revelation. Jin realizes that if this is a battle for hegemony, then the attempt to break their younger brother's spirit has backfired. Because Kajin publicly joined the Tona brothers faction based on what one of the brothers said, Jin's actions weren't perceived as random violence, but as part of Runcandle's long-standing tradition, the battle for hegemony. His move, while risky, was strategically bold. He addresses all the cadets, announcing that he is Jin Runcandle. He tells them they may point their swords at him, or even attempt to ambush him, like just now, but warns that if they show him even the slightest hint of hostility, he will not hesitate to cut them down as he just demonstrated. Zed Runcandle, an elder and 8-star knight, intervenes, addressing Jin by his full title, the 13th and youngest child of the patriarch. Zed asks if he believes he is allowed to act this way in his presence. He calmly replies that he does. Zed then asks why he thinks he has the right to behave in such a manner. He responds that it's because he doesn't consider himself to be in conflict solely with the Tona brothers, but with Zed himself. Zed finds this response intriguing and demands that he elaborate on his reasoning. He warns that depending on his answer, he might cut off his head right here, right now. Jin Runcandle mentions that he has chosen to use a unique form of hazing on the cadets, despite him being part of the same class, thinking that it would serve as an attack on him. Zed Runcandle expresses his displeasure at Jin's hazing of the cadets, which is what caused this commotion. He points out that aside from his dissatisfaction, everything else aligns with what Jin had said. Zed Runcandle then questions why, if Jin was displeased, he didn't draw his sword against him, but instead injured a cadet. Jin explains that he can't defeat Zed yet, adding that if he thought he could win, he wouldn't have gone after Kajin or his other brothers, but Zed himself. Zed Runcandle concludes that Jin either doesn't value his own life very much or places too much trust in being the patriarch's son. He says that this is not true. He simply doesn't believe that just sitting idly because his opponent is stronger is something a Runcandle would do. While losing his life might take just a moment, he argues that honor lasts forever. Zed Runcandle responds that this attitude is foolish and that his bravado is so absurd that it actually amuses him. He admits that, alright, he will give him credit. He is indeed worthy of being part of the Runcandle family. He then addresses the cadets, instructing them not to forget what they have witnessed today, emphasizing that what they've seen is the essence of being in the Runcandle family, and that what this idiot has displayed is their identity as sword fanatics. He tells the cadets to struggle and not forget their identities, then dismisses them, noting that their training starts tomorrow. The cadets respond affirmatively. Daytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle are angry with Jin Runcandle, but he offers them a piece of advice as their younger brother, suggesting that while they might be feared by their elder brothers and sisters now, it may not always be that way in the future. He advises them not to focus solely on what's immediately in front of them, but to consider the future and act accordingly. Later, Jin Runcandle places his sword in his room, and Gilly remarks that he came back early. He confirms this and informs her that he has initiated a hierarchy war with the Tona twins, which shocks her. He mentions that he believes his older sisters, Anne and Mai, are probably supporting them. She asks him if that's true, and he confirms it, explaining that he injured one of the cadets who was with his brothers. After some investigation, he found out that the cadet belonged to his sister's faction, and now, because of a slip of the tongue from his brother, he has become part of their faction too. However, he adds that his sisters will likely be furious once they find out about this. He also notes that there's no way his brothers could have a 5-star knight in their faction, since people usually only recruit those who are weaker than themselves. She points out that both young ladies are already acting as flag bearers, but it's an unspoken rule that flag bearers should only fight other flag bearers. He says it's okay. He's actually pleased that his sisters have started keeping him in check. He considers this a significant setback for his sisters, but since they are both flag bearers, there's no reason for them to harass him directly. He points out that the only thing they could do to cause trouble would be to manipulate the allocation of team members and increase the difficulty of his missions, using their authority as flag bearers. This could make it easier for him to get hurt or even die. However, he notes that many of these difficult missions are solo missions, where there's no one to supervise him. This, he says, means he can use his full strength without any restrictions during solo missions. She comments that, in that case, this could be a great opportunity. He agrees, saying that he's grateful to his sisters for this chance to build up his records. He also mentions that he doesn't see any issue with bringing a cat along on his missions. However, he notes that he won't bring Muraken because he has other tasks for him. Muraken asks about these tasks, wondering what they might be. He replies that he'll explain next time, but for now, they both need to keep a low profile. Gilly acknowledges this with a simple yes. After a while, Zed Runcandle announces that after the three of them complete their afternoon training, they will engage in special training at this secret training ground, which is exclusively for those who carry Runcandle blood. He emphasizes that these are special privileges reserved for pure-blood members of the family, but warns them not to expect the training to be easy. Jin Runcandle, Haytona Runcandle, and Daytona Runcandle stand in front of him and respond in unison, acknowledging his instructions. Zed explains that the Runcandle family's swordsmanship is centered on power, which is destructive and unhesitating. He adds that the principles of battle, victory, and possession are reflected in their approach to swordsmanship, which has no fixed definition. While there are secret and ultimate techniques, these can only be learned once someone becomes a flag bearer. Jin Runcandle can't help but think that his sisters have stirred up a lot of trouble. He explains that their swordsmanship has no fixed form, whether it relates to footwork or underlying principles. This is the biggest distinction between the Runcandle family and other martial families. Zed Runcandle then asks if they know why their family's swordsmanship lacks a fixed form. Jin Runcandle responds that it's because of the unique physical abilities and talent inherent in the Runcandle family. Zed acknowledges his answer, saying that being a Runcandle means possessing a blessed bloodline, with a physical body and talent for the sword that far exceeds the imagination of an average human. Even with slight variations, they remain well above the standard. He remarks that what they have learned so far has been very basic and straightforward, and now he is going to give each of them a steel ball. Jin Runcandle wonders what's inside this object and realizes it's filled with steel fragments, recognizing it as a steel ball. Zed Runcandle explains that this is known as the clear rock, named for the clear sound it produces when struck. He tells them he will demonstrate the 3 distinct sounds that the clear rock makes, instructing them to listen closely. He then begins to hit the steel ball with his sword. Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle are annoyed and cover their ears because the sound is quite unpleasant. Zed Runcandle continues to strike the steel ball and says that this is the second sound. They are stunned by the clarity of this sound. Zed explains that the sound produced by the clear rock varies depending on the force used to strike it. If they don't strike it hard enough, the sound is muffled. If they strike it with a precise amount of force, it creates a distinctly beautiful tone. Jin Runcandle realizes that the purpose of this training is to ensure that they can produce a beautiful sound each time they strike the clear rock. This implies that the training is designed to develop their strength control, mental fortitude, and concentration. Considering the physical capabilities of the Runcandle family, this approach is indeed an effective method, even though it seems relatively simple. Despite its simplicity, he feels that this training might be too safe to be considered special training exclusive to the Runcandles. Zed Runcandle moves to strike the clear rock again and announces that he will now demonstrate the final so. Jin Runcandle wonders what the third sound is. He definitely heard rattling from inside the clear rock, suggesting it contained steel fragments. As he listens to the sound of the strike, he has a sudden realization and rushes toward Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle, pushing them to the ground and telling them to lie down. The steel ball then shatters and explodes violently. After they get up, Haytona Runcandle asks what just happened. Zed Runcandle comments that the youngest has good instincts and explains that if the clear rock is struck too hard, it will explode, just like it did. He then says that now that they know everything they need to, it's time to start training. He remarks that he's the first one to avoid getting hurt after Luna, and most of his siblings learned this from him. He considers this brutal demonstration a rite of passage of sorts, noting that he didn't expect they'd have another unscathed child. Jin Runcandle raises his hand and asks if he may inquire how Luna knew Nim avoided the injury. Zed Runcandle cautions that Jin might be disappointed by the answer, as his brothers were. Jin Runcandle assures him that he's fine with that. Zed Runcandle then reveals that, unlike him, Luna didn't avoid the explosion. Like the others, she took it head-on, but was so resilient that she wasn't hurt at all. He then explains that from now on, the three of them will be striking the clear rock until they can produce a clear sound under any condition. He asks if they understand, and they respond with a resounding yes. Meanwhile, Luna Runcandle is sitting in her room reading a book when her nanny arrives with a cup of tea. She thanks her and places the cup in front of her, saying it's about what they discussed earlier. Luna confirms that it's about the sibling who tried to assassinate Jin. The nanny takes a seat on the sofa and acknowledges that Luna is suspicious of Mayu and Anne, given how they're trying to keep Jin in check. She believes it's highly likely that they were behind the assassination attempt. However, she questions whether they would actually go that far, asking if they could really be crazy enough to attempt an assassination inside the Storm Castle. Luna explains that targeting someone within the Storm Castle as part of the succession wars is strictly prohibited. If their father found out about such a plan, the entire family would be thrown into chaos and their own lives would be at risk. She doubts they would risk such consequences. She then asks what the chances are that Jin might be lying or have misunderstood something. Luna says that Jin was 10 years old at the time, so she believes both scenarios are possible. Honestly, they've been investigating for 5 years since then, but they still haven't found any conclusive results. She doesn't think Jin would have lied. She recalls Jin mentioning that he felt a bit uneasy for some reason. She explains that Jin was cautious around her, not because of simple awkwardness, but because he sensed his life might be in danger. It was that kind of tense atmosphere. She asks if they should investigate young ladies Mayu and Anne. Luna agrees, asking her to proceed with the investigation. She admits that she's becoming increasingly anxious about not having found anything so far. It feels ominous. Luna says she feels anxious and is worried that her siblings will hurt her again. She mentions that she's well past her 30th birthday and wonders if she's worrying too much. However, she also mentions that she's curious about how Jin is doing. Nanny asks if she's referring to Zed Nim's training, and Luna confirms that it's true. She explains that he should be experiencing the effects of her mind's eye training by now, and getting hit by the clear stone would certainly be painful. She reassures her that he probably handled it well. Luna concludes by saying that it's enjoyable to watch someone grow. The scene shifts to the next day, 4 hours into the afternoon training session. Jin Runcandle believes this training is the worst he has experienced so far. Zed Runcandle calls for a 5-minute break. Jin thinks the training is meant to help him control his strength and sharpen his mind, but he realizes that he is mistaken. He actually needs to focus on increasing the destructive power of his aura first. He recalls how his uncle could shatter the clear stone without using aura, but Jin knows he lacks basic physical strength. Therefore, he needs to compensate for this weakness by intensifying his aura. He believes that he must first sharpen his aura to perceive that clear sound. Only then will he be able to shatter the clear stone. He reminds himself not to rush it, but to take it slow. Even his foolish brothers in his previous life were able to accomplish this task, so there's no reason he can't do it. Observing Jin holding the sword, Zed notices that everyone is doing well, but Jin stands out as particularly talented. He muses that Jin might even surpass Luna's record. After some time, Zed stands beside Jin and remarks on their progress, commenting on how pathetic it is. He instructs Jin to relay the message to his brothers that if they plan on collapsing the next day, they shouldn't bother showing up. Jin acknowledges this instruction. Zed reflects that the Tona brothers lasted longer than he anticipated, indicating that they truly are Runcandles. Zed then wonders aloud why he is the youngest and laments that if only he had been born 10 years earlier, he could have wielded the full power of the Runcandle family. He sits down, expressing his regret. The scene shifts to 1 month later, in March 1795, at the Intermediate Cadets Training Facility. A brown-haired boy stands holding a paper and announces attention. The intermediate training class has received its first mission. All cadets whose names are called are to come forward. The first mission assigned is a guarding mission. The cadets are tasked with guarding the rookies from the Public Blacksmith Association. The assigned guards are Houston and Vading. After a while, he announces the next mission. The third assignment is to subjugate demon beasts, specifically orcs. He explains that the mission will take place in the unguarded areas of the Kirano Principality, and the participants will be Mesa, Bellup, Scut, Tymant, Kiko, Jusin, Eddington, Sierra, Pills, and David, a total of 10 individuals. He folds the scroll and states that there are 25 orcs to be subjugated. Because orcs tend to band together and move in groups, the participants must strengthen their resolve and stay committed to the mission. He concludes by saying that Petro will provide the details, and he wishes everyone good luck. Daytona Runcandle asks whether they should really be subjugating orcs, given that they are still beginners. The brown-haired boy replies, "Poor things, they'll probably come back beaten half to death." Male Haas comments that it seems they should prepare some incense and a coffin. Kajin Romulo adds that there's still time before the mission begins, suggesting they might want to write their wills. Rima Haas jokes that perhaps they should ask young Master Jin to save them, hinting at his fear. This remark angers Tymant, who demands to know what he meant by that. Mesa intervenes, advising him to hold back and reminding him that they're not skilled enough to engage in internal conflicts. With the mission approaching, getting injured would be a serious problem. However, Mesa points out that they insulted the young master, causing further tension. She tells him to stay quiet and not to forget that this is Runcandle, emphasizing that they must complete the mission they've been given and return successfully. This, she adds, is the best way to put their detractors in their place, suggesting that proving themselves through the mission is the only real method to restore their honor. The scene shifts to Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle practicing their steel ball striking. Haytona Runcandle swings and hits the steel ball, causing it to crack and explode. He moves aside, but the explosion sends a shockwave toward Jin Runcandle, hitting him on the arm. Haytona Runcandle is surprised and asks if he's alright. Jin responds that he's fine but suggests that he find a safer spot to practice. Haytona Runcandle apologizes, saying he's sorry, and agrees to be more careful. He thinks back, reflecting on how it's been about a month since he began training with the clear rocks. His older brothers have also started to shatter them, but he wonders about the unusual sensation he just felt during the explosion. He thinks it was like an iron bead path was drawn in his mind. It was so clear, like the trajectory of an incoming arrow. He feels that if those iron beads come flying at him again, he'll definitely be able to dodge them. He wonders if this newfound ability is related to the training he received from Sister Luna. He thinks he should try to replicate the sensation before it fades, perhaps by attempting it one more time. Meanwhile, Zed Runcandle calls everyone to attention, announcing that they've been assigned a new mission. Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle feel tired at the mention of another event. Haytona Runcandle says the mission is in the Bement Empire, and he's already feeling queasy and drained just thinking about it. Daytona Runcandle complains about banquet attire, remarking how uncomfortable and stifling it is. Zed Runcandle expresses his sympathy, acknowledging that thanks to their efforts, the other brothers won't have to dance at the Imperial party. However, he reminds them that even if the mission involves attending an event, they should not sigh with dissatisfaction. He warns them that if they show him that attitude one more time, they will wish they were dead instead. Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle apologize. Jin Runcandle reflects that Sister Mayu and Anne are also harsh for punishing their uninformed brothers by sending them to a social event in the Bement Empire. Zed Runcandle acknowledges that it's a significant event that would be difficult to decline, even for members of the Runcandle family. He mentions that there will be other powerful individuals attending, offering them an opportunity to observe and learn from them. They agree. Zed then singles out him and assigns him a specific task. He confirms his acknowledgement. He explains that his task is a VIP assassination, targeting Talatis, the master of the Ice Palace's toy and, essentially, one of her many lovers. He mentions that he is familiar with the Ice Palace and its master. Jin Runcandle acknowledges and thinks that the Ice Palace refers to the enormous tower in the middle of the Western Sea on the continent. The master of the Ice Palace refers to the tower's owner, Talaris Indorma, who is the current 51st master of the Ice Palace. She is nicknamed the Spider of the Abyss and is notoriously ruthless toward those who harm her lovers. Zed Runcandle explains that the Ice Palace is an independent force beyond the influence of the Runcandle and Zippel families. He emphasizes that they should understand the strength of both the Ice Palace and its master. He informs them that the target's name is Alcaro Chenderer. Currently, he is under the protection of the Ice Palace and is residing in Mammoth's lawless zone. Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle are taken aback upon hearing this and exclaim, "Mammoth?" Daytona Runcandle quietly comments that if it's in Mammoth, they will have to deal with the Guardian Knights. Jin turns to Zed and says that he has a question. Haytona Runcandle quietly wonders if this isn't too much, even if Jin is skilled. Jin Runcandle explains that the clients are the Chenderer family and asks if it is true that they requested to have their own child killed. Zed Runcandle confirms it, saying that the Chenderer family seems to have exhausted all options to bring him back. However, since nothing worked, they decided it was better to have him killed than to risk exposing a family secret. He asks him for his thoughts on the mission, and if he believes he can handle it. He replies that he will do it. Zed is surprised at Jin's straightforwardness and comments that he was prepared to say something to the guards if he found the mission unreasonable, given the danger posed by the Ice Palace and Mammoth's chaotic environment. However, since Jin accepted without hesitation, he says he likes his decisiveness and instructs that the three of them will depart in 2 days. Haytona Runcandle then asks if Jin is really going to Mammoth, still taken aback by the danger involved. He asserts that since he already expressed his willingness to go, there's no reason to deter him. Until the mission, afternoon training is cancelled to ensure their personal training doesn't interfere with the mission. They all agree. Haytona Runcandle calls out to Jin. He asks what's up. Haytona Runcandle suggests that if needed, Jin should reveal his identity as a Runcandle. Daytona Runcandle agrees, stating that if Jin does so, no one will dare to trouble him. Jin Runcandle expresses surprise at their concern for him, asking when they started caring. He clarifies that they're saying this to prevent his death, as they're going to push him hard. Jin Runcandle advises them to make a firm decision until his return, then strikes his sword against the clear rock, startling both of them. He questions whether they prefer their older sister over him. Zed Runcandle instructs Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle to heed his words and prepare themselves. He emphasizes that until they are both strong enough, they shouldn't oppose him if they want to live a long life. The scene shifts to 2 days later. Mesa and her companions stand in front of Jin Runcandle and ask if he's heading to Mammoth, the lawless zone. He confirms that he is. She notices his hair color and inquires about it. He explains that he's in disguise and can't risk being identified as a Runcandle. She acknowledges his response with a nod. He adds that his mission differs from theirs, so he needs to use a separate teleportation gate. Their task involves a subjugation mission. She confirms this. He notices their somber expressions and asks if something is wrong. She replies that nothing is wrong. They just came to bid him farewell before they left. He seems surprised by her choice of words and asks what she means by farewells, emphasizing that this won't be the last time they see each other. He acknowledges that if luck isn't on their side, someone might die, but he assures them that worrying won't change the outcome. He advises them to focus on the mission ahead and complete their tasks without letting fear or uncertainty distract them. He assures them that he will definitely return, so they shouldn't get injured due to needless worrying. He places his hand on Belop Schmidt's shoulder, who responds with a yes and asks him to be careful. Jin acknowledges this and says that he will see them later. Gilly remarks to Jin that he's managed to find some cute ones for himself. Jin agrees and asks them to look after his companions well. Muraken reassures them, stating that his body is the Great Black, implying his ability to handle himself. Jin reminds Muraken not to get caught or draw attention to himself. Muraken curses under his breath, expressing frustration at Jin's perceived recklessness and urging him to be careful. Jin reiterates that he trusts Muraken's disguise and confirms that he's leaving. Gilly notes that Muraken won't be around either, so it will be quiet for a while. Jin suggests they think of this as a vacation, promising to bring back a souvenir when he returns. However, she expresses concern about his mission to assassinate the Ice Palace Master's lover, noting the danger of Mammoth despite Jin's status as a high-ranking cadet. The scene shifts to the Mammoth Lawless Zone, a place where the most notorious criminals gather. Thonk arrives and announces his presence, asking why no one is greeting him. One person points him out, asking if it's not Thonk, wondering if he's on the run again. Thonk confirms it with a laugh, stating that he's back. Jin Runcandle observes that this sanctuary for outlaws is said to be so filled with the energy of ruthless criminals that not even weeds grow there. As he enters the area, everyone turns to look at him. A man in a green outfit comments that they might have a new guy in town. Jin tosses a coin and requests a glass of cold water and a simple bite to eat. A man with a mustache catches the coin and remarks on Jin's boldness. Thonk approaches Jin and questions whether he's acting a bit too confidently for a newcomer, asking if he's a renegade X9-star knight or something. He questions whether Jin Runcandle is new to Mammoth and asks if he doesn't think he should learn their rules. He instructs him to quietly get on his knees and start licking his toes. In response, Jin Runcandle draws a knife, stabs the man in the neck, and asks how long he's supposed to wait. Everyone is stunned by this unexpected violence. A bald man laughs and comments that the victim actually died. Another person remarks that they figured it would happen sooner or later. Jin Runcandle reflects on his master's warning about Mammoth, noting that it's full of truly insane individuals. To be accepted by these outlaws, he would need to prove his skills and courage, just as his master had advised. He thinks about how much his master has helped him in both his past life and this one, hoping that one day he will be able to repay her. The man with the mustache offers him some food and assures him that it's not poisoned. Jin Runcandle replies that poison is forbidden in this town. At least, he knows that much. He acknowledges that he seems pretty informed for a young kid and asks if he has family in Mammoth. Jin Runcandle responds that it's none of his business. He asks what he is after. Drugs, perhaps? He mentions having some top-quality stuff that's been selling well recently, then inquires if he is searching for someone. Jin Runcandle clarifies that he's looking for someone, specifically someone by the name of Hister. He says there's no one by that name in Mammoth. He's sure of it. Jin Runcandle nods and asks if he can suggest a place to stay for the night, preferably one that's not infested with bugs. He tells him there's one place that fits the bill, an inn called Moonlit Well on the west side of the city. He adds that it's where the Mammoth elite often stay, so he won't need to create a scene there as he did here. At the Moonlit Well Inn in West Mammoth, Jin Runcandle walks through the lobby, contemplating his target, Alcaro Tzendler. He reflects that Alcaro is the spoiled son of a count who has lived a sheltered life without experiencing hardship. He is obsessed with pleasure and fun, relying solely on his lineage and good looks. Alcaro is a textbook example of a scumbag who is weak when faced with the strong and strong when dealing with the weak. Jin considers why someone like Alcaro would be staying in a dangerous city like Mammoth. It is likely because he seeks the attention of the master of the Ice Palace, who is currently preoccupied with a new lover. Given Alcaro's character, this is the only inn he would likely stay at. Additionally, the man earlier mentioned a new drug circulating in Mammoth, suggesting that Alcaro might be drugged up in his room. He reasons that since Alcaro is one of the masters of the Ice Palace's lovers, he will have bodyguards. Before making his move, Jin decides to assess the situation in the lobby. Just then, Alcaro Tzendler shouts at one of his guards, demanding to know why he can't get what he wants, reminding them that they had no issue obtaining it for him just yesterday. Jin Runcandle sees Alcaro from a distance and thinks it's his lucky day to meet his target so quickly. The guard replies that they can't allow him to do any more of that stuff, as their job is to protect him, not indulge his whims. Alcaro Tzendler curses and insists he's desperate, begging for the same substance, claiming he won't last an hour without it. The guard remains firm, telling him that they are there to ensure his safety, not to spoil him. Alcaro yells back, ordering them to shut up and threatening them with dire consequences. He warns that if they don't get what he wants immediately, he has a plan, and as soon as Honey returns, it will be off with their heads. He lets out an exasperated sigh. Alcaro Tzendler explodes with rage, asking how the guard dares to sigh in front of him, hurling insults and calling them filthy peasants. He proudly asserts his lineage as a member of the Tzendler clan. One of the guards punches him, exasperated, and asks how much longer they have to protect this scumbag. Another guard chimes in, wishing he would just die from his addiction and questioning why someone like him is even kept alive. The first guard lifts Alcaro onto his shoulder and tells him to keep quiet, reminding the others that their job is to do as they're told and that they cannot let their emotions get the better of them. Jin Runcandle observes that the guards appear to be at least 6-star martial artists, which means killing Alcaro would be straightforward. However, he realizes that the real challenge is getting away safely without the guards catching him. He also considers that poison is taboo in Mammoth, so if he uses it to assassinate Alcaro, it would cause a massive uproar. With the guards standing in the way of a direct approach, he contemplates a way to discreetly eliminate Alcaro within the confines of the Moonlit Well Inn. After mulling it over, he concludes that he needs a solid plan to proceed. He says to himself that he's made up his mind. After a while, Cirrus Endorma, captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords and daughter of the master of the Hidden Palace, walks with her guards and asks how many bodyguards Alcaro Chenderer has. One of her guards responds that he has 6 men. She sighed, apologizing that they had to work so hard because of an idiot who didn't know his place. Heighten notes that today is the end of all that and comments that her presence makes things easier. She remarks that she can kill someone like Alcaro whenever she wants, mentioning that he's currently at the Moonlit Well. She urges them to hurry, saying that good news should be delivered quickly. The guards agree and follow her. Suddenly, a bright flash erupts, followed by a massive explosion. He comments that it came from the direction of the Moonlit Well. She recognized the implications and remarks that it seemed like she had picked a bad day for this mission. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle considers his plan to terrorize the Moonlit Well Inn from his room using magic. Although he's only a 4-star magician, he knows that by adding his spiritual energy, he can generate destruction equivalent to a 6-star level. He is confident that using such a powerful spell will make it seem like the work of a highly skilled magician, and who would suspect that a 15-year-old could possess such power? He notes that even Beraden Zipful, who is widely regarded as a prodigy, has just reached the 6-star magician level. Additionally, the unique nature of spiritual energy ensures that there will be no detectable trace of its use, making it almost impossible for anyone to suspect him of the attack. He decides to make it appear as if the assault came from outside the inn and considers summoning lightning as the appropriate spell for this task. He begins to channel his spiritual energy, uttering the incantation for summoning lightning, and comments to himself that this plan is indeed quite audacious. As he invokes the magic, a bright flash erupts, and the force of the summoned lightning starts to cause massive explosions throughout the inn, creating chaos and confusion. Meanwhile, Cirrus Endorma observes the light from the explosions and comments that she might have chosen the wrong day to visit. Heighten remarks that it seems someone inside the Moonlit Well has angered a high-level magician. Cirrus acknowledges the possibility, but suggests that it could also be an attack against the Hidden Palace. She notes that there are 6 of their men inside the inn, not to mention her mother's lover, Alcaro Chenderer. She instructs her team to prioritize the safety of their men, adding that she doesn't particularly care about Alcaro's fate. Heighten agrees and follows her as they move quickly toward the inn. The devastation near the Moonlit Well is extensive, with debris scattered everywhere. A bystander exclaims, asking who the fool who caused this destruction is. Another person speculates that it could be retaliation from the Zipful family, given that someone had previously claimed to have killed Zipful magicians. He dismisses this, saying that it was just a fabricated story. Heighten moves forward while Cirrus Endorma tries to stop him, saying wait, but suddenly, a huge light erupts from the Moonlit Well, sending them both flying. Heighten, disoriented, asks what's happening. She responds, noting the intensity of the blast, speculating that it might have been the final attack. He agrees, acknowledging the sheer force of the explosion. She then expresses concern, saying she hopes everyone inside is safe. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle feels drained and thinks that the final lightning strike, which was infused with his full spiritual energy, might have been as powerful as a 7-star attack. He managed to avoid any damage thanks to his pendant. He looks around and notes that all the Hidden Palace guards seem to have survived, but he can't find Alcaro. He considers that if Alcaro is alive, this could be his opportunity to eliminate him. Cirrus Endorma notices Jin and remarks that it's unusual to see someone her age in Mammoth. She asks if he's okay, realizing that he must have been caught up in the explosion. She quickly urges him to get up and leave the area for safety. Heighten reports that their men are over there, slightly injured but all alive. She is relieved and instructs him to call them outside. She adds that if they're still guarding Alcaro, they should just kill him. He acknowledges this and relays her orders. She comments that all the magical attacks had a similar signature, indicating that a single person was responsible for the chaos. She instructs her team to capture the magician if they find them. He responds affirmatively. Jin Runcandle reflects that based on their conversation, Cirrus Indorma seems to have come to deal with Alcaro, implying his fate is sealed. He decides there's no need for him to check on Alcaro anymore. However, he considers the problem of what to do next. He realizes it would be troublesome if Cirrus remembered his face, so he resolves to conceal it as much as possible and escape amidst the chaos. A guard approaches and delivers the news that Alcaro died in the magic attack, admitting they failed as bodyguards. Cirrus reacts with apparent relief, remarking that it's good news. She explains that she came to relieve them of their duty, commending their efforts in looking after Alcaro for so long. She raises her sword toward the sky and declares that the Hidden Palace will now take control of the inn, introducing herself as Cirrus Indorma, daughter of Talatus, the master of the Hidden Palace, and captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords. She warns that anyone who defies them will be considered an enemy of the Hidden Palace. A bystander scoffs, telling her not to make him laugh, pointing out that even if she is the master of the Hidden Palace's daughter, they are in Mammoth. Another person chimes in, pointing out that the Hidden Palace taking control of the situation, especially over the so-called kings of Mammoth, is overstepping her authority. He adds that there's a possibility that the attack was because of the Hidden Palace's presence. Cirrus Indorma quickly retaliates, swiftly slashing their throats, ensuring their silence. She reminds everyone that anyone who opposes the Hidden Palace will be considered an enemy. She then challenges the kings of Mammoth, asking if they really think they can look down on the Hidden Palace just because they play at being kings in a den of scumbags. She warns that if it turns out that the terrorist attack was aimed at the Hidden Palace, they will retaliate accordingly. However, if the magician was targeting one of them and the Hidden Palace got caught in the crossfire, she wants to know what they plan to do about it. Cirrus concludes that this is more than enough reason for the Hidden Palace to take control of the inn. One of the men concedes, saying they will comply, agreeing to find and eliminate the magician responsible for the attack. Cirrus replies that she expected as much, instructing them to search among the survivors for the magician who caused the explosion. He checks and reports that none of the survivors are magicians. She says she's not surprised. It's possible that one of those scumbags provoked a magician by causing chaos somewhere. She orders them to stop resisting her authority pointlessly. She then turns to Jin Runcandle, asking why he's so slow and whether he didn't hear her when she told him to get out. He explained that he was a bit scared and that his leg was injured. He apologizes for the delay. Cirrus Indorma remarks that he's quite the coward for a swordsman, but finds him rather cute. She holds out a first aid kit and tells him to roll up his pants. She applies ointment to his wound, noting that he's lucky to have survived the attack and fortunate to receive medical attention from her, the great Cirrus. She suggests he consider it an honor. Jin asks how he can repay her for her kindness. She dismisses the idea, saying that someone like him could never adequately repay a favor to someone of her stature. Instead, she suggests that he consider it a pleasant memory and occasionally bow toward the Hidden Palace in gratitude. After applying the ointment, she walks away, saying goodbye. Jin waves after her and says, "Mission complete." Meanwhile, Scott kills an orc monster and announces that it's number 18. Timon stands with his foot on the carcass of the dead monster and remarks that they might actually make it back without anyone dying. He suggests that they should all return in one piece and show those who doubted them that they were wrong. Mesa Melcano cautions them not to lower their guard, reminding them that there are still 7 orcs left. They respond with an okay. Mesa observes that the orcs, typically well organized and moving in groups, are wandering around alone, making them easier to defeat. She wonders if the gods are favoring them, or if it's the young Master Jin who has a divine blessing and brings them good fortune. She urges Scott to remain focused until the end and not to let his guard down. Muraken watches them discreetly and notes that there are only 7 more orcs left. Once they defeat those, he can return home as well. The scene shifts to a few days earlier when Jin's division was deployed for their mission. Muraken stands in front of an orcs group and asks if everyone is gathered. He orders them to listen carefully. From that day onward, they will move individually. If any of them are seen traveling in a group, he will kill all of them. He asks if they understand, and upon receiving affirmative responses, he tells them to disperse. The scene shifts back to the present, where Muraken is walking through a forest. He grumbles about how he is likely to keep making him do irritating tasks like this. He rhetorically asks if he thinks that being the promised 1,000-year contractor gives him the right to boss him around, adding that it does not. After a brief pause, he concedes, "Okay, yeah, it does, damn it." He sits on a tree, watching Mesa Milcano and her companions, and thinks that he should ask Jin to buy him some comic books when he gets back since none of them are dying, all thanks to him. Suddenly, he senses something unusual and wonders what's causing this presence. He looks back and realizes that it's approaching. He quickly transforms into his human form and curses, wondering where something like that could have come from. He knows it won't just disappear on its own, and is relieved that these idiots are only 3-star. He starts channeling his magical power, thinking that if Jin were here, he would have detected his barrier instantly. Using shadow magic, he spreads his magic barrier across the area. As Bellup Schmitz walks by, he comments that it feels like it's gotten darker, wondering if it's going to rain. Muraken moves away from his position, transforming into his dragon form, and challenges those who dare to release their presence without his permission. He discovers that it isn't a living creature, but a relic from an ancient era, a cemetery giant. He is stunned, noting that dragons eliminated these beings 2,000 years ago. He questions why something meant to guard the graves of dead gods is here in all places. The cemetery giant kneels before him, but Muraken remains wary. He says whatever the reason, this isn't a fond reunion. He conjures a magic ball and hurls it at the giant, declaring that he'll eliminate it with a single strike. The magical blast hits the cemetery giant, destroying it instantly. Muraken advances, noting that it's been a long time since he used his powers at full strength, and now his entire body feels sore. He considers that this can't be just a random stray cemetery giant. It has to be related to the Zipfels in some way. Looking at the giant's shattered shield, he wonders what's going on in the world. He decides to keep this information from him for now, thinking he can protect him if anything significant happens. He muses that if he continues to grow at his current pace for the next 10 years, they might actually stand a chance against the Zipfels. Meanwhile, Transformer Bouvard Gaston informs Lord Vishukul that there's been a problem. His masterpiece, the cemetery giant, has been destroyed. Vishukul Giuliano, the vice leader of the revolutionary group Canzilo, acknowledges that he heard the cemetery giant fall during the night. Bouvard Gaston confirms this and wonders who would do such a thing, describing it as vandalism against a work of art. Vishukul Giuliano indicates that the identity of the culprit is crucial. He reveals that the one who defeated the cemetery giant was a dragon, specifically the Dragon of Shadows, and he personally inspected the scene. Bouvard Gaston reacts with disbelief, asking if this means the dragon is aware of their grand plans. Vishukul Giuliano cautions that it's not entirely clear yet, but he considers it a warning. He advises him to keep a close watch on the area for now and promises to send some useful men to support him. He also mentions that they should arrange a meeting with the Zipfels in the near future. The scene shifts to Zed Runcandle standing in front of all the cadets. He addresses Jin Runcandle, acknowledging that he managed to complete his mission successfully and return safely from the hellhole of Mammoth. He notes that Jin's success has probably annoyed the flag bearers who assigned him the mission, as he exceeded their expectations. Jin thanks Zed, who then instructs everyone to disperse. The cadets respond with a unified yes. After a while, Jin Runcandle stands with his friends, chatting and laughing. Nearby, Mael Hass asks Kajin Romulo if he's heard the rumors, mentioning that some magician coincidentally terrorized the inn where Jin's assassination target was located. Rima Hass comments that young Master Jin is incredibly lucky. Mael Hass laments the unfairness of it all, remarking that not only is Jin a Runcandle, but he's also blessed with good fortune. He points out that some of them, despite their efforts, remain intermediate class cadets at best. It's even more frustrating, he continues, because Jin is only a 4-star magician, and all his associates are merely 3-star. He asks Kajin Romulo if he's just going to stand by and let this happen. Kajin Romulo responds by saying that there's nothing they can do but watch. He adds that, despite their resentment, Jin is still a pure-blood Runcandle, and unless Lady Mayu and Lady Anne give them a direct order, they have no choice but to tolerate him. Jin Runcandle notices them and starts to approach them. Jin Runcandle asks what's going on, hinting that he might have overheard their conversation. Kajin Romulo responds that there's no way he could have heard them from that distance. But as he approaches, he apologizes and says that he actually heard everything. He asks him how his arm is doing. Kajin Romulo replies that he's grateful to the young master for cutting it off cleanly, which made it easier for the doctors to reattach it. Jin comments that it's good to know, adding that their conversation seemed quite interesting. Kajin Romolo justifies it by saying that all commoners can do against the young master of Runkandle is talk behind his back, and he hopes that Jin will understand and forgive them. He responds that there's really nothing for him to understand, given that he's not a flag bearer yet, and technically, he's not their superior either. Kajin Romolo agrees but points out that it's only technically true. He adds that with a single word from Jin, he could easily have a lowly idiot like him whipped. Jin Runkandle asks why Kajin Romolo thinks he would do something like that. Kajin Romolo replies that he's been quite disrespectful, suggesting that it's definitely an eyesore. Mail has questions what he is planning, while Kajin Romolo insists that it's uncomfortable to see everyone praising him when he completes his mission through pure luck. Jin Runkandle corrects him, saying that he wasn't calling him an eyesore for mocking or disrespecting him. He draws his sword and explains that as a 5-star knight, Kajin Romolo is one of the most skilled knights in the intermediate class. This might mean he's even stronger than him. He asks why they resort to trash talking behind his back if they're that capable. He clarified that he was clear. They can challenge him anytime they want. Kajin Romolo asks if he is serious. He confirms that he is and invites him to draw his sword, warning that he has no intention of holding back, so they should do this properly. Kajin Romolo says that he doesn't want any aura restrictions. He claims he heard him correctly. Kajin Romolo warns that he will regret it and threatens to attack him. Jin Runkandle blocks Kajin's attack with his sword, thinking that his strikes are powerful, but they don't compare to those he will face in the future. Kajin Romolo moves to attack him again and asks if he can finally see reality, adding that he is not yet at a level where he can challenge him. Jin blocks the attack while Kajin Romolo kicks him to push him away, then tries to strike again. Jin Runkandle steps back and thinks he can see the pattern, just like the day he was hit by the steel marble because of Haytona. He can see the trajectory of Kajin's attacks, recognizing that although a sword can cut through the air in countless ways, there are not many trajectories that a 5-star knight typically uses. He blocks another attack and realizes that if his opponent is driven by rage, the fight could end quickly. Determined, he plans to finish the duel in 3 moves. He says he has read all his attacks. He can't beat him. Kajin Romolo retorts that he's talking nonsense and moves to strike. Jin Runkandle blocks the attack, thinking that first, Kajin will slash left, then he will perform an erratic upward swing, and finally, for his ultimate move, he will use an aura strike that is unblockable for a 4-star aura user. He blocks the attack and is thrown backwards, but he regains his footing and seizes his sword. Kajin Romolo, surprised, asks how Jin managed to counter his final attack. Jin Runkandle calmly responds that he thought it would take a few years, at the very least, for him to achieve a 5-star aura level. Kajin Romolo accuses him of tricking him, but Jin says he didn't deceive anyone. He just knew Kajin didn't understand him very well, and he doesn't engage in fights he can't win. Meanwhile, Haytona Runkandle and Daytona Runkandle are shocked by what they just witnessed. Haytona Runkandle asks what is happening over there. He wonders if he has defeated Kajin. Jin Runkandle downplays the event, saying it's nothing serious. Haytona Runkandle accepts this and nods, letting the matter rest. After a while, Anne Runkandle asks if Jin defeated Kajin and whether he truly expects them to believe it. Kajin Romolo admits he has nothing to say. Anne Runkandle questions whether Kajin took a bribe or went easy on Jin because he is a Runkandle. Kajin Romolo firmly denies it. Mayu Runkandle then asks what really happened, wondering if Kajin is claiming that Jin became a 5-star aura user at just 15 years old. Kajin responds that everyone on the training ground saw it. It wasn't just him. Jin's aura definitely resembled that of a 5-star user. Mayu Runkandle dismisses him, saying it's his own fault for having higher expectations and orders him to leave. Anne Runkandle comments that this means Jin is fully baring his fangs at them. Mayu Runkandle adds that it's not just them. Jin has bared his fangs at the entire clan. Because of this, he suggests that for Jin's next mission, they should send some of their men with him, choosing a location where it could be dangerous enough to end his life. Meanwhile, Gilly comes holding a strawberry pie and tells Jin Runkandle that the Garden of Swords is in an uproar. Everyone is astonished by his achievement. Jin asks if that's true and then remarks that he supposes the first patriarch, his father, and his older sister Luna, and those three are the only people in history who became 5-star knights at the age of 15. He reflects that he's currently at 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 4-star spiritual energy. The achievement of 5-star swordsmanship is something even he didn't expect. Jin muses that all he did was consistently practice with a clear stone, and before he knew it, he had reached the level of a 5-star knight. It seems that the three powers he possesses, spiritual energy, magic power, and aura, affect one another, becoming stronger as one develops. He recalls that when he experienced spiritual energy congestion in the past, the pathways through which aura and mana flow opened up one stage higher. Since he is the only person known to use all three powers, there's no existing knowledge about their interaction, but he realizes that these three energies are deeply intertwined. He notices a flower and asks if she is the one who placed it there. She responds that it wasn't her. The flower was already in the room when he returned, so she merely arranged it. She then asks if she should remove it. He replies that she can leave it, as he doesn't detect any magic or curses coming from it. She acknowledges his response with a simple understanding. He says that now that he has openly revealed he's a 5-star knight at the age of 15, his siblings are going to be feeling the pressure, including his older brother Joshua, who is one of the top candidates to become the next patriarch. He reflects that after Lunar Runcandle, the first flag bearer, abdicated the succession, he became the second flag bearer to emerge as a strong candidate for patriarch. Currently, with the support of Rosa Runcandle, their mother, he's building his influence within the clan. He notes that it might have been advantageous to keep his skills concealed a bit longer, but he decided it would be more beneficial to reveal his current strength. Since he demonstrated his 5-star status in front of witnesses, a word about him is bound to spread beyond the Runcandle clan. Soon, people all over the world will be talking about him. Murakan observes that Jin is giving himself a lot of credit, but he has a point. His siblings should relax a bit now that he's the center of attention. Jin agrees but adds that the more significant news is that their father will come to the Garden of Swords. He explains that his father wants a successor other than Joshua. Since Luna, the oldest sister, abdicated, none of his siblings have met their father's expectations. The one sibling who initially received his attention wasn't interested in leading the clan, leading their father to conclude that she wasn't suitable. After that, Joshua began to position himself as the likely next patriarch, with Dippus, Lunsha, and Mary seen as secondary successor candidates. Jin reflects that this was how the succession dynamics were originally established, but his emergence as a 5-star knight has turned everything upside down. He knows that his father is the type of person who provides opportunities regardless of age, which means he's likely to give Jin a task or mission, much like the beginner-level training course. He thinks that regardless of what order his father might give him, two things are certain. The first is that it will be a trial designed to test if he can overcome the age gap between him and his older siblings, who are already in the running for succession. The second is that there will be protection. He suspects that his father doesn't want him to be killed by his siblings before he can even take the test, mainly because he is a special case. Gilly mentions that once news about him spreads, clans and organizations from all over the world will request to meet him. He agrees and notes that there's no better way to welcome many people at once than with a banquet. He instructs Gilly to prepare for a banquet as soon as his father arrives. He also asks her to keep a close eye on Murakan. If he shapeshifts into a human and mingles with the crowd, things could get out of control quickly. Murakan is surprised by this and asks if Jin thinks he's a child, adding that he knows better than to cause trouble. He acknowledges the warning with a simple understanding. Murakan then asks for some strawberry pie. The scene shifts to a few days later. Gilly informs Jin Runcandle that the butlers are overwhelmed with work and handling all the official correspondence. She spoke to Petro, who mentioned that even the Vermont imperial family had sent a letter. He is intrigued and asks about the Imperials of the Vermont Empire, finding it fascinating that he had drawn the attention of such enigmatic people. Gilly continues to report that the Patriarch has notified everyone through Khan that he plans to visit the main house within a month. The Patriarch has also arranged for other clans and organizations to visit during the same period. However, Gilly adds that the other young masters and young ladies have remained silent about the news. Jin observes that if they were to try to oppose him while he is in the spotlight, it would imply that they fear or dislike him, and that would be bad for their public image. Gilly agrees, saying he's right. Suddenly, Petro arrives, calling out to the young master, and announces that Jin has been assigned a new mission. However, the mission's location is at the Kalo ruins. After a while, Rosa Runcandle asks how they can call themselves flag-bearers when they conduct business in such a manner, sending Jin into Zipful territory without a second thought. All her children stand silently in front of her, not daring to speak, while she vents her anger. Jin Runcandle then enters the room. Rosa asks if he has arrived, and he confirms that he has. She asks if he knows that his next mission's destination is supposed to be the Kalin ruins. He says yes, he's aware. She then announces that the mission is cancelled. There's no reason for him to go to Kalin anymore. Anne and Mayu are visibly shocked by this declaration. Rosa Runcandle tells them to be quiet, calling them wenches and pointing out that they seem to be solely focused on plotting to kill him. Mayu Runcandle asks if it's so strange that they would want him dead. Anne Runcandle agrees, adding that she doesn't understand why Rosa is shielding him. Rosa's anger flares as she demands to know what they just said. She warns them that if they haven't lost their minds, they should stop running their mouths. Up until now, their father has encouraged their siblings to fight while the rest remained silent. Rosa Runcandle asks if the reason behind their clan's focus on competition isn't because they all grew up with constant pressure from one another. She adds that she's had to deal with difficult assignments even in the intermediate class because of their siblings. Rosa acknowledges that competition is necessary, but there should be no limits on how it's pursued. She then asks if any of them managed to reach 5-star status at the age of 15. Anne and Mayu interrupt, asking what she means by that. She clarifies that he is different from them. If they had reached the same level as him at his age, she might have protected them as well. However, based on their current behavior as flag-bearers, she doesn't regret her decision to cancel his mission and withdraw her support from them. She states that Anne and Mayu are not worthy of her protection. As for Lunsha, Ran, and Vigo, who are part of the same generation of flag-bearers, they share responsibility for the chaos caused by Anne and Mayu. Rosa Runcandle orders Lunsha to engage in some self-reflection and instructs Ran and Vigo to each return a famous clan sword. Vigo Runcandle protests, asking what she means by returning a sword. Rosa responds that she'd love to take back all the prized swords in their possession, but they should be grateful she's only asking for one each. Rosa then wonders how Jin will react to her decision, now that she has implicated siblings who had nothing to do with the situation. Will he try to take the moral high ground and ask her to punish him instead? Or will he feel superior and accept this display of favoritism? She is curious to see how he will navigate this. Jin Runcandle speaks up, saying, "Mother." Rosa instructs him to go ahead. Jin states that he quite likes the mission his sisters assigned him. Rosa asks if he understands the nature of the Kalin ruins. Jin acknowledges that its Zipful territory is an area the Runcandle clan previously failed to conquer. He adds that he knows it's dangerous, but he has no intention of backing down from the challenge. Jin Runcandle says he knows the Kalin ruins are dangerous, but he doesn't think the mission assignment is unfair. He sees it as an indication of how skilled his sisters consider him to be. Anne Runcandle exclaims, "What?" Jin asks if that isn't the reason they assigned him to this mission. Rosa Runcandle comments that he's quite brave and wonders if he's testing his own mother. Jin clarifies that he's not testing her, but changing a mission assignment at the last minute would show the clan's followers that the hierarchy and power dynamics are unstable. Rosa responds that they don't have followers who would doubt the clan over something so trivial. She believes his sisters simply want to harm him, and because they aren't allowed to fight him directly, they're abusing their authority by sending him to a perilous location. Jin replies that he understands her point, but that's precisely what he's getting at. If he were to confront his older sisters directly, he would lose, but he can prove them wrong by successfully completing this mission. This is a fight where he has a real chance of winning. She cautions him that a misstep in the Kalin ruins can be fatal and asks if he's truly confident in his abilities. Jin Runcandle says yes, and he has a request. If he returns successfully from this mission, he'd like to keep the swords his brothers are turning in. Everyone is shocked to hear this and asks what he means. Jin explains that it's the least he can receive as a reward, considering the mission is deemed dangerous. Ran Runcandle objects, questioning why Jin should get to keep the swords they're returning and offering to give him one of his own later. He insists he should give up on the mission, pointing out that he needs to stay alive until their father returns. Jin responds that it's an odd thing to say that if staying alive was the concern, then Ran shouldn't have allowed Anne and Mayu to assign him this dangerous mission in the first place. Rosa Runcandle intervenes, telling them to stop. She agrees that if Jin successfully completes the mission, he can have the swords from his brothers. She then dismisses everyone, saying they can all leave now. Rosa Runcandle thinks she may have worried unnecessarily about him turning out like Luna. To ensure that he didn't end up like his eldest sister, she tried to curb the pride of the other children, but now it seems her concern was misplaced. When Siron returns, he will likely be pleased with how much he has progressed. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle stands outside the room, where Anne asks what he thinks if he believes luck will be on his side again. He responds that he's not sure, they might not know this, but he's notoriously unlucky. She tells him his laid-back attitude won't help him this time. He won't be alone on this mission, so he won't have to feel lonely on his journey to the Netherworld. Jin thanks her for her consideration, adding that he'll see them later. After a while, Male Hass tells Jin to allow him to formally introduce themselves. He states that his name is Male Hass, and he will be accompanying Jin on this mission. Rima Hass introduces herself as well, stating her name is Rima Hass. Male Hass expresses that it is an honor to embark on this mission with Jin, and he would like to apologize for his previous behavior. He assures Jin that they will not be disappointed in this mission. Cajun Romolo echoes this sentiment. Jin Runcandle responds, saying, "Alright, let's consider it water under the bridge, and let's work well together." He thanks them and expresses his agreement. However, Jin Runcandle privately thinks that all three of them are the lackeys of Anne and Mayu, so they likely plan on backstabbing him in a dangerous place. Male Hass proceeds to provide another briefing on their mission. He explains that their objective is to steal relics from the Colin ruins, and there are a total of 4 relics to obtain. He thinks that the Colin ruins are a place where a few thousand natives used to live in tribes. Currently, the territory is owned by the Zipful clan and falls under the jurisdiction of the Palon kingdom. The Colin ruins were discovered a few hundred years ago by the Zipfuls, and when they first found them, they murdered and enslaved most of the natives. He notes that the Zipful clan now claims to respect the Colin natives, but he believes this is merely for appearances, as little is being done to improve their status. The rights and living conditions of the Colin natives are not a priority for most people in the world. He also thinks the Zipfuls kept the surviving natives alive to manage the natural environment of Colin and to appear to repent for their past atrocities. The Zipful clan typically aims for a reasonable style of governance, seeking natural obedience from those they rule over. However, in the past, they crossed the line in the Colin ruins to the extent of sacrificing their reputation, likely to obtain the mirror artifact, which had been hidden by the natives. He believes that the existence of the mirror is still classified information known only to the Zipful clan. However, the truth was exposed before he regressed, thanks to a brave journalist. In the article written by the journalist, there was a testimony stating that the Zipful's actions were aimed at finding a certain artifact. The name of the artifact, obtained from the testimony of the natives, was the Fountain of Mana. Just by looking at it, one can raise their mana to 7 stars. He believes that by utilizing this artifact, the Zipfuls were able to create mass-produced magicians. The Zipful clan is set to begin mass-producing magicians 10 years in the future, indicating that they have not yet managed to find the Fountain of Mana. He is determined not to let it fall into the hands of the Zipfuls this time around. After a while, Jin Runcandle stands outside a house with the others. Male Hass whispers that the magicians are heading back. Their destination is the Zipful magicians' lodgings, while the relics they are looking for are in the 3rd warehouse. He mentions that ambushing them shouldn't be too difficult, but there is likely a barrier spell in place. Cajun Romolo reassures Jin, saying not to worry and that they will protect him even if it costs them their lives. Jin Runcandle thanks him for the reassurance and advises everyone to conserve stamina to stay safe during their return journey. Jin Runcandle then suggests they take a break and plan to attack in an hour. Everyone agrees. Jin Runcandle pushes some food toward the group, encouraging them to take one each. They thank him and begin eating. Jin Runcandle announces that he's going in alone, so the others should enjoy their naps. Male Hass starts feeling dizzy and asks what he means by that. Cajun Romolo is confused and questions whether they've been poisoned. Jin Runcandle reassures them, saying it's just a sleep-inducing medicine. He replies with a firm no when he asks again. Jin Runcandle then asks him if he wants to make it obvious that he came here to kill him. As the others fall asleep, he remarks that they would have raised less suspicion if they had behaved like their usual annoying selves. He proceeds forward, muttering that it's only natural for a dog to follow its master's orders. After a while, some guards stand outside a door, gossiping about the quality of the wine. Suddenly, Jin Runcandle attacks one of the guards, knocking him out. The other guard raises his spear and asks who he is. Jin quickly steps back and then attacks him, knocking him out as well. He observes that there were only 2 guards and concludes that there don't seem to be any others outside. Jin sees the lock on the door and notes that it's a simple lock without any alert magic. He reasons that the Zipful family probably doesn't consider this area to be particularly important since they occasionally allow ordinary people to visit the 3rd warehouse. He opens the door, enters the room, and thinks that it's time to take a look inside. Inside, he notices a circle on the floor and realizes it's a magic circle of blood and detection. It's widely known as a security measure that distinguishes purebloods and specific bloodlines, but it actually differentiates between humans and demonic beasts. Additionally, it can identify humans who have been infected by certain epidemics. Jin thinks that as long as it's a normal person's blood, it doesn't matter whose blood is used to activate the circle. He cuts the hand of an unconscious guard, takes some of the blood, and remarks that this way, he doesn't have to use his own blood and leave behind evidence. He spreads the blood on the magic circle, which begins to light up. He notes that the first alert system was fairly basic, but he wonders where the artifact is. A large burst of fire emerges from the magic circle, and he realizes that even though he used an unconscious guard's blood, it should have been human, and the blood and detection circle is still triggered. This means the guard might have been infected with a disease or might not have been human at all. As monstrous creatures appear, he thinks, "What is this? The wind of silence?" He realizes that any nearby magician can detect magical energy, so he intends to minimize his use of magic. But given the new situation, he acknowledges he probably won't be able to avoid a fight. The monster moves to attack, but he dodges, pulls out his sword, and strikes back at the creature. He notes that it seems like the monsters know that aura is a dangerous power. He observes the creature healing and thinks to himself that it can regenerate. The speed of this regeneration is typically seen only in upper-class demonic beasts, yet these 2 were human just moments ago. He considers that they are in Zipful territory, an area frequented by numerous magicians, where the natives are oppressed, and these strange monsters are potentially living golems. He realizes that creating living golems is a severe crime, and if the Zipful family is using the Colin ruins as a lab for experiments involving forbidden magic, it raises serious concerns. He attacks the monsters again, noting that living golems possess the strength and speed of low-level 4-star automatons, but their movements are less refined than a 4-star knight with proper training. Despite their strength, he finds them relatively easy to fight. He recalls that golems, even with significant damage, generally don't stop moving. However, they become inactive once their core is destroyed, typically located in the head, heart, or abdomen. While forbidden living golems might seem different, this core-based vulnerability still applies. If he can locate and destroy the core, the fight will be over. He moves to attack the creature's head, slicing it in half, but he notices that its strength and speed haven't diminished. In fact, it has become even more aggressive. Realizing that if the core isn't in its head, there's only one other likely location, he strikes at the creature again. The monster throws a clear rock toward him, hitting his sword, which explodes. It snarls, asking why he would do such a thing to a fellow human. Jin Runcandle steps forward and stabs his sword into the monster's chest, and the creature explodes in a burst of intense light. He thinks that the magical energy was on the brink of being released. That was a close call. As the monster collapses, it begs to be killed, and Jin grants its request. He says, "Very well, then." He moves forward, pondering the fate of these people, knowing that no one would willingly choose to become a living golem. This is especially true because, once transformed, the person becomes a mere consumable with no future or freedom ahead of him. He knows now is not the time to get angry. An unexpected event occurred, and he discovered a terrible secret about the Zipfuls. He's also suspicious that his sisters might have known about it when they assigned him this mission. However, that doesn't mean his mission has suddenly disappeared. He thinks that even if he exposes this fact to the world, the Zipfuls would simply deny it. The crime of creating living golems is so severe that even being suspected of it could lead to an imperial investigation. He picks up a stone from the floor and thinks that first, he must secure the evidence and then continue with his mission. Despite this, he's aware that the Zipfuls have enough power to secretly influence the investigation, so it could be difficult to see justice served. Regardless, this is a problem he cannot solve right now. He notices that there hasn't been any significant movement among the magicians, indicating that most of them only know this place as a regular warehouse. He reasons that they wouldn't guard this place so loudly if they knew the guards were living golems, which suggests that not everyone at the Colin Ruins is involved with forbidden magic. He observes that the security magic on the slates is relatively simple, but the one on the bowl is much more complex. He notices the bowl is covered with aura and remarks that, normally, breaking protection spells would require significant effort. However, with 2 living golems now dead, no matter what he does here, the Zipfuls will be forced to cover it up quietly. He begins to use his magical abilities, focusing on the fire and water spells. He explains that he's going to collect some heat to take with him while retrieving the bowl. As he casts the flame explosion spell, a burst of fire erupts around him, creating a chaotic spectacle. Meanwhile, Luna Runcandle slaps Anne and Mayu and asks what they're thinking about sending Jin to Zipful territory. She questions if they've lost their minds. Luna points out that he's a kid 10 years younger than they are and demands to know why they would do such a thing. Anne responds, asking if Luna really doesn't know the reason. Anne wonders aloud whether Luna's question is genuine or if she's trying to suggest that the flag bearers of their clan are in a power struggle with Jin, who only recently joined the intermediate class. Luna retorts that flag bearers typically fight among themselves while non-flag bearers do the same. This is the unwritten rule of their internal battles for dominance. She tells them they should be ashamed of themselves, expressing her disappointment that they're flag bearers for their clan. Anne claims she's never been interested in power struggles and questions Luna's authority to do this. She says Luna wouldn't be talking like this if they had succeeded in setting up Jin. Anne asks her to clarify what she's implying. Luna reveals that Jin successfully completed his mission at the Colin Ruins, noting that their mother should be receiving the report about now. She says this should make it clear why she feels ashamed of them, pointing out that their interference ultimately only helped his reputation. Luna suggests there might never have been a case in the Runcandle family's history where flag bearers were humiliated while trying to control the youngest member. She tells them to leave. They respond with compliance, acknowledging her orders. Luna adds that, from what she's observed, Jin isn't particularly forgiving, so they had better be cautious going forward. She insists that she's saying this out of genuine concern, emphasizing that, despite the complications, Anne and Mayu are still her little siblings. After a while, Luna Runcandle sits in her room as her nanny enters, carrying a tray. Her nanny comments that she expected Luna to punish her younger sisters as soon as she returned and admits she thought Luna might be going through another adolescent phase. Luna retorts, asking about an adolescent phase at her age. She points out that her teenage years were pretty extravagant. She expresses concern for the young ladies, noting that young Master Jin is not the type to forget this. Luna agrees, suggesting that Anne and Mayu wouldn't stand a chance against Jin. She goes on to say that in 5 years, they likely wouldn't be able to defeat him even in an official duel. She wonders if this implies they only have 5 years left to live. Luna responds, "Don't say something so awful," and asks if she has looked into what she asked about earlier. She confirms that she's referring to the sibling who attempted to assassinate Jin and agrees that it certainly wasn't Anne and Mayu, as they were in the intermediate class at the time, so there's nothing to investigate there. Luna Runcandle acknowledges that she's right and adds that it's also unlikely to be Mary Yona or the Tona twins. She lists the remaining suspects as young Master Joshua, young Master Dippus, young Master Ran, young Master Vigo, and young Lady Luncia. Luna points out that, aside from young Master Ran and Vigo, the others can't be easily investigated. Luna takes a sip of tea and notes that the other 3 have a solid background, making it more challenging to investigate them. She suggests it would be best to observe for now, as digging deeper without solid evidence could only lead to trouble. She concludes that it was a wise decision to hold off on further investigation. Although there may have been an assassination attempt, young Master Jin has grown up healthy. Luna reassures her that there's no need to worry too much. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle returns to his room and greets Gilly and Muraken, announcing his arrival. Gilly expresses her relief, saying she's really glad he came back safely. Jin assures her that he's fine, remarking that he's strong and even jokes that she might not be able to beat him soon. Gilly grabs his hand and admits that the place is extremely dangerous. She adds that if something had happened to him, she would have dedicated her life to exacting revenge. Muraken chimes in, asking Gilly not to say such frightening things. He then asks Jin if he made his report properly. Jin confirms that he did, adding that he's sure most people think he's succeeding in his missions because of outside help, but he doesn't let that bother him. He then takes out the stones he retrieved from Zipful territory after killing the golems and tells Gilly and Muraken to take a look. Muraken asks what it is. He reveals that it's the heart of a living golem. Muraken comments that Jin is quite fortunate to have returned unharmed. He suggests that the golem he encountered must have been a failure. He asks if Jin found this in the Colin ruins. Jin confirms, explaining that 2 warehouse guards transformed into monsters and attacked him, regenerating no matter where he cut them. This heartstone dropped when he pierced their hearts. Muraken considers the implications, recalling that first, there was a cemetery giant, and now a living golem. He wonders what those Zipful idiots are scheming. He says if what Jin describes is true, this must be the Zipful's doing, especially since the ruins are on their territory. Jin Runcandle agrees, suggesting they make some time soon to return to Colin and confront the Zipfuls directly about what's happening. He admits that he's a bit reluctant to go back because of the living golems, but he's confident it'll be much safer with Muraken at his side. If he's lucky, he might even use this opportunity to find the Fountain of Mana. Regardless of the chaos they might cause, the Zipfuls would likely try to cover it up. He agrees, saying he'll find a way to make time for it. He recalls that soon after the mission was completed, Kajin and the Haas brothers returned to the Runcandle clan on their own. However, Mayu and Anne revoked their status as cadets and exiled them from the clan. Exile was a harsh punishment for cadets who had technically completed their mission, but no one in the clan sympathized with them. The scene shifts to June of 1795. Jin and the Tono brothers are practicing with a clear stone. Zed Runcandle calls for a stop and tells Jin that, as of today, his clear stone training is complete. Starting tomorrow, only the Tona twins will need to show up for training. He agrees. Zed Runcandle remarks that it seems the morning training he participates in with the cadets is no longer necessary for him. He adds that next week, the Patriarch should have something to say to him. Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle are shocked to hear this. Daytona Runcandle whispers if it could be that Father wants to make him a provisional flag bearer. Haytona Runcandle explains that being a provisional flag bearer means he would have to leave Runcandle to accumulate honor in order to become a true flag bearer. He acknowledges that he would need to act alone without any support from the clan. Jin Runcandle thinks that, finally, without worrying about others, he can grow his strength however he wants. Meanwhile, the Patriarch is traveling with his caravan when Knight Khan informs him that they will reach the Garden of Swords in about 2 hours. The Patriarch remarks that his son, who was born in his later years, keeps interrupting his training. He was planning to stay secluded in the Black Sea for 10 years, but this disruption kept happening. He asks how many times it's been now. Knight Khan observes that even when Jin was at Storm Castle, he felt that the young master was exceptional, but he didn't realize to what extent. He admits that what Jin has accomplished at the Garden of Swords truly surprised him. He mentions Jin's fierce fighting spirit, pointing out that, despite his youth, the boy's eyes held deep regret when he first saw him at Storm Castle, even though Jin tried to hide it. He recalls that Jin provoked his siblings as soon as he arrived at the Garden of Swords. He's convinced no one taught Jin this behavior, but the youngest Runcandle instinctively understood the rule of crushing and breaking his opponents. He recalls Jin Runcandle and mentions that he seems to have a talent for killing his enemies. He comments that others recognize this and try to suppress him, but despite being thrown into perilous situations by his siblings, he survived and came back each time. Now, he's a 5-star warrior. Knight Khan admits that he's less interested in Jin's missions at Mammoth and the Colin ruins and more intrigued by the first mission he gave him. He points out that he fought one-on-one with a White Wolf tribesman and won. He says he expected him to use his subordinates as shields to defeat the tribesmen, but to everyone's surprise, he managed it on his own. By doing so, he upheld the weight of his beliefs, which he'd declared from the start. Night Khan asks if he really believes that he defeated the White Wolf tribesmen by himself. The Patriarch says that he does, though he adds that, strictly speaking, Jin didn't do it entirely on his own. He concludes that Jin is an interesting kid, remarking that he'll need to ask him about that when they meet again. After a while, he arrives at the palace, and the guards salute him. Rosa Runcandle stands at the entrance and tells him they've been waiting. He acknowledges her, saying she's done well. She replied that he had prepared everything himself, so she didn't have to do much. He comments that if these grown children were doing fine on their own, he wouldn't have needed to leave the Black Sea, and the guests they'll be receiving today would be overly focused on him. He asks if this doesn't complicate things for their children. Rosa agrees, inviting him inside, saying she's prepared the food he likes. He commends her, saying he's looking forward to it, then notices the 2 swords that Jin Runcandle is carrying. He calls out to Ran and Vigo. They respond promptly. He asks if they gave the youngest the swords that he allowed them to take as a gift. Vigo Runcandle explains that the youngest stole the swords from them, and they agreed to give them to him if he succeeded in his mission at the Colin ruins. He places a hand on his shoulder and says that's good, but to make sure to steal it back because the youngest is quite clever. He jokes that sometimes he wonders if Jin really is his son. After a while, the Patriarch stands with Jin Runcandle near a window and remarks that this must be his first banquet. Jin agrees and then reflects that in his past life, he had attended a couple of banquets hosted by other families thanks to his teacher, but this was his first time at a banquet held by the main branch. Even on the rare occasions when a banquet was held, he used to hide as if he were a criminal. Now, he is the guest of honor alongside his father. The Patriarch mentions that their family rarely hosts banquets. He explains that they only hold banquets on occasions truly worthy of celebration, indicating that Jin's achievements are significant. Jin Runcandle thanks him for the recognition. The Patriarch then asks how many guests he thinks will be in attendance. Jin Runcandle guesses there will be around 1,000. He acknowledges that Jin is correct, explaining that they've been told there are about 1,000 guests at the banquet, an increase of around 200 people since they last hosted one 7 years ago. He asks Jin if he understands what that signifies. Jin Runcandle responds that it implies the Runcandle family's influence has grown over the past 7 years. Other families might occasionally host banquets with 1,000 guests, but every one of the 1,000 attendees here today is distinguished in their own right. He reflects that while the family has been growing in authority, he has spent 7 years focusing solely on his training and killing demonic beasts in the Black Sea. He points out that even with his seclusion, the family's influence has continued to grow because he is the only Genesis Knight of this era. This suggests that if he were to disappear, a majority of the people attending this banquet might turn their backs on the Runcandle family. Jin Runcandle reflects that it's true. Without his father, the Runcandle family wouldn't wield as much authority. Although their family is one of the 2 major families alongside the Zipfel family, if his father were to disappear, the military power gap between their families would significantly widen. He considers that in such a scenario, the Zipfel family would likely become the dominant power. He states that if he were absent and people were to abandon their family, leaving them vulnerable to oppression by the Zipfel family, he would disown the family. He is taken aback and asks for clarification. Jin elaborates that if the collapse of the Runcandle family were due to his absence, it would reflect the incompetence of the next Patriarch. He asserts that he has no intention of meeting such a futile end under such leadership. He then inquires about the weaknesses their family possesses. Jin responds by asking about which specific weaknesses he is referring to. Jin Runcandle nods, saying that in exchange for returning the sword he took from his brother Vigo, he asked to see their family's commission contracts, which only flag bearers are allowed to read. He discovered that the head of the Vernga family had tricked the emperor and pocketed the empire's treasures. However, this allowed them to attend the banquet without shame. He also found that the cunning Vernga family had recently asked them to assassinate magicians from the Zipfel family. Moreover, Harold's daughter sold her family's treasures to support her gambling addiction and requested the Runcandle family's help in recovering them, though she has yet to pay the commission fee. He explains that with just a brief look at these contracts, he's discovered numerous potential leverage points. These secret documents contain many more bladeless weapons that only he and his mother are permitted to access. He asks if he is suggesting that even without him, the Runcandle family could be protected with the knowledge contained in these contracts. Jin responds that if a patriarch who is not a Genesis Knight were to lead the Runcandle family, their survival would depend on the new patriarch's negotiation skills. He acknowledges that it's true. However, they aren't the only ones with such weaknesses. The Zipfel family has just as many. Jin Runcandle agrees, stating he's certain of that. But the Zipfel family could never justify employing such tactics. He questions why not. Jin Runcandle explains that portraying the role of the villain is the Runcandle family's responsibility. Nevertheless, if the next patriarch fails to wield these weapons effectively despite having so many, Jin would disown the family without hesitation. He adds that he'd then begin preparing to seek revenge on the Zipfel family, regardless of how long it takes. He chuckles and remarks about revenge, noting he understands Jin's perspective. He adds that being alive to exact revenge isn't such a bad thing. He reflects that the other children lack the courage to presume the Runcandle family's downfall in front of him. They'd rather make conceited remarks or whine. However, the youngest, Jin, clearly expresses his beliefs with composure and determination. He reflects that it's a shame he had Jin in his later years. It feels like Jin possesses all of Luna's talent, Mary's wild nature, and Diffus's fighting spirit. He estimates 10 years for sure, but 15 at most. That's how long he'll be able to guard the seat of the patriarch. He muses that it looks like he'll be able to watch and see if the youngest will grow to flip the line of succession on its head. He says it seems that most of their guests have arrived. Let's start heading in. Jin Runcandle agrees. He adds that there is something he wishes to speak with Jin about after the banquet ends. Jin should remain waiting until he is called for. Jin Runcandle thinks about the qualification to be a reverse flag bearer. It seems he will have to leave the family temporarily after the banquet ends, and the 4 days the banquet will last will feel quite long. Just then, Heinz arrives, calling the patriarch. The patriarch asks what it is. He says they have guests, but they did not send an invitation to them. The patriarch wonders about an uninvited guest. It can't be the Zipfel family. The patriarch asks if it is the Zipfels. He informs that yes, 5 of them in total, including the second-in-command Andrei Zipfel and 4 other family members, have arrived. The patriarch expresses his disdain, calling Andrei an impudent idiot. He instructs Heinz to tell Andrei Zipfel to scram and only allow his family in, but not to relay this himself. Rather, the servants should do it. He bows down and agrees. Jin Runcandle reflects that while Andrei's visit is discourteous, turning away the Zipfel's second-in-command at the door would dishonor him greatly. The patriarch asks if he thinks that his treatment is too harsh. He responds that no, he thinks it's refreshing. He believes that the moment Andrei lets his emotions get the best of him and leaves with his family, he will be ignoring the permission granted by the Runcandle patriarch for his family to enter. Such behavior is not permissible in the Garden of Swords, and it's just as he thought. He adds that Andrei will follow his command, or else he will have to return home, missing both his legs. He moves forward and says that now it's about time they started the banquet. After a while, the patriarch stands on the terrace and thanks everyone for coming. He introduces himself as Siran, patriarch of the Runcandle clan, and says he can enjoy this banquet thanks to having such a capable son in his later years. He then asks everyone to applaud his youngest son, Jin Runcandle. The crowd claps. He explains that there are only 2 rules to follow at a Runcandle banquet. The first rule is that if they fight while drinking, the Guardian Knights will escort them to the arena. The second rule is that the loser must surrender, and the winner must show mercy because this is still a banquet. Jin Runcandle reflects that this is not just any party. It's a gathering of 1,000 people who have significant influence across the continent. These people are interconnected in complex ways. He considers that if this were a typical gathering, they might engage in passive-aggressive behavior and then leave. But this is a banquet held in the Garden of Swords, where the dynamics are far more intense. He reflects that as long as they adhere to the 2 rules set by his father, they can't go as far as killing their enemies, but they're allowed to beat them severely, even gaining official dominance. The patriarch tells everyone to enjoy themselves. Jin Runcandle considers them an eccentric clan. He advises Jin to enjoy himself and suggests that if he finds someone he fancies, he should bring them along. However, he reminds Jin that he can't challenge someone weaker, unless they've insulted him and their clan. Jin Runcandle affirms this, stating that he knows he cannot lose under any circumstance. As he moves to leave, Jin asserts that it's obvious, if he loses, he'll reclaim everything that is rightfully his, not just Bradamante, but also his nanny. He bows down, expressing that he will keep that in mind. He reflects on how this is the first time he has conversed with his father like this, something unimaginable in his past life. He acknowledges that they just had a pretty convincing father-son conversation, but forming a bond or being a loving son isn't part of his plans for this life. His sole focus is surpassing his father, and that's his primary goal. Later, Jin Runcandle joins the party, and Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle approach him. Daytona Runcandle congratulates him on reaching 5-star status and asks if it's okay for them to be with him for a bit. Jin agrees and then inquires about their progress in Clearstone training. Haytona Runcandle mentions that it's improving, especially after switching to the weapon recommended by their uncle. Jin responds positively, silently noting that he can leave once he's satisfied with this interaction. Haytona agrees, saying, "Yeah, okay." Just then, Ken arrives and introduces himself to young Master Jin, who is a member of the Ken clan. Haytona Runcandle and Daytona Runcandle also extend their greetings. Daytona Runcandle says that he is going to leave now. Jin Runcandle wishes him good luck with his training. Daytona thanks him. Jin Runcandle mentions to Ken that he had often heard about his heroic deeds as a child. Ken replies that Jin is making him blush. At that moment, Huger appears from behind and grabs Jin's hair, calling his name. Huger comments that he had been curious about the kid who had achieved the status of a 5-star warrior at the age of 15. Huger then remarks that Jin really does look like a kid, at least 10 years younger than him. He introduces himself, saying nice to meet him. His name is Huger. Jin responds with a polite, "Yeah, nice to meet him, too." Huger asks if Jin isn't an impressive kid and wonders if he is intentionally trying to make him seem like an idiot because Huger is a bit rude. He also reminds Jin that he might be a Runcandle, but Huger is still his senior in the world of martial arts. He adds that he is just proud of his junior and advises him not to act like an idiot. Jin calmly warns Huger of the Tuco clan to listen carefully, stating that his actions just now were an insult to everyone who has shown him respect up to this point. Dippus Runcandle arrives and says that if Huger wants to bring up the whole seniority issue, he should be even more considerate. Huger asks what he means. Dippus explains that the first and second flag bearers of the Ken clan, the Dragon King Knights, and the Black King mercenaries are all senior to him. He points out that Huger should have noticed how those seniors treated him with respect, and he should have accepted his mistake and apologized to them. Dippus adds that since he gave Huger a warning, he'll let this one slide. Ken intervenes, reminding Huger that his life was just saved by young Master Jin, suggesting that he should follow Jin's advice. Another man chimes in, acknowledging that his big mouth was bound to get him into trouble sooner or later, and agrees that it's best to let it go without making a big deal out of it. Huger then says that if his senior has said so, he should apologize to his seniors. He asks him to forgive his misstep and requests that he accept his apology, too. Jin Runcandle responds, "Of course." Lunar Runcandle joins him and remarks that he has a knack for making enemies. It would be nice if he could sometimes just act like a normal kid. He replies that he is representing the Runcandle clan today. She acknowledges his point and clinks her wine glass with his. She then asks what he would have done if Huger had challenged him to a duel, noting that Huger seems to be at least a 6-star warrior. He answers that if that had happened, he is sure the Tuco clan's patriarch and elders would have intervened. They have been keeping an eye on him for some time. Luna comments that he took them into account when assessing the situation and jokingly asks if he learned some secret techniques for dealing with people from a noble mentor or something similar. She suggests that if there's someone who teaches such things, it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep them close, as mastering the sword is the primary focus. She wonders if anything else really matters. He replies that it might be difficult for her to understand, but as the family's despised youngest child, he needs to have more than just sword skills to survive. She asks if that's true and mentions that he seems quite talented and bright, which might explain why he was almost assassinated at Storm Castle. He wonders which sibling might have realized his potential early on. She tells him that she's attending the banquet to congratulate him, but these kinds of events aren't really her scene, and she would rather go somewhere more fun. He asks if she's already leaving, and she replies that yes, he's not quite tall enough to be her dance partner. She promises that when he's older, they'll dance together, and she'll take him to a nice place. He starts dancing with her and says that he's looking forward to it. She suggests that before she goes, she should leave a message to the others, like he did earlier. He asks for her pardon. She hugs him and explains that if she does this, everyone will understand how much she values him, and people will be less likely to be rude to him now that they know she's looking out for him. She says she'll see him later. He responds, yes, see him later. Meanwhile, Transformer Bouvard Gaston says he's so jealous that he'd like to bump heads with Lady Luna as well. He says he has to write a poem for Lady Luna today and that he'll be singing that poem all night. Vishucal Giuliano tells him to shut up. Margiela Giuliano advises Vishucal not to be so harsh, pointing out that this could be a significant matter for Mr. Bouvard, and because Mr. Bouvard's been keeping him distracted, she's been able to enjoy the party of fated meetings comfortably. She suggests that they should show him more respect. Transformer Bouvard Gaston, impressed by Margiela's understanding, says that as expected of Miss Margiela, she gets him, and he, Bouvard, would gladly be at her service. She thanks him. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle finds it challenging to act like the master at the event, and he wonders where those damn zipfuls are. It's slightly annoying, but does he have to personally search for them? At that moment, Cirrus Indorma approaches him and asks if the young lady could request a drink with the rising star of the Runcandle clan. Jin Runcandle asks who she is, and she introduces herself as Cirrus Indorma from the Hidden Palace, saying it's an honor to meet him. He acknowledges that she's the daughter of the master of the Hidden Palace, saying that the honor is his, and then pours a drink into her glass. She points out that he's 15, which is the same age as her, and asks how he managed to achieve such martial prowess at this age, expressing her envy over the Runcandle family's blessed physique. He responds that he also considers it a blessing, but adds that the Hidden Palace is a blessed lineage as well. He can't even imagine how much the master of the Hidden Palace values her. She confirms that her father values her greatly, mentioning that, unlike someone who's not the only child, she's her father's only daughter. She then asks if her comment came across as rude. Jin Runcandle assures her it wasn't, noting that it's well known he's the youngest son with many brothers. He admits he's actually envious of her, explaining that having a lot of siblings can be quite exhausting. He finds it odd that she hasn't mentioned Mamet yet, even though he's sure she recognized him. It's hard to believe she didn't, despite him having some ashes on his face. She then says she has a question to ask him. He nods and tells her to go ahead. She asks about his injured leg. He replies that it's fine now, thanks to someone wonderful who personally applied medicine for him. He admits he doesn't even know how to repay the favor. She comments that he's more shameless than she expected, and then asks why he was at the moonlit well in Mamet. She adds that she thinks she's owed an explanation. He asks why she believes she deserves one. She explains that her subordinates failed to catch the magic terrorist, which seriously hurt her pride. It made her wonder whether the young man she let go might actually have been the culprit. He responds by questioning the notion of magic, pointing out that he's a Runcandle, and asks if he really looks like a suspect. He points out that she should be familiar with his clan. She replies that she doesn't think he is the suspect, but it would raise concerns if he were on a mission for the Runcandle clan and had hired a magician because he couldn't handle it on his own. She adds that among the people who were at the inn, the only ones who could have been a target for the Runcandle clan were members of the Hidden Palace, and as the captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords, she can't overlook such matters. He realizes that she's mistakenly assuming he was targeting someone from the Hidden Palace, and while she's not entirely incorrect, given that he injured some of them while attempting to kill Alcaro, he doesn't see how this could be used as evidence against him. He then asks if everything she mentioned isn't just speculation. She asks if he's going to deny it until the end, then declares that if that's his stance, she has her own plan. She threatens to drag him to the arena, beat the crap out of him, and spit on his detestable face. She challenges him to a duel. He responds that his father warned him not to fight against someone who appears weaker than him. But if she's so eager to fight, he has no choice but to accept. Later, Jin Runcandle arrives at the battleground, where a soldier asks if he has come to a duel. He confirms that he has, then tells the soldier that everyone else can leave. Only the medics should remain, and he wants 2 decent swords. He replies that he understands and that they will seal off the arena until the duel is over. Jin Runcandle assumes that after midnight, battle enthusiasts and curious onlookers will begin to gather. And because Cirrus Endorma is the daughter of the Hidden Palace, it would be too cruel to defeat her in front of everyone. Cirrus suggests they make a promise before starting the duel. He asks what kind of promise. She proposes that if she wins, he must tell her everything that happened in Mammoth that day without any lies. He agrees, and in return, if he wins, she must agree that they never met on that day. She remarks that he must have something to hide, then invites him to come at her. He moves to attack, but she counters with a swift strike of her sword. He quickly realizes that this is a special ability unique to the Endorma lineage, the Myriad Ice Blades. He didn't expect her to use her secret technique so early in the duel. He also remarks woe is him, that as the youngest, he hasn't yet learned his clan's secret techniques, wondering what he's supposed to do now. She dismisses his complaint and says that's not her problem, then attacks him. They both engage in combat. She observes that he really is a 5-star warrior. Initially, it seemed like he was barely managing to block her attacks, but as their fight progressed, his true skills became more apparent. However, she believes the 1-star difference can be easily overcome by performing the third form of Myriad Ice Blades. She concludes that since she's weaker and has less stamina, she can't let the fight drag on. When he attempts to counterattack after reading her patterns, she plans to switch tactics and end the duel quickly. He acknowledges that although Cirrus Endorma is a 4-star knight and can wield the Myriad Ice Blades, her attack and defense will be inferior to his. Realizing that she's planning a decisive strike to shift the momentum, he guesses that she'll use her secret technique, but he can't gauge how powerful the Myriad Ice Blades will be. He thinks that in situations like this, he might have to use his own secret technique, one of the many he studied at Storm Castle. Among all the secret techniques he acquired, this one is the most potent. She attacks him, declaring that it's over. She uses the third form of Myriad Ice Blades to strike at him. He blocks her attack with his sword, noticing that the ice shards contain a condensed aura, and he smirks. She sees his reaction and thinks he's laughing, but she's already unleashed Avalanche, a technique so powerful that even a prodigy who achieved 5-star status at 15 shouldn't be able to break through it. Yet, she's feeling uneasy for some reason. He attacks her with his sword aimed at her eyes, forcing her to dodge and counterattack. He is taken aback by the sudden burst of her magic explosion. He wonders if he should have used something other than the Attila family's Storm Blade, realizing that its destructive force is not something a 4-star like Cirrus Endorma can handle. If she hadn't evaded it, she could have been killed or seriously injured, yet he still attacked her. She kneels and reflects on the fact that she values her life. She fears for her safety and manages to avoid a fatal blow. He approaches her and asks if she's okay, apologizing for almost killing her. He thinks Cirrus Endorma heard his warning yet didn't attempt to dodge the Stormblade. However, no matter how much she values her pride and honor, Cirrus is still just a 15-year-old child, and she's too young to suppress her instinct to survive. He says he would have dodged the attack if he were in her shoes and believes she would have advised him to do the same. He suggests they leave it at that, adding that there's no need to dwell on this anymore. He wonders if this will help put her at ease. She then takes out a small medicine box, noting that he has a scratch on his face. She offers to repay him for saving her life by applying some ointment to his cut. He asks if she's not underestimating the value of her life, given that she's the only heir to the Ice Palace. She replies that this is a life she once pleaded for, so she's determined to cherish it again and assures him not to worry about her. As she prepares to leave, she says that they should consider today as the first time they've met and that she'll see him tomorrow. The scene shifts to the following day. Jin Runcandle is drinking wine and notes that there are fewer people around than there were yesterday. He muses that people will be able to watch duels starting today, so he wonders if this means the real party is about to begin. With the smaller crowd, he hopes he'll be able to meet those Zipful folks. He reflects that all the guests from the Zipful family are between 15 and 20 years old, just like him, so it's a perfect opportunity to see how his skills in magic compare to theirs. He considers asking them a few questions about Colin, but realizes that might not be the best idea right now. He figures that once he becomes a reserve flag bearer, he'll have more free time to investigate these things. He thinks he could explore Colin with Murakin's help. Muraken's expertise should make it easy to locate the Fountain of Mana, which would prevent those zipful idiots from producing mass-manufactured magicians. This time, he's determined to stay ahead of them. He considers that he'll be able to prevent such an appalling thing from happening this time. He notices Muraken sitting aside in cat form. Margiela Ivliano plays with him and asks why there's a cat at a Runcandle banquet and where his owner is. She holds his pendant and reads the inscription, discovering his name is Butterfly. Jin Runcandle confirms that it's Butterfly Runcandle, and Margiela wonders if Jin gave him that name. Baradin Zipful approaches and exclaims that it's that cat, indicating that he knew he'd be able to find Jin if he followed the cat. He declares that they finally meet and expresses disbelief that Jin could forget him. Jin Runcandle asks who he is, prompting Baradin to express surprise that he would say that right as they meet and question how he could have forgotten him. He says he's been thinking of Jin every day and offers a hint to jog his memory, suggesting he guess a name that starts with the letter B. Margiela Evliano finds him odd and invites Muraken to leave with her. Baradin Zipful asks if Jin remembers him now, to which Jin Runcandle replies, nope. He gets frustrated and tries again, reminding him that they first met at the Middle Kingdom teleportation gate. Jin Runcandle still says he doesn't remember. He is exasperated, grabs him by the shoulder, and admits that his memory isn't as sharp as he thought it would be. He then urges him to listen carefully and remember this time, stating that his name is Baradin Zipful. Jin Runcandle tells Baradin Zipful that if he's so insistent on pretending they don't know each other, it's because he doesn't want to reveal their connection. He asks why Baradin can't understand that and just stops bothering him, even grabbing his hand to emphasize his point. Baradin Zipful, seemingly unaware of the message, asks if he remembers him now. Jin wonders how this dense fool could possibly become a 9-star magician by the age of 30 and be named the next patriarch of the Zipful family. Baradin continues, saying that he had been searching for Jin all over the place yesterday and even spent the past 2 hours looking for him without finding a single clue. Jin responds that although the banquet hall might be large, it's still just one banquet hall. How did he manage to wander around for 2 hours? He explains that if he had been allowed to use magic, he could have found Jin much faster, but this is Runcandle territory, where the use of magic is forbidden. He wonders if Baradin Zipful was lying or simply terrible with directions, but he figures it's probably the latter. Baradin then says he's glad to see Jin and asks if it has really been 5 years since they last met. He also comments that he can't believe Jin is already a 5-star warrior, noting that he always knew Jin would achieve great things. Baradin adds that he hasn't been idle either. He's already a 6-star magician, a whole level above Jin's swordsmanship. Jin Runcandle finds it hard to believe that the so-called greatest prodigy of the Zipful family, Baradin, is only a 6-star magician at the age of 18. If he were in Baradin's position, he thinks he would have already reached the 7th star by now. He also wonders if Baradin is lying about his rank for some reason. Baradin Zipful notices Jin's skeptical expression and responds by saying that this expression must be the result of his intense effort in searching for him. He tells Jin he's eagerly awaiting the day when they'll be able to duel, so he urges Jin to work hard and catch up. Jin Runcandle believes he's not concealing his rank. Regardless, if it's true that Baradin Zipful could only reach the level of 6 stars at the age of 18, then after Celiac Zipful, the current patriarch of the Zipful family, Baradin is the next closest to mastering magic. This offers a good opportunity to objectively evaluate his potential. Jin mentions that he's said this before, but he urges Baradin to keep his mouth shut and save his breath. Baradin Zipful claims that he's just echoing his father's words. He believes that anyone in his position would say the same thing and questions why the Zipful family attended the banquet without an invitation. Bouvard Gaston discreetly observes their conversation. Baradin reveals that he came because of him. He had been pestering his uncle, André, about the need to meet him. He thinks it's absurd that even as the vice-patriarch, his uncle would rush into enemy territory just to satisfy a child's tantrum. Baradin Zipful mentions that he and his group happened to be vacationing in the Hufester region when he heard about the banquet, and he thought it must be destiny. Jin Runcandle questions whether that's the whole story, and Baradin confirms it is. Jin then tells him to be grateful that this is a banquet, stay quiet, and leave when it's over. Baradin asks if Jin isn't too cold and reminds him that his father also showed mercy to Jin's uncle. He proposes that Jin make him a promise to one day attend a zipful banquet unannounced. Jin Runcandle wonders aloud what might happen if he commits an act of terrorism at the banquet. Baraden assures him that even if he does, he will keep his word and won't kill him. He adds that even if a fight breaks out, he won't participate in it. Jin Runcandle calls him a fool for even suggesting such a thing. He inquires, what and why? Jin Runcandle explains that it's because an unpleasant individual has been casting furtive glances at him for some time now. Jin Runcandle then addresses Bouvard Gaston, excusing himself, and asks if there's something he'd like to say. Bouvard Gaston queries when Lady Luna will visit again. Jin Runcandle repeats the question in surprise. Bouvard clarifies that he's referring to Lady Luna and wonders if she won't be returning. He expresses his intention to give her a book, a collection of poems he spent the entire night writing, filled with his love. He believes that once she reads it, Lady Luna will realize he's a better man than he appears. Bouvard also hints at the possibility of becoming Jin's brother-in-law in the near future. Baraden, shocked by this revelation, spits out his wine. Jin Runcandle remarks that it seems someone needs a lesson, referring to him as his dear guest, and tears the book. Bouvard protests, asking what Jin is doing. Jin Runcandle asserts that not only did Bouvard Gaston mention his sister's name as he pleased, but he also dared to refer to him as his brother-in-law, suggesting that the Runcandle family appears pathetic in his eyes. Jin orders a soldier to escort the man to the arena. The soldier acknowledges the command. Bouvard Gaston laughs and dismisses the idea of being a brother-in-law, addressing Jin as a young master and questioning the sudden turn of events. As two soldiers grab him by the head, Bouvard pleads for them to stop, insisting that he simply expressed his love, which every man has the right to do. He questions how Jin could treat him this way if he's not just a guest, emphasizing the importance of hospitality. Bouvard also wonders how Jin could ignore the fact that he expressed admiration for Jin's sister's beauty. The soldiers then forcefully bring him to the ground. Jin Runcandle declares that they will proceed with a hand-to-hand fight. Bouvard Gaston wonders why Jin Runcandle is acting this way. All he did was call Jin's sister pretty, so why is he being so harsh? He worries that if Jin finds out he was the one who transformed those Zipful members 5 years ago, things could get much worse. Why is Jin treating him like this? Jin Runcandle says they'll settle things with a hand-to-hand fight, removing his coat in preparation. Vishucal Giuliano, observing from a distance, is shocked to see this, while Margiela Ivliano, standing nearby, asks what's going on. She comments that it looks like Bouvard and Jin are engaging in a duel, and Margiela calls Bouvard a fool, suggesting they move closer to watch. Cirrus Endorma says she had been trying to challenge Jin to a duel during the banquet, but now he's fighting someone else. She wonders why Jin is even bothering with someone like Bouvard. Baraden Zipful remarks that pestering his uncle to let him attend the banquet was a good choice. He hadn't expected to meet the heir to the Ice Palace. He extends a polite greeting, saying he's pleased to meet her. She tells him to screw off. He agrees and then announces that the focus of this banquet, the rising star of the Runcandle family, young Master Jin, will be participating in a duel. He asks who is facing young Master Jin, stating that he has never seen this man before. He wonders if the opponent is a reclusive master. Baraden Zipful notes that the man came with the Giuliano family's group, suggesting that despite his unremarkable appearance, he might be a highly skilled combatant. Bouvard Gaston requests that young Master Jin of the Runcandle family allow him the opportunity to formally introduce himself before the duel, asking if that's at least permissible. Jin Runcandle responds by punching Bouvard in the face, commanding him to shut up, and saying he doesn't even want to know his name. Bouvard Gaston retaliates by unleashing his aura powers and attacking Jin. Jin notices the attack and muses that Bouvard's aura level seems to be around 6 stars. Cirrus Endorma remarks that young Master Jin has chosen someone stronger than him, observing that the portly man's primary focus might be combat. Baraden Zipful remarks that it would be a shame if he breaks. Bouvard Gaston punches him in the face and declares that Jin dares to lay hands on him with such weak abilities, promising to make him cry on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Jin Runcandle responds by punching Bouvard repeatedly, stating that it's over. Baraden Zipful comments that Jin launched a series of attacks after getting his opponent to lower his guard. He praises Jin for his skill, saying this is exactly what he expected from him. Margiela Ivliano turns to Vishucal Giuliano, expressing her confusion over young Master Jin's actions and questioning if the victor has not already been determined. She also finds it hard to believe that Jin would continue to beat someone like this after they've clearly lost the duel. Vishikul Juliano agrees that it's unfair for young Master Jin to pick on a weaker opponent and asks if Margiela intends to just sit back and watch, especially since Jin is their friend. He adds that he's not weaker than young Master Jin. She tells him that his younger sister is disappointed in him and that she'd like him to teach young Master Jin a lesson, using a more honorable approach than the one Jin is taking. He asks if she wants him to challenge young Master Jin to a fight. A blonde-haired boy comments on how fired up she seems, while a brown-haired boy suggests that Vishikul should listen to his sister. Vishikul Juliano nods and steps forward. He calls out to young Master Jin, asking him to put down Bouvard Gaston and face him in a fair fight instead. After a while, Vishikul Juliano and Jin Runcandle stand in front of each other, holding swords. Jin considers the duel against a 7-star knight. Whether he wins or loses, this fight holds merit for him. Additionally, gaining first-hand experience against the Juliano family's swordsmanship will be a valuable learning opportunity. The previous patriarch of the Juliano family was someone even Jin's father recognized as strong. Nevertheless, Margiela is an amusing young lady, willing to put her brother in a difficult position just to watch this fight. He mentions that Vishikul Juliano seems to hold his sister in high regard. Vishikul responds that it should be obvious. Jin Runcandle, who also has a sister, acknowledges that he completely understands the sentiment. Vishikul Juliano then says that he also cherishes his sister, so he would appreciate it if Jin would keep his servants in line from now on. He clarifies that the man Jin just beat up is not a servant, but rather a companion. He then asks if Bouvard Gaston might have made some sort of mistake. Jin Runcandle explains that Bouvard Gaston came to the banquet to assist his sister, who has mobility issues, but his abilities don't align well with a Runcandle banquet's requirements. Jin further contemplates Bouvard's abilities, indicating that whatever happened, he believes there was no malicious intent, and he asks Vishikul Juliano to overlook his actions. Jin Runcandle privately ponders Bouvard Gaston's real identity as the transformation sorcerer, and he wonders what sort of relationship Vishikul Juliano has with Bouvard Gaston. He thinks back to his past life and is certain that there was no mention of the Juliano family having ties to Gaston when he was arrested. If Vishikul Juliano knows that Bouvard is the transformation sorcerer, he wonders. He curses inwardly, realizing he has found Bouvard, but now he only has more questions. He can't afford to get distracted like this, especially when facing a 7-star knight. Vishikul Juliano suggests they do their best. He resolves to focus solely on the fight for now and expresses his hope to learn much from Jin. Vishikul Juliano attacks and Jin blocks his strike. Jin deduces from this single strike that Vishikul's strength isn't that of a 7-star, and his swordsmanship is comparable to Uncle Zed's. The trajectory of Vishikul's sword is beyond Jin's current comprehension. Baraden Zipful comments that young Master Jin was quickly pushed back. Another observer remarks that he's holding up pretty well, isn't he? He mentions that the Juliano family's swordsmanship is renowned for its cunning and unconventional style. Another person agrees, adding that anyone who has suffered from that tricky swordsmanship would never want to face a Juliano again. Baraden Zipful thinks that these people know nothing. The Runcandle family shines even brighter in these kinds of situations. He muses that if the Juliano family's sword is like a sly snake, the Runcandle family's sword is like a charging rhinoceros. Even if its horn were to break, it would not stop charging forward. Jin Runcandle attempts to attack Vishikul Juliano, but Vishikul Juliano bends backward to avoid the strike. Jin Runcandle realizes that Vishikul Juliano is likely holding back, but he acknowledges that he's still managing to hold his own against someone of Vishikul's caliber, even though Jin himself is only at 5 stars. He senses that he's slowly reaching his limits, but also feels a resurgence of determination. Vishikul Juliano makes another attempt to attack Jin. Jin moves backward, experiencing a familiar sensation. He harnesses his sword aura power and remarks that it's been a good fight. Vishikul Juliano moves in to attack with his sword, but Jin thrusts his sword forward, causing Vishikul's sword to break into 2 pieces. As Vishikul Juliano moves his broken sword toward Jin, Jin sidesteps and delivers a small cut to Vishikul's neck. Baraden announces that the victory belongs to Sir Vishikul Juliano. Vishikul Juliano wonders what happened at the end. Jin Runcandle collapses, losing consciousness. Someone calls for young Master Jin to be taken inside quickly, to which another responds with a swift yes. Vishical Giuliano reflects that at the moment his sword broke, he felt a sharp sensation grazing his throat. He is baffled by how, during the fight, Jin could gauge the state of the heart sword so quickly. He realizes that if Sir Jin had reacted a tenth of a second earlier, or if Vishical had reacted a tenth of a second later, the outcome could have been drastically different. Two soldiers carry Jin Runcandle to the medical room. Vishical Giuliano concludes that Jin Runcandle is a frighteningly formidable opponent. After a while, Jin Runcandle is asleep in his room when Muraken sits on his face. Jin wakes up and tells him to get off, grabs him, and repeats, more forcefully, to move. Looking around, he asks if he fainted right after his fight with Vishical Giuliano. Gilly enters the room and tells him that he's finally awake. He asks how long he has been asleep. She replies, 2 days. He realizes that the banquet must be over and remarks that he didn't even get to greet the guests who came to see him. Gilly assures him that he shouldn't worry about that. For the past 2 days, the fight between him and Vishical Giuliano has been the talk of the event, gaining plenty of attention. She explains that it's because Jin revealed the heart sword at the end of the fight. Elsewhere, a man comments that Vishical Giuliano could have been stabbed during the duel. Another person remarks that it's astounding for a 5-star swordsman to reach the level of the heart sword. Someone else adds that this sets high expectations for Jin's future. Meanwhile, Gilly continues to reassure Jin, pointing out that the fact he was able to reach the heart sword in a duel against an 8-star knight is impressive in itself. Jin Runcandle thinks that his heart sword isn't perfect yet, but it serves its purpose. The guidance from his sister, Luna, is finally paying off, even though he couldn't grasp the training at first. He recalls Luna Runcandle's advice to never open his eyes during practice. He realizes that this approach, despite being confusing initially, helped him in a way he hadn't anticipated. Although the heart sword only seems to activate in extreme situations, he's not worried. It's still remarkable that he managed to hold his own against an 8-star knight, even if it wasn't entirely graceful. He reflects on all the positive outcomes from the banquet. He was able to confirm Baradin's status as a Zipful, form a sort of friendship with the heir of the Ice Palace, and discover the connection between Bouvard Gaston and Vishical Giuliano. Jin thinks that while there might be many explanations behind the transformation crime, it's not something he needs to solve immediately. He should gather more information first before drawing any conclusions. Gilly places some flowers in a pot on the table in front of Jin Runcandle. He asks about the flowers. She tells him that Cirrus from the Ice Palace left them for him. Muraken jokes about whether Cirrus has taken a liking to young Master Jin. Gilly clarifies that, in Ice Palace tradition, the flowers symbolize an unending battle, not romantic affection. Jin Runcandle remarks that it seems like Cirrus wants to challenge him again. Muraken comments that it's still significant to receive flowers from a girl, even if they represent a request for a duel, and asks Gilly if she agrees. She responds by saying that the Patriarch has ordered Jin to meet with him as soon as he awakens. Jin asks if his father really did so. Gilly nods, suggesting that it's time for Jin to prove his worth. Jin agrees, realizing that he might need to leave the family for a while. After a while, Jin Runcandle finds himself in a dark room, asking where his father is. He sees him and hears his father say that he's right here. His father notes that it's been a while since one of his children came to visit him in such casual clothing, suggesting that Jin is preparing to live elsewhere. Jin confirms that he's planning to leave soon. He reflects that his father seems to appreciate this, and he finds it curious that since regressing, his father has become easier to understand. His father asks Jin if he knows where they are. Jin replies that they are in the mausoleum, a place where those who have done great things for the family are allowed entry by the Garden of Swords, and where the family's heroes, who have achieved greatness, are buried. His father nods and says it's correct, adding that this ground is dedicated to the family's heroes who have protected the family for thousands of years. He then asks if Jin knows about the first patriarch, Temur Runcandle, and points out that he's not buried in the mausoleum. Jin Runcandle acknowledges that he knows there's no grave for Temur Runcandle, the first patriarch, in the Garden of Swords or anywhere else. His father explains that the dark power Temur wielded is why the first patriarch can't be honored, and that after Temur died, the Runcandle family made a humiliating deal with the Zipfuls, which led to them losing their ability to use magic. This also meant they couldn't pay tribute to the ancestors who could use magic. The Zipfel family used the opportunity to unite their gods and place a curse on the Runkandel bloodline, ensuring that all Runkandels born after Temur would be unable to use magic. His father mentions that when Jin defeated the Tona brothers with his aura, he didn't question how he acquired that power, asking if Jin remembered. Jin says he does and admits he even lied, claiming he would use his power for the benefit of the family. His father remarks that it was fortunate that Jin was young then, but if the same event had occurred now, he wouldn't have let it go so easily. He then asks Jin if he has ever heard Solderit's voice before. Jin Runkandel nods and acknowledges that Solderit calls him a contractor. Although he hasn't heard Solderit's voice in this current life, he says it's likely unfair for his siblings. He then asks whether using this power to overcome his siblings and take over the family would be acceptable. Jin then states his intention to leave and explore the world, adding that if he finds nothing more valuable than the Runkandel legacy, he will return to claim it. His father remarks that most others who sought acknowledgement left the Garden of Swords, but Jin is leaving to find an aspect of the family that deserves his recognition. He's unsure whether this is something to be proud of or a sign of arrogance. He tells Jin he'll give him 5 years. At that time, he should either earn acknowledgement or give it to the family and then return with his answer. Jin Runkandel draws his sword and taps it against his forehead as a gesture of respect. He thanks his father for everything and promises to greet him again in 5 years. After a while, Jin Runkandel comes outside to find Gilly and Mirakan waiting for him. Gilly asks if he finished his talk with the Patriarch satisfactorily. He responds that he did, and now all that's left is to depart. He notices she's holding his luggage. Gilly clarifies that the bag is hers and mentions that it's designed to block his aura, preventing him from using it. He nods, saying he's heard about this from the senior nannies. She admits it's a bit awkward not being able to use her powers suddenly, especially since her status as a nanny means her reputation relies on the success of her master. She asks him not to look so concerned, reassuring him that this is all for his sake as the young master. Jin assures her that not only during these next 5 years, but even beyond, he will continue to protect her, and he apologizes for any inconvenience this might cause. Gilly asks him not to apologize, saying it's enough for her to serve as his reserve rider, and she will regain her powers once he completes his test. He acknowledges this and tells her to hang in there, then turns to look back at the castle gate. He reflects on the 5-year period ahead, acknowledging that this marks the beginning of his journey. With determination, he sets out to explore the world and see what it has in store for him. Meanwhile, the Patriarch contemplates his own situation. Despite reaching the level of demigods through his swordsmanship, he failed to break the oath sworn by his ancestors to the Zipfel family. However, with Jin Runkandel's contract with Solderit and the use of shadow energy, the Patriarch realizes that the youngest member of the family might be their only hope. This child might possess the strength to liberate the Runkandel family from their curse, and he is keen to see what the future holds for him. Meanwhile, Jin Runkandel is in a forest, using magic to create light by igniting his hand. Gilly asks if he is sure it is alright to leave without saying goodbye to anyone, mentioning that the cadets in his faction and young Lady Luna might be disappointed by his abrupt departure. He tells her not to worry. Luna is quite free-spirited, and while it's unfortunate to leave the cadets behind, it's not like he's heading to his death. He explains that if he'd told them about his departure, they might have saluted him with their swords held high as he left. She acknowledges that possibility, adding that they might have gone even further to show their support. Then she asks where he plans to go now, mentioning that she's heard most of the other flag bearers chose Mammoth as their first destination because taking down villains is the quickest way to gain fame. He considers the concept of fame and reflects that Runkandel's reserve flag bearers must build their reputation from scratch in the outside world to be recognized as full-fledged flag bearers. Additionally, they can't expect any support from the family while they're on this journey. He considers Sister Mary as an example, who defeated numerous formidable individuals in the southern regions of the continent, earning the title Madwoman of the South, or Windfury Mary, before becoming a flag bearer. Reflecting on his siblings, he notes that apart from her, all his other siblings returned within 6 months to 2 years. However, their father has given him a total of 5 years, and there's only one reason for that. His goal is to discover all there is to know about shadow energy and then return. He announces that they will be heading to the Arkan Kingdom. She clarifies if he means the nation affiliated with the Lutero Magic Federation, wondering why he would head there since it's not Zipful territory. Jin Runcandle explains that when he went to the Colin ruins on a mission, he heard about a significant number of unregistered magicians causing trouble in the area. It seems they are teaming up with martial artists and causing quite a bit of trouble for the people of Arkan. She agrees that it's a good idea, mentioning that she quite enjoyed dealing with bad guys when she served as a soldier on active duty. He feels his excitement growing. Reflecting, he realizes he never heard about this information before. He gained it in his past life. All the unregistered magicians and warriors there are puppets of a dark family called Tessing, he recalls. He knows that what he's really after are the underground auctions those guys hold. He expects to find plenty of items whose true value is unknown at those auctions, including a few grimoires that he'll need to buy, as well as a ring. She points out that she doesn't think they'll be able to use the teleportation gate to enter the Arkan Kingdom. According to the family's rules, she was only allowed to take 10 gold coins with her, and as a reserve flag bearer, he wasn't permitted to reveal that he was a Runcandle. Therefore, she doesn't think they'll be able to gain any other support either. He says that it will be resolved once they get to the Gene Kingdom. She asks how they plan to reach the Gene Kingdom. He responds that they can just fly and then turns to Mirakan, asking what he is doing and instructing him to transform. Mirakan questions if that's really alright. Gilly objects, saying that someone might recognize him, but Jin Runcandle assures her it's fine. They should at least try it once, although there's a risk that the family will find out. Mirakan jumps down from Gilly's shoulder and transforms into a dragon, warning them to hold on tight, as he'll have to fly fast to reach the Gene Kingdom by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Luna Runcandle is walking down the hallway when she sees Mirakan flying out of the window. She's shocked and says it can't be Jin. He's riding a dragon just as he becomes a reserve flag bearer. She places her hand on the window and comments that he's something else, leaving without even saying goodbye to his sister. She wishes him a fortune in battle, her cold, young brother. After a while, they arrive in the Gene Kingdom. Gilly feels dizzy, and Mirakan asks if she's okay. She says her stomach is upset. Mirakan gets angry at Jin and complains that it's his fault for scaring Strawberry Pie, their nickname for Gilly. Jin Runcandle retorts that it isn't his fault. It's because Mirakan was flying erratically. Jin responds that he just told him to fly, then reassures Gilly, telling her to breathe deeply and take it slow. He helps her rest on his arm and instructs her to lean this way, soothing her with gentle words. Jin Runcandle then asks Mirakan if he's just in a bad mood because of what people think about black dragons. Mirakan says he can't help it, offering to take care of Strawberry Pie while Jin goes to get the money they need. Jin warns Mirakan to stay put and not cause a scene. The scene shifts to the center of the Gene Kingdom's capital, where Semberbil sits on a small hill, gazing at the surrounding mansion. He remarks that even though a banquet was hosted in his honor, he only heard about it after it had already ended. Even if it was part of his commission, Jin Runcandle saved his life, and he wanted to meet him again to express his gratitude. He recalls Jin Runcandle saying, if he ever needs his help, just let him know. Semberbil wonders when he will have the chance to meet him again to repay his kindness. Just then, Jin Runcandle calls out to him from behind. Semberbil responds, turning to see who it is. Jin Runcandle places his hand on Sember's shoulder, asking him to calm down, saying it's him, Jin, the one who saved him from those Kanzilo guys. Semberbil, taken aback, asks how Jin got there. Jin reminds him that he said to come to him if he needed help. Does he remember? Semberbil quickly acknowledges, of course, adding that he could never forget the kindness Jin showed him. Without him, he wouldn't be here. Jin, satisfied, says, good, then just wait here while he gets some gold and money. Semberbil is shocked by the sudden request for money. He considers it an immutable law that reserve flag bearers must conceal their identity. This is because they must build their reputations based on their own abilities rather than relying on the family's support. It was anticipated that young masters of Runcandle, who were only just learning to fight, would lead extremely modest lives for the first few months. He reflects that until they could accumulate funds from collecting bounties on criminals or working as mercenaries, they were compelled to live frugally. However, they are different. They eat food. After a while, Gilly, Jin, and Mirakan walk along the road and discuss their recent experiences. Gilly mentions that the food in the Gene Kingdom isn't too bad. She admits that she was prepared to starve for a few days like the other flag bearers often do, but thanks to Jin, they've had an easier start. Muraken laughs and points out that yesterday Jin called it extortion, but now he's glad he did it. Jin Runcandle responds that it's not extortion. By giving them the money, Semberbil managed to pay off his debt. He remembers Semberbil handing him a large bag of money, expressing his gratitude and thanking Jin for helping him. Jin then asks Muraken if he's eating too much, noting that they're about to use a teleportation gate. He warns that if Muraken eats too much, he might vomit like he did last time. Muraken tells him to shut up, insisting that he's a binge eater who needs to eat a lot first, even if he might throw it all up later. He points out that if it weren't for Muraken, he would have had to starve for the next few days and asks what he means by binge eater. Muraken retorts that if Jin doesn't want to see him vomit, he can just ride him instead. It's Jin who wants to use the teleportation gate. Gilly agrees, saying that if it's just motion sickness, they can deal with it. Jin Runcandle says Gilly's motion sickness isn't the issue. The real problem is that their destination, the Arkan Kingdom, is part of the Lutero Magic Federation, which is controlled by the Zipfel family. He explains that 80% of active dragons are currently under Zipfel's control, so riding Muraken into that territory without caution would be like declaring war. However, he adds that more than half of those dragons would likely be frightened once they heard Muraken's name. Muraken, annoyed, mutters that those scoundrels are walking around with their heads held high, a sign of how much the world has changed. He reminds Jin that he's warned him about transforming in the middle of the street. He reflects that the dragons, the gods who owe those dragons, and the numerous contractors bound to those gods are currently supporting the Zipfel family. He realizes that, in contrast, he is the only one in the Runcandle family who has a contract with a god. If his father weren't around, the Zipfels would have already destroyed the Runcandle family. He wonders how the Zipfels managed to gather so many contractors, considering that getting so many in one generation seems more than just a coincidence. After a while, Jin Runcandle finds himself standing in front of a guard who asks him to show his identification. He thinks to himself that they've arrived already and hands over 2 cards, introducing himself as Jin Grey and Gilly Python, stating that they're planning to visit the Arkan Kingdom for sightseeing. After a while, Jin Runcandle sits in the waiting room with others as an announcement over the system informs all passengers that they will soon be teleported to the Arkan Kingdom. The announcement warns that they may experience headaches and dizziness during teleportation, so they should remain seated comfortably. Gilly remarks that, as expected from a family-made identification card, they pass through without any issues. Jin Runcandle replies that it's no surprise. The Runcandle ID is sophisticated enough to fool even the Bement's Special Affairs Division. The system thanks everyone for their patience and announces that teleportation will begin shortly. Gilly hugs Muraken, who is in cat form, while Jin considers the Arkan Kingdom to be something from his past life. Even though it's been 15 years, they teleport to the Lutero Magic Federation's Arkan Kingdom. Upon arrival, the system announces that they've reached their destination, welcoming them to the Lutero Magic Federation's Arkan Kingdom. After a while, they step into the street. Jin Runcandle reflects that in the last year of his previous life before he regressed, the capital of the Arkan Kingdom looked much like this despite a 15-year time gap. The scenery hasn't changed much. The streets are filled with vendors, but next to them are homeless people with dark expressions. Gilly looks around and comments that it's a strangely gloomy place despite the nice weather. Jin thinks it's likely due to the oppressive rule of the teasers, recalling that he had heard it was particularly bad at this time. He suggests they find accommodation first, then look for their targets. Gilly agrees, nodding in acknowledgement. After a while, they stand outside a restaurant while Muraken asks if they really need to stay in such a rundown place like this. She says the young master probably has a plan. He argues that he is rich, so there's no need for them to stay here. Jin Runcandle moves toward the door and asks if it's a good idea for a bunch of unregistered mages to arrive in a neighborhood like this, flaunting that they have lots of money. Muraken retorts that just because of that, they are going to stay at a place that even orcs wouldn't stay in. Jin tells him to shut up, and they enter the restaurant, where they see Jet asleep on the table. Jin calls him and asks if he is the owner of this inn. Jet wakes up and greets them, seeing a gigolo, a novice swordsman, and the pretty lady next to him, who seems like a maid. He offers them juice and says, "Welcome to Jet's Inn." They have plenty of vacant rooms, and this is their inn's special orange juice. Please, have a glass and choose whichever room he likes. Murakin takes the glass, while Jet thinks to himself that once they drink it, they'll wake up in the underground auction house, starting a new life. Murakin looks at the juice and asks if this insignificant fool is insane, then throws the juice in Jet's face. Jet is stunned and asks what he's doing. Murakin steps forward and punches him, demanding to know how he dared to try to poison them. Jet denies any wrongdoing, asking what he means by poison. Murakin declares that Jet will die here today for his treachery. Jet pleads for them to wait and talk it over, but Murakin kicks him in the face. Jin Runcandle recalls that Jet, a self-proclaimed informant with high-quality information, was someone he relied on in his previous life. The reason he, who had been exiled from the family and had no resources, managed to settle in Arkan was because of Jet's help. However, their friendship wasn't without its complications. Jet scammed him countless times under the guise of introducing him to the underground testing auction houses, taking everything from the naive him except for his clothes. Jin reflects that just thinking about it makes him angry, but in this life, he plans to use Jet to his advantage. Jet insists that if they're going to treat him like this, he won't stand idly by, reminding them that, despite appearances, he's a 5-star. Murakin hits him again, asking who cares. Jet quickly backtracks, saying he was wrong, it's not poison, just a sedative. Murakin retorts that it's the same thing. Jin Runcandle says this should be enough and tells Murakin to stop, suggesting they listen to what Jet has to say first. Murakin is reluctant, asking why they should talk to someone who tried to drug them. Jet begs for mercy, promising to make amends for his wrongdoing. Murakin tells him to shut up and not say another word until he's dead. Jin Runcandle informs Jet that he's going to ask him a few questions, warning that if Jet lies, he will die. But if he tells the truth, he will live. He adds that he will judge Jet's answers subjectively, based on his feelings and instincts. Jet nervously agrees. Murakin says fine, they can do whatever they want. Jin Runcandle asks what Jet does for a living. Jet admits his name is Jet. He is an inn owner and informant, but he's also a scammer and a human trafficker. He claims that if they spare him, he can be very useful because he knows everything about Arkan, and he isn't lying. Jin Runcandle suggests that Jet drugged them because he wanted to take them somewhere. Jet confirms, saying he's sorry. Jin Runcandle asks where. Jet reveals that he was planning to take them to an underground testing auction house. Jin asks him to explain in detail. Jet elaborates that Tessing is a dark organization that operates auction houses, dealing with slaves, illicit drugs, stolen goods, and even artifacts, basically everything. Jin Runcandle thinks to himself that he has finally reached the Tessing auction house, and he agrees to heal Jet by tonight. He knows what to do next. Jet expresses his gratitude. Murakin criticizes the idea of spending money on medical bills for someone like Jet, calling him trash. Gilly agrees, suggesting that if they spare him, Jet might just try to trick them again. Jin Runcandle argues that bringing down a dark organization with an underground auction house is worth the risk. He assures them that they can always get rid of Jet later if he betrays them. Murakin reluctantly agrees. Jin Runcandle decides to trust Jet, pointing out that they needed an Arkan guide anyway, and says the first step is to find someone to treat Jet's injuries. He steps outside and thinks that pretending like this is exhausting, especially since he already knows everything. He doesn't plan on revealing to anyone that he's a regressor, so he has no choice but to keep acting this way. After a while, a gray-haired man tells him to rest as much as possible until his bones heal, offering his services again if needed. Jin reflects that the man is part of the Lutero Magic Federation, and is surprised that someone they found on the street turned out to be such a skilled healer. Jet looks at his reflection in the mirror and notices his missing tooth. He curses, thinking these people are crazy. They hit him, then heal him. He's left wondering who on earth they are. An heir to a large martial arts family. Someone from Bement's Special Affairs Division. Either way, he knows that if he betrays them, there'll be nothing left of him. Jin Runcandle says, "Alright, let's get going," and indicates that they need to head to the underground auction houses. After a while, Jet takes everyone to the auction houses. The guard at the gate asks Jet why he's bringing so many people with him today and whether they are products. Jet snaps at him, telling him to stop running his mouth and open the door. They're his guests. The guard opens the door, and they all head inside. Jin Runcandle sees a large crowd inside. Murakin comments that it's amusing to have an orchestra playing in a place operated by gangsters, noting how surprisingly quiet it is. Jet hands them face masks, explaining that even though it's known to the public that Salka is the boss of Tessing, the real boss is someone else. He advises them to wear the masks if they plan on attending the auction, as it's better to cover their faces. Jin Runcandle asks who the real boss is. Jet reveals that it's someone named Spirehands Alua, and that this place is decorated to suit his tastes. Jet says that Alu does this to hide that he's an uneducated gangster. Jin Runcandle encourages him to continue talking. Jet admits that Alua is different from the usual small fry. Not only does he have the ability to control these rough streets, but he's also a 7-star martial artist from arable lands, and there's a rumor that he has connections with the pureblood Runcandle family from across the sea. Murakin dismisses the notion of the Runcandle family associating with low-life neighborhood gangsters, asking if Jin seriously believes they would. Gilly agrees, saying it doesn't seem likely. However, Jin Runcandle thinks otherwise, recalling one person who could be connected to both the Magic Federation and the gangster underworld, the person who placed a curse on him that prevented him from wielding a sword. If there's any connection to the Lutero Magic Federation, it's quite possible it's him. He reflects on the 9-star curse called Bladed Illusion, which has prevented him from using a sword. He doubts there's a mage in Tessing capable of such a high-ranking curse, but after spending 10 years at Storm Castle and 5 in the Garden of Swords without getting any clues, he feels compelled to investigate. It's been 15 years without answers, and even straws are worth grasping. Jin Runcandle decides that they came here with the intention of disrupting everything, so investigating Alua's identity is worth the effort. Murakin asks about the plan, suggesting that if it's something like wiping out all the gangsters on their first day in Arkan, it might not be the best approach. Gilly mentions that the guards they saw on the way here seemed pretty skilled, and there were quite a few people who looked like unregistered magicians. She notes that suddenly fighting in the middle of enemy territory might not be the wisest idea. Jin Runcandle tells them not to worry, assuring them that he has a plan. Gilly asks what the plan is, and Jin responds by asking both of them to lend him their ears. Murakin lightly taps his own head, remarking that sometimes he really wonders what's in Jin's head and how he even comes up with these ideas. Gilly agrees, saying it's a bit shocking and questioning whether it's really something a Runcandle should be doing. Jin reassures them, saying they can just run if things go wrong. Jet interrupts, announcing that they've arrived and that he deliberately got them a low-key spot. He pulls back the curtain and says, "Welcome to Tessing's underground auction." The auctioneer announces that the next product is coming up, emphasizing that it doesn't matter where these items came from or why they're here. Their first items were things they could use however they liked for whatever purpose they desired. Slaves. A bystander comments that the slaves look to be in good condition today, pointing out one man in the back who seems capable of doing various types of work. Jin Runcandle remarks that they could have been put on sale like these slaves. Jet admits that he was reckless. Jin sees the slaves and is relieved that there are no children among them. Murakin asks what they should do now. Jin suggests they wait and mentions that sometimes useful items show up at these auctions. If something worth buying appears, he intends to acquire it. Once they have what they need, they'll start executing their plan. Jin believes that if his information is correct, the item he seeks is probably sitting in storage, and he can take it once they put his plan into action. The auctioneer declares that the auction is now in full swing. Jin advises them to be patient and wait for the right moment. The scene shifts to a week later. The auctioneer calls for bids, announcing 20, then 130, and asking if anyone will bid 140. Jet tells Jin Runcandle that he's been observing for an entire week, and if he doesn't buy something today, the Tessings might start to get suspicious. Jin asks if it's not Jet's job to handle such matters. Jet says, of course, please do whatever he wants, but internally, he's cursing, thinking that if Jin doesn't buy something soon, he's going to get kicked out regardless of who he is. He urges Jin to purchase something, anything before things get too hot. The auctioneer introduces the next item, saying it's their first magic tome of the day, Matthew Woniak's magic tome. He describes Woniak as a magician who once ruled over the world, and while they can't decipher the tome's contents, he assures the audience that it likely contains great magic. A bidder calls out 80. The auctioneer acknowledges the bid and asks if anyone will go higher. Jin Runcandle thinks that the auctioneer got the name wrong. It's not Matthew Woniak, but Matthew Morniak, a con artist. All of Morniak's tomes are under the Zipful's management, so there's no chance this is the real thing. He reflects that it's been a week since he started coming to the Tessing auction, and it's always the same. The presenters spewing nonsense while gullible magicians fall for it. The auctioneer moves on to the next item. Jin Runcandle notes that these amateur magicians are easily deceived. The auctioneer announces that the author of this magic tome is Tzenem, starting the bid at 50 gold coins. Jin thinks that there are some tomes like that. While they may not be famous, they're like unscratched lottery tickets. Everyone starts bidding. Murakan places a hand on Jin's shoulder and suggests he should buy that tome, mentioning that if it was really written by the Tzenmi he knew, it's a big deal. Jin Runcandle raises his card to increase the bid. The auctioneer is surprised and asks if anyone will go higher. Someone in the crowd wonders if Jin really wants to buy it at that price. Another person speculates that he must be the son of a rich family. Jin Runcandle contemplates the magic tome recommended by a dragon, knowing there's no need to question Murakan's instincts. The auctioneer announces that it was sold for 150. Murakan then comments on the next magic tome, questioning why it's there. The auctioneer introduces it as Suhugil Hister's magic tome. Murakan asks who Hister is, puzzled by the obscure names, first Tzenmi, now Hister. Jin Runcandle raises his card and bids 200. The auctioneer announces the new bid, asking if anyone will go higher. A person in the crowd murmurs, wondering who this guy is and why he's only bidding on the weird stuff. Murakan asks why Jin Runcandle started his bid with 200. Jin replies that he thought it would be a good idea to buy one more item, hoping to find something interesting, especially since his former master belonged to the Hister clan. He believes he heard that the Hister clan had collapsed hundreds of years ago, so he was surprised to find a trace of it at the auction. The auctioneer then declares the item sold for 200. Jin considers giving it as a gift if he ever meets his master again and comments, "Okay, that should do, let's get going." Murakan notices some books and exclaims jackpot. This really is the Tzenmi he was thinking of. He then asks, "But what's with this thing?" There's a strange, complicated encryption. Jin replies that, naturally, only he and his master can decode it. Jet, relieved that Jin finally made a purchase, comments that it would have been bad if Jin had left without buying anything today. Jin calls for Jet, and when he responds, Jin says that they need to meet Spider-Hand Alu. He asks why, but that's not possible, even if he's his customer. Jin Runcandle then says to relay the message to Alu, telling him that Beredin Zipful wants to see him in person. He moves quickly and thinks to himself that he's not from the Vermont Special Forces, but rather a pure-blooded Zipful. Opening the door, he muses that if he can get on the good side of the Zipfuls, he can leave this dump and make it big. He then instructs the messenger to inform Alu to come out, as Beredin Zipful is waiting for him. Several guards block his way, with one particularly large guard stepping forward to ask if he really is Beredin Zipful. He tells him to follow him, as the boss wants to see him. However, Jin swiftly punches the guard in the face. He demands to know if he's joking. Jin then uses fire magic, questioning whether the man he's just attacked is Alu. The guard, now disoriented, clarifies that he's not Alu, but that Mr. Alu, the boss, had ordered him to escort Jin to a meeting along with two others. Just then, there's a sudden, massive explosion. Jin Runcandle, angered by the deceit, realizes that he has revealed his name, yet Alu sends his underlings instead of meeting him personally. He raises his voice, saying, "Let him be clear, tell him to come out and face him himself, and he better crawl on all fours to get to him." After a moment, Alu bows before Jin Runcandle, confessing that he is Allah, the caretaker of Tessing, and he fails to recognize the one who resides in the heavens above. He begs for forgiveness. Jet thinks that if anyone else had claimed to be Beredin Zipful, he would have laughed it off, but Jin is different. His aura exudes a unique energy, and the flame ball he used earlier was at least 5-star mana. Jet realizes that anyone capable of wielding such high-level mana at that age could only be a Zipful. The narrative then shifts to a week earlier. Jin Runcandle announces that he's going to pretend to be Beredin Zipful. Murakan responds with disbelief, asking what he means by that. Gilly comments that even if Alu recognizes someone acquainted with the Zipful family, it would likely be an elderly servant. He explains that this ambiguity means that there's no way to prove he's not Beredin. Gilly ponders the implications, thinking it's not just a matter of whether Jin gets exposed or not. If the Runcandle family, or worse, the patriarch finds out about this impersonation in the future, the consequences could be severe. The scene shifts to the present. Jin Runcandle instructs Alu to get up, which he does, replying affirmatively. Alu presents 2 books to Jin, asking him to examine them and inquire what he thinks they are. Alu quickly admits that they are magic texts, apologizing for having obtained them without Zipful's authorization. He explains that the 2 texts are highly prized by his family and then asks how much money Jin has made from activities like this. Allah offers an excuse, stating that he's primarily a martial artist and didn't grasp the true worth of the magic texts, which caused Jin inconvenience. He promises to do his best to retrieve them, pleading for another chance. Jin dismisses him abruptly, telling him to shut up and bring him the account book along with the customer list, emphasizing that his family will start their investigation tomorrow. Jin thinks that this will be the end for Tessing. Despite their attempts to make a name in the Arkan Kingdom, they are merely a small gang compared to the Zipful family. He recognizes that if anything in the investigation leads to Zipful's displeasure, it could spell the end for Tessing. After a while, they sit in a room and examine papers and books, while Allah stands in front of them, stating that this is all that was at the auction. Jin Runcandle asks if there is more. Allah confirms that there are additional items, but they are heavily guarded and kept in the employee's residence. He requests permission to leave temporarily, promising to return with the items within 2 hours. Jin Runcandle responds by asking if Allah is planning to destroy important documents, then says he's going to check whether Allah is telling the truth by questioning those he has bribed. He then tells Allah to go ahead and do whatever he needs to do, but reminds him that he is still under his control. Allah apologizes and promises to return shortly. He instructs the brown-haired guard to show Sir Baradin around the storage area while he is gone, which the guard acknowledges with a simple yes. Alu then whispers to the guard to ensure that Jin Runcandle is kept within the mansion until he returns, and the guard agrees. Meanwhile, Alu walks down the hallway, seething at Jin Runcandle's arrogance. He mutters to himself, thinking, idiot, acting like he's in control of everything. He curses inwardly, frustrated with the amount of money he has spent on the Zipfuls, and resolves to find any way he can buy them off or regain his influence. Meanwhile, they are all searching through a library. Mirakin tells Gilly to take whatever she wants. She asks if it's really okay, and he assures her it is, remarking that there's likely nothing here that wasn't stolen. As they rummage through the books, a brown-haired guard gets hit on the head by a book, exclaiming, "Got him it, it's all garbage." Mirakin then mentions that Alu will probably realize Jin Runcandle is a fake by the time he gets back and asks Jin what his plan is. Jin Runcandle responds with a shrug, saying they are just grabbing what they like for free and will leave before Allah returns. He opens a box and finds a ring, thinking to himself, got it. Gilly, still a bit shaken by their audacious behavior, asks if they plan to keep doing reckless things like this. Jin Runcandle says he'll take her question as a compliment. Just then, Jet arrives with some papers, announcing that he has found the account records for the slaves as requested, complete with birthplaces and ages. Jin Runcandle praises him, saying, "Good job," and declares that they're done here, signaling everyone to leave. The brown-haired guard stops Jin Runcandle, explaining that the boss will bring the accounting books soon, so they should remain in the mansion until then. In response, Jin Runcandle attacks the guard and knocks him out. Jet applauds, remarking that Jin isn't just skilled in magic, but can also fight. However, he can't understand why Jin is assaulting Allah's subordinates. Jin Runcandle asks if Jet has a family. Jet confirms that he has a son. Jin Runcandle instructs him to take his son and flee, ideally to the Bement Empire. Jet is taken aback by this. Jin Runcandle advises him to hand over the accounting books and present himself as a whistleblower. That's the only way he can ensure his safety. Jet refuses, insisting that he will stay by Jin's side to the end. He thinks to himself that he's worked too hard for this opportunity to let it slip away. Jet begs Jin to allow him to serve alongside him in his great endeavors for the rest of his life, hoping for a chance to succeed. Jin Runcandle, with a hint of regret, reveals that he's not actually Baradin Zipful. This revelation shocks him. The scene shifts to 2 hours later. Alu returns, reporting that he heard from the Zipful hotline that Baradin Zipful has long silver hair. He then notices his guard knocked out on the floor. A different guard approaches Alu, addressing him as the boss. Alu tells him to speak. The guard explains that they took the information about the slaves and other customers, then fled, declaring that testing is finished. Alu orders them to chase after the intruders, but the guard apologizes, indicating that they have already escaped. Alu grabs the guard's face with his large hand, then hurls him across the room, shouting that they must take all the remaining men to track down those frauds. He vows to skin them with his own hands. Meanwhile, Muraken sits near the fire with the others and inquires if there's a reason Jin Runcandle has been lingering around. Jin Runcandle responds that he doesn't believe there's anything to be gained from worrying about Alu. Rather, they need to ascertain if he's connected to the Runcandles. Muraken acknowledges this, suggesting they consider it as their final farewell before departing. He notes that he gave Alu Chenmi's grimoire and even gifted him a masterpiece, which caused Alu to panic upon seeing it at the auction. Muraken wonders how Alu could have known about such an ancient item and managed to obtain it. Suddenly, some guards spot them, and one guard alerts the others, exclaiming, "Over here, they're hiding over here." He then calls for the boss. Muraken grumbles about their noise, and Jin Runcandle suggests they go have a brief conversation. Alu notices them and declares he found him. He is scamming idiots. He demands to know how Jin Runcandle dares to think he could fool Alu and escape. Alu declares that he's going to hang him in the market as an example and demonstrate what happens to anyone who crosses the head of Tessing, Spider Hands Alu. Jin Runcandle counters by listing the evidence he's uncovered: the registry of kidnapped slaves from Bement, the transaction ledger detailing the ancient grimoire sought by the Zipful family, and the customer registry naming all the aristocrats who turned a blind eye to Alu's operations. He throws the papers into the air, saying he's already spread this information far and wide, and by tomorrow, the entire world will know about Alu's crimes. He then asks if magic mail isn't quite convenient, suggesting that Alu's downfall is imminent. Alu hurls insults at him, threatening to ensure that his death won't be easy. He vows to skin him alive, and every time Jin passes out from the pain, Alu plans to revive him with flames. Jin Runcandle calls out to Muraken, who responds reluctantly. Jin informs him that he wants a one-on-one fight with Alu. Muraken sighs, saying, "What a pain." Alu, outraged, calls Jin a crazy idiot and demands to know what he thinks he can accomplish alone. He orders his subordinates not to just stand there and watch, but to attack. Alu's men launch their attack with magic crystals. Alu instructs them to leave the kid alive, but to kill the rest of the group. They move to strike at Muraken, but he quickly counters, taking them down one by one. As he advances, he leaps high into the air, striking another guard with such force that the others are left in shock. Alu shouts at his men, asking why they are just standing around. A gray-haired guard explains that firing magic at this point could hit their own comrades. Alu responds by telling him to aim at the people in the back. Jin Runcandle advises Gilly to step back for a moment. The guards use fire and water magic spells to attack, but Jin creates a protective shield to defend himself and Gilly. The guards are shocked by this. Jin Runcandle remarks that things have become a bit easier thanks to his sister, Luna. She comments that despite everything, he didn't even say goodbye to her before leaving. Muraken observes that their adversaries rely on numbers because they're weak and grumbling. What a pain, just drop dead all at once. Then, he launches an attack using light magic, leaving everyone stunned by its intensity. Alu lunges at Muraken while one guard notices something's off and asks what's happening. Another guard remarks that the boss has gone mad. They question whether he's lost his mind, concluding that it might actually save them some trouble. Muraken reports that he has taken care of all the smaller threats, as Jin Runcandle asked, and tells him to do whatever he wants. Alu, furious and cursing, demands to know who sent them and why. Jin Runcandle dismisses the question, retorting that it doesn't matter if he tells him or not because he's going to die anyway. As Alu attacks, Jin Runcandle sidesteps, realizing how fast Alu is. Jin thinks to himself that even if Alu is lying, he still has to be cautious and can't afford to be taken down without a fight. Muraken acknowledges that he's found a worthy opponent, suspecting the rumors about Alu being a 7-star martial artist might be true. He comments that Alu seems different from Vishkal, his previous opponent, and this one seems eager to kill him. Muraken tells Jin to give it his best shot and not to die. Alu expresses his disdain, remarking on his arrogance and questioning how a mere mage dares to step onto the front line. Jin Runcandle retorts, asking if Allah, a rookie, is looking down on him, and then moves to attack with his sword. Allah inquires about the sword and manages to block Jin's attack. He counterattacks, noting that Jin Runcandle isn't a mage after all. Jin Runcandle steps back and attempts another attack. Allah swiftly moves, attempting to strike from behind, but he evades just in time. Allah's attack lands on the floor, and he taunts Jin, calling it a shallow hit. Jin Runcandle realizes that Allah is fast, and that he hasn't been fighting at full strength. But even so, it's already too much for him to handle. Allah comments that the fireball Jin Runcandle used at the auction house must have been an artifact. He realizes that he's in this predicament because he fell for a simple trick. The real problem, however, is the guy who single-handedly took down all of his subordinates. Allah is certain that he's even stronger than he is. He wonders why Muraken is just standing there. Muraken observes that Jin seems to be taking some hard blows, remarking that little idiot. Gilly, concerned, asks if Muraken plans to intervene, pointing out that while it's the young master's wish to take on a 7-star martial artist, it might be a bit early for him to do so. Muraken dismisses her concern, saying it's fine, and that the idiot needs to learn how precious life is. Gilly agrees, acknowledging the truth in his words. He then remarks that it seems she believes the kid is going to lose. On the other side, Allah lunges to attack while Jin Runcandle attempts to block him. Everyone is taken aback by the ferocity of Allah's assault. Allah charges again, declaring that this will be the end for Jin. However, Jin Runcandle smirks, using his magical fire spell, and says that in the past, when Runcandle's magic swordsmen fought, even a 2-star difference was insignificant to them. He launches a burst of fire at Allah, knocking him back. Allah, bewildered, questions whether it wasn't an artifact. Realizing that Jin Runcandle is a magic swordsman, Jin's sword lights up with magical energy as he summons lightning to attack. Allah attempts to block the attack, but his sword hits the floor. He mocks Jin, saying that standing so exposed will lead to his demise. Jin Runcandle moves forward, his hand wearing a magical ring, and commands his helmet to release. Allah is shocked, asking what is happening. Jin Runcandle then takes his sword and delivers a deep cut to Allah. As he does, a dark, magical aura envelops him. He sheathes his sword. Muraken is surprised by what he sees, commenting that it must be Multa's rune. Gilly asks him to explain what Multa's rune is. Muraken recounts that thousands of years ago, Multa was created for Bament, the first emperor, who was a lover of a demon. During that time, there was a war, and Multa was a masterpiece that could block all attacks below 7-star power. Muraken expresses his curiosity about how such an artifact ended up in the hands of a gang. Jin Runcandle reflects on Multa's rune, noting that it's an artifact meant to be given to the Bament Emperor in 5 to 6 years. He recalls that during that period, the Academy and the press were in chaos because of this helmet, and he remembers precisely when, where, and on which date it was first discovered. Jin delivers a severe blow to Allah and tells him that he wants to ask him one thing before he dies. He mentions that he has heard about Allah's connections to the Runcandle family and asks if it's true. Muraken responds that he should have asked earlier, questioning what answer he expects to receive from someone on their deathbed. Allah acknowledges this and confirms that he now knows Jin Runcandle's true identity. He admits that it was indeed true that he failed, but he clarifies that Jin Runcandle is just the youngest member of the family. Allah adds that he can't stop the other person. Muraken asks what he means by the other person. Jin Runcandle elaborates, mentioning Spider Allah and speculating that it's probably not his real name. He explains that they need to investigate further because having a 7-star martial artist as the boss of a gang and having connections to the Runcandle family seems suspicious. Muraken remarks that it's not entirely unusual, noting that one of his ancestors, a 9-star, ran a bar. However, he insists that they need to identify the person Allah referred to, especially since he is going to lead the family. He realizes that he has failed, and he can't stop that person. If Allah had acknowledged his identity, then his failure would have likely been tied to the bladed illusion. The mention of him being the youngest and unable to stop that person indicates knowledge of the power struggle among his siblings. He considers the possible suspects, dismissing older sister Yua because she left the family. Mayu, Anne, and the twins are ruled out due to their youth and lack of experience. The others aren't clever or ambitious enough to engage in such underhanded schemes. He then narrows down the likely candidate, someone who is acutely aware of rank and who began manipulating events as soon as they recognized his talent. Joshua Runcandle, the next heir. Jin concludes that no one else holds as much influence as Joshua, whether he's jumping to conclusions or not. He intends to uncover the truth soon. The scene shifts to the next morning. A little boy with black hair stands on the street, holding some newspapers, and shouts that Tessing has been eliminated after a joint investigation between the Zipfel family and the Ment. The evil gang that terrorized the innocent was taken down in just one day. Jin Runcandle reads the headline and remarks that it seems like Jet did a good job. He observes that while Jet might have faced harassment from the Zipfel family and Bement, it's a small price to pay compared to saving his own life. Murakin comments that the criminals deserved even more suffering, but he's glad the Zipfel family and Bement are taking the credit. It means Jin will get the benefits. Jin Runcandle agrees, listing the gains: a valuable ring, skilled mages, a 7-star knight, and even a victory in a real battle. Just then, Gilly arrives, addressing Jin Runcandle as Young's master. She reminds him that being a 7-star knight doesn't automatically guarantee competence, and he shouldn't become careless just because he defeated Alu. She suggests it would be wise to be more cautious in the future. Jin Runcandle agrees, acknowledging that they have nothing on someone like Gilly, who is the real deal. He assures her he will be more careful from now on. Jin Runcandle expresses gratitude to Jet, noting that thanks to him, no one will suspect their whereabouts. He suggests they relax and head to their next destination. Murakin inquires about their next destination, to which Jin Runcandle responds that Tikkun is an independent city. Gilly remarks that Tikkun is known for its 7 colors. Murakin asks about the significance of the 7 colors. Jin Runcandle hands some coins to an old man nearby. Gilly explains that Tikkun houses a large information center, which, alongside the Runcandle, Zipfel, and Bement organizations, is one of the most reliable sources of information. Murakin then realizes that Jin Runcandle intends to gather information on potential adversaries, similar to how he utilized Jet, and asks if that sounds like a plan. Jin Runcandle acknowledges it as one possibility. After a while, a person announces that they are all aboard, and they embark on a boat. Jin Runcandle reflects that moving forward, he needs to prioritize his memories from before his regression while with Gilly and Murakin, ensuring they serve a proper purpose. Additionally, he considers the matters related to Vishikal Yuliano, Buber, Kinzello, and Allah's past connections to Runcandle. He realizes there are many things, such as the Kulin ruins and taboo magic, that he needs to investigate further. For this purpose, he determines that the 7 colors in Tikkun are the most suitable place. After a while, Murakin mentions that he has discovered what the magic, or whatever it was, left behind by Chenmi actually is. He believes it's light magic. Jin Runcandle is surprised, saying he thought that form of magic disappeared during ancient times. Murakin confirms that it did, explaining that Chenmi was an enemy of the Zipfel family back then, and the Zipfels erased any traces of their adversaries from history. That's the Zipfel family's typical approach. They eliminate those who become a nuisance to them. Murakin adds that this is why there are no existing records, and if he can't transcend his current limitations, the Runcandle family could face a similar fate in the future. Learning about light magic could be crucial. Jin Runcandle tells him he's going to demonstrate something, emphasizing how quickly he can adapt. He suggests he look forward to it, as this might be the type of magic he needs most at this moment, and then reveals a glowing magical energy in his hand. Jin Runcandle urges Murakin to open his eyes wide and watch carefully, remarking that it's light magic but asking why it's black. He increases his power, laughing, then asks how it felt, seeing it for just a moment but already experiencing a sensation like his eyes are swelling. Jin Runcandle covers his face with his hand and comments that this magic can definitely be used for both offense and defense. He notes that it's called Flashbang, one of Chenmi's most prized spells, and he's thrilled to have obtained it. In contrast, he mentions a certain Hister mage. He interrupts, questioning why he is bringing up this mage all of a sudden. He pulls out a book, explaining that it's encoded in a way that even frustrates him, and he's unsure of its contents. He wonders if it will be useful. Jin Runcandle suggests leaving it aside for now. He agrees, stating that one day, he'll find a skilled decipherer to tackle it. The scene shifts to a week later, in Tikkun, the independent city. Gilly is delighted as she explores the city, remarking how pretty it is. Jin Runkandle reflects on the unique characteristics of this location. A city on a small island in the southern part of the central continent, unaffiliated with either the Runkandle family or the Zipfel family. Although the population is relatively low, it's a popular tourist spot, with ocean views visible from almost any point in the city. Gilly comments that the entire city seems vibrant and asks if they should find a place to stay while Murakan jumps off her shoulder. Jin agrees, suggesting they head toward the city's center to look for accommodation. Murakan transforms into his human form and complains that he won't choose another lousy place this time. Jin Runkandle scolds him, saying that he's told him repeatedly not to transform in the middle of the city. Murakan retorts that humans don't really pay much attention. However, Julia notices him transforming and points excitedly, exclaiming that a cat has just turned into a person. She then shouts to others, announcing that a black cat turned into a black-haired man, asking how he did it. The group is taken aback by her reaction. She then yells, "Teacher." After a while, Jin Runkandle tells Julia that she saw it wrong, asking how a cat could possibly turn into a human. Julia, eating ice cream, insists it's not her, but her friend Yuri who saw it, and she's sure a black cat turned into that man. She asks why he's lying. He responds that he's not lying and that he's not a Mr. Julia argues that he is lying and that he is, in fact, a Mr. Jin, trying to defuse the situation, reminds her that he bought her ice cream and asks if she could pretend she saw nothing. She refuses, saying she won't lie. Gilly, standing with Murakan, asks what they should do. She mentions that they thought Julia was lost, so they decided to take her to the garrison. But if rumors spread there, they might attract the Zipfel family's attention. Murakan dismisses the worry, saying nobody will believe what a child says. Gilly retorts that if Murakan had listened to the young master, none of this would have happened in the first place. After a while, Julia points to a building and says it's the information center, mentioning that she doesn't like the garrison. Gilly inquires about what's wrong. Julia explains that she doesn't like it because they always harass her mom and bother her. Gilly expresses concern, suggesting that maybe it's a place that uses violence and exploits the common folk. Jin Runkandle considers that the child's mother could be a criminal for all they know and suggests they go inside and check first. A guard notices Julia and asks if she isn't Julia, then instructs someone to bring the leader as little Miss Julia is here. Jin Runkandle politely asks if the guard knows the child. The guard chuckles and confirms he knows her all too well, as she's their leader's daughter. Jin Runkandle asks about the leader's daughter, and Julia spots her mother, Alicia Badger. Jin reflects on the leader of the center, wondering if that's really the only role she plays. Meanwhile, Julia runs toward her mother, Alicia Badger, and hugs her. Alicia gently reprimands her, reminding her not to wander too far. Julia responds by saying that her mom doesn't play with her enough. Alicia apologizes, promising to play with her a lot after she finishes her work. Julia asks if she really meant it, pointing out that Alicia had been busy before and hadn't kept her promise. Alicia assures her she will, emphasizing that she can't just leave because of her work. Alicia Badger then notices Jin Runkandle and his companions, commenting that most people in this city know Julia, suggesting that Jin should be more cautious. She apologizes for her delayed introduction, extending her hand and introducing herself as the leader of Tikken's garrison. Jin shakes her hand, introducing himself as Jin Gray and explaining that he's just visiting Tikken as a tourist. She remarks that if he's a tourist, she should give him something in return and asks if there's anything he might need. He asks if she can recommend a place to stay. Julia whispers something in her ear, and Alicia Badger pulls out a pen, calling for some paper. A guard quickly brings her some paper, and she writes something down before handing it to Jin Runkandle. Alicia explains that it's a letter of recommendation with the garrison leader's seal, ensuring that wherever he goes, if he shows this, he will be treated well. She thanks him once again for finding her daughter. Jin responds that they should be the ones thanking her, and then says they'll be on their way. As they turn to leave, Alicia Badger asks Julia if a cat really turned into a human. Julia confirms it, but adds that the others don't want to talk about it, so she pretends not to know. Alicia praises her, saying she did a good job, and remarks that everyone has secrets. She reflects on the transformation, noting that it's something only a dragon can do. Meanwhile, Gilly sits on the bed and remarks that the service is excellent, noting that he's only experienced this kind of treatment when he was at Hewfester. Mirakin, lying on his own bed, comments on how soft it is, adding that this is what a proper lodge should feel like. Gilly acknowledges the benefit of the letter of recommendation, saying that things are going smoothly in Tikkun, and remarks that they've had great luck since they arrived. She then mentioned that she'd been thinking about the ice cream Julia had eaten earlier, asking if she could have some as well since it's a popular treat in Tikkun. Jin Runcandle wonders why she's asking him for permission, telling her to go ahead and order it. She leaves the room, responding that she'll be back soon. Mirakin comments that it's been a while since they lived in such comfort, remarking that it feels like they're on vacation. He then asks Jin how he plans to meet the 7 colors. Mirakin points out that the 7 colors won't be easy to meet. Jin Runcandle responds that he has a plan, explaining that the 7 colors is the most reputable information center in Tikkun, and at its core is a figure known as the Noble Sword, Kashmir. He reflects that Kashmir is a renowned swordsman, widely known and respected, who was even recommended to teach beginner swordsmanship to the Runcandle family. However, that's the extent of what most people know about him. Jin recalls that in 10 years, Kashmir will reveal himself as the Emperor of Bement and will leverage the information gathered by the 7 colors. He thinks that Kashmir will acquire ruling power from Bement, the Zipfel family, and the Runcandle family, gaining the support needed to establish Tikkun as an independent kingdom with him as its first king. He considers Kashmir Alfreyan to be a meticulous person, not just skilled in swordsmanship but also adept at concealing himself for an extended period. He speculates that he might become someone who can support him. However, the challenge lies in how he will approach him. Just then, Gilly enters the room and alerts Jin Runcandle and Mirakin that something is amiss. She explains that there's no one in the lodge. All the employees and guests have disappeared, and she senses that something is off. Kashmir Alfreyan places a hand on her shoulder, inquiring about their well-being and asking if it would be acceptable for him to intrude for a moment. Jin Runcandle observes him and wonders why Kashmir Alfreyan is here. Mirakin, angered, moves to attack him. Jin Runcandle intervenes, urging him to stop and not kill him. Mirakin transforms into a shadow dragon, then sarcastically repeats Kashmir's greeting, asking if he is well, before pointing out that, no, he isn't, questioning if he is an idiot for thinking otherwise. Jin Runcandle wonders why the noble sword Kashmir is here all of a sudden. Kashmir shouldn't have any business in Arkan, especially since they just arrived in Tikkun and haven't caused any trouble. Jin then realizes that Kashmir isn't alone. 3, 4, no, even more guards are with him. He thinks that at this rate, they might get overwhelmed and tells Mirakin to calm down, as the space is too small, and fighting here could injure Gilly. Mirakin transforms back into his human form and questions Kashmir if he even knows who he is. Kashmir asks what he's talking about. Mirakin reiterates the question, asking if he knows who he is, then mutters that he is an idiot while embracing Gilly. He also expresses his frustration, asking why his language is so informal and if he disrespects everyone just because he has a sword at his waist and drags around his underlings. Jin Runcandle reflects that, for once, Mirakin restrained himself. Kashmir Alfreyan clarifies, saying that's not what he meant. Mirakin responds angrily, asking what he did mean, and accuses Kashmir of barging in uninvited, demanding answers. He repeats his question, asking if he knows who he is. Kashmir admits he doesn't know. Mirakin then retorts, wondering why he speaks so informally, as if he's above everyone else, just because he has a sword and a group of followers. Jin Runcandle intervenes, telling Mirakin to stop, saying that's enough. He asks Mirakin to calm down and put away his sword, then politely addresses him, asking if he's Sir Noble Sword Kashmir. Jin Runcandle adds that he's heard a lot about his reputation and knows him well. Kashmir seems puzzled and asks how Jin Runcandle knows his name and who he is. Jin Runcandle formally introduces himself, revealing his real name. Mirakin and Gilly are taken aback by this sudden disclosure. Jin suggests that they continue their conversation in a different location, offering to answer any of his questions. After a while, Kashmir Alfreyan sits in front of Jin Runcandle, with Gilly and Mirakin standing behind Jin. Jin Runcandle thanks Kashmir for dismissing his soldiers, remarking that it suggests a level of trust. Kashmir contemplates that he brought the soldiers after receiving a report about a dragon sighting, but that it turned out to be a misjudgment. Instead, it was Mirakin who was visibly furious, and he was sure that the intense pressure felt was not from any ordinary human but from the dragon himself. He realizes that if he hadn't intervened, everyone in the room might have died. He also recognizes Gilly McLaurin, thinking he met her before his fall from grace in the Bement Palace. He recalls her military prowess during training drills, but now he can't detect any trace of her aura. He wonders if she has any connections to the people she's with. Kashmir Alfrian then asks if he really is who he claims to be, noting that it doesn't seem like he's lying, but he still has questions. Jin invites him to go ahead. Kashmir asks why Jin is traveling with a dragon, mentioning that since ancient times, dragons have been known to make contracts with magicians who have made contracts with a god or with someone possessing a special power, typically a zipful rather than a run candle. Kashmir then inquires if Jin's family knows he's accompanied by a dragon. Jin Runcandle responds that they do not know. He warns that if this information were to leak, his family wouldn't take it lightly. He remarks that Jin is discussing a significant secret that could cost him his life, suggesting that what matters isn't merely that he's a Runcandle. He then asks Jin to explain the reason behind this alliance with a dragon. Instead of answering directly, Jin Runcandle asks why he sought to meet with the dragon. He says that since Jin Runcandle shared a big secret, he'll share one in return. He mentions that his daughter, Julia, said she saw a cat transform into a person, which is why he came to investigate. Jin Runcandle asks if he believes the words of a child. Kashmir replies that his daughter is no ordinary child. She's a contractor with Asmil. Jin Runcandle clarifies if he means the god of sight. Kashmir confirms this, adding that a contractor of Asmil wouldn't misinterpret an object or event, as the god of sight grants precise vision. He notes that many powerful people would do anything to become a contractor with Asmil, so he's cautious about revealing this information so easily. Murakan, sensing something off, moves closer to Kashmir. He questions how Julia could be a contractor if there's no dragon around, pointing out that he didn't sense any dragon energy nearby. Jin Runcandle observes that Asmil's dragons are known for their strong bond with their contractors, so it's unusual that they would leave a child alone, indicating something strange is happening. He says he's unsure of the full context, but it seems to revolve around that fact. Murakan asks what he's referring to. Kashmir Alfrian explains that Julia's guardian dragon disappeared about a year ago, possibly involving the Zipful family or the Bement Empire, though that's just speculation. Murakan responds that it doesn't make sense. No dragon is foolish enough to be kidnapped, and certainly not for a whole year. He then asks if Julia is about 5 years old. Kashmir confirms this, saying that's correct. Murakan points out that if Julia really is Asmil's contractor, then if the dragon isn't nearby, she could soon go insane or become disabled due to the lack of the dragon's protective presence. Kashmir is shocked to hear this. Murakan elaborates, emphasizing that Asmil's contractors can see the future. However, most humans aren't aware that this ability places a significant strain on a dragon's mental state. He explains that at Julia's age, she's too young to distinguish between dreams and reality, which is why she hasn't exhibited severe symptoms yet. He explains that if she continues seeing the future without any protection, as she's doing now, her vision will become uncontrollable in a year or two. Jin Runcandle asks him to elaborate, questioning if seeing the future could truly lead to disability. Kashmir responds that it relates to the principle of causality. The one who sees the future must follow what they saw. If they don't, Asmil's punishment begins. If someone sees the future and tries to alter it, especially in matters of life and death, they risk severe consequences. He adds that contractors who defy the principle of causality are eventually destroyed. Kashmir states that his daughter has lived in a different reality from them due to her ability, and based on Jin's reaction, it seems he's starting to understand the gravity of the situation. Kashmir concludes that he must find her guardian dragon as quickly as possible to ensure her safety, and there's no other option. Kashmir Alfrian kneels down, addressing Murakan as a mighty dragon. He explains that although the manager didn't mention it, he's the leader of the information center, the Seven Colors, and he's confident in his abilities. However, for a year, he has been unable to find his daughter's guardian dragon. Murakan, hearing this, remarks that he's now certain that meeting Julia upon their arrival in Tikkun wasn't just a coincidence. Asmil seems to be seeking their help for his young contractor. He then asks Murakan, the mighty dragon, to intervene. Murakan dismisses the request, saying that he can't do much, even if asked. He points to Jin Runcandle, suggesting that the decision rests with him. Jin Runcandle approaches Kashmir Alfrian, asking him to stand up. He acknowledges that although they don't have a deep relationship, this matter concerns the safety and well-being of a child. He suggests that they proceed rationally and join forces to search for Julia's guardian dragon. Kashmir Alfrian expresses his gratitude, saying he will not forget their kindness. He thinks that even though things turned out better than expected, there's still a sense of unease. If the Seven Colors couldn't locate the missing dragon, then finding it might require information from the Runcandle or Zipful families. Murakan asks if Tikkun is aligned with the Zipful family, to which Jin Runcandle responds that Tikkun is just a city, unaffiliated with anyone. He seems satisfied, then asks Kashmir Alfrian if his information network is truly that capable, inquiring if they have data on dragons. Kashmir confirms they do, explaining that they know which continent each dragon inhabits. Murakan is pleased and asks for all the information on dragons in the Bement Empire. Jin Runcandle quickly advises against revealing this information, but Murakan dismisses him, stating that this approach is like a last resort. Traditionally, he adds, dragons are believed to know everything. Meanwhile, Inia approaches Miss Quickhantle, who is holding a newspaper, and asks her to look at it. Miss Quickhantle inquires if she has arrived. Inia responds that it's news about Sir Jin again and asks if he isn't truly amazing. She remarks that he's the same age as them but is already a 5-star. Inia expresses surprise and asks if she could also become like him. She confirms, saying that as a god's contractor, she can also achieve such heights. Inia questions if that's really true. She reassures her, stating that compared to the child of a family with a guardian who is a black-haired guy, she, as the contractor of Ulta, the god of time, holds much more potential. She then instructs Inia to go home and not come out until she returns. Inia asks if something has happened. She responds, saying not really, it's just that something dark has appeared. After a while, Jin Runcandle is flying while sitting on Murakan, who has transformed into his dragon form. Murakan warns him that soon, very soon, he'll release his presence, and the dragons residing in Bement will come crawling out on their own. He advises Jin to hide well to avoid being seen. Jin Runcandle covers his face and acknowledges the advice, saying he's ready. Murakan says they're starting now, and then they begin descending rapidly. The scene shifts to a flashback, where Kashmir Alfrian hands Murakan some papers, saying, "Here it is, the list of dragons active within the Bement regions, as he requested." Murakan reviews the papers and remarks, "So they are hiding here." He starts to say something but then changes his mind, dismissing it with a casual, "Never mind, it should be fine." Jin Runcandle asks if there's any problem, but Murakan assures him there's none. He mentions that dealing with dragons can be risky, but suggests they move on, saying they have a long way to go. As they start to leave, Kashmir Alfrian calls out to Murakan, addressing him as a great dragon and asking him to wait. Murakan tells him to drop the formality, saying he's not a cult leader, and asks him to just use his name. Kashmir responds, "Sir Murakan," thanking him and bowing, then humbly requesting that Murakan take care of things so that he can save his beloved daughter. He tells Kashmir Alfrian that before he leaves, there are 2 important details to keep in mind. First, until the dragon returns, he needs to keep his daughter physically active throughout the day. By exhausting her energy, Asmil's influence will naturally weaken. He instructs him to play with her from the moment she wakes up, whether it's running around or doing anything else that makes her tired, ensuring she falls asleep easily. Kashmir acknowledges the advice and promises to keep his daughter engaged and exhausted. He then asks about the second detail. Murakan mentions ice candies, suggesting Kashmir bring some over since they didn't get a chance to try any because of him. Gilly remarks that he really is a gentleman. Murakan laughs, pointing out that she had mentioned wanting to get some ice candies earlier. Gilly clarifies that she didn't mean that. She was referring to how Murakan tactfully provided additional information to calm him. Murakan responds that he doesn't really care about the emotions of that kind of creature. The scene shifts to the present. Jin Runcandle reflects that while Murakan often pretends not to care about others, he's actually quite thoughtful, a trait of their black dragon. Murakan interrupts his thoughts, announcing that it's coming, pointing to a dragon approaching from the opposite direction. He identifies the newcomers as Rabis and Until, remarking that they were the ones he beat up the most. Murakan tells Jin to put on his helmet. Jin Runcandle comments on how much he must have gone around beating them up for them to show up so quickly upon sensing his presence. He nonchalantly explains that anyone who enters his territory gets a beating. That's just how it was back in the day. Jin Runcandle asks if he doesn't feel a sense of pride about it. Rubus calls out to Mirakin, asking why he's here. Mirakin responds by addressing Rubus as the Earth Dragon and Until, declaring that he's awoken from a long slumber for a task that requires their assistance. Until, seemingly apprehensive, says that the great ruler of the tall mountains and close friend of soldiers doesn't know the details of his current situation. But this isn't the ideal time. Please avoid this area. Rubus urges Mirakin to leave quickly, pointing out that a young contractor is still in this region and that Until doesn't wish for any conflict on the coast of Bement. Mirakin, undeterred, asks if they're daring to order him to retreat, declaring that there's nowhere under the heavens that Mirakin must avoid. Until seems exasperated, suggesting that Mirakin should just flee, explaining that everything's in chaos due to the disruptive presence he's been spreading. Mirakin asks what Rubus is talking about. Rubus explains that Quickhantle is flying over and planning to kill him. Mirakin confirms if he means the silver dragon Quickhantle, then asks what his relationship is with the guardian dragon of the time god Ulta. Mirakin reveals that Quickhantle is his ex. Rubus pleads with Mirakin, saying he's begging him, and asks if he can leave, emphasizing that their contractor is still just a child and could get hurt if caught in the crossfire. Until warns that the other dragons don't know he has awakened yet, and if he doesn't leave now, he's going to spread the news. Mirakin tells Jin Runcandle to hold on tight, then charges toward Rubus and Until, striking them with enough force to send them flying. Rubus, panicking, suggests they flee and curse Mirakin. Jin Runcandle asks what on earth Mirakin is doing. Mirakin tells him to stay focused, as more are coming, and he lunges to attack again while the other dragons counterattack. He realizes that even if his opponents are underestimated, their ultimate skills are above 8-star level, and he's firing those repeatedly. Miss Quickhantle arrives, cursing at Mirakin, saying he should have died right then and there, and demands to know what he was thinking, showing up here with that audacious look on his face. Jin Runcandle asks if they really have to fight against that monster. Mirakin indicates that it looks like they do. He asks how long he dated her. Mirakin replies, 500 years, adding that it's about 5 years in human terms. Then he tells Jin to stab her with Bradamante whenever he gets the chance. He hesitates, noting that she's still his ex, and asks if stabbing her isn't too harsh. Mirakin dismisses his concern, pointing out that he never sticks around with those who lack class. He advises that if things get bad, Jin should pour all his power into one strike, saying that it would take that much just to land a hit on her. Miss Quickhantle transforms into her dragon form, declaring that it's too late to run, and that she's going to bury him at sea. Mirakin urges Quickhantle to wait and calm down, acknowledging that she despises him but pointing out that they have more important matters to attend to before settling any personal issues. Instead of listening, she launches a magical spell at him, but he dodges and begins to retreat. Quickhantle chases after him, attacking with increased ferocity, even attempting to bite him. Mirakin questions why she's so agitated as they start clashing with each other. She throws another magical spell at him, exclaiming in frustration, "For the love, what the hell, at this range?" Mirakin quickly spreads his black shadow aura to obscure her view, hoping to buy some time. Jin Runcandle observes the chaotic scene and remarks that it's fortunate he tagged along. Otherwise, if Mirakin had been caught by the silver dragon, they wouldn't have even heard about it. Mirakin assures Jin Runcandle that he won't die, adding that no matter how strong Quickhantle is, she can't enter this space. He acknowledges that creating an opening to calm her down won't be easy, suggesting they find a way to pacify her through conversation. However, she disperses the shadow and mocks him, saying that if he thought his shadow liberation would work, he's sadly mistaken. Mirakin is surprised and asks how she did that. She scolds him, pointing out that he doesn't realize how much weaker he has become. If he still believes he's the same as before, he's sorely mistaken. Mirakin attempts to defuse the situation, telling her to stop and reminding her of their past. He explains that he came here with a question, but she retorts that even thinking about their past makes her want to tear him into 10,000 pieces. She attacks, but Mirakin bites her and asks her to calm down, wondering if she's reacting this way just because they broke up. She retorts that just breaking up isn't the only reason he's getting his ass beat, then punches him in the face. Mirakin signals Jin Runcandle to act. He jumps into action, ready to attack Quickhantle. She is taken aback, exclaiming, "What, a human?" She realizes that her outer hide is hard to pierce, even with Muraken's teeth. This suggests that it will be difficult for Jin Runcandle to cause any significant damage with a single strike. However, he sees a small gap and notices remnants of Muraken's Shadow Kai around the area. Using the power of Shadow Kai liberation, he strikes with his sword, piercing through and stabbing her. She screams in pain as he cuts her arm and wings. Muraken commends him, saying he has used up all his power, but still, good job. Jin Runcandle feels exhausted and wonders if he has just become a dragon slayer out of nowhere. He acknowledges his comment, saying, "Alright, now let's hope she's calmed down a little." Jin Runcandle asks if that was the end of the battle. Muraken responds that it's far from over. Most regular dragons would die from such a blow, but she is different. Dragons that control time are not easily defeated. Jin Runcandle, concerned, asks if they might end up missing before they even find the missing dragon. Jin Runcandle stands on Muraken's hand, observing her. He asks if she's rewinding time. Muraken explains that this is why authority and magic are separate, adding that while it's a powerful ability, it consumes a lot of energy. He advises Jin not to move an inch, just in case. Miss Quickhantle reverts to her human form. Muraken asks if she's calmed down a bit, joking that he didn't know she still had such strong feelings for him to the point where she went crazy. Muraken then asks if they didn't break up on good terms. Miss Quickhantle is indignant, reminding him that he dumped her unilaterally, giving her no room to discuss it. She sarcastically asks if that's what he calls breaking up on good terms. Muraken admits that she gets angry whenever he mentions breaking up, but clarifies that he didn't cheat. It was simply a case of their personalities not matching. Jin Runcandle reflects on how this is a conversation between dragons who have lived for thousands of years. Muraken tries to shift the focus, saying he didn't come here to fight, but to ask her something. Miss Quickhantle tells Muraken to wait before he continues and asks about the human with him, wondering if he's Solderit's contractor. Muraken dismisses the question, emphasizing that it's not what's important right now, pointing out that one of their own is in grave danger. Miss Quickhantle is unimpressed, labeling Muraken as despicable, reminding him of the many dragons he's killed. She seems baffled by his sudden concern, questioning if he's playing games with her and asking if he realizes how many dragons died at his hands. Muraken acknowledges her point and explains that among those dragons was her older brother's enemy, whom he killed as an act of revenge. He clarifies that he did it for someone he had no connection to, implying that it wasn't his choice to get involved. He admits it might be his fault for asking her, saying he could have asked another dragon instead. Miss Quickhantle takes a moment to compose herself, recognizing that whenever she sees Muraken, she becomes emotional. She suggests that he go ahead and ask her what he wants, apologizing for what she just said. He explains that one of Asmil's guardian dragons recently went missing. Miss Quickhantle asks if he means Tikken's Latry. Muraken confirms, saying, "Yeah, there was a name like that." Jin Runcandle realizes they're finally getting to the heart of the matter. She remarks that it's strange because Latry was taken by Violetta not long ago. Jin Runcandle recalls that Violetta is a wind dragon, one of Melzier, the god of wind's dependence, and the guardian dragon of the Zipfel family's vice head, Andre. He begins to suspect that this could be connected to the Zipfel family. She states that the Zipfels mentioned they would teach Latry the dragon language magic, suggesting that they might need to relocate to avoid any traps. She proposes that they backtrack a little to bypass any danger and enter Bement safely. She offers to guide them to her place. A while later, in a forest on the outskirts of Bement's capital, Jin Runcandle introduces himself to Miss Quickhantle, explaining that he's Solderit's contractor. She acknowledges that she already knows he's Temer's descendant and identifies him as the youngest son, Jin Runcandle. Muraken is surprised, asking how she knows. Miss Quickhantle responds that it's obvious because he's giving off the same energy as Temer and mentions that the three of them used to spend a lot of time together 1,000 years ago, adding that she just guessed he was the youngest based on the guardian dragon's reaction. She takes a sip of tea, suggesting they get to the main topic. She explains that Violetta took Latry about a year ago. Muraken confirms that they lured Latry in by promising to teach dragon language magic, remarking that this doesn't sound good. She acknowledges that while it might be true, the current contractor of Asmil is too young to control the authority. She asks if it would be dangerous if the guardian dragon isn't by their side. Muraken agrees, saying Violetta should understand that as well. She says it makes sense and questions if there's a hidden motive behind this. Mirakin picks up on her phrasing, asking if she knows something based on her comment, as expected. She explains that when Violetta took Latry, she visited Bement and mentioned introducing Latry to her. However, she seemed fixated on her contractor, asking for an opportunity to meet without a clear reason. She admits that her temper might have prompted her to react aggressively, but she refrained because her contractor's identity had already been revealed. Given that many in Bement's upper class have close ties with the Zipfel family, acting on her temper would have put her contractor in danger. Jin Runcandle remarks that it's odd how her contractor's identity was revealed while Asmil's contractor hasn't been disclosed. He suggests it's suspicious how they discovered this information and approached Latry. Mirakin agrees, noting that it's peculiar, and questions whether contractor detection magic was developed while he was asleep. She insists it's impossible. No one can detect a contractor's identity until they personally manifest their authority. Even if such magic existed, she questions how it would benefit those who possess it. Jin Runcandle outlines two potential benefits the Zipfel family could gain. First, they can minimize risks and eliminate contractors outside their domain. Second, by killing the contractor, the Zipfel family might secure a chance to make a contract with the god. He reflects that it's not merely a chance to make a contract. They likely have a specific method. In his past life, the contractor for Olta, the god of time, was officially introduced at the stone statue. He recalls that 10 years from now, the contractor was a pure-blooded Zipfel, leading him to believe that if they kill a contractor, they can then form a contract with that god. This realization leads him to suspect that Julia's guardian dragon was kidnapped for this reason, as he hadn't heard about the princess of Tikkun in his past life. She points out that there are various assumptions regarding Solderit's contractor, indicating that it's hard to accept that the Zipfels would need another. She questions why they would target other contractors if they already have so many, suggesting that Jin Runcandle might be overly suspicious because they're his enemy. He accuses her of telling lies even though she doesn't believe him, stating that while he's unsure how it is for dragons, human greed knows no bounds. Even if they reach the peak, they're never satisfied and always crave more. He reminds her that the Zipfel family has held power for thousands of years, so it's not unusual for them to do whatever it takes to maintain it. She acknowledges that the Zipfel leadership is indeed up to something, questioning why he's pretending not to know and wondering if he's afraid of them. Mirakin interjects, asking for calm and pointing out that everyone is aware of the Zipfel's greed, and while he dislikes admitting it, their skill is undeniable. He emphasizes that caution is never a bad thing and suggests she leave Bement. She laughs, remarking that he's changed significantly, as it's rare to see him reading the room. She agrees to have her contractor flee first, then offers to help. Mirakin is surprised, asking her what she means. She explains that she needs to confront Violetta to find out the truth, pointing out that if what they say is accurate, the Zipfels are likely looking for an opportunity to strike. She mentions that if she calls, they will probably come running. Miss Quickhantle moves to leave but places a hand on Jin Runcandle's shoulder. She remarks that she feels a sense of duty toward Temur, and seeing one of his descendants reminds her of the old days. She says that even his cockiness resembles him. She then adds that she's going to call Violetta. Just then, Enya arrives, announcing her return. She sees the others and asks who they are. Miss Quickhantle scolds her for coming outside, but then corrects herself, saying this is actually better. She introduces Enya as the contractor of Volta, the god of time, and introduces Jin Runcandle as the contractor Mirakin is protecting. Enya is taken aback and excitedly asks if it's really Jin Runcandle if young Master Jin is standing right in front of her. Jin Runcandle, surprised by the reaction, asks what's going on. Miss Quickhantle covers her face with her hand, explaining that she forgot to mention that Enya has a little bit of a fantasy about him. Enya enthusiastically asks Jin Runcandle for an autograph. Miss Quickhantle asks Enya to maintain her dignity as a contractor. Enya, realizing her mistake, bows an apology, explaining that she lost her composure upon seeing Jin Runcandle in person after only having seen him in newspapers. She then introduces herself, admitting that she's a commoner but attends the academy on a scholarship. Jin Runcandle recalls hearing that Ulta places great importance on the contractor's bloodline, wondering if Enya's talents are so exceptional that her status as a commoner didn't matter. He reassures her that there's nothing to be sorry about, acknowledging that he's unsure how to react to her enthusiastic welcome. Inya asks if she can express more excitement, but he quickly declines. Miss Quickhantle shifts the focus, reminding Inya that she had told her not to leave the house earlier. Inya explains that it was a bit lonely at home, so she thought she might feel better by being around Miss Quickhantle. As she was thinking this, she happened to see Jin Runcandle in person, adding that it was really fortunate she came to find Miss Quickhantle. Jin Runcandle reflects on her status as a commoner and an academy scholarship student, noting that Piment's nobility must have bullied her extensively without realizing her importance. He finds it unsurprising, considering that's why he never associated with those academy idiots, as he puts it, those ignoble idiots. Inya asks Jin why he's here. Jin Runcandle reveals that he's here for her, explaining that there's a possibility that someone is targeting her as Ulta's current contractor, and invites her to come with him. He promises to ensure her safety and extends his hand. Inya, astonished, asks if he means to take her with him and becomes visibly excited. She exclaims that her prayers to the great Ulta are finally rewarded, expressing her devotion. Miss Quickhantle intervenes, telling her that's enough. Inya, however, remains eager, stating that she's ready to go, chanting, "All hail Ulta, all hail the god of time." Miss Quickhantle abruptly knocks her unconscious, remarking that she was worried Inya might not want to go, but clearly, her concern was unfounded. Seeing how enthusiastic she became after Jin's invitation, it seems like she'd follow him even into the Runcandle's underground prison. Jin Runcandle is confused, questioning her mention of an underground prison, stating that their clan doesn't have anything like that. Miss Quickhantle responds that there's no need to act like he doesn't know, adding that there's even a dragon there. Both Jin and Muraken are taken aback, asking what she means, with Muraken collapsing onto the sofa, unconscious. Miss Quickhantle observes his condition, noting that he couldn't even stay awake for a minute. Miss Quickhantle explains that her offer to help Jin isn't just because of her loyalty to Temer or concern for Inya's safety. The primary reason is because of the exhausted dragon who just fell over. She says Muraken hasn't yet realized how weak he's become, and she had withheld her criticism, but it's clear he's no longer strong enough to confront Violetta. If they need to fight Violetta, she offers to step in. Jin Runcandle asks if Violetta is really that strong. Miss Quickhantle confirms that while Violetta is indeed powerful, the issue is Muraken's weakened state. She mentions that her attack at sea, which would have been laughable to Muraken 1,000 years ago, had a significant impact. Considering his current condition, she suggests that they need a place to stay until Violetta arrives, offering her a place as a refuge. He asks if he could request that favor. Miss Quickhantle says he can, as long as he doesn't object, but cautions that he'll need to convince Muraken, who's bound to complain about staying at his ex's house. Jin Runcandle reflects on the silver dragon Quickhantle, realizing she's more thoughtful than he initially believed. He agrees to the arrangement, acknowledging that he'll need to handle Muraken's reaction. Miss Quickhantle says, "Okay, then it's about time." Jin asks what she means. She explains that in about 10 seconds, Inya will wake up, suggesting he carefully choose his words to explain the current situation to her. Jin is surprised, wondering how Inya could wake up so quickly after being knocked out, noting that even a trained martial artist wouldn't recover so rapidly. Just then, Inya awakens, calling out to Sir Jin. Miss Quickhantle remarks that there's a realm beyond logic or reasoning, indicating that Inya's recovery might be part of it, then leaves the explanation to him. After a while, Inya sits across from Jin Runcandle and asks him to confirm that there's a faction targeting the contractor of Tikkun and that their next target might be her. She then says she believes it because it comes from Sir Jin, remarking that the idea of schemes, adventures involving dragons, and Sir Jin himself sounds somewhat romantic. Jin Runcandle acknowledges her perspective, agreeing that she could see it that way. Inya comments that it's always better to be optimistic and adds that, in any case, she'll need to prepare to move to Tikkun with her family. Inya asks when she should leave. Jin Runcandle suggests the sooner, the better. She responds that she can get ready by tomorrow, mentioning that her family consists of her 7-year-old brother and an old dog named Poofy. Jin says that's manageable, urging her to start packing immediately. Miss Quickhantle advises her to go home and make preparations today, adding that she should leave before it gets too late. As she starts to leave, she says she'll see him tomorrow. Miss Quickhantle mentions that she'll need to make an excuse to the academy, suggesting that she is sick to avoid drawing suspicion. Jin agrees, noting that if they claim she's dropping out, it might provoke further inquiries. Miss Quickhantle concludes that now they just need to focus on dealing with Violetta. Just then, a man wearing a cap calls from outside the room, asking if anyone's inside and mentioning that he's come to ask for some firewood. Miss Quickhantle finds this odd, pointing out that there's plenty of wood around, wondering why someone would come to ask for firewood. Jin Runcandle tells her to wait, asking if she really thinks they've come just for firewood. He then suggests that dragons might not all have such a laid-back attitude. He advises her that the person outside is likely from the men's special forces, then covers his face with a mask. Miss Quickhantle is taken aback, questioning why they would send special forces. Jin explains that it's probably because of Miss Nia, who has likely been monitoring this location, and now they're trying to identify the outsiders that Miss Quickhantle brought over. Jin Runcandle asks about the surveillance, wondering if they have the audacity to keep tabs on him. Miss Quickhantle opens the door, and the cap-wearing man says she's inside. She quickly grabs him by the neck, demanding he state clearly if he's with the Bement Special Forces. He protests, insisting he's not involved in anything like that. She asks who sent him if he's not with the Special Forces. Raz enters the room, explaining that he sent the man and asks Miss Quickhantle to release her grip, warning her that if she kills him, the Special Forces will come rushing in. She lets go, acknowledging that Raz is the boss, and declares that if she must kill someone, it might as well be him. She lunges toward Raz, ready to strike, saying that killing him might be the only thing that can calm her rage. Raz remains calm, asking if that would be enough to settle her anger. Miss Quickhantle wonders if she can blow off some steam, noting that Raz took a hit head-on and seems unaffected, indicating he's not just an ordinary member of Bement's Special Affairs Division. She observes his red mask, which is exclusive to the group leaders within Bement's Special Affairs Division, and the fact that he's a curved sword user. The combination of these traits leads her to conclude that he must be the Emperor's right-hand man, the leader of Group 3 in Bement's Special Affairs Division, codenamed Raz. He's also recognized as a skilled swordsman among the Runcandles. Jin Runcandle considers that Raz is undoubtedly powerful, estimating that he's at least at an 8-star level based on the strength of his energy. He's glad he covered his face with Multa's rune. Miss Quickhantle remarks that Raz is quite good for a human, acknowledging his strength despite her earlier attack. Raz apologizes if he offended Miss Quickhantle, explaining that they had no choice but to confirm the identity of her guests who smuggled themselves into Bement. Now that they have confirmation, he says he's leaving. Miss Quickhantle is not impressed, retorting that he's just saying sorry after rudely intruding into her space, pointing out there's a limit to how arrogant someone can be. Raz casually picks up a box, mentioning that Miss Enia left the house quickly just now. He asks if Miss Quickhantle doesn't find it risky for Enia to be out so late at night alone. He warns her that if she chooses to fight him here, she might have the upper hand. But that could endanger Miss Enia if something were to happen to her during that time. He asks if she still wants to continue, implying that doing so could have severe consequences. Raz concludes that if she chooses not to escalate things, he'll let it go this time. However, he cautions her that the next time, she will have to stake something she treasures dearly, putting everything she's protected at risk. He advises her to prepare to lose everything because of her actions today, then bids her farewell until next time. After a while, Raz walks through the forest, instructing his guard that he's confirmed the appearance of the smugglers. He tells them to go back and find out their identities, adding that for the time being, all observations on the Silver Dragon will be paused. His guard asks if they shouldn't continue monitoring Quickhantle and the smugglers' movements. Raz advises against it, explaining that further provocation could lead to a worse situation, assuring them that he'll take responsibility. He orders them to withdraw. He notices a cut on his hand, which makes him suspect that they're up to something. He cautions that everyone will be in danger, ordering a halt to close range surveillance until there's any unusual activity. His guard acknowledges the command, saying he understands. Meanwhile, Miss Quickhantle slams her fist on the table, cursing at herself for leaving Enia in this wretched town. She acknowledges that if Jin Runcandle and Murakan hadn't arrived, she can only imagine what could have happened. Jin Runcandle suggests they should be grateful they managed to prevent a worse outcome, and proposes making Miss Enia's safety their top priority. Miss Quickhantle agrees, saying they need to make their move the following day. The scene shifts to the next morning, where Jin Runcandle and Miss Quickhandle are standing on a mountaintop, watching ships departing from the coast. Jin remarks that he's relieved to have found a merchant ship heading to Tikken and reassures her that he paid the captain a significant amount, ensuring Enia's safe passage. He adds that Muraken is acting as her escort, so she doesn't need to worry. Miss Quickhandle retorts that Muraken's involvement concerns her. She prepares to leave, mentioning that she's going to contact Violetta right away, indicating that Jin Runcandle will be able to meet with her once Muraken returns. The scene shifts to a week later. Muraken is standing in front of a house when Jin Runcandle approaches and praises him for his work. Muraken comments that Quickhandle is a lot more bitter than he expected. Jin asks why he's bringing this up out of nowhere. Muraken reveals that this house was built when he and Quickhandle were together in the past, adding that he understands why she's letting them stay here. Jin asks if his cold heart is warming up. Muraken dismisses the idea, saying that reviving old feelings is difficult. However, Muraken reflects that the memories from 1,000 years ago, in a house just like this, remind him of the good times he had with Temur and Quickhandle. He acknowledges that despite everything they did back then, it was always fun. He feels a pang of sadness after recalling those memories. Jin Runcandle notices and asks if something's wrong. Muraken dismisses it, saying it's nothing, that his head just suddenly hurt. Miss Quickhandle appears and mockingly says how pitiful he is, asking if he's already exhausted from a bit of flying. Muraken snaps back, telling her to be quiet, insisting that no matter how weak he's become, he won't get tired from something so trivial. Jin Runcandle urges him to get it together. She informs them that Violetta's response came in, and the meeting is scheduled for tomorrow night on a deserted island off the southern coast of Bement. Jin Runcandle asks what her plan is when she meets Violetta. Miss Quickhandle clarifies that she'll ask about Asmil's guardian dragon, Latri, and if he acts clueless, she'll resort to force. Jin Runcandle finds her approach refreshing, appreciating her straightforwardness. Muraken says that's not bad, but if it were his situation, he'd avoid getting into something tedious like this. He then realizes that since Miss Quickhandle doesn't have Enia with her, she can do whatever she wants, though he quickly changes his mind, saying, "No, don't do anything rash, Muraken." Miss Quickhandle dismisses him, saying she plans to fight alone, implying she doesn't need his help. Muraken retorts that no matter how weak he's become, he doesn't need sympathy from his ex. She insists that it's not sympathy. This is about Enia, and the other side is serious about dragon honor. Miss Quickhandle adds that this means he is definitely coming alone, asking if Muraken really believes she would lose to someone like that, suggesting he just relax. She privately considers that, in reality, they probably won't be coming alone. If they indeed kidnapped Latri and are planning something suspicious with the contract, they will likely arrive fully prepared. She transforms into her dragon form and flies away from the area. After a while, Andre Zippel says that it's an honor to meet the silver dragon of time, Quickhandle, and that he's pleased to make her acquaintance. Violetta acknowledges the presence of the winged dragon, the vice head of Zipfel and Melzier's contractor. He introduces himself as Andre Zippel. Miss Quickhandle points out to Violetta that he said he would come by himself. He responds by saying that when he received her letter, he was with Andre, and because Andre was also interested in the story about Ulta's contractor, he decided to bring him along. He hopes that she understands and doesn't mind. She says she has been quite rude recently. He responds by suggesting that if she's ready to get to the main topic of discussion, they should proceed, as he has something important to talk about regarding Ulta's contract. She inquires about Latri's current location. He chuckles and says that he realizes he's been misled. Of course, that's what she's been thinking about this whole time. She insists that he answer her question, reminding him that he took Latri away 1 year ago, and since then, Asmil's contractor hasn't been able to find his guardian dragon. He says he's unsure what answer will satisfy her, but he assures her that Latri is doing fine. She retorts, asking how he dares to joke with her. He says he doesn't understand what relationship she has with Asmil's contractor, but it's not advisable for her to get involved in Zipfel's matters. She retorts that he's truly lost his mind. Kidnapping a young dragon who doesn't understand the ways of the world is a grave crime. Jin Runcandle and Muraken hide behind some rocks as Muraken curses at Violetta. Jin Runcandle comments on how arrogant he is. Violetta states that he realizes this argument will lead nowhere and conjures a windstorm. He proposes that they make a deal. If she hands over the contract, he will spare her life. She scoffs at his audacity, calling him nothing more than an old lizard. He responds by attacking her, declaring that if that's her attitude, then she should prepare to die. She transforms into a dragon and swiftly moves back, countering with her own offer. If he returns Latri to her immediately, she'll ensure his demise is painless. Andre Zippel laughs as he observes that she has brushed off Violetta's attacks quite effortlessly, and then he begins gathering his mana in a magical staff. He remarks that it's the first time in a long while that he can give it his all and attack with full manpower. Jin Runcandle notices this and realizes that he's witnessing a 9-star mage's mana for the first time since his rebirth. He recalls that although Andre Zippel was rejected by the Runcandle family, he is a member of the affluent Zippel family, so he wonders what Andre's true level of power might be. Andre Zippel calls out to his allies, saying it's time to regroup. The silver dragons of time are ready. She recognizes the danger and tries to dodge it, but she finds herself unable to move and realizes she can't fly. Andre Zippel declares that it seems the wind has turned against her, pointing out that all the wind on this island belongs to him. He asserts that he is the king of Meljair, the god of wind, and that no one can fly without his permission, emphasizing that she has never been a match for him. Violetta also hurls a spell at her. She dismisses their efforts, mocking them by asking if that's the best they can do. He tells her that she isn't good enough and that he will show her how it's truly done. She underestimated him if she thought he could only control the wind. He unleashes a raging thunder spell, shouting for her to die. Jin Runcandle urges Mirakin to help her, but Mirakin refuses, saying not yet. He explains that while it's true that Quickhantle became complacent, those fools are also overconfident. As the spell strikes, Quickhantle uses her power, and Jin Runcandle senses that time has stopped. She redirects Andre Zippel's attack, sending it in a different direction. Andre Zippel is shocked, exclaiming that the power to control time, even to halt magic, is something he hasn't seen in ages. Quickhantle vows to rip his obnoxious mouth apart. Andre Zippel remarks that she got incredibly angry after just one spell and orders him to launch the next attack. However, Violetta doesn't move. Andre Zippel demands that Violetta hurry up and act, but Violetta finds his body paralyzed, realizing that this must be the effect of time manipulation. Quickhantle seizes the opportunity to attack, grabbing Andre Zippel's tail and throwing him across the area. He crashes into a pile of rocks and screams in pain. Andre Zippel calls Violetta when he roars and asks how he dares to go against him. He says to go ahead and keep rambling, and he is an insignificant lowly lizard, so he orders Silver Dragon to stop. Silver Dragon responds, "Shut up and just watch. It'll be his turn next," and thinks they have taken care of Violetta. However, he uses too much of his authority and thinks he needs Jin Runcandle and Mirakin's help to take care of the mage. Andre Zippel says he went too far. Such arrogance only befits the strong. Mirakin asks if that is an original stone and says no way, it should have been destroyed already, and asks how he has that while looking at the monster of Andre Zippel. He explains that he was born as the Silver Dragon of Time and lived as though he were the strongest, but he is mistaken. He says humans, dragons, and even gods, in the end, will all fall into the hands of the Zippel family. Meanwhile, Silver Dragon commands him to stop denying it and accept it and roars. Mirakin believes it's the origin stone. When danger falls upon the world, the gods create it as a safety measure to prevent the end of the world. He thinks that in the end, the stone that holds the power of all the gods is destroyed by the gods because the stone is so powerful that it could destroy the world instead. He wonders why an object that should have been destroyed is in the mage's hands. He calls Quickhantle while Silver Dragon asks what this is. Andre Zippel laughs and says they exemplify the strength the weak should show in front of the strong, where he should be, and asks where the weak should be in the face of the strong. Silver Dragon warns to get away from Quickhantle, while Andre Zippel asks who the Black Dragon is, stating there are only 2 black dragons left in this world and indicating that he's looking at one, Jin Runcandle's Mirakin. He asks if he woke up from his 1,000-year slumber. Then that means the boy next to him is his contractor, and he says he's the youngest one, the one who left the house not too long ago, Jin Runcandle. He says he came here with plans to take Ulta's contractor, but his meal has gotten bigger, and he says now, to be fair, he will wake up his friend, who is sleeping. He says he shouldn't have saved his energy in the first place and says he's sorry, old friend. while Black Dragon says he thought he was really dead and abused him, saying it's been a while. Black Dragon tells him to get lost, while Violetta says that although he has gotten weaker, his words are still as harsh. He says to go back to sleep, Miraken, and attacks him. Black Dragon counterattacks and says it's good. He'd have been dispirited if he were too weak. He says be happy, Miraken. He's going to be recorded as the one who killed a legend and says stop kidding himself. He's crazy. Andre Zippel asks if they will continue fighting, too, and says he was going to go easy on him, but now that he has seen this face, he needs to kill him. He says that's right. He was also here, Jin Runcandle, and says having a child interfering in this won't change anything, and he attacks Jin Runcandle. Violetta counterattacks and says no, dodge kid. Jin Runcandle grabs her chain and breaks it, and breaks her mirror as well, while she says he hasn't contacted her even once, but it seems like he has a tough situation on his hands, their youngest. Jin Runcandle thinks that with his current strength, it's suicide to intervene in the battle between the dragons, and then he is the person to whom he can lend his strength. Andre Zippel says yes, he is still here and says nothing will change, even if a rookie butts in, just what it is while he looks at Violetta. Jin Runcandle runs to attack him and thinks one more time just like that. He shouts at Andre, who gets scared and says no, move kiddo. Violetta attacks him, pushes him away, and roars at him while he gets ready for a counterattack. Violetta attacks again, but White Whale comes in between and blocks his attack while he recalls her mirror break. She says he hasn't sent even a single letter, but she guesses he has something he can't handle. Andre Zippel looks at her and thinks if she is the White Whale, and she replies she is the Vice Patriarch of Zippel and his Wind Dragon, saying good. That's about the right level to call him over for. She says to the youngest brother that he was somehow holding on for that long against those opponents and asks if he is hurt anywhere. Jin Runcandle says that he was actually almost getting close to his limit and thanks her for coming. She asks Andre Zippel if he is going to continue to act like a mute and says she would like him to explain what sort of business he has with his younger brother. Jin Runcandle thinks that her opponents were the Vice Patriarch of Zippel and the Wind Dragon, who had been resurrected using the artifact imbued with divine powers. He thinks it was an uncertain situation even if his elder sister had come, but now he has started to feel assured and thinks this battle is already over. Andre Zippel says they should stand back while Miraken arrives there and grabs him. He looks at him and recognizes him as Miraken, who says he's sorry because they had complete control over the wind. He hasn't been able to stop them. He says, anyway, he has got a good sister. If she had come even a brief moment later, they would have been done for. Rudd Runcandle says they survived thanks to him and says he certainly didn't expect this to think the White Whale would appear. But with this, one thing has become certain. Andre Zippel says he has broken their oath with Zippel and says Lunar Runcandle, his sibling, used magic and says Zippel will not overlook this easily. She says she sees it but doesn't worry. That truth will never reach his clan. Andre Zippel questions how she dares to act beyond her place, and his monster roars at her. She attacks him and knocks him out. She says all the Zippel she has met were all talk, and it looks like the Vice Patriarch is no different. She asks Violetta if he is going to remain in his true form and says it's better for him since there are more places to cut. Violetta transforms into a human, and Andre Zippel calls him. He says he understands and holds his magical spear. He thinks that power is not magic. It's similar to authority and also bears similarity with the energy of demons, which is why the Wind Dragon is going all out. She says it looks like he needs some time to properly use that artifact. He says, seeing the absolute state of the Vice Patriarch of Zippel and the Wind Dragon to rely on that crude device. He asks if he truly thinks something like that could save him. Violetta says she's an insignificant wench and attacks her, asking what she thinks she knows to run her mouth like that. She counterattacks, and they try to defeat each other while attacking again and again. Violetta gets hurt. She says in the end, this was the limit of his powers and that it looks like he doesn't have anything else to show her, so she'll end this quickly. She uses Runcandle's third final strike, Meteor Shower, to attack him. Zed Runcandle says, in other words, that their clan's swordsmanship is like that of a conqueror, destructive and relentless. Competition attainment, relishment. The mind of Runcandle is imbued within the sword as a whole. He explains that for that reason, the swords of Runcandle have no such thing as sword forms. They are designed only to kill the enemy. He mentions the existence of a secret move and a final move, while Jin Runcandle thinks about the third final move, Meteor Shower, considering it blindingly beautiful and despairingly strong when White Whale attacks Villetta. Villetta asks Andre Zippel if he is alright, and he tells her to come to her senses. Andre Zippel questions if this makes any sense, mentioning that she's not displaying the authority of a god through a contract or using an ancient artifact. He wonders how something like this could be possible with the strength of a mere human. Meanwhile, Villetta says he just needs to survive. If he can survive, there's still a chance to win with the magical Godstone. They'll be able to turn this situation around. He says even if he dies protecting him, he'd just have to bring him back to life with that. He thinks, right, it's not over yet. So long as he has this magical Godstone, he won't die. So long as he has this, he's a god. She says she still has much more to go until she reaches her father's sword while she stands near the broken wing of Villetta. She thinks this much should be good study material, and it'll provoke him as well. He thinks that if she doesn't reach her father's sword, even in the end, the youngest will learn this while a monster appears behind her. She says now this is hurting her pride a bit, and she'll get a bit annoyed if he acts this persistently in front of her brother, and she attacks the monster. Jin Runcandle asks what that is, and Muraken says it's for certain now that Zippel has created a source stone using contractors. He asks what Muraken means by a source stone, and Muraken replies it's like a weapon created for gods to keep each other in check. Thankfully, it looks shoddy at the moment. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's dangerous. Black Dragon says they'll escape this place and tells Muraken to wait. Jin Runcandle suggests they should fight together, as he can't leave an opponent that dangerous to his Nunam alone. Black Dragon disagrees, saying his sister can fully handle that level on her own, and right now they are getting in the way, so let's fall back. He thinks about forming the contract with a Soddard, and he returns and meets Muraken. He started out with luck and abilities incomparable to others, yet what even he is now. He thinks he has to fall back without even making proper resistance, and at this rate, it'll be the exact same as that time. He thinks not again. He can't feel the powerlessness again. He thinks he must become even stronger and knows he is intrepid, but he's showing this kind of fighting spirit after seeing that. He thinks he's so proud that he wants to bite him to death. He thinks, yes, that's enough. He does not let the fighting spirit burning on his talent go out. If he doesn't, he will become the best and thinks until then, this Muraken will watch over his back. He thinks of his contractor of 1,000 years. Lunar Runcandle asks if he doesn't think that he can kill her just because his appearance changed a bit and if he's flailing in his own delusions, a pitiful man. He attacks her, but she blocks his attack and says right now, there are 12 gods locked inside her. He asks her what is within her and if she does not have anything but a sword unbecoming of her size. He says to accept and surrender, and here and now, even if his father were here, no one could face him. She says for a swordsman, a single sword is enough, and says if he had faced her with the magic he has spent his entire life honing and improving upon, he might have been able to witness at least half of the martial strength she has accumulated. She says she'll show him, as someone sympathetic, what can't be reached with that mere crude object, and what a sword that has been honored and improved to become strong is. Villetta thinks about the red aura and how he has faced countless knights, but never like this and thinks, no, what does that even matter? He thinks right now, he has reached the level of a god. He says fine, come witness this power, and he will make her arrogant wench realize what powerlessness is while she uses the mind sword, Blood Moon, to attack him. Lunar Runcandle attacks Villetta so hard that she thinks she's going to get caught up in this, while Jin Runcandle calls her and says to take his hand as she falls down. He thinks that today, the youngest will be the one to save him, and she tries to grab his hand. On the other side, codename Roz comes to Amir Bement, who asks if the island has completely disappeared. Codename Raz says yes, a strange vortex has also swallowed up nearby matter, and a large amount of mana was detected around that area. Although humans also had a part to play in it, what's certain is that it was the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon's magic power. Amir Bement asks what he means by Wind Dragon, and he replies that the division suspected that it was Villetta from the Zippel family, and before the incident, it was reported that Villetta had crossed the border. He says it seems like the Wind Dragon has died and asks about the human mana. Did he find out who it was? He says it seems to be the contractors. Amir Bement asks what he means by seems to be contractors, and he replies that they are contractors and their guardian dragons and an ominous energy. He says he thinks it has something to do with the thing that they are creating. Amir Bement asks what about Andre Zippel. He replies they are still looking into it. Amir Bement says recently, many things have been removed from the reports, and he asked if he has yet to determine who Quickantle's guests were. He replies he has no excuse. Amir Bement says, well, there's no helping it. If he can't do it, then who can? He says to make sure he doesn't give away anything to the press. If he can't find Miss Inia by tonight, submit a missing person report. He walks away and says put more people from the Special Affairs Division into the Zippel territory. Make sure they are good, although they are on friendly terms. He says he's making it bigger than they should, and the fact that he's not very patient, and he thinks he knows that very well. Codename Raz replies he will fulfill his expectations, His Majesty the Emperor. After a while, two people sit in a room, and Sir Bishkal asks for pardon, mentioning that they used a devil stone. He says that's right. There was a large fight on the coast of Bement with the Silver and Wind Dragon, and as a result, an island disappeared. He says in place of the island, there is a vortex, so he's certain that a devil stone broke. Buvar Gaston interrupts, asking how they dare destroy his product like that, and he tells them not to use it so carelessly until it is complete. He chews food and throws food at his friend's mouth. He says he can't forgive them and suggests they go and argue with them right now, as those foolish mages don't know the value of that product. Sir Bishkal covers his face from food particles and thinks those stupid Zippel idiots made a mess of things, and thanks to them, he'll have to postpone killing this pig. Buvar Gaston says he knew it. Sir Bishkal's angry too, and he felt a murderous intent just now. Sir Bishkal says that because of this, the leader is extremely angry and wants to reconsider the alliance with the Zippel family. So, for now, ignore communications with them. On the other hand, Lunar Runcandle uses a magical ball to attack him. She says Andre Zippel died, while Kajun says he must have left with Violetta, and he even took the Devil's Stone. She says it must have been one of them. It's either that the Silver Dragon's power was beyond their expectations, or someone else got involved. Kajuna replies, what could it be? The Shadow Dragon was the one that killed the graveyard giant in Kinzello, Misha. If it's her strength, then it makes sense, and she wouldn't be scared of the Devil's Stone. She asks who Misha is, Murakan's sister. He replies that's right. On top of that, Quickantle is Murakan's ex-lover. She is not a complete stranger to Misha. She replies she sees. Then they know what he needs to do next, Kajuna. He asks if he wants him to go and find her and says that's impossible. If the black dragons want to hide, no one can find them. She laughs and says to stop being a baby. Anyway, it's a shame that they lost the Devil's Stone. He replies she's fine even though her younger brother died. She says, of course, she's sad. However, she knew this would happen, and he was so shocked to hear that he visited Chiron's banquet recently without telling her. Kajuna says she's lying. He should tell the maker of the Devil's Stone to make it again. If they don't have that, they can't take over the Runcandle family before Chiron dies, and it's the same for the Black Sea Kings. She says she doesn't think he's the only one who is annoyed by this, and he replies she should stop being a baby. If she wants to take over the world, she needs to do that much, or if she wants to become the god of this world, Kellerk. After a while, Jin Runcandle knocks on the gate of Gilly's house, and she says yes, please wait a moment. She opens the door and asks who is there. He replies that they are back, Gilly, and asks if she could prepare them a meal. He says they couldn't eat anything while they were flying back and mentions that Lady Luna Runcandle is also here. Murakan calls her strawberry pie. Murakan uses a hand fan to cool Gilly while she says the young master is being expelled. Lady Quincantella says it seems like his nanny is misunderstanding something. That means she worries a lot about him. He has a good nanny. Jin Runcandle says she's too good for him. Sir Kashmir Alfrian arrives there and says he's back. But who are these people? He says it's a little sudden, but this is his eldest sister, Lunar Runcandle. She says so. He's Sir Kashmir Alfrian, the noble sword, whom she has heard so much about. Jin Runcandle says it's embarrassing to call him the noble sword, and it's an honor for him to be able to serve him. The other person is Miss Inia's guardian dragon, the silver dragon, Miss Quickantle. Sir Kashmir Alfrian thinks of another dragon and greets her. He says he's Kashmir Alfrian, the head of the Seven Colors and young Master Jin Runcandle's acquaintance. He thinks he can't make a mistake like last time. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle apologizes, acknowledging that he did something discourteous without informing him in advance. He responds that it's all right and that they are already in the same boat. Lady Quinkentella inquires about Miss Inia's whereabouts, and Sir Kashmir Alfrian says he was just about to mention it. 3 hours ago, Latri returned. Jin Runcandle asks if it happened today, and he confirms that Latri is currently with his daughter and Miss Inia. However, there's something unusual. Latri doesn't have any memories of the time she was missing. Latri asks if she was kidnapped, to which he denies, and she insists she knows for certain, mentioning Violetta's statement about not teaching her dragon language magic and asking what happened after that. Murakan mentions that Latri appears to be in too perfect a condition to have been threatened by the Zippel family. Maybe she truly wasn't kidnapped. Lunar Runcandle states that's not the case. She personally obtained a confession from those individuals. He responds that they are erasing the evidence. Jin Runcandle inquires about what he means by evidence, and he explains that they are likely erasing everything related to the Devil's Stone, including Latri's memories. He mentions that erasing everything is the Zippel family's specialty when things don't go their way. Sir Kashmir Alfrian asks about the Devil's Stone, and Jin Runcandle explains that it's an artifact in their possession. Murakan tells about the Zippel family's vice head and the Wind Dragon and adds that it's an artifact that absorbs contractors of the gods. He reflects on the lengths they've gone to and questions their motives behind the Devil's Stone. He concludes that there's only one reason why they would create an imitation of an original stone. They want to become gods. He explains that they are attempting to gather all the power of the existing gods and eliminate all those who oppose them, aiming to become the sole god controlling this world. Sir Kashmir Alfrian suggests resting for now and promises to investigate the matter thoroughly with the Seven Colors if she agrees, and he will accompany her to where Miss Inia is. She agrees and states that she will go. He responds all right, this way, and Gilly calls out to Jin Runcandle. He asks if she is feeling better. Gilly confirms, and then she faints again, prompting Murakan to mention strawberry pie. Later on, Luna Runcandle sits down and holds a wine bottle. He mentions that after he destroyed the notorious underground gangs Tessing and Tikken, the independent city became more secure. He notes that the Zippel family's vice head and Violetta were also killed, and he achieved all of this within 2 months of becoming a reserve flag bearer. She mentions that he even used magic without official acknowledgement, which could have resulted in his death if caught, and she finds it an incredible feat. Gilly admits that she thought everything was over when she caught them, but she now realizes that she already knew everything. She laughs and unintentionally scares her, reassuring her that she can overlook it once as long as they avoid the Patriarch. She explains that their father already knows about everything, from the Tessing incident to Andre Zippel's death, and soon he will also know about her involvement. Gilly expresses concern, stating that it could be really bad, and then Jin Runcandle arrives, saying not to worry as he has a plan. He explains that he plans to meet their father together with his eldest sister. Luna Runcandle asks if he had a plan all along, and he confirms that he did, intending to meet their father. She asks what he will say, and they both become shocked while Gilly asks who he is meeting. He mentions that when that time comes, he trusts that she'll stop him, noting that even her family is intimidated by her, showing how hard it must have been for Gilly. She agrees to go with him and asks when they are departing. He plans on using the first teleportation gate tomorrow, and she responds that it's best to move as quickly as possible while Gilly tries to say something. Luna Runcandle suggests that since their family consists of people who are busy fighting each other, she should at least be a warm family member to him, becoming his shield. She expresses confidence that he would have thought of something. He affirms this, saying of course. After a while, a magician arrives and comments on how she brought him with her instead of persuading him. Runcher Runcandle questions if she expects her to believe that. Luna Runcandle calls Jin Runcandle, who confirms, while she mentions that she should treat him well. She agrees, saying she should. One of Runcandle's brothers remarks about the crazy behavior and questions if he cares about anything, wondering why he returned and daringly seeks the Garden of Swords as an upcoming flag bearer. Haytoner Runcandle attributes this situation to their eldest sister being lenient, while Runcher Runcandle accuses him of shirking the responsibility of being a reserve flag bearer. asserting that she knows he also thinks this is excessive, right, older sister? She reflects on how everyone seems prepared for this situation, wondering if their father knew. She expresses shock, asking if the youngest gave up his right to be a flag bearer. She notes that it seems like he got curious about what happens after death after reaching puberty. But she insists he can't do that and still needs to have a fight with her when he grows up. Meanwhile, she asks her sister why she brought him there, and Luna Runcandle says she didn't. He came on his own. She replies that she should have stopped him and not been thoughtless just because he is. Luna Runcandle expresses uncertainty about their father's whereabouts, prompting the question of why she's asking about him, leading him to think that at some point, Luna Runcandle found Runcher Runcandle difficult to handle. Runcher Runcandle asks if he came there to meet with their father. He confirms this, addressing his second eldest sister, while another boy laughs and remarks that he really wants to die, stating that he only survived due to luck and questioning if he thought highly of himself just because he was slightly better than the Tome siblings. Runcher Runcandle takes out her sword and holds it to Luna Runcandle's neck, blocking her way. She declares that from that moment on, the first flag bearer is to discard her weapon, stating that this is a strict order from the Patriarch. She reminds the reserve flag bearer that their father asked for him to come alone, and if Luna Runcandle doesn't comply, she won't go either. She emphasizes that this is her last chance, citing it as an order from the Patriarch, so she must discard her weapon. She warns that resistance will result in her being killed. Jin Runcandle assures his eldest sister not to worry as they all prepare for a confrontation. She then looks back at him. Jin Runcandle, speaking as a member of the Runcandle family and not just as his father's son, mentions that he has come to tell him something and assures him that nothing bad will happen. She responds, telling him to go ahead as he enters the castle. Jin Runcandle reflects on how his other siblings don't know their father very well, acknowledging that although it's against the rules for a reserve flag bearer to come home, he doesn't think their father cares about the rules. He believes that if he gives him a chance to explain, like he did last time, recalling when his father placed a hand on his head and said that was a good question, he will keep a close eye on him from now on. Jin Runcandle believes there won't be any problem as he reaches the study room door and knocks. Upon entering, his father remarks that it seems his expectations are too high, reminding him that he had given him 5 years and questioning why he has returned so soon. Jin Runcandle recalls hearing about how his father's sword energy completely obliterates his enemies. He notes that his father also wields a sword made from aura and might be intentionally demonstrating what will happen if he uses his sword, realizing that his father may not be as powerful as he had thought. His father asserts that he won't ask him twice and inquires about the reason for his son's visit. Jin Runcandle reflects that he can't apologize even if it costs him his life, feeling the need to be confident but not arrogant. He states that he came because he missed him. His father ponders overhearing such sentiments from his children before and considers it not to be a bad thing. His father remarks on how immature Jin Runcandle has become, questioning if he's softened after experiencing the outside world. Jin Runcandle responds that it's not due to exposure to the outside world, but rather because he has always liked him. He wonders if his father perceives his feelings as murderous intent and questions if he said something wrong. His father almost laughs, surprised by Jin Runcandle's words, and tells him to stop talking nonsense and get to the point. He asks what Jin Runcandle has brought. Jin Runcandle explains that Andre Zippel, the vice head of the Zippel family who insulted him during the banquet, has died. His father asks if Jin Runcandle killed him, to which he replies that it was Luna Runcandle, his eldest sister, who did so, but he contributed to the situation. Jin Runcandle then asks if he can report the events that transpired, adding that there are a few more things he wants to discuss if it's acceptable to his father. His father agrees and invites him to take a seat as he descends the stairs. Jin Runcandle's father sits with him and mentions that Jin has done a lot of things from Arkan to Bement in a short time. He asks if that's why Jin came, to inform him about potential internal movements within the Zippel family due to the death of their second-in-command. Jin responds that Andre Zippel wasn't the true second-in-command, acknowledging his eldest sister's strength, but pointing out that Andre, as the vice head of the only family capable of overpowering Runcandle, was lacking. His father agrees, noting that Andre Zippel was indeed just the vice head, not the second-in-command. He mentions that there's someone else in power after Calliope, but he can't disclose further information about it to him. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle expresses gratitude for confirming his suspicion, mentioning that his father hasn't been informed of the most crucial fact yet. His father inquires about this fact, and Jin responds that they utilized a peculiar artifact. His father seeks clarification on what he means by an artifact, and Jin confirms that it's the Devil Stone, as referred to by Andre Zippel. Jin explains that based on the information he gathered, it's a replica of the Origin Stone, an object crafted by the gods long ago. His father then asks about the Origin Stone and whether Moroccan has explained it. Jin confirms that he knows about it and also knows that his father can use mana. His father asks if Jin thinks he can conceal this information. Jin acknowledges that he assumed his father would know but didn't realize his father also knew about Moroccan. His father chuckles and mentions that what he said about Moroccan was an educated guess, which he later confirmed independently. He then asks who Butterful Runcandle is and laughs, remarking on how they've reduced the Great Black Dragon to a mere cat, finding amusement in the situation. Continuing, his father acknowledges the significance of the information about the imitation of the Origin Stone that Jin has acquired and suggests that he should also discuss this with Lunar Runcandle. Jin considers the dangerous potential of that power, unsure how far the Zippel family has developed it, and wonders if the rulers of the Black Sea are aware of this. He thinks about visiting the Black Sea to find out more. His father indicates that while he will overlook Jin's violation of the rules this time, he expects something in return and asks him to share one thing he desires. Jin Runcandle requests that no other member of the Runcandle family be allowed to enter the independent city, Tikkun, for a while. His father inquires about the place he has secretly settled in, and Jin Runcandle confirms it's Tikkun. He agrees to the condition but mentions that he must pass a test given by the hidden master of Tikkun, the noble sword Kashmir Alfrion, to prove his allegiance. Jin adds that if he succeeds, he won't permit any other Runcandle family member to enter Tikkun without his permission. His father sets a 1-year time limit to see if he can prove his worth and acquire the trust of Kashmir, who had previously declined the position of a Runcandle teacher. Kashmir Alfrion arrives and concurs with the decision, and his father confirms that's how it will be done. After a while, Kashmir Alfrion contemplates that this person is the world's strongest knight, Chiron Runcandle, and wonders if he can be called the most dignified person of mankind. He feels indigestion just by looking at him. He acknowledges that Chiron Runcandle is a guest in Runcandle's mansion and sees no need to fear him. Chiron Runcandle acknowledges Kashmir Alfrion as the noble sword and bows in respect. Kashmir Alfrion requests him to drop the noble sword title and just call him Kashmir Alfrion, feeling embarrassed by such formalities in front of Chiron. Jin Runcandle calls his father, who encourages him to speak. Jin Runcandle explains that his relationship with Sir Kashmir Alfrion is akin to a shared destiny, as he has proven his connection with Sir Kashmir Alfrion, and it's time to fulfill his promise. Kashmir Alfrion privately questions young Master Jin Runcandle's choice of words regarding shared destiny. Chiron Runcandle questions the concept of shared destiny with his son, suggesting that it implies Tikkun belongs to the Runcandle family and that Tikkun and Runcandle can become unified in such a manner. Kashmir Alfrion ponders about this interpretation, acknowledging that Tikkun's independence is at stake now. Chiron Runcandle confidently asserts his position, even after being accused of deceiving his father. Jin Runcandle interrupts, refuting the accusation, insisting that he was merely fortunate. Chiron Runcandle acknowledges this and declares that henceforth, no Runcandle member can enter Tikkun without his explicit permission. He expresses gratitude to his father and exits. Kashmir Alfrion reflects that they will now share a common destiny forever. Chiron Runcandle instructs Jin Runcandle to leave if he has nothing further to discuss, as he has private matters to address with Kashmir Alfrion. Jin Runcandle agrees to wait outside the mansion. Kashmir Alfrion requests a moment to address Sir Jin Runcandle, and Chiron Runcandle invites Kashmir Alfrion to have a brief conversation. Kashmir Alfrion acknowledges the honor of speaking with him. On the other side, Daytona and Haytona Runcandle run towards Jin Runcandle and ask if he is alright. He looks at them and asks why the Tona brothers are here. Daytona Runcandle asks why he would do something like that and asks if father said he'd let him live. Jin Runcandle thinks it seems like they were hiding in some corner since the mood was sour and asked if they could please do him a favor. They ask what favor he needs, and he replies it's nothing serious. The cadets in his faction, they know, take care of them until he gets back. Haytoner Runcandle asks wait, what does he mean by his faction? He says wait, never mind if he is alright. He walks away and asks when the brothers ever get worried for him. Anyway, he's counting on them. Haytoner Runcandle says the same as always, that he's carefree after meeting father, and Daytoner Runcandle agrees with him, saying, as always, he's a bit scary while they both look at him. Runcandle leaves the palace, where he calls another brother. He says he thinks he needs to head over to father, because he says he has a few questions about that day. Mayu Runcandle calls out to him, questioning if he's disregarding the current situation and accusing him of ignoring them. He apologizes, stating that the issue is important, making it challenging for him to discuss. Mayu Runcandle demands to know how he can act in such a way. Kashmir Alfrian states that this is where he was, and Jin Runcandle asks if his talk went well. Kashmir Alfrian confirms that, yes, it went well, much to his relief. Mayu Runcandle questions what he is doing, noting that he entered a while ago, and asking how he dares to stand in Runcandle's garden. Runia Runcandle intervenes, instructing them to stop, as it seems like the head has finished what he needs to do. She then puts her sword back, indicating that they no longer need to take things further. Jin Runcandle expresses gratitude, thanking his eldest sister for her hard work and stating that he's always indebted to her. Luna Runcandle reassures him that it's fine and that he just needs to thank her. He replies by thanking her for helping him. Luna Runcandle inquires if he is leaving now, to which he affirms that, yes, he's planning on putting his all into training for a while. She bids him to take care, and he responds by saying that he'll see her again, along with his eldest sister and older brothers. 1 month later, the scene shifts to the underground training hall in Kashmir Alfrian's mansion, where Kashmir Alfrian reflects that in the 30th spar between Jin Runcandle and Alicia Badger, Jin Runcandle suffered his 30th defeat. Jin Runcandle requests one more chance, expressing his desire for a 31st attempt. In the year 1795, at the beginning of August, the Zippel family officially announces the deaths of Anor and Violetta. However, since they didn't disclose the cause of their deaths, numerous rumors began to circulate. There were rumors suggesting they were killed due to internal political strife, while others claimed they died in a conflict with a cold group. Another rumor mentioned their murder as a result of upsetting the Emperor of Bament. However, the most credible rumor was their demise in a confrontation with the Runcandle family. People began to speculate about an impending war between the Zippel family and the Runcandle family, debating whether sword or magic would prevail. The answer to this speculation could be found in which existing neutral powers chose sides and when they did so. Meanwhile, an individual with yellow hair reports that today, the prince from the Shuchern Kingdom and 5 second-grade mercenary groups have requested support and sent gifts. Kashmir Alfrian instructs to return the gifts and accept the requests, also providing a decent sword to the Shuchern Kingdom and ensuring the prince ascends to the throne later. The person with yellow hair confirms they will send an 8-star guardian knight. Chiron Runcandle remarks that all of this stems from the youngest causing trouble on one of Bament's deserted islands. He criticizes the youngest for already exerting control over the family. He summons Knight Khan, directing him to leave for the Black Sea again. After Knight Khan leaves, if Kashmir Alfrian sends a letter, he is to bring it to Chiron Runcandle without delay. Knight Khan acknowledges his understanding of the instructions. On the other side, Jin Runcandle practices with his sword and thinks that when he swings it for the 10,000th time, it needs to feel like the first, but he still feels lacking. He acknowledges that if it weren't for Sister Luna Runcandle, he would have died there. Reflecting on the 15 years after his regression, he notes that he has reached the 5-star level in both swordsmanship and magic, and he's close to reaching that level in shadow energy as well. However, he believes that thinking about future events, he still needs to become stronger. He believes that within the 5 years his father has given him, he needs to become so strong that he can surpass his other siblings. Kashmir Alfrian intervenes, asking the young master to stop, and advises that if he continues like this every day, even with the gifted physique of the Runcandle family, he'll be left with nothing. Jin Runcandle asks why Miss Inia and Sir Kashmir Alfrian are here. Miss Inia notices that his hands are all ripped and asks what she should do since his blood is dripping. Then she grabs his hand. He acknowledges that he must be impatient. Kashmir Alfrian comments that although there'll be no one at his age who can match him and his future opponents won't be normal either, Jin Runcandle being impatient is the biggest poison. He explains that, in the end, it'll make him backtrack on the path he's walking. Jin Runcandle admits that he's ashamed and knows that too, but it's not easy. Miss Inya uses her healing magic to heal his hands. Kashmir Alfrian reassures him that it's not something to be ashamed of since he's completing an amount of training that no one can do in a day. Rather, it's amazing. He suggests changing his training to something that'll calm him down. Jin Runcandle asks for training that'll calm him down, and Kashmir Alfrian replies that it's sparring with someone much stronger than him. Jin Runcandle asks if Kashmir Alfrian is talking about himself. Kashmir Alfrian responds by asking what Jin Runcandle thinks. Even though he has recently been showing his lacking side, he takes out his sword, breaks a wall, and introduces himself as the Noble Sword. Kashmir Alfrian suggests sparring when Jin Runcandle is able to deflect that, and for now, he should be satisfied with sparring with Tikken's strongest guard. Alicia Badger arrives and mentions that it's been a while since she has seen her husband's sword. Kashmir Alfrian sets a goal of defeating her within 6 months, using all of his skills in swordsmanship, magic, and shadow energy. Julia asks her mother if she is going to fight with brother Jin Runcandle, to which her mother responds that they are not fighting but solidifying their friendship. Julia inquires about what that means and expresses her dislike for fighting. Her mother then asks Julia whom she would cheer for if she and brother Jin Runcandle really needed to fight, and Julia replies that she would cheer for brother Jin Runcandle, of course. Her mother questions what's going on and tells Julia that she needs to be on mommy's side at times like this. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle reflects that, excluding her physical ability, Alicia Badger doesn't appear that strong. Julia states that her brother Jin Runcandle is weak, and mommy said that she always has to be on the side that's weaker and try harder. Alicia Badger laughs and assures them not to mind, noting that her daughter can't lie. Jin Runcandle responds that it's fine. Alicia Badger then suggests setting their sparring time after she finishes work and dinner every day for 6 months. Jin Runcandle questions what she means by every day and expresses concern that he's taking up too much of her time. Alicia Badger laughs again and reassures him not to worry since it'll go by quickly. 2 days later, the scene shifts to Jin Runcandle and Alicia Badger preparing for their fight. He considers whether she is a skilled fighter. She begins by stating that she has something to say before they start. She used to work for Bament's Special Affairs Division, and in this fight, she won't hold back, so he shouldn't be discouraged even if he loses. Jin Runcandle reflects on the 6-month training period, realizing there was a purpose behind it, and resolves not to be careless. As Alicia Badger rushes to punch him, Jin Runcandle almost smashes into a wall but manages to block her attack. He then transforms into his monstrous form, drawing his sword and launching an attack. But Alicia Badger evades it skillfully. He asks if she needs to call a medic, and she confirms and then punches him, sending him flying through the air. Alicia Badger expresses surprise that she managed to attack twice on the first day, noting that she didn't exert much force in her initial attack. She asks if Jin Runcandle was attempting to weaken the ground before their spar. Jin Runcandle confirms this, saying she realized his tactic toward the end. She inquires about the light during their fight, identifying it as the magic she had never seen before. Jin Runcandle explains it as an ancient spell called a flash veil, which he coated his sword with before they began. However, he acknowledges that such tricks may not be effective. Alicia Badger questions his use of the term tricks, suggesting they are more accurately termed strategies. She reflects that Jin Runcandle's ability to defeat stronger opponents is likely not solely due to luck. He reflects that the opportunity and change were created through detailed calculations and predictions, and he could appreciate it because he used it during a spar. However, if it had been an actual fight, he could vividly imagine the faces of his opponents. This is the first time he has suffered a complete loss in this life, despite using every tactic possible. He wonders if it's because she's from Bament's Special Affairs Division. To defeat her in 6 months, he'll have to go up against her consistently during that time. He finds this prospect exciting while Kashmir Alfrian writes down a letter. 1 month later, on the 22nd of September, 1795, in an unprotected area on the continent's east, known as the Black Sea, Knight Khan defeats a monster. He bows down in front of Chiron Runcandle and introduces himself as Guardian Knight Khan. He presents Kashmir Alfrian's letter, which arrived 10 days ago. Chiron Runcandle takes the letter, opens it, and begins reading it aloud. The letter expresses regret for not being able to adequately convey the writer's deep appreciation and gratitude. It mentions that it's currently night in Tikkun, describing the stars shining brightly in the dark velvet sky, as if they are singing praises of Sir Chiron's greatness. The letter is signed by Kashmir Alfrian, a humble swordsman. Chiron Runcandle comments that he had instructed Kashmir Alfrian to report about the youngest, indicating that he seems to be a very sensitive person. He decides to advise Kashmir Alfrian to be more concise when reporting about the youngest in the future. He mentions he has been keeping track of the youngest's progress on the isolated island and notes that the youngest has been consistently defeated by Kashmir Alfrian's wife recently. He describes how the number of hits increased from 3 in the first spar to 40 in the 30th, and the letter details the 40th spar, where the youngest withstood over 120 hits, showing a significant improvement. Knight Khan comments on the losses the youngest has faced and wonders if there's amusement in the youngest master's defeats. Chiron Runcandle explains that Kashmir Alfrian's wife is from Bement's Special Affairs 2nd Division, suggesting that it's not an opponent the young master can handle with mere good fortune, and he congratulates Knight Khan. He adds that in the 40th spar, the youngest withstood over 120 hits, indicating that the youngest has surpassed his limits. Chiron Runcandle expresses regret, stating that if the youngest were the firstborn, he would have handed over the family without hesitation, but it's unfortunate. Knight Khan asks why there was no mention of the heir and notes that this is the first time Chiron Runcandle has spoken personally about the heir. He reflects on the times he has observed but never heard specifics about someone, emphasizing that Joshua Runcandle's position is due to Lunar Runcandle stepping down, not a direct appointment by the Patriarch. Knight Khan believes Joshua is still too young and inexperienced for such a role. Chiron Runcandle acknowledges Joshua's exceptional growth, but points out that suitability alone doesn't guarantee confirmation. Knight Khan questions why Chiron says this, and Chiron responds that he isn't being callous. Rather, he's noting Joshua's gentle nature. Chiron acknowledges that Joshua's past is different from his own and emphasizes the importance of being able to sever family ties when necessary. Chiron Runcandle says yes, that's who a Runcandle is, and he understands. Return for now, Knight Khan. He agrees, and Chiron Runcandle asks why a letter that arrived 10 days ago arrived so late. He replies with his apologies, stating he tried his best to hurry, but due to the extreme number of monsters, he was delayed. Chiron Runcandle says he guesses this will do. He reminds him to arrive a day earlier next time, to which he agrees. On the other side, Alicia Badger remarks that today is the 93rd day, and he's an amazing young master, considering how much he has already accomplished. Jin Runcandle laughs and says he needs to work hard in order to finish this within 6 months. Alicia Badger asks about having dessert upstairs and mentions hearing that Latry made ice cream. He declines, stating he still has something he needs to do, and Alicia Badger inquires if he will be doing it today, too. He replies, of course, he still has a long way to go, and grabs his sword. Alicia Badger thinks she feels this every time they spar, but young Master Jin Runcandle's growth is abnormal. He thinks it's probably because his aura and magic power are growing simultaneously, and the thing that makes that possible is that black power that connects his aura and magic power. He thinks she heard it was a power obtained by making a contract with a god. How amazing, and thinks, well, even if that power is amazing, it is only meaningful because of his endurance. Alicia Badger says a genius who works hard and at this rate forgets about 6 months and thinks she'll defeat him tomorrow. The scene shifts to the next day when Alicia Badger and Jin Runcandle practice again, and Alicia Badger says that's an obvious screening while he runs to attack Jin Runcandle, who blocks his attack. Jin Runcandle counters an attack from Alicia Badger, and she gets hurt. He asks if she is okay, and Alicia Badger says she's alright. However, it's been a while since he has gotten such an injury. Jin Runcandle says he will go get Miss Inia and thinks that was a stab she could have dodged, and he was lucky in this match. Alicia Badger thinks she was careless when her sight was blocked by the shadow energy. She thought he would make the same movements, so she didn't consider her next move. She thinks she has gotten sloppy after retiring and again runs to attack him, saying things had gotten troublesome and thinking that she would lose before the time he promised her. Jin Runcandle says no, it's fine, and he thinks it's better to call this fight a draw. It's a victory he can't accept. Meanwhile, Alicia Badger acknowledges that she knew he would say that. She apologizes because she was careless and discourteous towards him. Miss Inia uses her healing energy to heal him, but they can't turn a blind eye to this. He says if it had been him from 3 months ago, even if she had been careless, would it have turned out like this? Alicia Badger acknowledges that he has grown, citing his endless ambition, fighting spirit, and talent to make that growth possible. She believes he will soon become a 6-star in both aura and magic. She thinks that when he does, that will become clear. The scene shifts to the 1st of December in 1795, where Jin Runcandle asks Murakin why he bought so many popsicles on such cold days. Murakin replies that cold things usually taste best when it's cold outside, and Strawberry Pie said she wanted to eat it. Jin Runcandle asks if he's planning on making Gilly's stomach explode. Kashmir Alfrian arrives and calls Jin Runcandle, asking if it would be okay to talk about work for a moment. Jin Runcandle mentions Bishakel Ibriano, who was the interim head of the Ibriano family, the only talent in a family that was falling due to a lack of talented people. He says he requested information about him. Before he starts his explanation, he asks if Jin Runcandle knows about the group called Kinzello. Jin Runcandle says he came across them during a mission when he was a cadet, so the conversation will be shorter. He states that he's not certain, but it is possible that Bishakel Ibriano is a part of the Kinzello group. He mentions that Ibriano visits the Kirano Principality once a week, and every time he does, he looks for a workshop that goes by the strange name Explosion is Art. He adds that the owner of the workshop is Buber Gaston, and from what he found out, Gaston is an executive of Kinzello, suggesting they have a close relationship. Kashmir Alfrian interjects, mentioning that at this point, there is a possibility, especially since they know that Bishakel Ibriano brings bread and food every time he goes there. He suggests that Gaston is in a higher position, which is why he personally stepped forward during the banquet. He reflects on Kinzello, noting that he thought it was just an extreme political group, but for an 8-star fighter to rely on such a place raises questions. He thinks about what those idiots did in his past life, and he can understand why they couldn't recklessly touch the Runcandle family, the Zippel family, or Bement. Murakin tells the kid to stop because Jin Runcandle is busy, so he should wait a while. However, Julia grabs his hair and calls Jin Runcandle. Julia performs a magic spell, and Murakin creates an ice ball, throwing it at Kashmir Alfrian, who looks behind and asks why she is doing that to Daddy. Jin Runcandle calls Kashmir Alfrian and asks if he still doesn't have information about Spiderhands Alu. Kashmir Alfrian replies that Alu has more secrets than he originally thought. Although the elite troops of the 7 colors are trying, there are no traces from before he became the head of Tessing, as if someone purposely erased information about him. Jin Runcandle thinks maybe he shouldn't have killed him and acknowledges that he understands, thanking him for his hard work. Kashmir Alfrian mentions that the informants worked hard and that he will dig further into Kinzello. He added that he would inform him if he gets any further information about Allah. Jin Runcandle expresses his perpetual gratitude and indebtedness to him. Kashmir Alfrian replies that it's nothing, but if he's truly grateful, he should play with Julia. Jin Runcandle acknowledges the suggestion but mentions that it's a little difficult to do that today, as it's almost time for his sparring session, and asks if Kashmir Alfrian will join, too. Kashmir Alfrian responds that it sounds great. He is curious about young Master Jin Runcandle's growth as well. Jin Runcandle assures him that he can look forward to it and mentions that he has recently started to realize something. Alicia Badger asks what he's talking about and questions why he is there. Kashmir Alfrian asks if he is not allowed to come and explains that young Master Jin Runcandle told him to come, so he did. Alicia Badger responds that he's allowed, but she doesn't want him to see her lose. Kashmir Alfrian asks what he said and mentions that young Master Jin Runcandle thinks today will be the last day. Alicia Badger comments that it would be great if he could remember her as a good opponent in the far future. Jin Runcandle asks what she means by a good opponent and states that he will remember her as a good teacher and friend. Kashmir Alfrian ponders what he is saying and thinks it has only been a little over 3 months, but Alicia Badger is already going to lose. Alicia Badger asks if they will then start while Jin Runcandle summons a phoenix there. Kashmir Alfrian considers that 6-star mages obtain the authority to make contracts with anyone. However, no one knows which phoenix they will end up contracting with, as mages can only open the dimensional gate to the world of fire. He reflects that because mages can only open the dimensional gate to the world of fire, the choice lies with the phoenix, and because of that, mages desperately want a special phoenix to choose them. He thinks about the rarest phoenix among the special phoenixes, which is the phoenix that uses blue fire. Kashmir Alfrian expresses that it's impossible and asks if he made a contract with Tess. He thinks about Tess, the mages who have been able to summon Tess and were the best mages of their times. Jin Runcandle asks Alicia Badger if they will start, and she replies that she's coming, and they both get ready to fight. Meanwhile, Alicia Badger considers the 5-star level fire magic, but that's not all. The flames carry a strange power. If she touches it, his body will become heavier. She thinks it's pressure, a power that pushes him down. If she gets hit by that, the amount of stamina she uses will increase sharply. She needs to finish this quickly and thinks she can maintain Tess for another 3 minutes. She plans to finish it by that time, but Jin Runcandle attacks her. Alicia Badger gets hurt and thinks it's a sword attack, but then realizes it's wind magic. Jin Runcandle thinks that although Alicia Badger uses a variety of movement patterns, they all have one thing in common: dominance. He thinks she wants to dominate her opponent, no matter the situation, and speculates that she's probably trying to regain dominance right now as he looks at her. He decides to use that strike and attacks her, but she escapes from his attack. He uses fire magic on her, but she quickly sidesteps and escapes from that attack. He then holds his sword and runs to attack her. She considers if she should dodge, but then realizes that if she does, she will have to keep defending against young Master Jin Runcandle's attacks, so she decides there's no helping it. Alicia Badger asks if he's trying to show her that he's a magic swordsman, while Jin Runcandle uses his blue mana and attacks him. Alicia Badger exclaims that she finally got him and asks if he's not here, stating that there's no way he could escape her weapon pressure. She realizes he's behind her again as he punches her so hard that she vomits blood. She concedes the match, acknowledging young Master Jin Runcandle's win. Jin Runcandle tells Kashmir Alfrian to call for Miss Ania and asks him to repeat what he said about a microbe. Murakan confirms that, yes, young Master Jin Runcandle has defeated Alicia Badger in a match. He remarks that he knew Jin Runcandle would be surprised to defeat Alicia Badger, who was from Bement's Special Affairs Division, in just 3 months. Then he corrects himself, saying no, not that. Jin Runcandle summoned what? He grabs Kashmir Alfrian, who replies pardon, a phoenix. He summoned Tess. They all become shocked to hear this. Alicia Badger admits that she went overboard and used an aura shield to win, but it instead became his downfall. She expresses surprise that he would be defeated by an attack from behind twice and asks when he planned that. Jin Runcandle responds that he planned it from the first match, admitting that saying so might make him seem very arrogant as he pours some water over his head. Alicia Badger laughs and agrees that if it's young Master Jin Runcandle, then yes. Jin Runcandle thanks her so much for what she has done. She replies that it was fun for her, too, and asks if he realizes how proud she is. She then questions how he feels about defeating someone from Bement's Special Division before turning 16. Murakan arrives there and calls for Jin Runcandle, who acknowledges that he heard his voice. Murakan instructs him to call Tess right now quickly, and Jin Runcandle summons Phoenix. Miss Quickhantle bows down and greets the Master of the Flame. Murakan acknowledges that it has been a while. Phoenix unexpectedly hits him with his beak at his face, and Murakan interrupts, asking why he did that and reminding Phoenix that he can speak casually as he's a free entity. Phoenix apologizes, saying he's sorry. Jin Runcandle experiences a refreshing feeling while Murakan interrupts, saying he has something to say and that he'll pass on the message word for word, so Jin Runcandle should please stop. Meanwhile, Phoenix hits him, and Quickhantle remains bowing down. Murakan insists seriously that Jin Runcandle should recall this elder quickly. Jin Runcandle agrees, saying okay, sure, and recalls Phoenix back. Murakan questions why he is hitting him seriously. Jin Runcandle calls Phoenix, and Phoenix responds, saying that he would want to know why the great Murakan is sucking up to a bluebird. He explains that's not the real form of Tess. Its real form can only be seen in the fire realm. Jin Runcandle asks what the Fire Realm is and wonders if that is the name of the world where the phoenixes are. He confirms that there is another world, and although this is the first time Jin Runcandle has heard about the Fire Realm, it's not surprising, as it's a term that only the gods and dragons use. He explains that it's a term they use to call it comfortably, and not even the highest-ranking gods know the real name of that place. Jin Runcandle asks if the gods don't know if that means that place is beyond the authority of the gods. He confirms that it's correct, which is why even the flame god, Shinu, can't use the flames of the Fire Realm. What he's about to say next is the important part. He continues, stating that in the past, there was a time when several gods left the Fire Realm, including dragons like Quickhantle and him. But a few gods started to get on Tess's nerves. He explains that was the day when they saw Tess's true power, and the enraged Tess burnt 5 gods and several dragons on the spot. Jin Runcandle asks, wait, is Tess that incredible? Then how strong does one have to be in order to bring out that power? He asserts that it's impossible, no matter how strong he is, and explains that he can't bring out all of his strength. He emphasizes that it doesn't matter who he is, he can't perfectly wield someone else's power from another world. He compares it to a penalty, explaining that's why the gods who came to this world couldn't do anything, and it's the same reason why Tess is unable to use his full power in this world. However, he adds that in saying that, someone like him would be burnt alive. Jin Runcandle questions how such a dangerous old man can fight as soon as he is summoned and asks if he knows how surprised they are, fearing that if Tess gets angry, he will burn him alive. The elder clarifies that if he was going to do that, he wouldn't have chosen him in the first place. He relays a message from the elder, saying that he likes Jin Runcandle very much and congratulates him. He contemplates that Tess is someone greater than he thought, even greater than Shinu, the fire god who controls all the fire in the world. He considers Tess's power against Shinu's contractor, Keliark, and the guardian dragon, Kajuna. He concludes that fire of any type will not work against Tess. However, having Tess during the Runcandle and Zippel family's fight will be of big help due to his blue flames. The scene shifts to the 2nd of January in 1796, where Chiron Runcandle mentions that he got chosen by Tess, finding it quite interesting, but he's not interested in phoenixes. He notes that this is all he wrote about Jin Runcandle's swordsmanship. He explains that he allowed him to use magic and shadow energy, but he's a Runcandle. He then calls Knight Khan, who confirms that Run Heron has a grandson. Knight Khan acknowledges that he did receive some information about the Heron family's grandson a couple of days ago. Chiron Runcandle expresses his luck, and Knight Khan agrees, stating that it's about the Cosmos competition request, which is to assassinate a pirate participating in the competition. He notes that on the list of participants, Dante Heron registered with an alias. He recalls that the Cosmos competition is a fighting competition hosted by pirates, and he remembers that 10 years ago, Mary was the runner-up. He mentions that it was young Mrs. first defeat, and 2 months later, she had a rematch and sent the youngest there, too. He acknowledges that there are lots of eyes watching, so he won't be able to use magic and shadow energy. He will have to use his sword to win. He predicts that in a match with a genius who is polishing his swordsmanship, the youngest will realize something. That, as a Runcandle, he needs to prove himself with his sword. After a while, Mirakan arrives and politely asks Jin Runcandle if he may take a look at a paper. Jin Runcandle inquires about the paper's content, and Mirakan explains that it's an application to enter the Cosmos competition. Jin Runcandle expresses surprise, questioning why he suddenly wants to enter a pirate playground. Mirakan responds that it's something he prepared for Jin Runcandle, considering how hard he has been working recently. According to the 7 colors, it seems that Dante Heron from the Heron family is participating in the competition. Mirakan further explains that Dante Heron's grandfather, the current patriarch of the Heron family, Ron Heron, used to be on equal footing with Sir Chiron Runcandle before becoming the head. He adds that Dante Heron is Ron Heron's most treasured grandson and asks if Jin Runcandle isn't curious to find out how strong he is. Jin Runcandle takes a moment to think and then asks if he really needs to participate. Mirakan responds by saying no. Young Master Jin, please think about it carefully, as he is the next head of the Heron family, and Jin Runcandle won't get another chance to clash swords with him. Jin Runcandle acknowledges that since Kashmir Alfrian is going so far as to say this, he has no choice but to participate. Kashmir Alfrian responds with thanks, stating that Jin Runcandle made the right decision. Jin Runcandle realizes that he gets it now and requests to speak to Kashmir Alfrian separately as he walks away. He wonders if Kashmir Alfrian asked him to do this behind his back and thinks that for him to make him fight against the grandson of the Heron family on purpose means that swordsmanship is the top priority. Jin Runcandle also notes that Kashmir Alfrian seems like she has her hands full. Kashmir Alfrian mentions that he must leave tomorrow and that the timing is a little tight. Jin Runcandle asks for pardon, and Kashmir Alfrian replies by saying then, "Please have a safe trip," and walks away. Jin Runcandle stops him, saying, "Wait, sir." The scene shifts to Balado Empire, an island in the south, where a person reflects that this is the first time he has done something on his own since he traveled to Mammoth, and it's a place even more sickening than Mammoth. He considers the Cosmos competition a fighting competition in a place like this. It's a competition where he can kill his opponent, and there are no restrictions on weapons. He can even assassinate or poison his opponent before the match. He wonders if the patriarch there is crazy, too, for allowing a grandchild of the great Heron family to participate in such a competition in such a place. He concludes that regardless of the reason, getting to compete against him once is a good thing, and he thinks it will be a valuable experience. He remarks that this place reeks as usual and declares, "All right, let's have some fun." Pirate King Cosmos asks who this person is, and Jin Runcandle responds that he has come to enter the competition. Pirate King Cosmos states that applications are closed and tells Jin Runcandle to get lost, even suggesting it would be better if he died on the way back. Jin Runcandle counters, saying he's sure he heard that applications were open until sunset today. Pirate King Cosmos dismisses this, saying he's not in the mood to take applications right now, and asks if Jin Runcandle does not understand. He tells Jin Runcandle that he's incredibly busy and to stop annoying him and get lost. He then questions what Jin Runcandle is doing and throws some coins at his face before punching him. He asks if this is enough and tells Jin Runcandle to put his name down. Pirate King Cosmos gets angry and shouts loudly, acknowledging that Jin Runcandle is intense, but he likes it. He agrees to put Jin Runcandle's name down and writes it on paper. Pirate King Cosmos then shows Jin Runcandle a paper, informing him that he's in Group 13. He tells Jin Runcandle to take it, as the people inside will kindly guide him and welcome him to the competition with romance and love. After a while, a person wearing a head cover takes the paper from Jin Runcandle and announces, "Group 13, Jin Grey," confidently suggesting that they pair him with someone decent. If there isn't anyone suitable, then he doesn't care if they feed Jin Grey to the sharks. He comments that this year is full of young guys and mentions another individual, a rascal who beat up the captain. He expresses regret that they are not in the same group, as he wants them to fight each other. However, he wishes Jin Grey good luck and suggests that they might meet in the finals, although he acknowledges that Jin Grey will need a lot of luck. He then points out the area for Group 13, indicating that Jin Grey should head there. He adds that he'll see Jin Grey later if he survives. Jin Runcandle asks about his room, and the person responds by telling him to figure it out himself. Jin Runcandle wonders if there weren't enough rooms to begin with and notes that there are 2 or 3 people per room. He speculates that the organizers want participants to fight each other in the cramped rooms, making it more like a survival game than a fighting competition. Another person asks who Jin Runcandle is and questions why he doesn't see that there are already 3 people in the room. The person tells another to get lost, while Jin Runcandle declares that he's going to count to 3, and by the count of 3, everyone should leave. He begins counting, 1, 2, 3, while another person abuses him. Jin Runcandle fights back, and then a person enters the room. Jin Runcandle grabs his sword and asks who wants to stay with him. Some punks rush to attack him, telling him to die, but Jin Runcandle counterattacks. He remarks that even though this place is a lawless zone, it doesn't compare to Mammoth, and for the time being, he won't be sleeping. The person with the head cover arrives again and expresses annoyance, asking if Jin Runcandle plans on killing everyone before the match starts. Jin Runcandle responds by saying that this was just the event before the main course. The person with the head cover replies that he thought Jin Runcandle was just an arrogant idiot, but as the captain said, he's an intense guy. He explains that there was a reason why he said to put him with the decent guys. He mentions that Groups 1 and 2 will start their matches soon. and he will be fighting some of those guys later, so Jin Runcandle can go and watch the matches if he wants. He invites Jin Runcandle to come with him, offering to personally escort him. He adds that wielding a sword around in the spectators' stand is forbidden, so Jin Runcandle should just sit and watch comfortably. Jin Runcandle thinks this is great and observes that many people have come to watch. He doesn't think there will be anyone here who will recognize his face, but he realizes he should have paid more attention to his disguise. He asks if the person heard the rumors about half the guys in Group 13 getting knocked out and questions if he put a bet on one of them. He then asks who did that. The person clarified that besides that incident, among the participants in the competition, he heard that there was a reserve flag bearer from the Runcandle family. A person in a green dress asks what a Runcandle reserve flag bearer is and questions why a Runcandle would come here. His friend responds that he heard this information from the Cosmos pirate executives when he was drinking with them yesterday. He mentions that there is a strong boy among the participants, and if the rumor is true, he is from the Runcandle family. The friend laughs and speculates that if it's true, the boy could be Daytona Haytona or Jin Runcandle. He adds that it would be great if it were Jin Runcandle, considering how things were crazy when that young guy became a 5-star. He considers the possibility of it really being someone from the Runcandle family and thinks it's normal for them to know Jin Runcandle's name, but it surprises him that they know about the Tona twins, too. He reflects that it's about time the Tona twins' name got around if they really are participating. He decides that he'll find them and make them sit the night watch while the fireworks start. Meanwhile, Pirate King Cosmos arrives there and addresses all the ladies and gentlemen who have come to the arena. He asks if they haven't dropped dead from waiting and introduces himself as the Pirate King, Cosmos, with a laugh. He remarks on the number of people who have come to fill up his pockets and comments that they don't know how to look after themselves. He suggests stopping the small talk and getting started. He mentions that there are 14 participants per group and there are 13 groups, totaling 182 martial artists on standby. He announces that the main character of the first match was in the octafinals and introduces the cute fighter from the Shark Pirates, Menties, as his opponent, someone participating for the first time this year, and questions what's behind his pretty face and introduces the boy swordsman, Paul Mick. Jin Runcandle remarks that he's quite young, noting the presence of many young participants this time, but considering his age, he finds it a bit too young. He wonders if the boy is 13 or 14 years old and thinks it's crazy to involve such a young boy. Suddenly, a person with a face scar mentions another participant, not the boy, but an idiot who beat up the captain. As a person arrives, they announce that the battle will start. Paul Mick swiftly attacks another person and cuts his neck. Pirate King Cosmos questions what just happened and if anyone saw it clearly, expressing annoyance at the shark idiots. Another person remarks that the head just fell off, finding it nonsensical. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle observes that Dante Heron was beheaded in an instant with sword energy. Veridin Zippel declares that the match ended abruptly, announcing Paul Mick as the winner. He expresses excitement, calling it a real fight and placing all his bets on Paul Mick. He cheers for Paul Mick, emphasizing his support for Dante Heron. Jin Runcandle wonders why Veridin Zippel is present, hearing people shout for Paul Mick. One person expresses their intent to bet as well, while another encourages betting on Paul Mick. Veridin Zippel asks if they can't see that Paul Mick is the future, urging everyone to bet everything, even their life savings, on him. Jin Runcandle considers whether Veridin Zippel is also on a mission, but he seems too engrossed at the moment to be on official business. If he were caught, it would lead to significant trouble, so he decides to pretend as well. Veridin Zippel notices Jin Runcandle and greets him, mentioning that it's been a long time. Paul Mick looks at them and recognizes Veridin Zippel, recalling their encounter at the Zippel family's banquet. He's surprised to see such an open greeting in an unfamiliar place. Paul Mick also extends his hand and expresses his pleasure in seeing Veridin Zippel. Pirate King Cosmos approaches him and suggests listening to the winner before starting the next match. He asks Paul Mick how he feels about the victory. Paul Mick responds that he's glad to have eliminated one of the world's evils and jokes that he hopes the defeated opponent doesn't reincarnate as a pirate in his next life. Pirate King Cosmos chuckles and places a hand on Paul Mick's shoulder, remarking that becoming a pirate isn't advisable for children. However, he jokes that saying such things might upset the pirates present. He laughs and adds that all the pirates would be pleased to hear Paul Mick's words. Pirate King Cosmos then announces the start of the next match and calls for the participants to come forward. Jin Runcandle observes the matches that occur afterward, but no one catches his eye except for Paul Mick. He is convinced that Paul Mick is Dante Heron. He acknowledges that Paul Mick appears young, but his swordsmanship suggests otherwise. The most plausible explanation is that he's a heron. Jin Runcandle believes that winning will require using magic and shadow energy. Relying solely on swordsmanship won't suffice. He concludes that it's premature to make a judgment and looks at a magical stone. He notes that starting from tomorrow, some groups will finish their matches, meaning he has 4 days until his turn. Until then, he must survive the nights here. Sir Elder sits in his room and remarks that he didn't give it to him for him to play around with like that. It's an item that the young patriarch will use when he absolutely needs to. He asks to please keep it in a safe place. On the other side, Veridin Zippel stands near him, waving his chain, and apologizes, saying he feels much lighter with it in his hands. He then asks if that is why he was called over. Sir Elder explains that every year around this time, a martial arts competition opens on one of the northern islands of the Bellahue archipelago, known as the Cosmos Competitive Arena. He asks if perhaps he knows about the Cosmos Competitive Arena. Veridin Zippel replies that it's his first time hearing about it and questions how he would know about such a martial arts competition held by a pirate. He laughs, feigning ignorance, and wonders where he disappears every year around this time. Sir Elder mentions Dante Heron, the future patriarch of the Heron family, who attended last year's banquet and is participating again this time. He encourages them to take advantage of the opportunity to witness it firsthand. He emphasizes the level of the man he must overcome one day. On the other hand, Veridin Zippel arrives because he has heard something like that. He comments that it's great that he can make some side money as well, but wonders why there wasn't a single fun match for 2 whole days. He acknowledges it was great seeing Dante Heron's skills, but finds the rest to be so-so. He expresses his disappointment in this year's competition, wondering where all the pretty good ones went. He looks at a list of candidates' names and sees Jin Gray's name. He asks who Jin Gray is and ponders if this is actually Jin himself, realizing he didn't come just to watch. He finds this situation already so exciting. After a while, Jin Runcandle observes that the surviving participants number 147, with 35 already dead, as he sits down, exhausted from the fight. He notes that only 5 died during their matches, with the rest dying outside of the arena. He anticipates competitors from other groups bursting in soon, making it impossible to let his guard down even a little. He contemplates the consequences of falling asleep, recalling his no-sleep training during his cadet years. However, holding out for 3 days in this barren place without hiding their presence is a new challenge. He surmises that they must be quite confident in their skills. Meanwhile, Paul Mick interrupts, acknowledging that it's rude to say this in their first meeting, but asking for a moment to speak. Jin Runcandle thinks about Paul Mick, or rather, Dante Heron, while Paul Mick requests a moment to sleep and promises to stand guard the next day so Jin Runcandle can rest. Jin Runcandle asks what all this is about, suddenly coming out of nowhere. The person replied that he had been watching since yesterday, and it seemed like Jin Runcandle was at least a true martial artist, so please let him sleep. Jin Runcandle says he can't even do the Heron no-sleep training as he falls to the floor and falls asleep. Jin Runcandle thinks about the overwhelming smell of blood and how he's been pestered by quite a number of people. Meanwhile, an old man arrives outside and whispers to wait. He'll signal, so he's arrived, but Jin Runcandle catches him and attacks him with his sword. Jin Runcandle asks if he didn't hear the rumors and says anyone who comes to this room ends up dead. A masked man says to wait. He knows Jin Gray has killed each and every one of the group's 13 guys, but they didn't come here to strike him. They came here for a different reason. He states that if Jin Runcandle hands over Paul Mick, who just went inside, he will throw an arrow at him, but Jin Runcandle blocks his attack. He grabs the arrow, looks at it, and asks if it is poison. Regardless of the situation, doing all this to a child is unacceptable. He doesn't know who's behind all this, but wonders if he can handle it. Jin Runcandle mentions the scoundrels chasing after him, stating they were underlings of the pirate One-Eyed Joe. He explains that the last guy spilled it before dying. They were planning to swindle some cash by kidnapping a run candle. Paul Mick thanks him for protecting him, someone without any relation to him, and expresses surprise at Jin Runcandle's situation, wondering how he got mistaken for those uncouth and ignorant individuals. He asks where Jin Runcandle was during all this. Jin Runcandle says he should explain since he's indebted to him. He clarifies that he's nobility like they were targeting, although not a Runcandle. They should think of him as Bement nobility. He apologizes for not being able to provide detailed information. Paul Mick expresses his gratitude, stating that he owes Jin Runcandle his life and asks how he can repay this debt, suggesting an eye for an eye, a life for a life. He promises that from this point on, whenever Jin Runcandle is in danger, he will also protect him with his life, regardless of the situation, and vows this in his honor. Jin Runcandle responds by saying that Paul Mick should figure that out on his own. He needs to sleep first, so please wake him up before the Group 13 matches. Jin Runcandle notes that Paul Mick's current protection is unrelated to the vow he made, so there's no need to worry. He thinks that although Paul Mick seems cold on the outside, he's a man who fought for him, someone he just met but who already seems like a good friend. Another person arrives to attack Jin Runcandle, but Paul Mick counterattacks and knocks him out. He declares Paul Mick the winner as he finishes his opponent in one strike again, leading to cheers of Paul Mick's name from the crowd. They proclaim him as the victor and also mention Jin Gray as another strong contender, with people shouting Jin's name as well. A person comments that Jin Gray is quite impressive and might even be stronger than Paul Mick. However, his friend disagrees, stating that Jin Gray is still no match for a reserve flag-bearer of the Runcandle family and asserts that Jin Gray is not a Runcandle. Another person mentions that this year's finalists seem to be those two kids, indicating that because of these young contenders, this year's competition is effectively decided, and they question whether their friend will continue to remain inactive. Another warrior arrives and suggests that although they may be decent, it's just two guys, and they should gather their group before the winner's group starts. However, a person with a head cover intervenes, advising them to quit their plan as their group can't handle Jin Gray, whose nickname is the God of Death for a reason. He mentioned that they shared the same room and asked if their plan would work. They explained that they're stopping the others because Jin Gray is quite popular, and it would be troublesome if they all die before the matches start. They walk away, concluding that there's no helping it and that they should stop there. The warrior questions their decision, suggesting they leave, to which another person agrees, noting that according to the program, they won't face Jin Gray's group. They agree that they don't want to die there and affirm that they are the only ones aware of this plan, emphasizing that Cosmos must never find out. Pirate King Cosmos places his drink on the table and asks who's manipulating the winner, mentioning that plans were made behind his back. A person with a head cover asks what he plans to do, pointing out that the competition will become boring, and the spectators will notice. Pirate King Cosmos responds that it's for the better to scrap the whole program since Jin Gray and Paul Mick are heading to the finals. He explains that aside from those two, all the remaining participants will become sacrificial lambs, and he plans to increase the dividend rate as high as possible, to the point where people won't sleep if they don't bet. Pirate King Cosmos declares that there will be lightning speed from the winner's match to the finals, emphasizing the goal of making money. Meanwhile, the crowd continues to cheer Paul Mick's name repeatedly. Veridin Zippel arrives and remarks on one participant being a shocking supernova from the start, while the other is a god of death steeped in blood since the beginning. He asks who he thinks will win when a masked man calls for Paul Mick, and his friend agrees, mentioning that Paul Mick's swordsmanship seems more refined. He asks if he also bet on Paul Mick. Veridin Zippel mentions that he bet 100,000 gold on Jin Gray. His friend points out that Jin Gray's dividend is 3 times that amount, even if Jin Gray wins, questioning whether the pirates will actually pay 300,000 gold. Veridin Zippel explains that Cosmos is a well-known pirate with several islands, so he can make a profit by selling them. Pirate King Cosmos, impatient, announces himself as the Pirate King Cosmos and urges them to hurry up and start, calling for Paul Mick. Someone in the crowd shouts for Jin Gray, referring to him as the Grim Reaper of Group 13, and they start throwing wine mugs and rotten vegetables at him. Pirate King Cosmos thinks he's going to double the entrance fee next year. He suggests skipping the lengthy talks and calling out for them loudly. Paul Mick enters the battlefield in response to the call. He further announces that Paul Mick's opponent is the unknown young swordsman from Group 13, Jin Gray, who also joins the battlefield. He expresses his belief in Jin Gray and puts all his faith in him. Veridon Zippel encourages Jin Gray, saying let's go, while Jin Gray wonders why he keeps telling him to do so. Pirate King Cosmos declares that there's no need to wait any longer and starts the match. Paul Mick pledges to fight properly, and Jin Gray also draws his magical sword, inviting Paul Mick to attack as much as he wants. They both start fighting and rush to attack each other. Jin Gray and Paul Mick are attacking each other, trying to defeat their opponent. Jin Gray believes he made his initial attack swiftly, but he's conserving his energy now, only increasing his speed when necessary, which means he must match Paul Mick's pace. A person comments that witnessing such a fight in a place like this is incredible. Another person urges them on, questioning how this can be considered a mere children's fight. Paul Mick notes that Jin Gray is holding up well, but if he's concealing something, it would be wise to use it now. Jin Gray decides to increase his speed and launches an attack, but Paul Mick manages to evade it. A person shouts, "Yeah, Paul Mick, that's it, get him, send that scoundrel into the abyss, just a little more," and Paul Mick looks at him and thinks that's right, that's his strength. Destructible swordsmanship and a blessed physique that can make that possible. He considers his superior stamina as the foundation for that physique, purposely dragging out the fight using it. He acknowledges that Jin Gray is also using an alias, Jin Runcandle, but if that's all he has, he's made a mistake. He then attacks Jin Gray, who counterattacks and pushes him away. Veridon Zippel observes them, and Jin Gray asks why he's suddenly calling him by his real name. Paul Mick wonders what just happened. If he had slashed Jin Gray, he would have been attacked by something else. Jin Gray realizes he has almost used his shadow energy and braces himself for a tough battle, asking if it's his turn now. He launches another attack, which Paul Mick blocks. He thinks that's not a simple cut. All his sword attacks have the same force as his first swing. He considers he has no faults, and maybe he should have gone all out from the beginning. Paul Mick thinks no, if this continues, he might end up killing him. Jin Runcandle says to stop messing around and asks why he thinks he's standing in front of him, for him to be hesitating. He declares that he's Jin Runcandle and tells Dante Heron not to make this fight shameful. Dante Heron replies okay, acknowledging he's shown a shameful side of himself, and asks if he will fight him again as they resume their battle. Jin Gray and Paul Mick are fighting each other, trying to defeat one another. Jin Gray attacks him and pushes him away. Paul Mick shouts and runs to counterattack, but Jin Gray quickly attacks him again. Paul Mick just looks at his face and gets scared a little bit, trying to counterattack. Jin Gray thinks Paul Mick must be at his limit by now and asks how he is still enduring. He considers Paul Mick a genius who appears once every few centuries, judged to be a talent blessed by the gods. However, Jin Gray notes that Paul Mick was born with a fragile and weak body, proving to be a lacking vessel for his talents. Jin Gray recalls how he has swum through hell because of the damned curse, which is how he knows Paul Mick or Dante Heron. He remembers his lonely suffering through the seemingly eternal darkness and his despair when he glanced at his thin, bony body. Meanwhile, Jin Gray attacks him again, and he blocks the attack. He thinks about how he pushed himself to the brink of death to get to where he is now and pushes Jin Gray back. He runs at him again in anger and thinks about Jin Runcandle, Runcandle's 13th child, born with everything. He attacks him, and Jin Runcandle blocks the attack. He thinks Jin Runcandle has a blessed body, talent, and everything, but he feels desperation from him. He wonders why he is this pitiful and desperate and considers if it is perhaps rage because he is the youngest and not in the line of succession. He dismisses this idea, thinking it is not because of some foolish reason and that he just aims to become the strongest. He thinks about how long he has endured to get to where he is right now. They attack each other again, and he thinks he can't even recall anymore, pondering how many times he has fallen into despair and how many times he has given in to despondency, while Jin Gray throws him away. He regains all his powers and reflects on how many times he has picked himself back up, unable to recall any of those moments, and charges back to attack him again. Jin Gray blocks his attack, counters, and he sees Paul Mick starting to cough blood. wondering what's happening. He notices Dante Heron's body breaking but refrains from withdrawing his sword despite seeing cracks in Paul Mick's body. He considers it to be an insult to him and pushes him back, apologizing and asking for understanding as he attacks, bringing his sword near Paul Mick's neck. Paul Mick starts laughing, causing him to stop and look, finding the situation enjoyable. Paul Mick falls down, and Jin Runcandle looks at him, shouting for the medic. Veridin Zippel approaches Paul Mick, checks him, and remarks that this situation is worse than he anticipated. He assures Jin Runcandle not to worry, saying he'll ensure Paul Mick survives and begins his healing magic. Jin Runcandle summons Veridin Zippel, who reassures him to just watch. However, Jin Runcandle realizes it's too late. Paul Mick's condition is already beyond the point where magic can heal him. Not only are his bones affected, but nothing in his body, including his organs, is healthy, and his aura is running rampant. Jin Runcandle understands that using healing magic in this state would only intensify Paul Mick's pain. Veridin Zippel instructs him to listen carefully and reveals his chain, saying it will be their secret. Another warrior arrives and advises against using it, saying it's not something that should be employed. Veridin Zippel dismisses this, telling the warrior to cover them with his cape, which he does as instructed. Veridin Zippel remarks on the warrior's lack of tact, noting how he fails to read the room. Jin Runcandle inquires Veridin Zippel about the object, to which Veridin Zippel responds affirmatively. He explains that it's something gifted to him by his clan relatively recently and asks if Jin Runcandle happens to know about the blood of Numerous. Jin Runcandle recalls that Numerous was the god of hope just before the founding of the holy state Venkela and was believed to have been wiped out in a particular event. He reflects on how Numerous left behind teardrops and 100 drops of blood as they were annihilated, with the tears allegedly reviving the dead and the blood instantly healing any diseases or injuries. He notes that at the time, it became of great interest to the public and was an object that no one even dared to price. He reflects on how major factions like Zippel once desperately searched for these artifacts, which now had become the legacies of a god, passed down only through legends. He mentions that he's going to use one of these artifacts now on Dante Heron, wondering about the reasons behind it and questioning if Zippel and Heron don't have a good relationship. He ponders why Zippel would go to such lengths for him. Meanwhile, Veridin Zippel retrieves a pill, asking if Dante Heron would understand him, and places the pill in Dante Heron's mouth. He comments that losing an equal is as sorrowful as losing a friend. As Dante Heron swallows the pill, his body begins to heal, emitting a bright light. He regains consciousness, coughs, and opens his eyes. Veridin Zippel expresses happiness at seeing him, while Dante Heron inquires about the situation, asking Veridin Zippel what he's doing there. Jin Runcandle reflects on how the blood of Numerous instantly revived Dante Heron, who was nearly dead, and considers that Veridin Zippel is using such a powerful tool for that purpose alone. Veridin Zippel mentions that the cost of using the blood of Numerous is immense, which he is aware of, tapping his head. Dante Heron asks about Numerous and how he could repay such a favor. Jin Runcandle thinks this is more in line with what Veridin Zippel might demand. Veridin Zippel then states that, first of all, Jin Runcandle will buy a hearty round of drinks after they finish everything. He insists that he will stick around this time and won't take no for an answer. Veridin Zippel adds that when Jin Runcandle sees him elsewhere, he shouldn't act as if he doesn't know him. Did he get it? Jin Runcandle reflects that Veridin Zippel, whom he initially thought was just an idiot, turns out to be rather cool. He says he'll consider Veridin Zippel's proposal. They gather in a hotel, and Veridin Zippel praises Jin Runcandle for his remarkable actions when he is asked to choose one of the victory prizes, commenting on how spirited he is for wanting both prizes. Jin Runcandle thinks back to when he nearly died in this place and wishes Veridin Zippel had only asked for one prize, as there is a limit to mismatched levels. He chuckles and acknowledges that both of them almost died. Veridin Zippel responds by saying that while he doesn't particularly need both prizes, since the situation arose, he decides to give the bag of coins to Dante Heron. He mentions that it's as if Heron doesn't have money, but this gesture will be commemorative, and he plans to keep the coins framed. Veridin Zippel suggests giving something in return, catching Jin Runcandle's attention as he examines a paper. Jin Runcandle inquires if it's the treasure map he's only heard about in stories and questions whether Veridin Zippel intends to gift him something so valuable. Jin Runcandle clarifies that the map is his, and Veridin Zippel raises the bag, asking if it's an empty chest, for which Jin Runcandle expresses gratitude. Jin Runcandle then asks Dante Heron a question, wondering why he didn't use his secret technique as instructed, emphasizing the need to do things properly. Dante Heron replies that he doesn't know what Jin Runcandle is hiding, but feels it's unfair to hide things and then mention them only afterward from the listener's perspective. He acknowledges that he has good intuition, as expected, and denies understanding what he's being told. In response, Dante Heron offers to fight again without hiding anything from each other, should it be necessary. Veridin Zippel agrees, expressing his anticipation for the day they lead their own clans and face each other in battle. He jokes about repeating himself, but suggests that it might be better for them to settle down and maintain a friendly relationship. Jin Runcandle remarks on the softness of Veridin Zippel's words, to which Veridin Zippel explains that he's merely stating that if anything goes wrong, it could lead to trouble, so they should be cautious and mindful of their actions. Dante Heron contemplates that even if they're sitting in a circle, clinking glasses together, it's inevitable that they'll face each other in battle when the time comes. He considers the paradox of being both an enemy and a friend, and they toast their drinks in a moment of camaraderie. Veridin Zippel wonders how the contradictory relationship will end and mentions the Veridin impersonator, asking if the others have heard about it. Meanwhile, Pirate King Cosmos heads to his storage room and finds all his treasure missing, expressing frustration at the noble scoundrels who took everything. Dante Heron questions how an impersonator could impersonate him in Zippel family territory, expressing surprise at their audacity. He admits he doesn't know who it was but acknowledges their boldness. Veridin Zippel explains that recently, due to what happened to Uncle Andre Zippel, their family's honor has been tarnished. He clarifies that he's not mentioning this for Dante Heron's sake and adds that the rumor about a Runcandle being involved isn't confirmed either. Jin Runcandle inquires about Veridin Zippel's plan regarding the impersonator. Veridin Zippel responds that while he does need to catch them, he's considering hiring a high-ranking mage to search for them. Jin Runcandle disagrees with this approach, suggesting that if it were him, he would use the rumor to improve his public image. He explains that publicly announcing the search for an impersonator in Zippel territory could make him appear weak and foolish, causing others to look down on him. Meanwhile, he mentions that he can catch the impersonator later. Veridin Zippel agrees, saying that now that he thinks about it, he's right, and they should discuss it upon his return. Jin Runcandle asks if they will end the conversation here then. Dante Heron questions what's already settled, and Jin Runcandle explains that if he stays any longer, he might start to like Veridin Zippel. Unlike the two of them, he has many other tasks to attend to. Veridin Zippel asks if this is related to the reserve flagbearer matter, and Jin Runcandle confirms, saying yes, let's say it's because of that. Veridin Zippel replies alright, and he'll see him next time, calling him a friend as Jin Runcandle walks away, questioning whose decision it is. After some time, Chiron Runknadel receives a letter from Kashmir Alfrian. He mentions that he had advised Alfrian to keep his letters concise, so receiving this brief note makes him feel like he's being toyed with. Nightcon asks if something happened to the young master. Chiron Runknadel clarifies that nothing has happened. Rather, Jin Runcandle has defeated Heron's grandson, a 6-star accomplishment, indicating Jin's diligence. He instructs Nightcon to inform Kashmir Alfrian that they will meet for drinks soon. Chiron Runknadel then performs a magic spell to disappear, indicating his urgency to meet Alfrian. Nightcon acknowledges his understanding. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle is sitting with Kashmir Alfrian, who asks if Jin feels a cold breeze despite sitting near the fire. Julia is playing nearby with a kitten. Jin Runcandle remarks that he does feel a cold breeze even though the fire is burning and wonders if he might have a cold. Kashmir Alfrian suggests taking some medicine and apologizes for interrupting, asking if he can see the map Jin mentioned. Jin Runcandle takes out the map and explains that it's a bit rough. Perhaps Kashmir Alfrian might recognize it. He places the map on the table. Kashmir Alfrian responds that it's the first time he's seen a map like this and isn't sure if he can locate the destination with just this map. He holds it in his hand and examines it. Julia approaches and asks about the map, expressing excitement at the idea of it being a treasure map and wanting to join in the search for treasure. Kashmir Alfrian is startled by her sudden presence and looks at her in surprise. He points to a location on the map and says there's something important here, then points to another location and says there's something very precious being guarded carefully. She starts crying, and Kashmir Alfrian is shocked to see her tears, asking her to stop crying. Murakan grabs her and says her authority is going out of control, and they need to call the guardian dragon to calm her down. He tells Kashmir to quickly call Lettre. Kashmir replies that he's got it and calls Lettre, who arrives within a minute. Murakan explains that she suddenly lost control after seeing something, and now Lettre should be able to calm her down. Lettre takes her in his arms and says to leave it to him. He tells her to take a deep breath, assures her that it's okay now, and that he's right there with her. He comforts her, saying she doesn't need to be afraid, and that everything will be alright. Alicia Badger arrives and asks what's going on, questioning her husband about why he's crying. Lettre assures her that everything is alright. She falls asleep while being hugged by Lettre. Alicia Badger takes the child into her lap, and Lettre mentions that she has calmed down. Murakan praises Lettre's work, to which Lettre replies that he couldn't greet him earlier due to being preoccupied. Murakan dismisses the greetings and asks what the child saw. Was it the future? Lettre clarifies that she saw the past. Murakan inquires further, asking what he means by the past and questioning if it's a grudge. Lettre explains that when As Mill's contractor delves into the past, they often see a deep-seated grudge or attachment. This occurred because the child saw an object or location associated with such emotions. If they had arrived a little later, something very bad would have happened, and it was quite terrifying. Murakan requests more details, asking Lettre to describe what she saw in a scene from a primeval land. Lettre covers one eye and recalls past incidents. He describes how the natives of that land believed in their own god and isolated themselves from external civilizations. This isolation allowed them to live peacefully and maintain the present peace until outsiders arrived. He explains that the people who arrived suddenly were mages. They initially approached the natives under the guise of wanting to learn their culture. However, they began digging up the ground in search of something and started making increasingly difficult demands. Eventually, they resorted to violence, killing a native child and eliminating any obstacles, threatening the natives to retrieve something. The item they sought was a divine relic that the natives worshipped. Jin Runcandle reflects on the concept of natives, worship, and a divine relic. He asks Sir Latry if they can see what this divine relic looks like while he attempts to write something down. Latry confirms and asks for a moment, describing that it appears as an ordinary silver mirror but emits light. He proceeds to draw something on paper. Jin Runcandle examines the drawing and concludes that, without a doubt, it's the artifact mirror. He recalls the mirror, once famous for its magical properties before it became known to the world due to a brave reporter who exposed the Zippel family's brutality. He reflects on how the Zippel family exploited the citizens of the Kolin ruins in their quest to locate the artifact. During one of his cadet missions, he personally confirmed the nefarious actions of these individuals, linking the primeval landscape of the Kolin ruins with the mages affiliated with the Zippel family. Jin Runcandle realizes that this map is indicating the mirror's location. Sometime later, a person in a purple dress sits at the edge of a building, sipping wine and laughing. They remark on the temptation to become attached to those scoundrels if one stays too long. Noting the loneliness, they express appreciation for the taste of the alcohol. Meanwhile, Lady Leasa sits in her room, expressing relief that the time has finally come. She prepares herself to welcome a guest, praying and shedding tears in anticipation. Jin Runcandle examines the mirror pattern and contemplates the incredible significance of a map he obtained from a mere pirate, which turns out to be the key to something so significant. Murakan notices his expression and inquires about what's on his mind. Jin Runcandle realizes he can't reveal his knowledge in this situation and simply says that something feels off. Murakan accepts this and moves on. Jin Runcandle then contacts Kashmir Alfrian, who apologizes for Uria's experience with the territory. Jin Runcandle reassures him, saying it's part of the experience that all contractors of a god must face eventually, and he was expecting it. Latry assures Kashmir Alfrian that they will always be there for Uria and will protect her no matter what happens. Kashmir Alfrian expresses gratitude and acknowledges that now they understand the map is no ordinary one, they must take action. He plans to inquire about someone who can decipher the ancient language on the map, entrusting this task to the seven-colored fowl. Jin Runcandle agrees to leave it to him, but privately doubts the task's difficulty. He reflects on how the residents of the colon were slaughtered by Zippel centuries ago, nearly wiping them out entirely. Those who survived are currently imprisoned in Colin, leading Jin Runkandel to speculate that they might find the mirror before Zippel does. The scene shifts to 2 weeks later, in the year 1796, on February 17th. Pan is seen dancing on the road, commenting on how everything is spiraling the world, his life, and he even twists his foot and falls down, remarking that it's all spiraling out of control. Jin Runkandel notices that Pan looks very worn out and suggests that since they are both in similar situations, they could talk as friends. Pan asks who Jin Runkandel is, and Jin Runkandel responds that it's not important, mentioning that he has plenty of drinks left. Pan appreciates the gesture, calling Jin Runkandel a good man, and requests a drink and some food. He jokingly asks if Jin Runkandel is an angel. Jin Runkandel assists Pan, offering to help and mentioning that his younger sister at home will appreciate his kindness. Jin Runkandel then remarks on Pan's distinct skin color. He responds that he has heard a lot about that and mentions that his tribe is like Zat. Jin Runkandel asks about his tribe, and he explains that his homeland is actually very far from their current location, taking a sip of his drink. He decides to stop there, as continuing the topic will only make him sad. Jin Runkandel mentions that his homeland is far away as well, showing him something from a distant place, but he can't decipher what's written on it. He asks if the man recognizes it, showing him a paper. The man becomes angry, breaks his bottle, and states that he doesn't know, noticing Latry and Moroccan nearby and commenting on their presence. He asks who they are, questioning why they approached him, knowing he's from Colin. Jin Runkandel explains that he is the freeloader of Tikan's defense captain, Alissa, and indicates that the black-haired guy and the green-haired boy next to him are dragons. This revelation shocks the boy. He questions why Jin Runkandel is sharing all that information, while Jin Runkandel responds that he will eventually have to disclose these details anyway. He clarifies that he understands the implied meaning and advises Jin Runkandel to be more cautious. Jin Runkandel assures him that everything is fine and there is no issue. He points out that they are not part of the Zippel family and asks how Jin Runkandel managed to find him. Jin Runkandel explains that they came across the map by chance, mentioning that the green-haired boy is the dragon of Asmil. He is surprised and confirms if Jin Runkandel means Asmil. Jin Runkandel confirms this and explains that they gained access to the map's contents with the authority of Asmil, revealing the grudge contained within it. He adds that they have been searching for people who knew about the map, but couldn't find anyone until now, purely by coincidence. He mentions that they managed to find him, even though he wonders how they did it. It must have been a coincidence, though he muses that perhaps it wasn't just a coincidence. He suggests they follow him and proposes that it would be best for them to meet his sister. After a while, they arrive at the tribe, where Lady Leasa welcomes them, expressing that she has been anticipating their arrival along with the esteemed individuals from Tikan. Pan apologizes for bringing guests without her permission, but she reassures him that he did well. Murekin inquires about the reason for her anticipation, to which she responds that it's different. Jin Runkandel agrees, and she further explains that it's not just a feeling of holiness. Rather, it's a presence that shouldn't be felt in a dilapidated place like theirs. She attributes this presence solely to the individual present, likening them to the noblest bloodline of Colin or a person chosen by their faith. She elaborates that this person is born from the head Temple of Swords, chosen by the Shadow and the last dragon of the Shadow tribe, and serves as the guardian dragon of the child treasured by the great Asmil. She dismisses any surprise, attributing everything to mere tricks, while Jin Runkandel ponders the transcendental aura, feeling he has encountered it before. He directly asks Lady Leasa if she is a god. She denies this, stating she's merely a vessel, and adds that if she were a god, she wouldn't need to live in hiding after losing her homeland. Murekin speculates that she might be the physical embodiment of an old god and acknowledges her remarkable insight, wondering if that's all there is to it and noting that even her presence will fade eventually. She acknowledges the discomfort when Sir Black Dragon hits where it hurts, and he disregards it, expressing surprise at hearing about an old god residing in Colin. Jin Runkandel notes that even if she told him, she wouldn't necessarily know, and she then asks him to show her the map again. He complies and asks if she can decipher what it says as she examines the map. She carefully examines the map and begins to read aloud its message. To the one who reads these letters after winning over the hearts of Colin, please do not abandon them. Come here and advocate for them, proclaiming that they are nothing but quiet people who simply want to live on. She expresses a sense of resentment towards the heavy task given by God without the strength to fulfill it. She reveals that her grandfather, now deceased, created this map. Originally destined for catastrophe under the name Zippel, it now holds hope under Jin Runcandle's name. She reflects on the worthiness of her daily prayers. Mirakan interjects with humor, suggesting a deal. Jin Runcandle inquires about the nature of the deal, prompting Mirakan to clarify that it's about helping Lady Leosa, who is about to lose all her strength. He encourages honesty about the help needed. Jin Runcandle acknowledges that they were already planning to go to Colin and suggests that Lady Leosa should be upfront about her desire for assistance. She chuckles and advises against trusting help rooted in sympathy or compassion. Lady Leosa informs Jin Runcandle that it has been a while since he last heard Solrit's voice. She presents him with a pendant as the only reward she can offer in this situation, explaining that by using all of his remaining god power, he can call out to Solrit. Mirakan describes him as the astral body of an ancient god and as Mill's contractor. He notes the presence of many people lurking in the neighborhood and asks Jin Runcandle about his plans. Jin Runcandle acknowledges this and agrees to prepare for their journey to Colin. However, he expresses uncertainty about being able to save everyone and guarantee their safety. Lady Leosa intervenes, promising to provide information about the internal situation in Colin, which could be beneficial. Jin Runcandle expresses his gratitude towards her. After a while, they arrive at the closure of Colin's historical site, where they see a no-entry board. Kashmir Alfrian expresses concern, suggesting that he should have sent the 7 colors to scout ahead. Mirakan remarks that even if they send their subordinates, it won't change the fact that it's a restricted area. Jin Runcandle agrees, acknowledging that this area used to be open before he regressed, but it appears that the time he spent here during his cadet days had an impact. He reflects on how, normally, the horrors of this place would have been discovered by a reporter 11 years later, but it seems that won't happen now. He concludes that there's no helping it. Kashmir Alfrian inquires about Jin Runcandle's plans, asking what he will do, and suggests that they could have entered if this place was being used as a magic testing area, as Jin Runcandle previously mentioned. Kashmir Alfrian then calls Jin Runcandle and Mirakan. Jin Runcandle questions the strangeness of having only one sign in a restricted area without any guards or precautionary magic despite it being common practice. He wonders if the Zippel family would be so careless with such an important place. Kashmir Alfrian reflects on this and asks if they found the artifact. Jin Runcandle speculates that they might have given up since they haven't found anything for hundreds of years. Mirakan suggests that they are likely using it as their vacation spot and interrupts, pointing out some people working there. Jin Runcandle notices them and identifies someone with silver hair, asking if he is a pureblood Zippel. The person confirms this, stating that he's Miran Zippel, given his behavior of drinking in the middle of the day. Jin Runcandle recalls Miran Zippel as also being known as the lunatic of the Mage's Tower. He reflects that rather than being recognized as Keliarch's 6th son, Miran is more famously known as the lunatic mage due to his numerous eccentricities. Jin Runcandle observes that Miran is a pureblood Zippel, but lacks any escort guards. Kashmir Alfrian notes that Miran is the master of the 7th Mage's Tower in Zippel, an 8-star mage with a wealth of possessions, hence his confidence. Mirakan suggests eliminating Miran and evacuating everyone from the area, which is facilitated by the microbe they brought along. However, Jin Runcandle disagrees, cautioning that their adversary, being a pureblood Zippel due to the killing of Andre Zippel, could lead to significant repercussions. He emphasizes the need for a justifiable reason if they were to eliminate Miran Zippel, preventing any retaliation from the Zippel family. Dino Jagulan arrives discreetly, catching Jin Runcandle's attention. Jin Runcandle approaches him and demands to know his identity, firmly stating that he won't repeat himself. He responds that he's Dino Jagulan, a reporter. Jin Runcandle recalls that Dino Jagulan is the reporter who covered events about Colin in his past life. He wonders if Dino Jagulan managed all of that reporting by himself since the report was published 10 years later. Jin Runcandle instructs Dino Jagulan to turn around, noting his young age and frail body. He admires how this young person dared to challenge the Zippel family. He asks if Dino Jaglon is here to uncover the next big story and what the content might be. Dino Jaglon, in turn, asks Jin Runcandle where he came from. Jin Runcandle reassures him not to be nervous, explaining that they are just passing through. He mentions that a friend from the area asked for a favor, and since Dino Jaglon mentioned being a reporter, their paths seem to align. Dino Jaglon confirms that they are aware of the situation concerning the citizens of Colon. Murakin interjects, questioning whether they should disclose everything to him. Kashmir Alfrian responds that this is part of their strategy to achieve their objective. Murakin then asks what his goal is exactly. Kashmir Alfrian explains that the newcomer is likely here to uncover the truth about this place and that young Master Jin Runcandle will collaborate with him to find a pretext for attacking the Zippel family. He adds that Dino Jaglon probably has already gathered information about that as well. Dino Jaglon retrieves a book from his bag and invites them to examine it, noting that it contains detailed notes about the natives. Jin Runcandle examines the book and remarks on Dino Jaglon's boldness, mentioning the potential consequences if the Zippel family were to discover such a notebook. Dino Jaglon reassures them, stating that it's fine as he has already engaged with Muron Zippel. He explains that Muron Zippel has been drinking for the past few days and is not on high alert. He concludes that there's no need to exhaust all resources to extract information from him since interrogation or elimination would be simpler. Jin Runcandle acknowledges that he understands, then turns to Dino Jaglon and asks for a favor. He comments on how the old elders tend to send people to unpleasant places for trivial reasons and berates them, glancing at Muron Zippel who is still drinking, and questions if Muron Zippel shares his sentiment. Jin Runcandle then refers to Muron Zippel as an insect while looking at someone seated nearby. Dino Jaglon arrives and questions Muron Zippel about drinking alone. Muron Zippel greets him warmly, waving his hand and joking about waiting for him until he thought he might die. He expresses frustration at not being able to communicate effectively with others. Dino Jaglon introduces himself and explains that they are travelers and storytellers, bringing them along because Muron Zippel might find them interesting. He apologizes for bringing them without permission. Muron Zippel reassures Dino Jaglon that it's alright and asks where they met. Dino Jaglon explains that they met in the Phalon Kingdom while gathering medics, prompts everyone to introduce themselves. Jin Runcandle expresses his honor at meeting Sir Muron Zippel, who smiles in response. Veridin Zippel comments that Brother Muron Zippel is a despicable person, and that his deceased uncle Andre is evil, but Muron Zippel surpasses them both. He mentions that thinking about Muron's actions makes him feel nauseous even in his sleep, and he questions the elder's decision to make Muron the master of the Mage's Tower. Dante Heron interjects, expressing surprise at Veridin's harsh words about his own brother, and asks what Muron Zippel is like for Veridin Zippel to speak so negatively about him. Veridin explains that Muron is a monstrous being from the abyss, something too horrifying for someone as innocent as Dante to comprehend. He advises Jin Runcandle to avoid any potential confrontation with Muron Zippel in the future, as encountering Muron would lead to dreadful consequences. Meanwhile, Veridin Zippel inquires if Jin Runcandle tells stories as he travels, to which Jin Runcandle affirms, mentioning their exciting experiences as mentioned by Mr. Dino Jaglon. Veridin Zippel acknowledges that Jin Runcandle must have been through a lot, but he comments that it's nothing compared to a high-ranking member of the Zippel family on a mission. On the other side, Muron Zippel calls Dino Jaglon and recalls their meeting 2 weeks ago, expressing curiosity about Dino Jaglon's identity. He wonders if Dino Jaglon is also curious and remarks on the audacity of a mere reporter venturing into a restricted area of Zippel. Muron Zippel asks about Dino Jaglon's interactions with the natives, expressing concern about potential repercussions and the additional work involved in singling out those who spoke to Dino Jaglon when he was not around. He questions his pseudo-intelligent Dino Jaglon, asking if he comprehends that all those who conversed with him have vanished, and he wonders why Dino Jaglon didn't realize this until now. Laughing, he mentions that if Dino Jaglon tries to match his level, he'll continue to rise with confidence. Muron Zippel wonders how Dino Jaglon can be so fearless, expressing his inability to understand and laughing about it, noting that he's getting goosebumps. He remarks on Dino Jaglon's audacity, and Dino Jaglon asks for clarification. to which Muron Zippel replies about the Garden of Swords and the scoundrels supporting him. As Muron Zippel moves to attack Dino Jaglun, Murakin intervenes and pulls him aside, saving him. Jin Runcandle wonders about the shield and questions why he couldn't detect any magic power that would have been used to create such a shield, considering the power of the magic was concealed within the campfire. He finds it puzzling that he couldn't perceive the flow of the magic and contemplates what exactly occurred. Murakin warns to be cautious, mentioning that while it's possible to conceal the presence of magical power, it cannot be completely erased, indicating that the person in question is hiding something. Muron Zippel inquires if Jin Runcandle is present, noting that the girl had made a request to Runcandle, but even if he asks how Muron recognizes his face, he receives no answer. Jin Runcandle draws his sword and mentions that he will have to gradually coax information out of Muron Zippel. In response, Muron Zippel recalls that Jin Runcandle is still a reserve flag bearer and inquires how he obtained the request, wondering if it's something personal. Jin Runcandle remarks that Muron Zippel's tone is irritatingly superficial and laughs, expressing his growing weariness. Muron Zippel acknowledges his rudeness and suggests they proceed, creating a shield around himself as Jin Runcandle attacks him with magical projectiles. Murakin intervenes to protect Dino Jaglun and others from the magical projectiles, while some individuals position themselves in front of the projectiles, shielding Muron Zippel from harm. Murakin commands everyone to get out of the way and take them away while Dino Jaglun issues the instructions amidst tears and curses. Dino Jaglun questions why Muron Zippel would act in such a manner, referring to him as a piece of human trash. He asks what these people have done to deserve this treatment. Muron Zippel acknowledges Dino Jaglun's reaction, expressing his curiosity about the expression on his face. He enjoys seeing Dino Jaglun's reaction, calling him foolish. Muron Zippel questions those who don't know their place, labeling Dino Jaglun as a useless person who only engages in flattery and spying. He rhetorically asks if Dino Jaglun believes he'll find solace in saving things more pathetic than himself. Muron Zippel blames Dino Jaglun for the plight of the people, stating that he can't stop his actions and proceeds to attack them again. He tells Dino Jaglun to stop talking, as he plans to eliminate them soon. Kashmir Alfrian contemplates the extent of the destruction caused, even though he attacked when Muron Zippel lowered his guard, noting the power of shadow energy. Muron Zippel finds it annoying that this non-magical force is depleting his magic as if the shadow itself is in motion. He realizes it's shadow energy, concluding that Jin Runcandle is indeed cunning. Laughing, Muron Zippel suggests that Solderit is once again supporting Runcandle, breaking his earlier pledge. Jin Runcandle calls upon his shadow energy and positions Murakin and Kashmir Alfrian above them, launching an attack on Muron Zippel. Murakin remarks that he can't sense anything again, while Jin Runcandle notes that Muron Zippel is concealing his mana flow, making it easier to fight under the assumption that he's continuously using magic. Meanwhile, Muron Zippel acknowledges Jin Runcandle's quick response, noting that he had secretly prepared for this moment. However, he expresses doubt about saving all those involved and rushes to attack Jin Runcandle, who also charges towards him. Murakin joins in the attack as well. Muron Zippel retrieves his magical stick and launches an attack, which Jin Runcandle blocks. Jin Runcandle vows to use all of his abilities and warns Muron Zippel not to approach him. He realizes that regardless of the magic he uses, Muron Zippel's shadow energy negates it all. Jin Runcandle performs a magic spell to retaliate, feeling relieved when he hits his target. Muron Zippel laughs, finding the situation thrilling and anticipating the satisfaction of defeating Jin Runcandle. He thanks Jin Runcandle, believing that his efforts will make the place he cultivated shine. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle recognizes the trap-like nature of Muron Zippel's magic and decides to focus on dodging, rather than directly countering the attacks to conserve his stamina. He signals to Murakin and Kashmir Alfrian, and Murakin acknowledges the plan and joins him in the attack. Murakin urges them to move quickly and take everyone outside the magic circle, which Dino Jaglun also agrees with. Muron Zippel dismisses their efforts, stating that the magic square covers everywhere he can see without any gaps due to its sincere construction. He then challenges Jin Runcandle to enjoy the confrontation, launching an attack. Jin Runcandle manages to evade the attack but falls to the floor. He notices that the ground is eroding where the attack lands, causing the group to split into two. He realizes he has no choice but to move forward and uses his sword to block the energy. Jin Runcandle finds it odd that Miran Zippel, despite being an 8-star mage, can control such a vast amount of magic power and wonders if he's concealing an artifact. Miran Zippel considers that Jin Runcandle comprehends magic, noting his evasion of the fire pillar and avoidance of the eroding earth. He observes that Jin Runcandle advanced and nullified his fire pillar, a decision indicating a deep understanding of magic. Miran Zippel expresses disbelief, acknowledging Jin Runcandle as a magic swordsman and chuckling. Jin Runcandle reminds him to conceal his expression, to which Miran Zippel agrees, attributing Jin Runcandle's actions to his expertise as a magic swordsman. He acknowledges that the situation may have become more troublesome due to Jin Runcandle's abilities and prepares to counter with stronger magic power, launching an attack. He contemplates mana counterflow, considering it the most fatal symptom for those with mana. It's an event where mana erupts within the body, causing organs to rupture and break down during mage battles. He notes that individuals with less mana would experience mana counterflow first, which was an efficient way to rank mages until now, unlike martial artists. He acknowledges that Runcandle lacked mana, making counterflow impossible, yet they still used magic on those less powerful. Miran Zippel states that, as someone with mana, there's no need to waste time and suggests they fight. Jin Runcandle confirms his expectation, closing the distance and presenting a magical ball for closer inspection. Meanwhile, Miran Zippel remarks that he can't see in front of him and questions the darkness, wondering if it's the power of shadow. He dismisses this notion, feeling something different and noting a strong light in front of his eyes. Miran Zippel wonders about the source of that light, speculating that it could be an explosion of light that blinded him, followed by an attack of ancient light magic, which he hadn't anticipated. He sarcastically comments on the power of light and shadows, likening the situation to a protagonist in a novel. Jin Runcandle observes that the dark energy in his wound is dissipating, and his senses and reaction speed resemble that of a beast rather than a mage. While he acknowledges that his mana is not as strong as Andre Zippel's in a one-on-one battle, Miran Zippel proves to be a more irritating opponent overall. Miran Zippel ponders his next move, wondering if they will engage in another fight, and he chuckles to himself. He believes that, given his extensive combat experience in addition to mana counterflow, Jin Runcandle must be concealing something else, which amuses him as he walks away. Miran Zippel acknowledges that Jin Runcandle probably thinks he's insane and doesn't want to associate with him, but he sees a similarity between them. Jin Runcandle questions if he's stalling by talking nonsense, noting it's not appreciated if that's his intention. Miran Zippel apologizes, stating it will be challenging for Jin Runcandle to defeat him since the barbaric individuals are still supporting him. He counts the number of times they've used their power so far, estimating 3 times. Jin Runcandle warns him not to go too far and asks for clarity on his intentions. Miran Zippel responds affirmatively, indicating his growing interest and highlighting how people like them will do anything to achieve their objectives. He acknowledges that he noticed too, noting that Jin Runcandle's magic control surpasses that of an 8-star mage, which surprises him. He performs a magic spell and asserts that there shouldn't be anything under Zippel's blessing, referring to Dino Jaglin and the other individuals, yet he's utilizing them effectively as his mana amplification weapons. He remarks on their conversation, remarking that although they appear lifeless, they are still breathing, indicating that they are alive and capable of replenishing his mana. He emphasizes that since Jin Runcandle expressed a desire to kill him, he must eliminate these obstacles first. He reiterates that they are similar, both being individuals who will go to great lengths to achieve their objectives, and urges Jin Runcandle to dispatch them swiftly and set off the final fireworks. After some time, Latika Mamitika arrives and asserts that Miran Zippel is lying, claiming that everything he's saying is false, especially regarding the item that allegedly amplifies his mana. She reveals that she discovered the truth after torturing the collapsed individuals, learning how to utilize the divine relic. Miran Zippel ponders what a divine relic is and demands an explanation, questioning what Jin Runcandle is currently up to. Latika Mamitika points to all the collapsed people and her unfortunate fellow compatriots, indicating their dire state. Miran Zippel orders her to stop, insulting her as an insect, but she continues, stating that they are all deceased. He angrily tells her to be quiet, accusing Jin Runcandle of being a demented murderer who deceives and manipulates people for his own gain, using them as experimental subjects and then discarding them. He realizes that Jin Runcandle lied to him earlier to gain control over him. She pleads for someone to end that disaster while tears stream down her face. He calls her a rat that doesn't know its place, telling her to die as he launches an attack. He questions how she dares to ruin his spectacle, mentioning that the scream he will emit after cutting up those corpses is the highlight of the night. He kept her alive because she was useful, but now he wishes for her death. Dino Jaglan emerges from the woods and urges Jin Runcandle to save her, explaining that she is Tika, the acting leader and the only pillar of support for the natives, so he must rescue her. Jin Runcandle recognizes the Zippel family's secret magic, the evil eye blue flames, recalling hearing about it before. He asks if they've heard of the blue flames. Jin Runcandle remembers his sister telling him about the blue flames, describing them as a secret technique exclusive to the Zippel family, capable of continuously burning without ceasing. She warns that trying to extinguish them would only lead to being consumed by them. He wonders how to combat such a flame, and she suggests using a hotter flame to burn away the fire, casually enjoying her tea. In the present, he returns to the scene where Jin Runcandle employs the hotter flame to rescue Latika Mamitika, and Miran Zippel remarks that it is indeed a hotter flame. He then questions whether this should suffice and inquires if it's Tess while Jin Runcandle secures her in his arms. Miran Zippel questions how a mere magic swordsman, and a Runcandle at that, could receive the title of the strongest mage of their generation, which Tess had the right to bestow. He challenges how someone could become the best in their generation, a feat he could never have imagined. Tika, feeling the heat but without any burns, believes the flames are protecting her, expressing her gratitude. Jin Runcandle states that if it weren't for her, he might have been deceived, reassuring her now that she can relax. However, she insists that it's not the time to relax, as Miran is utilizing the power of the divine relic that he does not possess. She explains that he only knows a few activation words acquired through interrogation, but the relic remains hidden in a location known solely to them. She inquires whether he came here at Priestess Leosa's request. She adds that after the fight ends, she'll disclose the location of the divine relic, urging him to put an end to their suffering. Jin Runcandle remarks that his expression is now worth observing, indicating that Miran Zippel appears shocked that Tess chose him and utilized trap magic and the evil eye, questioning if he has revealed all his tricks. Jin Runcandle declares that playtime is over. It's time for him to descend into hell. Now, Miran Zippel asks what Jin Runcandle means by hell, using his magic to assert that he was once the lover of the witch Helaram and someone who drank with the kings of the Black Sea, challenging Jin Runcandle about his understanding of hell before attacking him with what he describes as a pressurized flame. Tess intervenes, blocking the attack, prompting Jin Runcandle to wonder if Tess is angered by that spell. Murakan also arrives on the scene. Jin Runcandle questions why Murakan is there and inquires about the natives. Murakan confirms that he has evacuated everyone, so they should concentrate. He explains that the spell just cast was a possession spell targeting the Demon King Orgel. Therefore, when Tess interferes, they need to act quickly to stop it while he blocks the attack. He advises Jin Runcandle to gather his shadow energy, unleash his sword to its fullest potential, and strike with all his might. Murakan instructs Jin Runcandle to step on his shadow energy and run, intending to slice open the dimensional door. As they both run to attack with their swords, Jin Runcandle gets injured, realizing the overwhelming mana counterflow. He understands he can't sustain Tess any longer, but manages to do so just in time. Jin Runcandle contemplates that he may become a person whose once glorious life will gradually fade due to Heluarm's dagger, ultimately receiving death's reverence as he walks towards hell. Regaining his strength, he grips his sword tightly and charges forward to attack, realizing that even if he swings 10,000 times, the outcome will remain the same as the beginning. With determination, he puts all his will into his sword, aiming to cut through and successfully stab his opponent. Miran Zippel attempts to counterattack while regaining his energy, but he cannot, and he transforms into a burning figure, screaming. Jin Runcandle gazes at his sword, pondering that the release of shadow energy felt different this time. It was the first time he had experienced such a sensation. He wonders if it was a fragment of the heart sword. Despite this, he attacks again, only to witness Muron Zippel's body turning to ashes and slowly vanishing. Jin Runcandle then looks at his magical stick, noticing a faint glow, still holding it before completely destroying it. He declares it's finished and collapses onto the floor, with Murakin and Latika Mamitika watching. After a while, Murakin explains that the wands used by the master of the Zippel family's mage's tower have a specific function, indicated by a small rune character at the top of the wand. He asks what it does, and when he waves the wand, the character activates and sends an emergency signal to their own mage's tower. Murakin emphasizes that they don't have time to relax and urges Jin Runcandle to wake up. Jin Runcandle opens his eyes and responds to Murakin, who asks if he's awake and instructs him to swallow something while pouring power into his mouth. Jin Runcandle questions what it is, then stands up, spitting it onto his hand to inspect it. Murakin explains that Jin Runcandle nearly died due to the mana counterflow, but he just consumed a unicorn's horn, a potent medicine effective against counterflow. Jin Runcandle expresses feeling much better, with his mana calming down, although his shadow energy and aura are still mixed up. Kashmir Alfrian compliments Jin Runcandle on his fighting, and Jin Runcandle thanks him, asking when he prepared this. He responds that he didn't prepare it. They were given it, gesturing towards Dino Jaglan. Jin Runcandle asks how he acquired it, and Dino Jagloon explains that he heard about it while he was Muron's drinking companion and that Muron had a unicorn's horn stolen from his family, which she found. Latika Mamitika introduces herself formally as Latika Mamitika, the proxy saintess for Miss Leosa. She inquires about the situation and asserts that even in death, she won't forget, bowing respectfully before them. She explains that when the saintess Miss Leosa requested their rescue, it likely meant assisting in restoring their Collins, the divine relic, rather than literal salvation. Jin Runcandle wonders what restore means if it's broken. Murakin interrupts, expressing surprise as a dragon who has lived for over 3,000 years. He's never heard of a divine relic like that before and initially believed it was merely a bluff. He mentions that the lunatic's magical power was on another level, attributing it to her divine relic. Murakin inquires about the owner of that divine relic and whispers, asking for the god's name. She reveals that the god's name is Klom, to which Murakin responds that he has never heard of that name before and asks about the god's era. Kashmir Alfrian interjects, suggesting that if this is true, they should quickly escape after locating the divine relic. Even though they are in a remote area, it is still within Zippel territory, and they don't know when they'll be noticed. She explains that there's a slight issue regarding this plan. To retrieve the divine relic, they need to restore it first, and to do that, they require the sun's energy to open the sealed ground. Murakin questions this, pointing out that it's the middle of the night. She affirms that they indeed need to wait until noon and perform a ceremony with the tribe members, necessitating gathering everyone there. Murakin questions why it has to be so complicated and emphasizes the urgency of finishing before the Zippel notice, instructing them to stop standing around and move microbe. Jin Runcandle ponders the Zippel, the divine relic, and the midday sun, contemplating what could be missing, something crucial. He notes that Muron Zippel can no longer move, with Tess having put an end to him, and considers this remote location abandoned by the Zippel family as long as no signal is sent to the mage's tower. Murakin mentions Muron Zippel's status as a master of the Zippel family's mage's tower, assuming everyone is aware of that. Kashmir Alfrian disagrees, stating there's no time to spare, and Jin Runcandle warns that they'll soon be discovered as he activates his magical stick, coinciding with the appearance of Midor Elner, Vice Master of the 7th Mage's Tower, at the scene. Kashmir Alfrian acknowledges the rune inscribed on the staff and confirms that he is indeed a master of the Mage's Tower. Murakin requests a proper explanation, questioning the specifics of him being a master of the Mage's Tower, as he is uncertain about the details regarding the staff of the Zippel Masters. He mentions hearing about a feature that allows them to summon mages under their command and inquires if such a thing exists, wondering how the kid knows about it. Jin Runcandle explains that the Zippel family is continually evolving, and he wasn't certain if it was true until he heard about it in passing from his elder sister, Luna. He reflects on the words his teacher spoke when he was unconscious, realizing that they helped him prepare for this situation. Kashmir Alfrian mentions that each tower houses at least 100 mages, with most being 7 or 8 star ranked. Additionally, They must protect civilians, and if even half of them come, it will pose a challenge for them. Jin Runcandle asks how long it will take for them to arrive, to which Kashmir Alfrian responds that the 7th tower is situated at the northernmost part of the continent, and even with the use of a teleportation gate, it will take 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Jin Runcandle expressed concern about the 2-hour timeframe and asked if he could make a request. Kashmir Alfrian questions if that would be possible, emphasizing that any delay could result in everyone, including himself, perishing, as the other party is neutral. Jin Runcandle reassures him, stating that he should not worry about potential offenses, as they won't reject the request, considering the urgency of the situation and leaving it in Kashmir Alfrian's hands. He affirms that he understands the importance of staying alive, declaring that no matter what happens, he will succeed. She acknowledges his determination, expressing gratitude, and states that they will now begin the ceremony to restore the divine relic. Murakan expresses uncertainty about their actions, while Jin Runcandle coughs, admitting that he might have gone too far. Murakan criticizes Jin Runcandle for calling his subordinates after defeating and killing someone, recalling that in his days, losing meant acceptance. Jin Runcandle explains that they also called his elder sister Luna Runcandle, and Kashmir Alfrian is fetching the person they need. The person responds, acknowledging the difference in their current situation, as they are trying to protect the world, but questions if Microbe will arrive on time. Jin Runcandle reassures him, stating that if Microbe uses the teleportation gate, he will arrive in time. After a while, some people mount a dragon, and one of them remarks that they will need to endure. Another person addresses the Vice Master, stating that it's Colin's historical site and they should report what they observe. The Vice Master confirms, mentioning that the natives are currently conducting a ceremony and there are 2 unknown individuals nearby. He adds that he doesn't see the Master, prompting an old man to urge everyone to calm down. The old man suggests that the Master might have been taken hostage. The Vice Master expresses his fury, stating that if anything happened to his elder brother, he would make everyone involved beg for mercy. Murakan calculates the situation, noting 6 dragons and around 30 mages. He mentions that if things escalate, he'll revert his transfiguration, but then Zippel's main force will arrive, advising everyone to prepare themselves. Jin Runcandle acknowledges Murakan's assessment, reflecting on how, if this were in the past, it would have been manageable. Murakan recalls Temur, his heart, which he pierced 1,000 years ago, and how it still pains him. As the dragon lands on the ground, they disembark. Jin Runcandle queries Murakan about whether he recognizes any of the dragons, noting that they all appear to be fire dragons. Murakan responds that he doesn't recognize them. They are all young red dragons, a lower-ranking species of fire dragon, likely subordinates of Kajun. Midor Elner introduces himself as the Vice Master of the Zippel family's 7th Mage's Tower and inquires about the whereabouts of Master Miran Zippel. Jin Runcandle admits that he doesn't know and doesn't see him, remarking that Midor Elner is a name unfamiliar to him from his previous life. Midor Elner speculates on why Miran Zippel might have gone missing, suggesting that he may have made enemies due to his personality, or they could be associated with the Runcandle family. Jin Runcandle inquires whether he needs to disclose something, and he responds by stating that he won't ask him to remove his mask or drop his weapons. Instead, he asks a straightforward question: is his brother alive or not? Midor Elner, appealing to their shared bloodline and family connections, pleads with Jin Runcandle to tell him the truth. He assures Jin Runcandle that if he reveals the truth, he won't harm his family and requests honesty. Jin Runcandle dismisses Midor Elner's plea as amusing, condemning those who harm others as showing affection for their bloodline, calling it nonsense. Midor Elner counters by asserting that those bugs are humans, just like the Zippel family, while continuing to demand information about Miran Zippel. Frustrated by the lack of answers, he criticizes Jin Runcandle, blaming him for not only harming his brother, but also playing tricks on him. He commands his warriors to prepare for an attack, but not to shoot. Rather, they are to capture everyone. They unleash their magical powers to assault their targets, determined to make them suffer excruciating pain without allowing them a peaceful death. He vows to make them beg for death and to honor his brother's soul with their screams and blood. Jin Runcandle observes that they are using advanced 8-star magic, recognizing the severity of the situation. He notes his dislike for intense heat while launching his own magical attacks against them, ready to confront the threat. Meanwhile, a girl arrives on the scene, drawing the attention of Midor Elner, who scans the area to assess the situation. Talaris Indorma also arrives, having heard that her daughter gave someone a flower, although she arrives late to the scene. Midor Elner contemplates the presence of a domain capable of completely freezing 8-star magic, noticing the sharp, cold air permeating the area alongside the even colder presence of a particular individual. An old man inquires if this person is Ice Palace Master Talaris Indorma. Jin Runcandle remarks that it seems Kashmir Alfrian was successful, while Mirakan expresses admiration for the Ice Palace Master's abilities, finding it quite impressive. He mentions the legendary Snow Toad Moat, known to be controllable only by the Chosen Ones, and is surprised to learn that there are humans in this era capable of such feats. Talaris Indorma opens a portal and instructs her daughter to enter and rest before departing herself. Talaris Indorma approaches Jin Runcandle and acknowledges that he received flowers from her daughter. She bows before him and introduces herself as Jin Runcandle. She mentions that she has heard a lot about him. She then comments on how he is still standing despite his external injuries, noting that his internal condition is a concern as well. Jin Runcandle responds that it's not a problem, and she remarks that at least he can talk, allowing her to ask him a question. She inquires if he was truly the one who killed her toy, mentioning a person named Alcaro or something similar. Jin Runcandle recalls the mission from his student days involving Alcaro and realizes that Ceres did not keep it a secret. Talaris clarifies that she's not blaming him for anything presently. She had planned to eliminate Alcaro regardless. However, she asks if Jin Runcandle knows someone like Mirakan, indicating him as an example of an acceptable man. Mirakan compliments Talaris Indorma, acknowledging her keen observation skills. She then suggests that they should have tea together sometime. She changes the subject, mentioning Ceres, her boyfriend, and some tasks she needs to attend to. Talaris' daughter questions who Ceres' boyfriend is, stating that she has repeatedly explained that he is not her boyfriend. She wonders why he gave him flowers. Her daughter clarifies that it was to protect him before their upcoming confrontation and notes that he must have been preoccupied. Jin Runcandle rests his head on Talaris' lap, admitting that things have been quite chaotic. Talaris asks if Kashmir Ulrian was the one who brought the flowers and noted his willingness to sacrifice himself. She recalls Kashmir Alfrian arriving and presenting flowers, explaining that the boy her daughter gave flowers to is in danger of dying and requests help from the Ice Palace Master. She mentions that he even woke her mother from sleep, indicating he is a good ally. Jin Runcandle agrees, acknowledging that everyone has been very kind, including her. She responds that there's no need for thanks. She simply doesn't like seeing him hurt by anyone other than her. As Jin Runcandle starts coughing and vomits black blood, she asks if he's okay. He wonders why the blood is black and reflects on fighting in this condition. She opens a bottle and apologizes, instructing him to stop talking and drink it. She contemplates the situation, noting his determination to reach this point but feeling displeased about it. Talaris Indorma approaches Midor Elner, commenting that he doesn't have silver hair and questioning if he isn't pure blood. Midor Elner realizes this won't be easy and considers that it's fortunate he reported to the main family before leaving, hoping that stalling here will result in support arriving. Midor Elner introduces himself as the Vice Master of the 7th Mage's Tower and questions why she is intervening in the Zippel family's affairs when she is the dominator of the Western Seas. She counters by asking what exactly the Zippel family's business is, noting that it has been a while since she has been active, and suggests that it might be the other way around. Perhaps they are the ones causing disruption. He attempts to respond, but she interrupts him, stating that she will overlook the matter this time and commands him to leave. The third elder interjects, expressing outrage at her remarks on Zippel territory. She questions what he means by Zippel territory and challenges his audacity to speak to her in that manner as a snake appears behind her. She orders him to be silent and launches an attack, knocking out the third elder. Midor Elner instructs the third elder to create a barrier to block out the cold, and they swiftly construct the barrier. Meanwhile, the dragon unleashes fire upon them, and she launches magical attacks as well. She questions if they are willing to continue, even if it means they all perish in this place. He retaliates by using his magic stick to attack her, asserting that the world will remember them and the Ice Palace, not her. He boasts about the authority of fire bestowed upon him by the patriarch, confident that even she cannot evade his attack. She inquires if he utilizes space explosion and that Celiac granted him his power, indicating a fondness for him. However, she remarks that he must not have taught him the crucial lesson about the Ice Palace. Consequently, she offers to teach him firsthand, pointing her sword at him. Talaris Indorma launches an attack on Midor Elner, freezing his hand until it breaks into pieces. He gazes at his broken hand in shock, wondering if it's due to wind magic. She questions his surprise, asking if it's because his impressive trap vanished instantly or because he lost his arm. He realizes he doesn't feel any pain. She points out that mages like him can be problematic, noting that despite his enemy being right in front of him, he's distracted. She questions if he's arrogant or stupid, highlighting that this is something martial artists cannot understand. He reflects on the vast difference in strength and realizes his mistake. He understands that even if support arrives, they will all perish facing such a formidable opponent. Feeling hopeless, he collapses to the ground as she prepares to launch another attack. As a magical circle appears, he and his followers vanish, leaving Talaris Indorma to wonder about the sudden disappearance. On the other side, one of his followers praises the Vice Master for a job well done. The Vice Master assures them that they will leave the rest for the White Knight. Talaris Indorma's daughter asks if everything is complete as they gaze at a giant boat, questioning if it's a Kozak. Murakan explains that it's a vessel used by the Zippel during wartime and questions the significance of the disappearance. Jin Runcandle mentions Andre Zippel, noting the attacks following the death of the family's vice head and their imminent response. He realizes the vessel itself is not the issue, but rather the individuals aboard the White Knight, the elite squad chosen from within the Zippel ranks. Concerned about becoming a burden, he contemplates his role. Talaris Indorma declares her intention to depart, expressing reluctance to engage in a conflict of that scale in their current location. She informs Runcandle that she will relocate the natives to a safe place and instructs him to prepare himself. Jin Runcandle refuses, stating that he cannot leave until the ceremony is completed. She dismisses his objection, referring to him as a child and questioning if it appears as though she is asking for his opinion. She asserts that she is not there to listen to his complaints. He insists that if they do not conclude the ceremony promptly, they will be unable to prevent future attacks by the Zippel, leading to more victims. He pleads for her help to prevent such tragedies from recurring. She agrees but sets a time limit of 1 hour, demanding that everything be completed within that time frame. She also mentions that afterwards, they will need to have a face-to-face discussion with his parents. Latika Mamutika and others are praying to Klom as Jin Runcandle rushes to their location. He asks if she can expedite the ceremony because the Zippel are preparing for a full-scale attack. She urges him to leave, explaining that they are aware of the threat in the sky and cannot risk further danger. She emphasizes that until they discover the location of the divine relic, they cannot harm them. She expresses gratitude, acknowledging that they were the only ones who helped after such a long time. He responds by grabbing her and insisting that he didn't assist her so she could give up. He asks if there is no alternative solution. She explains that it would be possible if Priestess Leosa were present, but currently there is no other option. Talaris Indorma's daughter inquires if Leosa is deceased, to which he replies no, she is currently in Tikkun. She expresses relief at this news. Then, she summons an ice dragon and instructs him to get on, stating that if Leosa is alive, she can bring her here from anywhere. Talaris Indorma reprimands her daughter for using the motif without permission, mentioning that she seems to be enjoying herself. She acknowledges that she doesn't know what he's planning, but emphasizes the need to persevere since she made a promise to do so. Murakan expresses confidence in protecting them from the Zippel's strongest force for 1 hour, stating that it's easy and won't take long. She asks if he will help her, and he responds by saying that besides potentially revealing his identity as a dragon, he cannot use his authority. She agrees to this arrangement and asks if she can borrow his cat paws, to which he smiles in response. The White Knight arrives and declares that they are the White Knights of Zippel. They are direct, requesting her to leave and promising that if she hands over the one who killed Muran Zippel and the natives, they won't escalate the situation. She counters by demanding that they bring Celiac if they want her cooperation. He concedes that they may not have a choice and proceeds to create a magical circle. commanding it to disintegrate as he launches a fiery attack. Mirakin intervenes, blocking the attack aimed at her. She retaliates with a counterattack while the White Knight continues his assault. Both attacks clash and cancel each other out. He orders preparations for the aftershock and instructs Squad 1 to set up a shield, emphasizing the need to protect the line. Observing the situation, he recognizes the Ice Queen but is puzzled by the man standing with her. He notes the man's ability to punch through magic without any aura and understands that he is not to be underestimated. He issues a call to the main family, intending to use the war cannon. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle arrives and knocks on the door. Pan opens it, asking who he is and looking at him. Jin Runcandle inquires about Priestess Leosa's whereabouts. She arrives and mentions she is waiting for him. Jin Runcandle indicates he'll explain what's happening on the way, but first confirms he's ready to go. She agrees to leave right away. On the other side, Talaris Indorma attacks the White Knight. Mirakin also joins the attack, noting her strength. Two ice hands materialize and attempt to grab the White Knight. He questions what they are. She explains they are a gift from the Ice Queen and are better than nothing. The White Knight's hand is transformed into ice, causing him to shout that he can't feel his hands, though he acknowledges it's effective and grabs a big rock, throwing it at them. She considers this to be child's play and recalls that the Runcandle kid mentioned the Zippel family's interest in this land, indicating they won't be able to use the war cannon. She perceives it as a situation where both sides need to avoid casualties, realizing that time will be on their side at this rate. The White Knight wonders if that's what she's thinking and becomes frustrated. However, he has yet to receive permission to fire. He notes that the natives are engaged in a ceremony, and the two individuals have suddenly disappeared. He believes that in a situation where they seem to be planning something, this cannot continue. Another White Knight reports to the commander, conveying a message from the main house. The commander inquires about the message, to which the knight responds, "Annihilation." She is puzzled and asks what's going on. Mirakin notes that they have suddenly become quiet and asks if they have given up. She responds incredulously, saying there's no way that's the case, just as White Knight attacks them. Commander White Knight announces that he has just received permission from his patriarch. She understands what that means and declares that this is her last chance. He begins to count to 3, demanding that she hand everyone over and leave. If she doesn't comply, he threatens to annihilate everyone present. She insists on wanting Celiac. As he starts counting, 1, 2, 3, suddenly, Talaris Indorma's daughter, Jin Runcandle, and Lady Leasa arrive there. White Knight commands to fire and attacks her. White Knight is attacking them when Talaris Indorma steps in front of everyone and blocks his attack. Her daughter also tries to assist her, and she calls her shrapnel. She explains that it's due to the ice trait, causing anything that touches her mother's sword to freeze. Jin Runcandle instructs Priestess Leosa to lower her body and not move, then rushes to attack. Lady Leosa also joins the fray, commenting on his improved skills. Miss Ceres remarks on his ability to keep up with her movements. He expresses concern about the situation, noting the difficulty of bringing the priestess to the location of the ceremony and facing off against the ship. She adds that the Zippel scoundrels have brought something insane. Meanwhile, White Knight insists that it's impossible for a normal human to block Kozek's war cannon and states that this is the Ice Queen's last chance. He warns that if she doesn't accept their offer, they will kill everyone in her party, even if they have to blow up Colin. She finds it amusing, noting that he lacks the guts to kill her and introduces herself as the Ice Queen, Talaris Indorma. She asserts that even if all the scoundrels the Zippel boast about come, it will be impossible to kill her. She tells them to get a grip and leave. He acknowledges that it would indeed be impossible to kill her, but questions if he can protect everyone behind him from Kozek's war cannon blast. He suggests that they should endure a small amount of humiliation while she would have to bear the dishonor of losing her party. She inquires about her daughter, the girl she brought along, asking if she's someone the natives need for the ceremony and if she just needs to send her there. Jin Runcandle affirms that if she can, it will be their victory. She responds positively, telling her daughter to focus, as she will block the attack while the others take her to the altar no matter what. She mentions that either the Ice Kingdom or Zippel will bear the embarrassment. White Knight orders to prepare the cannon, stating that today, Colin will be erased from the map. She instructs Miss Ceres to protect the priestess and asks about herself. Jin Runcandle assures that he will open up a path for her. Talaris and Dorma's daughter questions what he means by doing it himself, noting the overwhelming shrapnel and how he might die if he attempts it alone. He explains that he was able to come this far thanks to the help of many people, and if he doesn't put his life on the line, he won't be able to handle the choices he made. Lady Leasa remembers being called by an old man who tells her she needs to run away, especially the priestess, as the Zippel scoundrels will do anything to find out the location of the relic. He grabs her shoulders and emphasizes that if she dies, Colin and their vocation bestowed by Clom will be finished. He pleads for her to flee to a place where they won't find her, assuring her it's right to stay alive and find someone who can save them. He takes her hand and leads her, instructing her to find the priestess. White Knight arrives and demands information about the priestess from the insects before burning them to death. Lady Leasa reflects that she had convinced herself that running away was for the best, but leaving everyone behind was ultimately her choice. She realizes that hiding on a small island, praying to an unresponsive god, and waiting for a savior were all choices she made. Jin Runcandle calls out to her, bringing her back from her thoughts, and asks if she understands that even if they die, she needs to get over there and put her life on the line. She affirms that she understands and commands to fire, while Talaris and Dorma's daughter also runs to attack. Jin Runcandle thinks he doesn't need to hesitate, and he only needs to believe in one thing and maintain an unwavering will to wield his sword. Jin Runcandle tells both of them to keep going while he blocks their attacks and launches his own. He calls out to Muraken, who warns him that the attacks keep coming. White Knight orders to fire and counterattacks with fire, prompting Muraken to urge everyone to keep running without stopping and to look behind them. Muraken compliments their progress and remarks that, at this rate, they will be successful. However, a strong fire attack hits Jin Runcandle, causing her to call out to him. Jin Runcandle reflects that he has come this far with the help of many people, realizing that if he doesn't put his life on the line, he won't be able to handle the choices he made. Meanwhile, Miss Ceres and Lady Leasa continue their attack. Miss Ceres questions why he is going to such lengths, while Lady Leosa urges her to keep running without looking back and not to let their efforts be in vain. Meanwhile, Lady Leosa thinks about Clom, deciding she will no longer wait for his reply. She realizes that it has taken him far too long to realize that nothing will change just by praying. She feels she has made her decision. Clom calls out to Jin Runcandle to wake up. He turns completely white and opens his eyes, surveying the destruction around him. Talaris and Dorma and Miss Ceres sit in a corner, shivering with fear as the White Knights capture them from all sides. Jin Runcandle asks what is happening when he sees a giant dragon behind him. He wonders if it is Muraken or another dragon, several times larger than normal, covered in red light. He identifies it as Celiac's guardian dragon, Kajun, realizing the Zippel family's determination. He reflects on whether they have failed in the end as he looks at his unconscious body on the floor. Clom questions Jin Runcandle, wondering where things went wrong. He considers if he should have ended things with Muron Zippel's death, or if the right decision would have been to take the natives and flee. He ponders if he shouldn't have helped them from the beginning, wondering if regrets are engulfing his mind. Jin Runcandle's soul asserts that it's his choice, and he doesn't regret it. What angers him is that even in death, his weakness and incompetence haven't changed. He blames himself for everyone else's suffering because of his own weaknesses and foolishness. Clom acknowledges his perspective and advises him not to forget that feeling. A bright light appears in front of him, and Jin Runcandle asks about it. Clom introduces himself as the one who sealed himself in the mirror with Solderant's help. He mentions that he was waiting for Jin Runcandle, the boy chosen by Soldrat. Jin Runcandle's soul asks, "Wait, what does he mean?" Clom replies, "As the contractor of 1,000 years, there isn't much time left. He might have realized what happened today and the path he needs to forge from now on, as well as the pain of those he couldn't protect." Jin Runcandle's soul is left speechless, questioning the meaning of everything now that it's all done. Clom reassures him, saying that nothing is final, and suggests discussing the rest outside. Jin Runcandle's soul returns, and he opens his eyes and looks around. He wonders how many times he's woken up like this today. Miss Ceres approaches him and asks if he just woke up, noting his apparent shock and the value he places on his life. Muraken arrives as well, slapping him on the head from behind and expressing a desire to beat him to death. Jin Runcandle states that he's sure he was attacked by Kajun. Mirakin questions why he's suddenly bringing up Kajun's name and who attacked whom, pointing out that Kajun backed off as soon as he met Jin Runcandle's eyes, saying he's finally awake. Talaris Indorma admits that she was wondering what he believed in to do that, but she never expected him to make a god descend. Jin Runcandle asks what she means by God and what she's talking about. Mirakin asks if he did it without knowing, explaining that the priestess made the god descend into her body, and it wasn't just any ordinary god. As soon as the god descended, it destroyed Kozak. Jin Runcandle expresses his lack of knowledge about what the god did, but he notes that the White Knights couldn't do anything against it. He adds that on top of that, there's this infinite magical power and a barrier, and he doesn't know who it is, but he doesn't think it's just an ordinary god. He mentions that he doesn't remember them at all, though. He commands Klom to start explaining what he's planning to do now that Jin Runcandle is awake. Jin Runcandle clarifies that he's not Priestess Leosa. Klom acknowledges this, stating that her name is Klom, and thanks to her sacrifice, he was able to descend and experience the pain and death Jin Runcandle did today. He adds that Jin Runcandle should consider it a small lesson in addition to what he aimed to achieve. Jin Runcandle wonders if everything he witnessed was an illusion, while Mirakin interjects, noting that it seems Klom played a trick on his kid and demands he stop acting arrogantly and answer his questions. He further inquires why Klom planned this and what he wanted from Jin Runcandle. Klom shows a mirror and reveals that he is waiting for the owner of this mirror. Jin Runcandle ponders if it's a mirror while Klom explains that he's the creator and source of magic power, although he couldn't handle that power and nearly destroyed the world once until Solderit helped him. Talaris Indorma asks what soldered is, and Klom replies that he sealed himself and his power in this mirror. Mirakin asks if he's the god of magic power because he's never heard of a god like that. Klom responds by saying to watch, as it's Solderit's seal. Mirakin notes that it's a seal made of shadow energy, but has become very weak, so he needed someone who could maintain the seal. Klom explains that there is infinite magic inside the mirror, and that's him. If the infinite and expanding magic power gets released, the world will be crushed. In order to stop that, he asked Solderit to seal him, and the children of Colin have protected him for thousands of years. Mirakin asks if he understands how much they suffered in order to protect him and suggests he should have asked those with power to protect him instead. Klom responds that back then, the Colin was different from what it is now. There was no one who could overpower them. However, after he was sealed, his blessing didn't reach them. He says that in the end, it's all thanks to him that he can bring an end to things now, and he mentions the 1,000-year contractor, Solderit, while he looks at Jin Runcandle. Miss Ceres asks who the contractor is while Jin Runcandle thinks that he's in a contract with Solderit too, and Klom sends the mirror to Jin Runcandle and says to take it. He explains that he possesses Solderit's power, which is the power to preserve the world, and Jin Runcandle grabs the mirror and looks at it. He thinks that just by holding it, magic power is overflowing inside his body, but every time the magic power comes out of the mirror, the seal is weakened. He wonders if the Zippel family used this catastrophic item so recklessly in his past life. He says he guesses he needs to protect the seal instead of the people of Colin. Klom clarifies that he's not simply asking him to maintain Solderit's seal because the people of Colin, who can't protect the seal, were present that Solderit left for him. Klom says that it is a masterpiece that Solderit put all his power into, something he had never done before. It's not just high-density shadow energy, and he can say it is a portion of Solderit himself. Jin Runcandle says he's sure this will be a big help, but Priestess Leosa said she would personally summon Solderit. He replies it seems like this child promised him too much due to the situation. Even if that black dragon next to him tried to summon him, he would decline. He would apologize in her stead. Jin Runcandle says it's not fine, and he didn't do this to gain something in return, so he thanks him. Klom says to forgive her. How could this child have known that this is his second life, and how did he obtain his second life? He says it seems like it's time. Since he told him everything he needed to, he'll be going now. His choice ended their curse-like mission, so he deeply thanks him. He says further, Solderit's child, their savior, now he will be inside the mirror, and he blesses his journey. Meanwhile, Talaris Indorma comments on what a sight it is to see after living for so long. To think a god thanked a human. It's a rare and precious sight. She then says she's ready to leave and mentions they won't stand still like this forever. They don't know when they'll call for reinforcements again. Jin Runcandle confirms he will guide her, and they will all leave this place together. Lady Leosa thinks she understands. That's why he couldn't reply, and he was in the mirror this whole time. Clom apologizes, stating she was able to save everyone by descending into his body. Her sacrifice saved everyone, not just him but also the children of Colin. She acknowledges how painful it must have been, placing such a large burden on him. Lady Leosa expresses her gratitude for listening to their prayers, hearing her voice in the end, and saving them as she bows down in front of him. She then says, "Please don't apologize. Neither of them has done anything wrong." Clom expresses his gladness, stating that's why he's more grateful, that he was the one who received her vocation. She replies that they just don't want their memories to be filled with sadness. Clom acknowledges her sentiment and thinks to himself that Jin Runcandle's strong will has reached him, so he leaves him this world where this pain no longer exists. Latikamamutika interjects, recalling that it was over 10,000 years, and the history of their people was characterized by always having the short end of the stick. However, they feel that being a weak and poor tribe with no development for a long period of time led them to become slaves of the Zippel family. She's sure he knows what happened after that. If the mirror had ended up in the hands of the Zippel family, their sacrifice would have been meaningless. She expresses her relief that the mirror ended up in his hands, and Jin Runcandle humbly responds that the reason why he made it this far is all thanks to everyone in Colin. He thinks to himself that if those crazy Zippel had gotten the mirror, like in his past life, the mages would have come forth, and the world would have ended. Jin Runcandle states that he'll arrange a place for them all to stay at the Hufester Allied Powers, and she asks Tika, "Pardon, what's Hufester?" Dino Jaglan asks if a Runcandle reserve flag bearer can't receive support from his family and states there's no need to do that for them. Jin Runcandle explains that this is a letter to the first flag bearer of Runcandle, Lunar Runcandle. If he shows them this letter when he gets to the territory, they will help him. Dino Jaglan thanks him, and Jin Runcandle suggests that if he's thankful, he should say a lot of bad things about those Zippel scoundrels. Dino Jaglan wonders if the Zippel family will just let this slide and expresses his belief that they will enforce censorship, even if he writes an article by himself. Jin Runcandle asks if he thinks he's the only one in the world who hates the Zippel family and says he's the trigger. After reading his article, those who have been attacked by the Zippel family will stand with him. Jin Runcandle encourages him further, stating that he's going to become a great reporter, so be confident and walk away. Jin Runcandle enters the room and greets her properly, thanking her for her help, addressing her as Miss Talaris Endorma, and bowing down in front of her. She casually dismisses it, saying it was nothing and that it's fine, child. He expresses concern that because of him, the Ice Palace and the Zippel family may become enemies now. She reassures him that Celiac will handle the situation more carefully instead, as he wouldn't have anticipated an ancient god descending, and he might even think that he has become stronger. He expresses relief at this, and she clarifies that she didn't help him out of goodwill. It was a request, and he shouldn't feel grateful. He agrees, acknowledging that it's true, and asks if she would like compensation. She playfully wonders what she should request from Solderit's contractor and a magic swordsman, laughing. He contemplates how things have unfolded and how much she might take from him. She then suggests that perhaps she should just let it go this time. She mentions that she obtained some rare pieces of information and asks her daughter if she agrees. Her daughter questions why she is asking her, assuming she's going to let it go, and he thanks her, addressing her as Ice Queen. She responds that they'll be leaving now since she has been away for too long. Miss Ceres proposes that it's time they meet and finish their battle so they are no longer indebted to each other, doing so fairly. Talaris Endorma inquires if her daughter is still going through puberty and remarks that she can't be honest. Her daughter exclaims, asking why she has been like this since yesterday. She then concedes, stating that they are really leaving now, bidding farewell. Later on, Talaris Endorma arrives to meet Creon Runcandle, who is cooking food. She greets him, saying it's been a long time since they last met, and he asks what brings her here all of a sudden. She gets straight to the point, asking if he has any thoughts about marrying his youngest child to her family. Taymun Marius reads a letter and notes that's what happened with Kozek and the White Knights, along with the master of the 7th Magic Tower. She mentions the youngest did something fun again and asks if the youngest is well. Dino Jaglan confirms that it was an intense battle, but after arriving at Tikin, they left after he recovered. She expresses relief and then transitions to the main topic, asking about Latika Mamutika and her specialty. Latika Mamutika responds with a pardon, and Tamyun Marius clarifies that she can't just allow her to sleep and eat there despite them being refugees. Tamyun Marius calls Nani and instructs her to look into jobs that will suit them and to cooperate with the territory's citizens so they can settle in well. Nani acknowledges and says to leave it to her. Tamyun Marius suggests that instead of receiving help, she thinks it will be better, asking if that will be okay. Latika Mamutika agrees and thanks her for giving them a chance. Tamyun Marius asks if he is Dino Jaglan, to which he replies yes. She then tells him to let her know if he needs anything. She'll support him with everything she can. However, he must obtain the results the youngest asked of him. Dino Jaglan assures her not to worry, and she responds that she will fulfill his expectations. The scene shifts 1 month after the Colin incident. Dino Jaglan reflects on how the whole world talked about the Colin natives massacre, and the incident where unknown adventurers punished the Zippel family for massacring the Colonians. He notes that the powers opposing the Zippel family, including the Runkandel family, spread the rumors quickly, even though the Zippel family stated that Miran Zippel acted independently. Dino Jaglan also thinks about the scene where a part of the Kozak was found, revealing that the Zippel was actively involved in the incident. He reflects on how the Hufester allied powers were enraged, and while the Lutero Magic Federation covered it up, the Emperor of the Bement Empire personally declared the Zippel family's innocence. He notes that the raging public opinion gradually cooled down, and as a result, the Runkandel family, who revealed this situation, gained some dignity, and Bement received support from the Zippel family. He observes that the Zippel family started to keep a low profile because they had lost their honor and dignity. He writes down all this in his diary and reflects that because of that, the Zippel were quiet for a while, and from their second-in-command's death to the Colin massacre, it was quite a huge blow to them. He mentions young Master Jin Runkandel and Miss Lunar Runkandel, too, noting that he thought the Runkandels were martial artists crazy about the sword, but he was mistaken. Just then, Latika Mamutika arrives at his room door, and he looks at her. She points out that these are all donations and letters of support addressed to them as she looks at the numerous letters. He acknowledges that all of these people have sent them. She mentions that many people are now paying attention to them. After being neglected for several hundred years, their prayers are now directed to young Master Jin Runkandel instead of Klom. He says this will continue until the unknown adventurer can be revealed to be young Master Jin Runkandel. He believes that one day, he will become a flag bearer, elevate the status of the Runkandel family, and eventually bring an end to the Zippel family. On the other side, Knight Khan looks around and thinks, this is the third time. He hopes that Sir Kashmir Alfrian's writing skills have gotten better. He sees an ice wall in front of him and asks what it is made of. Talaris Indorma explains that her hand moved without her thinking, so why did he look at her like that? Chiron Runkandel tells her to stop the nonsense and demands repayment, asking if this is a new provocation technique interfering with someone's meditation for marriage. She says she didn't come here to cling to him like before. She attacks Creon Runkandel, but Knight Khan comes in between and blocks her attack. She asks if he is Creon's Knight Ken, and he corrects her, saying it's Knight Khan. She acknowledges that it's been a while. Chiron Runkandel tells Knight Khan not to worry about her and to give him that. Knight Khan agrees and hands over a letter to him. Creon Runkandel receives a letter from Kashmir Alfrian and says that he's claiming to have sliced Miran Zippel's head off. Knight Khan adds that not long ago, someone helped the Colonians who were being slaughtered by the Zippel family. He continues by stating that further in the news, the unknown adventurer punished the Zippel family and saved the natives, and in that process, the master of the 7th Magic Tower, Miran Zippel, died and the Kozak and White Knights were confirmed to be attacked. He mentions that it's surprising to think the youngest young master was around that region. Chiron Runkandel asks what Kozak is and says that the youngest isn't that strong, so that must have been her, Talaris Indorma. She says not to look at her like that, explains that she received a request, and asks if he mentioned Kashmir Alfrian. He confirms that, but nothing she said is written in the letter, and he questions Kashmir Alfrian about how he can keep information from him. She asks what he is going to scold him for, and he replies that he needs to be warned. She replies that she doesn't think that's a good idea and suggests instead praising him. He asks what she means by praise and mentions Kashmir Alfrian, noting that he's someone who has clearly set whom he's loyal to, and it's not him but Jin Runcandle. He says he sees and understands, acknowledging that he almost put the youngest in a difficult position and agrees that he owes her one. She asks why he owes her and suggests that if that's the case, what is he going to do with the debt that his youngest owes? He says he will collect it from him, while she remarks that it's funny. Anyway, since she has told him what she needs to do, she's going to head back. She advises him to think about what she said before, mentioning that his youngest and her daughter suit each other quite well. After a while, Jin Runcandle sits in his room and asks what this is. Gilly asks what's wrong, and he replies that no, he just got the creeps. Kashmir Alfrian, while having tea with young Master Jin Runcandle, says that he has also been feeling that often. She mentions that it has happened often after coming back from Colin and asks if it is a pain from a growth spurt or something. She adds that thanks to the mirror, his magic power has increased, so it might be the effect of that. Jin Runcandle laughs and thinks about how he achieved a lot of things from the Colin incident. 6-star swordsmanship, 5-star shadow energy, and 7-star magic power. He reflects on how becoming 7-star just by having the mirror is significant. But he can't go beyond that, as the seal can't be weakened, not even by a little bit. A guard arrives and says, "Master, a man has come to see him, and he said he works for him in intelligence." Kashmir Alfrian laughs and suggests making up an excuse to send him away. He was going to do so, but he knew the accurate location of one of the 7 Colors' secret bases. Jin Runcandle asks if he is a retired worker of the 7 Colors, and he confirms that, including the 7 Colors, it is his first time coming to Tikkun. Jin Runcandle then asks where he is and mentions that he made him wait at the entrance. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle thinks about how he knows the secret of the 7 Colors and wonders who he is while looking out of the window. Kashmir Alfrian laughs and remarks that he has shown the young master such a ridiculous scene. He reflects on the fact that they were found out by a guy whom the 7 Colors security doesn't know about and wonders who this guy is. He adds that he seriously looks like a scammer and considers if he's Jet. He thinks about informative Jet. He is the scoundrel who stabbed him in the back multiple times. When he thinks about those times, he wants to destroy him, but since he said he had a son, he let him live. Looking at him now, it seems like there is an issue. Kashmir Alfrian says he doesn't know him at all and demands to know how he knew the location of their branch. The man sits on his knees and says he's Jet, running an information store in Arkan. Kashmir Alfrian asks what he means by Arkan, stating that he's someone from Tessing. Jet replies that he was the informant about them and for Arkan. To stop their tyranny, they destroyed them from the inside, and yes, that's what happened. Kashmir Alfrian thinks he's sure that's what young Master Jin Runcandle did before he came here. He insists that Jet answer his questions about how he knew about the branch's location, as what will happen to him will be decided depending on his answer. Jet replies that security is equal to the life of an informant. Until they accept him as one of them, he can't disclose anything. Kashmir Alfrian laughs and asks how he dares to act arrogantly here, stating that until he speaks, he won't let him see the light of day. Jet says that's not all and adds that the person the 7 Colors are investigating knows information about Spider Hands Alu. Jin Runcandle arrives there and expresses his desire to know more. Kashmir Alfrian denies him, saying that it would be a lie even if they did. Jet looks at Jin Runcandle and wonders if he's the young master. Wasn't the Lord of Tikkun Kashmir Alfrian? He wonders who Jin Runcandle is being wary of. Jin Runcandle greets Jet, mentioning that it's been a long time since they last met, and asks what he is doing there without the gift he got him. Jet starts to abuse him and also abuses Kashmir Alfrian, labeling him as the scoundrel who impersonated Veridin Zippel and warned him not to trust him, as Tikkun will turn into what Tessing has become. Kashmir Alfrian remarks that he has gone mad and questions how he dares to do that. He attempts to attack him, but Murakan arrives and asks if he didn't hear him calling and what happened to the ice cream he asked him to buy. Kashmir Alfrian gets scared and apologizes, explaining that he's currently interrogating someone. Murakan interrupts, questioning if he isn't the one who poisoned the juice and why he is here. He thinks that he's the crazy scoundrel from before and wonders why he is here. Additionally, he notes that Jet is speaking informally to Kashmir Alfrian, and remembering what happened in Arkan, he realizes that this crazy person is that kid scoundrel's subordinate. He concludes that Jet must be the person with the highest rank here. Jet bows down and admits that he's the idiot who didn't recognize him now or before. Jin Runcandle thinks good, so this is who Jet is, and says, "It's fine. Let's get to the point about everything regarding Spider Hands Alu." Jet replies that his real name is Taken Marius. He was a former Runcandle cadet. Jin Runcandle asks what he means by Runcandle cadet and mentions that Taken Marius is a familiar name. Gilly whispers that Taemun Marius was the first young lady's nanny, and that's her surname. Jin Runcandle thinks about Spider Hands Alu, realizing he's from the Delki Kingdom of the Hufester Allied Powers, with a commoner's status, and he passed the Runcandle cadet exam. Jet explains that the name he was using then was Taken Marius, which is Allah's real name, now erased from this earth. Jin Runcandle calls Gilly, and she confirms that it's correct, adding that Nanny Taemun Marius is also from the Delki Kingdom. She asks when he took the exam. Jet responded in the year 1776, which has been exactly 20 years. Murakan remarks that 20 years ago, the Delki Kingdom would have been in the middle of a civil war, and they would all have been taken away due to the war. He questions how a commoner could take the cadet exam, asking if Jet is lying. Gilly responds that Alu really is, and if that is true, it means someone inside Runcandle must have helped him. Jin Runcandle considers who within Runcandle would have the authority to do that, either the purebloods or the nannies who support them. He thinks that the Runcandle family's nannies don't just raise children. Depending on the position of the pureblood child they look after, their authority increases. 20 years ago, everyone acknowledged Luna Runcandle as the temporary head. He further thinks that during that time, the eldest sister's nanny would have had great power within the family. He considers the possibility that if they are truly related, the one who cursed him in his previous life might be involved. Then he rethinks and considers that Taemun Marius might have acted alone, but then questions why. Jin Runcandle asks if he has confirmed the source of the information, and Jet swears his life on it, stating that he personally went to Delki and confirmed it. She agrees, saying, "Alright, take the lead then," while Jet asks for pardon. Jin Runcandle asserts that they are going to Delki right now. He thinks about Taemun Marius and Spider Hands Allah and decides to personally confirm what they are up to. The scene shifts to the Delki Kingdom, affiliated with the Hufester Allied Powers, where Brother Garber puts his foot on someone's head and abuses him. He warns him about the consequences if he doesn't keep to the collection deadline. He pleads don't do this, explaining that he did this because he has a daughter to feed. He warns that if this continues, he's going to report him to the authorities. Brother Garber asks what he means by report and reminds the person that he's being supported by the Great Runcandle. A purple-haired girl arrives and intervenes, saying, "Hold on, stop there. If he continues, that'll be a bit troublesome, don't he think?" Brother Garber questions why she is there, and she responds, "Wait, then that idiot's around here." Someone else arrives and cuts Brother Garber's neck, causing the other person to become scared. The masked man remarks on how pathetic it is to live like that, doing gangster activities after receiving help from his mother. The other person pleads for mercy, offering to give all of the money and not report him either, as his daughter is waiting for him at home. The masked man states that they group them together with those punks and apologizes, saying they don't need money. The other person asks for forgiveness and inquires about what he needs to do. He apologizes again, but the purple-haired girl attacks and kills him, stating that it isn't personal. It's just unfortunate, and everything is for that person. Kashmir Alfrian explains that the last name Marius is a common surname found anywhere within the continent. However, in the Delki Kingdom, only the specialized organization was allowed to use it. He thinks about the orphanage called Moon Sacrifice, which, from the outside, looks like an orphanage, but was actually a facility where the Delki Kingdom's royal faction turned orphans into assassins or spies. He mentions that it is said they allowed the orphans to form deep bonds with each other, then made them kill each other, and the children who survived that process became assassins. He continues, saying that later, the orphanage was closed because the prince's faction won the civil war. 10 children from that orphanage were released as free citizens, except for Allah, who died. The remaining 9 obtained Delki citizenship and are still alive. Kashmir Alfrian handed over some papers containing their addresses to Jin Runcandle. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle states that he sees, suggesting they head to Delki right away. He thinks that this might lead him to a clue about the bladed illusion and the scoundrel who cursed him, determining that he'll definitely catch him. Kashmir Alfrian welcomes Sir Jin Runcandle and Jet, wishing them a safe trip. After some time, Jin Runcandle arrives at the Delki Kingdom teleportation gate. Jet informs him that the person who lives closest to the gate is Garber Marius, who is apparently involved in gangster activities in a neighborhood called Niltara. He mentions that it'll take some time to reach there and asks if they will find lodgings first upon arrival. Jin Runcandle declines, stating that he doesn't need it, and directs them to go to the western region where 3 survivors live. He adds that they'll find lodgings after that. Jet knocks at the door, and someone inside asks who they are. Some guards arrive and look at the dead bodies, while Jin Runcandle observes them and thinks it's poison and wind magic. He considers it to be a magic crime in Hufester, indicating that they must have a lot of audacity. Jet comments on Garber, mentioning that he was going around acting like a gangster, which is quite a sight. Jin Runcandle questions if he just mentioned Garber. Jet responds by asking if he is an acquaintance. Jin Runcandle clarifies that the corpse is unrecognizable, so he is curious about how Jet knew. Jet explains that it's not his first time seeing Garber walk this way. He saw him yesterday, drunk at dawn, and not long after, heard a scream. This is what happened afterwards. He adds that the guy who died with him was someone indebted to Garber, a pitiful situation. Jin Runcandle deduces that since they used poison, their original target was Garber, and they got rid of the witness with magic. He considers how strange it is. If they were going to kill him with poison, they should have waited for him to be alone. Why were they in such a hurry? Wait, why the rush? Jin Runcandle calls Jet, who asks what the matter is. Jin Runcandle inquires about who's next. Jet informs him that it's Weatherway Marius, who is 2 hours away from their current location. Jin Runcandle decides they are going to run and get there in 1 hour, feeling bad about the situation. Jet asks what is happening, and Jin Runcandle thinks about poison again. Since it hasn't been long since the previous death and the skin tone and complexion haven't changed yet, it's likely a self-moderating assassin-type poison. He confirms that it's the same person. Jin then realizes that someone is killing the survivors of Moon's sacrifice in real time. Jin Runcandle urges them to move quickly, emphasizing the need to hurry, and Jet agrees. They both run and reach outside a building. Jin Runcandle looks inside and observes a mark of 8-star wind magic called Hellwind. The intensity of the magic is gradually increasing. Jet mentions that there are only 2 remaining, and at this rate, it will be hard to catch up to them. He suggests that they might become suspects since they were at the scenes and asks if they should report it to the guards. Jin Runcandle disagrees, stating that if they report it, they'll be investigated too, and it will be too late. He expresses his outrage at being disturbed on Runcandle land and abuses them. He asserts that he's going to get ahead of them no matter what. On the other side, Varys asks who is next and if it is the last one already. She remarks that this was more boring than she thought. She questions why their older brothers, who received the same training as them, are so bad. The masked man explains that just because it's training doesn't mean it is the same, and only they were chosen. He emphasizes that it's obvious they are worlds apart from the failed products. Varys agrees, saying, "Alright, let's end this." A blast occurs, catching Kyujin off guard as he wasn't expecting it. On the other side, a person starts following Jin Runcandle and Jet. He apologizes and asks if all the brothers of the Moon's sacrifice have really died. Jin Runcandle confirms that someone is going ahead of them and killing his brothers, assassinating them in order of whoever is closest to the dimensional gateway. He explains that because of this, they've been behind them all this time. They couldn't help but come looking for him directly since he lives the furthest away from it. Jin Runcandle adds that thanks to that, they've saved his daughter as well. He expresses regret, suggesting that he might already be in their clutches. Jin Runcandle asks what he means and points out that even though they from the orphanages haven't trained in a while, they're still people who've survived rigorous training. He states that there are only 2 people who could easily kill them, Varys and Kyujin. Jin Runcandle acknowledges that those individuals are on a whole other level compared to them. He questions if there were a total of 10 survivors. Then Marius clarifies that there were actually 12 survivors of the Moon's sacrifice, and those individuals who are chasing them down are monsters who were trained directly by him. While Varys attacks Den Marius from behind, causing him to fall down, she expresses relief that she thought she was going to lose them. She asks brother Den Marius what's going on and questions how he knew they'd be coming and when he became so sharp. Den Marius, in turn, asks Varys and Cugin why they are doing this. Cugin apologizes, stating that he doesn't have time to explain and mentions that they're really tired from working since early in the morning. A bright light appears, and she wonders what a lightning bolt from out of nowhere is. Cugin inquires if he is a mage. Jin Runcandle identifies Varys and Cugin, acknowledging that he was curious about which scoundrel was ruining his plans. He introduces himself, expressing that it's nice to meet them, and asks questions about who instigated them to do this on Runcandle's land. He further states that he'll find everything out nice and slowly. Jin Runcandle thinks that if they don't even hide their appearances, and both of them don't even look like they're 30 yet, then the woman is at least an 8-star mage. He wonders aloud that she's not even a Zipple, though, so who is she? She questions if he has even hired a bodyguard already and asks how he thinks brother Den Marius got to know about this, addressing Cugin. Cugin responds that the dull person wouldn't have known beforehand and suggests that the bodyguard knows something. She suggests that they can turn brother Den Marius into minced meat right away and can question that bodyguard after cutting his limbs off. Cugin advises her to keep her guard up as it doesn't seem like ordinary inner Kai. He laughs and asks if Jin Runcandle is nervous. He tells him that he's too careful, which is why he's not popular. Jet creates a magical circle, and Varys asks if he blocked that attack. She questions what's happening, wondering if he used up too much strength on the way there. Jin Runcandle recognizes the magic as a 4-star magic blade wind and thinks they are trying to save mana since they've been using it since early in the morning. He realizes that the problem is the guy over there who must be the one who uses poison. He considers that if he has a sword, he must be a poison-using swordsman, and he had initially thought he was just an assassin. He looks at his sword, contemplating the situation. He instructs Jet to take Den Marius with him and run away. Jet questions if they really want to fight, stating that they can't, and wonders how he could leave him. Jin Runcandle starts fighting with Cugin and thinks that this person must be at least an 8-star mage. Cugin remarks that a magic swordsman, 01 bodyguards, his life looks more precious than that piece of trash, and suggests handing that person over and running away. Jin Runcandle acknowledges that while his life is more precious, he's quite attached to him and orders Jet to go now. Jet refuses, saying he'd rather die together, but Jin Runcandle tells him to stop saying things he doesn't really feel and to leave. Jet complies, grabbing Den Marius and running away quickly, stating that they'll meet again alive. Varys expresses emotions, tearing up as she watches this scene unfold. She remarks that she actually thought he could get away and tells Cugin to keep him busy while she attacks both of them. She adds that she'll be back after killing them. Jin Runcandle takes out his mirror and apologizes, stating that he shouldn't have accepted his gifts before leaving. Jin Runcandle stabs Cugin, who believes he can't see what's in front of him. He also attempts to counterattack, but Jin Runcandle escapes from his attack. Varys questions what's happening, mentioning that he can't see anything, and asks Cugin where he is. She repeatedly shouts Cugin's name and accuses him of daring to do something. She threatens to kill him and uses abusive language. Cugin tells her to calm down and assures her that he'll recover by himself, so she should relax. He explains that they pushed themselves too much today, and if they're not careful, they'll suffer from mana overload. She acknowledges and says she understands. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle thinks that it's expected they won't get caught out so easily, so Cugin takes out a bottle of potion and drinks it. Jin Runcandle wonders what that is and notices a disgusting aura, wondering if it's poison. He recalls hearing about this before, where some people develop a resistance to poison and use it inversely, even though it eats away at their lifespan. He realizes that they are able to obtain power equivalent to that price. Meanwhile, Cugin observes that Jin Runcandle is a magic swordsman, proficient in both swordsmanship and magic simultaneously. He finds him more annoying than he anticipated, especially considering the light magic Jin Runcandle just displayed, which Cugin has never even heard of. He mentions that although there's a lot he wants to ask Jin Runcandle, the mission takes priority, so he gives up on capturing him alive and rushes to attack him. Jin Runcandle blocks Cugin's attack and steps back, but Cugin continues to attack relentlessly. However, Jin Runcandle manages to escape from each attack. Jin Runcandle then counterattacks while Kyujin ponders who he is. He notes that Jin Runcandle's aura is only 6-star, but his movements are superior to that level, indicating there's definitely more to him than meets the eye. Varys interrupts, asking about the blue flames she sees, realizing it's Tessa's flames. She disappears into the flames. Kyujin calls out to Varys while looking at her. Jin Runcandle comments on how Kyujin shifts his attention, showing his affection as a brother, as Jin Runcandle prepares to launch an attack. Kyujin is bewildered by the dark energy that's neither magic nor aura, something he has never seen before. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle stabs him. Kyujin acknowledges that Jin Runcandle is a magic swordsman, bolstered by the blue phoenix and shadow energy, facing a formidable opponent. He expresses curiosity about whether his poison will affect someone like Jin Runcandle, and he attacks him with poison, causing Jin Runcandle to fall. Jin Runcandle realizes he needs to regain control. Otherwise, he will die, and both Kyujin and Varys are injured. With the help of his sword, he tries to get up but starts bleeding. A group of people arrives, and one of them reports to the prince that they found them. The prince orders the archers to prepare to shoot and instructs his knights to follow him. Identifying himself as Delki's third prince, Leka Delki, he commands everyone to discard their weapons. Jin Runcandle wonders if Jet called them. Kyujin grabs Varys and reminds her that he will come looking for Jin Runcandle again, warning her not to get too comfortable. Prince Leka Delki urges his men not to lose sight of them and orders them to chase and capture the group. He questions Jin Runcandle, asking if he is also on their side. Furthermore, he inquires about the whereabouts of a healer, stressing the need for prompt treatment as they observe Jin Runcandle's critical condition, who is determined not to lose consciousness. Prince Leka Delki takes him to his palace and asks if he has woken up, stating that this is his villa. Since they hadn't confirmed his identity, he brought him here. Jin Runcandle inquires about the time that has passed, and he replies that it's been 3 hours. Prince Leka Delki expresses relief that Jin Runcandle didn't die, noting that the poison that spread throughout his body was so lethal that it would have killed an 8-star martial artist. However, being a Runcandle makes a difference. He reflects on how Jin Runcandle was at the banquet, confirming his identity. Jin Runcandle then asks about the other two. Prince Leka Delki explains that despite suffering a severe chest injury, they managed to evade his knights. He questions how Jin Runcandle got injured by someone like him, considering he was a 5-star back then, and even if he has improved, he should be a 6-star. Prince Leka Delki is convinced that Jin Runcandle had assistance. Jin Runcandle expresses his gratitude first, and Prince Leka Delki replies that it's alright. Saving a Runcandle in Hewfester is natural, even if he's a reserve flagbearer. Jin Runcandle then asks if he informed the main house. If he did, Jin Runcandle would have died. Prince Leka Delki confirms that he did as soon as he brought him here, and powerful people began causing trouble in Delki. Jin Runcandle wonders if they are comrades from Tikkun, to which Prince Leka Delki responds that Jin Runcandle caused no trouble for him. Prince Leka Delki laughs and says no, but could Jin Runcandle do him a favor? Jin Runcandle agrees to hear him out, and Prince Leka Delki requests that when Jin Runcandle becomes a flagbearer later on, he dispatch more Guardian Knights to Delki. He also mentions that he would like a small share of the Delki gold mine that the Runcandle family possesses. Jin Runcandle mentions that it seems he placed a low value on his life, offering twice the number of Guardian Knights and agreeing to return all the shares of the gold mine. Prince Leka Delki questions if that's feasible, to which Jin Runcandle reassures him not to worry, as there's nothing he won't be able to achieve in Hewfester in the future. He wonders about the implications of such a statement, realizing that unless he plans to become the Patriarch, even as a flagbearer, he shouldn't possess that much authority. Mirakin and Gilly arrive, with Gilly expressing her concern, noting that it hasn't been long since he caused chaos in Colin, and now he's already causing worries. Mirakin questions why Jin Runcandle would engage an 8-star mage and a knight simultaneously, asking if he desires death. Jin Runcandle apologizes, promising not to repeat such actions, and reflects on why Prince Leka Delki didn't inform the main house. He's relieved that not just Kashmir Alfrian, but also Miss Quickhantle and the kingdom are safe. Jet remarks seriously, sir, that he's returned, and Jin Runcandle inquires about what happened to him. He responds that he relayed the situation, but no one believed him, so he beat him up, gesturing towards Mirakan. Kashmir Alfrian arrives and pushes Jet aside, calling for Jin Runcandle. Jin Runcandle asks if he might know what happened to Den Marius, to which Kashmir Alfrian confirms that despite repeated interrogations, Den Marius refused to talk until Jin Runcandle arrived. Jin Runcandle acknowledges this and expresses that Den Marius risked his life for him and his daughter so he won't beat around the bush. They sit in a cafe together, and Jin Runcandle prompts Jet to talk about who taught them all, including Kyujin and Varys. Jet reveals that it was Runcandle's first flag-bearer, Lunar Runcandle's nanny, Tanyan Marius, who is their mother. Meanwhile, Varys and Kyujin bow down before Tanyan Marius, who expresses her frustration, stating that not only did they fail their mission, but their identities were also revealed to a magic swordsman. She remarks that they both seem to have a death wish. Tanyan Marius commands them to leave her sight. From today onward, their relationship is over. Varys asks what she means and questions if she's implying that she'll discard them. She affirms that she indeed made a grave mistake. Varys grabs her leg, pleading with her not to cast them aside, emphasizing that they won't repeat their errors. Tanyan Marius kicks her away, declaring they should leave and instructing them not to seek her out again. As Varys calls out to her as a mother, she walks away, and Kyujin consoles her as she weeps heavily. Kyujin expresses his wishes for her well-being and peace as Tanyan Marius looks back at them before exiting the house. She reflects that the magic swordsman was undoubtedly young Master Jin Runcandle, and that the black energy, called shadow energy, is just as she heard from that person. She believes he has likely already uncovered clues about her, and he will soon come looking for her with the young lady. She believes it's alright. Even if they discover the truth, the young lady cannot kill her. What's more important right now is information about young Master Jin Runcandle. She knows he possesses shadow energy and also uses magic, something even that person must not know. The hunting dogs weren't entirely useless. On the other hand, Jet asks if he has met Taken Marius too. Jin Runcandle clarifies that Taken Marius, also known as Spider Hands Allah, is dead, killed by him. Jet inquires about the meaning behind this. Jin Runcandle explains that Taken Marius operated a mafia syndicate, and before killing him, he referred to the person who ordered his assassination as that person. Jet further asks if that refers to Tanyan Marius. Jet recalls something Taken Marius mentioned 15 years ago as he left Delki. He continues, mentioning that Tanyan Marius made a deal with someone high up in the Runcandle family. If things went awry, the siblings would be in danger, so caution was advised. Jin Runcandle asks if he knows the specifics of the deal, and Jet responds negatively, mentioning that it involved a Runcandle higher up than Tanyan Marius. Jin Runcandle says he has to go, so he gets up and leaves while Kashmir Alfrian asks where he is going. He replies that he wants to meet Lunar Runcandle himself. Meanwhile, a lady sits with Lunar Runcandle and has tea with her. Lunar Runcandle asks if her stay has been comfortable. She agrees and thanks her for her care. She mentions that recently, everyone has found jobs, so they have been living more comfortably. Lunar Runcandle remarks that if the youngest hears about this, he'll be happy. She feels someone at the gate, looks there, and sees Jin Runcandle standing outside. She asks if he's the youngest, and he enters the palace, sits with her, and laughs. She questions why she raised the orphans as assassins and even orders them to place a curse on him, the youngest, who is none other than her sister's son. She asks why she would have done something like that to him, and he must have received incorrect information. She mentions that the nanny is on vacation and tells him to come again later, sister. He apologizes while she punches the table and says not to apologize, not to act like that's the truth, and asks how she could do it. It must have been a setup. Lunar Runcandle says the orphanage survivors he questioned must have lied, and if the nanny is truly related to that, there must be some kind of reason. She says yes, she shouldn't just stay here. She should go and confirm and say, let's go to the nanny. On the other hand, Nanny Taemun thinks about Varys and Kyujin. Since they have exposed their identities, that person will deal with them. But it's okay, they are mere hunting dogs, and she can just create them again. She thinks anyway, just how did the young master learn that information? And did that mage make a mistake? If not, then just how? Someone knocks at the door, and she looks behind and says they have come to her Lady Lunar Runcandle and young Master Jin Runcandle. Lunar Runcandle says she'll get to the point about Varus Marius and Cugin Marius, asking if she knows them. She confirms that and says she knows them, while Lunar Runcandle asks why he created assassins secretly and why they bothered Jin Runcandle. She replies, "Please listen." That wasn't her order, and she had just been flustered after finding out that her hunting dogs got into contact with young Master Jin Runcandle, and that is why she was waiting for her. Lunar Runcandle asks if she is making such excuses, thinking she can get forgiven for raising assassins secretly without her knowledge while becoming emotional. She says, please submit her to the family trials, and she will give her testament in detail there, and asks if she is running away right now, how she can do that, and that she doesn't seem like someone she knows right now. She asks about her current actions. She just can't understand them with her head right now and wonders why she can't speak clearly. Nanny Taemun says she apologizes for hiding that. However, the reason she raised her subordinates was to survive. Lunar Runcandle asks what she means by that, and Nanny Taemun asks if she isn't aware of how many enemies she has within the family, and as a result of that, she knows they are faced with countless dangers every day. Lunar Runcandle asks further what she is talking about and how there could be anyone who dared to touch her people. She replies that she's unaware, as expected, and says the residence employees usually change without lasting a year. She asks if she does know why, outside of that, the Guardian Knights or other vassals. She says all of them last 1 year at most, and sometimes barely a month, and asks if she has never been curious about the reason why, because they were all murdered by her siblings whom she loves so much. Lunar Runcandle says don't lie. If that's true, then why didn't she tell her? Nanny Taemun replies she did it because she knows very well what type of person she is. Lunar Runcandle says that's ridiculous, and she replies if she had told her, would she have been able to kill her siblings, or would she have at least given a light punishment? She asks if she didn't withdraw from fighting for the throne because she didn't want to kill her siblings. Lunar Runcandle thinks she doesn't want to do this anymore. Nanny Taemun says the war for the Runcandle throne, and the moment she gave up that obligation, all of her people were reduced to being prey. She thought 35 years ago, she felt what real power was for the first time, and in that awful orphanage, who had the fate of becoming a bloodhound for the nobles, was acknowledged for her skills and became a nanny for the Runcandle family. She thinks she was able to live as a human and not as livestock, and that was her fate. But for her to be the first child of the Runcandle family, what luck. She thinks, was she jealous? Of course not. She was thankful instead, and the one who had given her this power was this small and warm gift. She thinks of the other Runcandle children who were born every year after, and all of them were her competitors. She thinks, however, that wasn't a problem since the patriarch said that Miss Lunar Runcandle inherited all the talent. Lunar Runcandle says she sparred against all of the members of the beginner class and won, and Joshua and Runcher Runcandle teamed up against her, but she won. Nanny Taemun says that's amazing, and she wants to continue like that, while Lunar Runcandle says she doesn't like fighting and that she just has a good sense for it. Nanny Taemun thinks although she is anxious about her naivety and thinks she finds out straight away that her anxiety is unnecessary. Lunar Runcandle says she doesn't show herself in front of her brother Joshua Runcandle and says she'll kill him next time. She says get lost. He make her lose her appetite and throw him on the floor, and she throws food at her sister's head and calls her trash. She says they should lick the floor for the rest of their lives. That's what suits them. Nanny Taemun thinks as time passes, she turns 13, and she can't find any traces of her innocence from the past, and it's her authority more time passes. Lunar Runcandle says she's so exhausted, mother and father, her siblings, and everyone in this family that she wants to stop everything now. She says further she doesn't want to become the head of these methods. Nanny Taemun says no, that she doesn't have a choice in order to become the head, and she doesn't want it. Lunar Runcandle says to kill her family members for the family. That's not the answer, and for her family members and the family, she's going to achieve something new. She says further she's going to become a sword that protects the family. Nanny Taemun thinks at 19 years old, her long puberty period comes to an end, and her revenge also comes to an end. She says further yes, Moon's sacrifice and the pain and abuse she received for 20 years, and she was going to make her the matriarch and use her for her revenge. She thinks, however, that she was an aloof white whale amidst the myths, and she was the starving anglerfish that circled around her. She says she will follow her and thinks that day, she will set a new dream. Luna Runcandle thanks Nanny Tamyun for staying by her side and thinks her dream crumbled. And not long after, her siblings, who realized she had changed, started the hunt. Nanny Tamyun thinks what her siblings achieved with madness and obsession was something hard for her, who had to do all types of assassinations to endure. She thinks Miss Luna can't find out about this. She's definitely going to blame herself, and she's her nanny. She needs to overcome this. She thinks but how, and thinks yes, she'll nurture bloodhounds like what she went through. She'll choose useful orphans, but in the end, they capture her. She says Tamyun Marius, the instructor and best assassin of Moon's sacrifice, and he'll get straight to the point. He wants her skill and loyalty. If she gives him those things, then he'll give her what she wants. Nanny Tamyun insists on just killing her, while he replies to listen till the end. He says she's always smiling, but he knows very well what expression she's wearing behind that smile and asks if she doesn't want to be free. He asks if she doesn't despise the princess who doesn't know anything and come to him, and he'll give her true freedom. Nanny Tamyun thinks that day, the anglerfish, who was circling around the aloof white whale, heard the voice of its savior. The scene shifts to the present again, and Nanny Tamyun wonders if the young lady has heard about this. Jin Runcandle and Luna Runcandle walk out, and he looks at her and thinks what expression she would have. Nanny Tamyun says she's sorry, even if she died. She hopes that she wouldn't know about this and says it doesn't matter what the reason is. It's a fact that she secretly trained soldiers and let them point their swords toward the young master Jin Runcandle. She mentions that even if it wasn't her direct order, it's the gravest sin among sins, and she needs to pray for her sins, so she has already reported her sin to the main house. Some guards arrive there. Jin Runcandle looks at them and thinks if they are the family execution knights, Tamyun Marius is already a step ahead. He says then he'll see her at the trial and that it seems like she has someone she trusts. He says he doesn't know who is supporting her, and there aren't many people who possess the power to save her from a familial trial. Tamyun Marius looks at him and says he's talking about something odd. She only has Miss Luna Runcandle. Even if she's to be executed, she'll do so humbly. He says it's unfortunate for someone who's ready to die. She talks too much. And for someone who was a part of that person's circle, would they have that much understanding to save her? Someone who does whatever they want? She responds that if he has nothing more to say, she'll be going now while guards take her with them. She thinks, as expected, he didn't come this far with just luck. That's right, that person may have abandoned her, but the information she has regarding Jin Runcandle will save her. She thinks that if she uses that information to make a deal, then surely, while a guard informs her that he has a message from that person saying a good job, another guard tries to attack her. She looks behind at him. Luna Runcandle steps in between and blocks his attack. She asks how he dares, as a mere execution knight who's supposed to escort a sinner, to try to kill her nanny. She berates him, asking if he's forgotten who she is. Jin Runcandle realizes that it really happened with Tamyun Marius. The family's execution knights won't be able to match her, even if she dresses up as her subordinate's execution knight. Tamyun Marius starts running and looks at them, thinking they are bloodhounds. Even if they have to die, they will chase after Tamyun Marius. He jumps in between and attacks them, killing one and following the other, while Luna Runcandle also runs behind them and kills them. One of the knights tries to attack her, but she breaks his dagger and grabs his hand, pressing his face to the ground. She grabs another knight by the neck, holding him high in the air, while Jin Runcandle tells Tamyun Marius that he is right and the young master has no intention of saving her. Luna Runcandle tells her that if she wants to die peacefully, she must answer her questions properly and remove that knight's mask. She sees his face turning worse, and he starts bleeding, his eyes bulging out, while Jin Runcandle says poison. He killed himself before she could interrogate him. She berates him for doing that and throws him away. Jin Runcandle says she won't turn a blind eye since things have come to this, and says, "Tell them everything, Tamyun Marius," and walks towards her. Luna Runcandle also tells her that even when she asked her to look into which of her siblings were after Jin Runcandle, she shamelessly fooled her. She asks how she could do that to her and asks again how she could do that while becoming emotional. Tamyun Marius laughs and says she already knew this was going to happen, but it seems like she has aged to think she fell for such an obvious attack while she starts bleeding. Luna Runcandle comes closer to her quickly and grabs her while Tamyun Marius tries to say something. But she stops her and says, "No, don't talk. The poison will spread." Taemyun Marius says this poison is the poison that Kyujin gave her. How ironic, and it is already too late for her. She thinks, yes, if this is what they call karma. Lunar Runcandle starts crying and says, "No, this isn't what she wanted, please, Nanny." Taemyun Marius thinks she doesn't want to die. She wants to beg for her forgiveness, and in order to survive, she just wants to stay by her side for a long time. She thinks, where did things go wrong? Then, the moment when her revenge came to mind instead of the young miss, she thinks that was where things went wrong, so at least in her last moments. She says, "Young miss and young master, please listen carefully to what she's about to say," and Lunar Runcandle says, "Stop, more blood will come out." She replies that even if she tells them now, her sins won't be washed away, but she still wants them both to listen. 15 years ago, the mage who placed the curse on her was Kedart Hall. She says further that he is well known, so they'll be able to find him quickly. While Jin Runcandle becomes shocked to hear this, she says the one she ordered to make a deal with that person. While Lunar Runcandle interrupts, saying she got it, so stop. She replies that the one whom she ordered to harm the young master was Joshua Runcandle, Runcandle's second flag bearer, and it was young Master Joshua who knows the youngest master's power and about the contract. She vomits blood while Lunar Runcandle calls her Nanny, and she replies that she's sorry, young miss, for hurting her and should have told her sooner. She adds that saying all of this was for her would be sophistry, but she understands. Taemyun Marius puts her hand on Lunar Runcandle's face, recalling her best moments with her, and says, "So please don't remember this lowly person for very long," and dies. Lunar Runcandle hugs her, cries a lot, and calls her mom. After a while, at the place, a guard comes to Joshua Runcandle. He smashes his cigarette and asks if Taemyun Marius should have died a proper death. Joshua Runcandle states that he just wanted her to die in peace, while his guard informs him that Taemyun Marius's hunting dogs have arrived. He instructs the guard to let them in, and Kyujin and Varys enter his room, kneeling in front of him. He asks if Taemyun Marius excommunicated them, and Varys confirms this. He then questions why they have come to him. Varys pleads, saying they will do anything to change their mother's mind, as they are nothing without her. Kyujin interrupts, telling her that's enough, but she continues to beg for help, saying they will accomplish anything. Joshua Runcandle moves closer to them, sitting nearby and tapping Varys's head. He tells both of them that it's unfortunate, but he can't accept their request. He explains that it seems they haven't heard the news yet. He asks if they were told that Taemyun Marius excommunicated them in a hurry, not because she hates them, but because she wants to save them. Joshua Runcandle explains that she has been murdered by an unidentified swordsman. He mentions that Taemyun Marius claimed she was being threatened and asked for help, prompting him to dispatch 5 executive officers urgently. However, not only Taemyun Marius, but also the knight ended up dying. Kyujin asks who the swordsman is, and Varys vows to kill them repeatedly. Joshua Runcandle clarifies that the swordsman had made an agreement with a soldier, but there is no further information available regarding their origins or who instigated the attack. Kyujin shouts that he can find them and will personally take revenge on his mother. Joshua Runcandle responds that he understands their feelings, but it's not the right time yet. He stands up and mentions that, eventually, the swordsman will come for his life, too, and they must be prepared for that moment. He asks if they can trust him and wait, as he also has a debt to repay. They both express gratitude and assure him that they will handle it. Joshua Runcandle reflects on the touching gesture of revenge from Kyujin and Varys for their mother, even though they are not related by blood. He acknowledges Taemyun Marius for raising her hunting dogs well. He also expresses gratitude towards the youngest sibling for dealing with Taemyun Marius early on and for the gift he received as a result. A knight urgently approaches Joshua and asks for a moment, to which Joshua questions why he's asking for permission to enter when he's already in the room. The knight then whispers something in Joshua's ear. Kyujin inquires if there's a problem, and Joshua apologizes, asking them to return today and offering them a place to stay while they wait for his call. Kyujin offers to help with anything, and Joshua reassures them that it's just a family matter. After a while, Lunar Runcandle arrives at the palace and attacks the knights. One of them asks what she's doing, stating that even though she's the first flag bearer, this goes against the laws. She tells him to shut up and answer her question, "Where is Joshua?" The knight tells her to go back, saying that this is against the household laws. Luna asks which laws, and he replies that she should never utter that word before him. She asserts herself as the first flag bearer and tells them all to do their jobs. Gathering her strength, she attacks and knocks them all out. Joshua Runcandle comes out and asks if everything is finished. Luna replies that they should move aside now, as she's running out of patience too. She points her sword at them and says so. "He's here, brother." Joshua questions why she's here without sending any prior notice, and her face looks very bleak. She expresses sympathy for him, noting that he seems afraid of being alone in front of her and is hiding behind the Draknights. She asks why he thought she would kill him or something. He laughs and requests her not to speak to him in such a menacing tone. She observes that something sad seems to have happened to him and asks if he's willing to share with her. He assures her that he will listen to her as family. He thinks to himself, that's it. The younger brother she wants to kill is right here. He decides not to hold back, swings her sword, and believes the household will support him. She addresses him as a little brother and explains that she didn't come here to kill him today. Instead, she has come to give him a final warning. She tells him that when that child returns, he won't be able to handle it. Even if he decides to hide like he's doing today, it'd be better for him if he just ran away. She warns him that if he can't do that, he will regret not having died today, and then she walks away. He mutters about how unfortunate it is that the Nunam, once revered as someone strong, is now just babbling nonsense. She retorts that it's a pity he never changed since he was little. He thinks to himself to continue to stay quiet just like that. He considers that he's leaving her alone because of the Zipples right now, but after everything is over and the Runcandles are secure, she will be the first one he gets rid of. Jin Runcandle asks if she is injured anywhere, and Luna Runcandle says no, she's fine, and thanks him for his advice. She adds that she was able to get her emotions in order. He responds that it's because Joshua wanted to find a reason to control her in that situation. She confirms this by saying that Joshua kept provoking her while hiding behind the Black Knights. He wonders who the Black Knights are and reflects that among the many knights within the family, this position is given to the top 10 most skilled knights. He notes that the Black Knights, who only listened to the orders of the Patriarch and his wife, were standing with Joshua. He thinks about how he doesn't know how Joshua persuaded their father, but the Black Knights have sided with Joshua as they both stand at the grave of Taemun Marius. Meanwhile, he mentions that it's a horrific poison, considering it dissolves corpses. She remarks that she couldn't even bury Nanny Taemun, and he expresses disbelief that this poison was used on the people on her side. She continues, stating that she would have understood if the betrayal came from those who treasured her instead. He disagrees, saying that's not right, and she blames herself, suggesting that if she had known how to comfort Nanny, this tragedy might have been avoided. He reflects that despite the betrayal, Taemun Marius was her real family, and now her sibling Joshua Runcandle has become her sworn enemy. He wonders who can comfort Luna Runcandle's heart in this situation. She recalls how, from a young age, she disliked fighting with her siblings, but he corrects her, saying that she was actually scared and the animosity among the purebloods has deep roots in the past. She mentions being scared that she and her siblings might repeat the past, and he confirms that's why she became the sword protecting the family, ensuring none of them died. She acknowledges achieving that but realizes she acted foolishly by running away out of fear of confrontation, and now Jin Runcandle is paying the price for her cowardice. She declares there will no longer be a sword protecting the family. He calls her elder sister while she firmly plants her sword on the ground, stating that if anyone goes after him, she will deal with them, even if she needs to eliminate everything that endangers him. From this moment on, her sword is his. She thinks everything is her fault, especially regarding Taemun Marius and Joshua Runcandle. If she had conducted herself properly, this wouldn't have happened. She thinks helping Jin Runcandle is the right path, even if it means turning her back on all her siblings due to her cowardice. He assures her of his support, ready to confront anyone who endangers her, and willing to eliminate any threats, even if they are from her other siblings. He asks if she remembers and assures her that no matter what she does or becomes, he will always support her. She thinks about Jin Runcandle, her youngest brother, and resolves that regardless of his actions or transformations, she will always support him. He hugs her and expresses that when she returns as a flag bearer, he will protect her, emphasizing their familial bond. She acknowledges that her sometimes arrogant youngest brother is indeed family, and she is ready to give him everything and help him become the patriarch. After a while, Muraken inquires about what happened, mentioning the use of a mage and the casting of a curse, noting that such a situation wouldn't have occurred during Temer's time. Gilly shares that her shock hasn't subsided and apologizes for speaking rudely about Joshua Runcandle. Muraken reassures her that it's fine to express her feelings, as bottling them up can cause harm, and encourages her to repeat after him. Gilly vents her frustration by criticizing Joshua Runcandle just as Jin Runcandle arrives and affectionately calls Gilly strawberry pie. She remarks on how refreshing it is and, more importantly, questions why Joshua Runcandle would want to harm him. She mentions there are many reasons and emphasizes the importance of him taking no action despite knowing about the contract with Solderit. Gilly concurs, recalling Joshua Runcandle's breach of taboo at Storm Castle in an attempt to harm him, contrasting his lack of action at the main estate. He suggests they should ascertain the reason behind this and consider whether his hypothesis is correct, speculating that Joshua Runcandle may be after his contract. Reflecting on past events with Enya and the ability of the Zippel family to steal a contract with a god, he concludes that despite Joshua Runcandle's involvement, he shouldn't be associated with the Zippel family. He wonders if there is another method Joshua could use to steal a contract. Kashmir Alfrian enters the room and announces he has located the place requested, handing her a paper. Jin Runcandle inquires if it has already arrived, confirming that Suramal is indeed a renowned mage who has retired to the Meltador state in the eastern continent. He explains that since Suramal established the high-ranking magic academy in Zippel, he has been using the alias Amal and is currently engaged in specific magical research there. He then addresses Gilly, Muraken, and Kashmir Alfrian, making a 3-month request for them to find Suramal. Meanwhile, Huel arrives at a cafe where Suramal is seated. He approaches and politely asks if the person before him is Suramal. Suramal is curious and questions Huel's identity. Huel introduces himself as an aspiring mage named Huel Hister, currently en route to the esteemed Meltador Magic Academy. However, he had heard of a noble sage's presence here and decided to approach him. Suramal is puzzled by the term aspiring mage, prompting curious looks from those around them as they wonder what Huel is staring at. Suramal commands everyone to leave before he incapacitates them, casting a magic spell as he questions the intruder's identity. The intruder reaffirms that he is an aspiring mage. Suramal dismisses this as a joke, pointing out that the intruder's physique shows extensive training with weapons. The intruder explains that there is inherent 7-star magic in his trained body. Confused, Suramal demands clarification about the term aspiring mage, feeling disrespected. He warns that if he doesn't reveal his true identity, he will ensure that he can never use magic with his body again. The intruder reintroduces himself as Huel Hister, the last surviving member of the Hister family. Suramal, in anger, asks what Hister says and asserts that he is informing him that he is from the Hister household, the sole household capable of standing against the Zippel in magic. But that is a lie. They were all annihilated by the Zippel. Huel produces a book and requests that Suramal take a look at it. The mercenary leader who raised him as an orphan informed him of his birth and gave him this magic book just before his death. He mentions that the author of the book is Suziel Hister. Suramal requests to see it, and Huel responds that he can show it to him, but cannot let him touch it. He has sworn to himself that he will never allow anyone to touch it without his permission. If Suramal wants to, he will have to kill him. Suramal acknowledges and proceeds to open the book himself swiftly, examining its contents and thinking, this cipher, this is a true magic book of the Histers. He believes that he would certainly recognize such a book, having searched for traces of them throughout his life, and decides to take a closer look. Suramal inquires about Huel's lodging plans for the night and invites him to follow, promising him proper accommodation. He mentions that the space they are in is dedicated to his research and is highly secure, prompting him to ask how Huel, a member of the Hister family, has been living. Huel Hister explains that he was raised as an orphan under the care of a minor mercenary known as the Grey Owl. Despite wielding a sword since childhood, he lacked talent in that regard but excelled in magic. He mentions that he grasped it instantly, as if he had known it all from the beginning, particularly after visiting the family lore, which was detailed in the patriarch's final will. He contemplates the magical prowess of the Histers, capable of threatening even the Zippels, who excelled in manipulating history. He believes that such a sudden achievement can be explained by this. Suramal interjects, noting that since then, the Zippels had begun pursuing him, prompting him to plan to enroll in a magic school to conceal his identity. He adds that even 300 years ago, the Zippels eradicated anything that could pose a threat, especially anything related to the Hister family, often with a bounty of at least 10 million gold. Huel Hister responds with surprise at the mention of 10 million, challenging Suramal to choose between a life of being perpetually pursued or becoming his disciple, leaving a mark in history. He reveals his real name as Kiddard Hall, known as the Kiddard Hall of Reflux. Huel Hister asks if it's true if he truly is that Kiddard Hall of Reflux. He confirms that he's aware of Kiddard Hall, noting that his name had been widely known long before someone like him, a mere newcomer, appeared. Huel Hister questions how he could not know about Kiddard Hall, recounting the legendary tale of Kiddard rising to 9-star status without the aid of the Zippels, battling them, and even boldly instructing Zippel trainees. Suramal affirms this, indicating that there's no need for further explanation. If Huel becomes his disciple, he promises to pass down his magic, named Reflux, and ensure that the name of Reflux endures in history after him. He urges Huel to choose whether to become his disciple, emphasizing the rarity of the Hister magic lineage. He reflects on how he stumbled upon traces of the rare magic household, the Histers, long ago, and how he has been fascinated by them ever since, pursuing them relentlessly throughout his life. At one point, he reflects, the chain of clues was abruptly severed, and just as he was on the verge of giving up, Huel Hister appeared before him. He believes that with the magic book he possesses, he can further enhance his reflux magic, and if he successfully imparts the completed magic to Huel Hister, his disciple-to-be, his legacy will endure. Huel Hister conjures a magic ball, impressing Suramal, who remarks on their readiness to delve into the deep reflux system. Huel Hister credits Suramal for this progress and acknowledges his teachings. Suramal then inquires about Huel Hister's magic book, wondering if he could see it now. Huel Hister declines, stating that he cannot, to which Suramal asks for the reason behind this decision. Huel Hister reiterates that it's due to his personal beliefs, as he mentioned earlier. Suramal asserts that seizing the magic book from Huel Hister by force would be as easy as breathing for him. However, he emphasizes that he has always respected Huel's beliefs. Suramal then demands that Huel hand over the book immediately. Huel Hister acknowledges his mistake, admitting that his words were thoughtless, and suggests an alternative. They should share and understand each other's beliefs. Intrigued, Suramal asks about the concept of belief and its significance. Huel explains that Suramal should also entrust him with something as valuable as his own life, specifically the Book of Reflux, in exchange for the magic book. Suramal reluctantly agrees, with the condition that Huel must wait, as the Book of Reflux is currently stored in the eternal warehouse of Vankella Castle, which he will retrieve himself. He checks if Huel understands this arrangement. Huel agrees, and Suramal proposes that, in the meantime, he will learn the deep reflux system. He contemplates the significance of the Book of Reflux, realizing that he had intended to pass it down on the day he died, prompting him to question the meaning behind his earlier examination of Hister's magic. He contemplates that if only he had Hister's magic, he could surpass the Zippels. Suramal tells him to wait there as he will return shortly, then enters a room. Meanwhile, Huel Hister envisions leaving his mark in history. After some time, Suramal opens the door and calls for him. Huel responds that he's present. Suramal inquires if he has mastered the deep reflux system. Huel confidently affirms that he has, feeling as though he has always known this power, finding it natural. Suramal admires his aptitude, thinking that the child is indeed a genius, and congratulates him, handing over the requested item. Huel accepts the book and assures Suramal that he will return quickly. Suramal acknowledges that it will take time to decipher, but reassures Huel that he can also study the Book of Reflux to his heart's content. Huel Hister acknowledges that he hasn't yet reached the level to fully grasp the deep meaning contained in Suramal's masterpiece. He expresses contentment with simply being entrusted with it for the time being. Suramal agrees, suggesting that since Huel has started learning the deep reflux system, they should commence full-scale practice sessions. He proposes practicing against bugs and asks if Huel is willing to give it a try. Huel Hister questions whether reflux can be effective against non-human opponents like bugs. Suramal clarifies that he isn't referring to human opponents, but rather to the bugs residing in the town that resemble humans. He explains that these creatures, though lacking magical abilities, are suitable practice targets due to their resemblance to living beings. He adds that he used them extensively for practice during his youth, noting that while they cannot use magic themselves, their physical structure is similar. Huel Hister makes a request, asking Suramal to use reflux directly on him before their practice session. He suggests that experiencing it firsthand would be more effective in a real situation. Suramal laughs, expressing pride in Huel. He explains that if they were to recklessly harm those creatures, knights from the capital would swiftly intervene. He demonstrates reflux width, showcasing its ability to steal an opponent's magic power and activate reflux with the strength of magical power. He performs a magic spell, creating a magic ball, and attempts to absorb Huel's magic power. However, it has no effect on him. Suramal wonders why reflux isn't working, realizing that Huel Hister has already surpassed 7 stars. He concludes that this isn't just at the level of a 9-star magician, it's far beyond that. Suramal is injured and falls to his knees, asking how this is happening. Jin Runcandle reveals an artifact called the Mirror, which contains infinite magic power while showing it to him. He explains that thanks to this artifact, he remained unharmed even under reflux. He mentions how the Zipples would have exploited such power to bring pain to the world, and he had resigned himself to a lifetime of suffering because of it. Jin pours some potion on Suramal's head, transforming it into his true form. Jin Runcandle discloses that 15 years ago, he placed a curse on Storm Castle, and as he removes his glasses and eye lenses, he declares his true identity and purpose. He is Jin Runcandle, returned from hell to kill Suramal. Suramal is shocked, insisting that Jin Runcandle cannot be real. He recalls even confirming the truth with the mercenary. Jin Runcandle confirms that it is indeed the tale of the true Hister survivor, spanning 44 years since Kiddard's time. He kicks Suramal and presses his foot against him, recounting his journey of enduring contempt, shame, and even overcoming death to reach this point. He assures Suramal not to regret it, as he intends to make good use of the Book of Reflux to which he has devoted his life. He questions if Suramal wouldn't regret this decision. Jin reveals that the reflux magic, credited to him, is actually from the Hister household. Suramal asks how he knows this, to which Jin replies that he will soon reveal to the world the true origin of this magic, causing everything Suramal has accomplished to vanish. Suramal protests, believing he will be remembered forever. Jin Runcandle mentions that the request and curse he received marked the beginning of his journey. He advises Suramal to be grateful as he releases him, but Suramal defiantly writes in his blood on the wall that he will not die peacefully. Jin Runcandle doubts Suramal's survival, thinks of Joshua Runcandle, and contemplates that everything is about to begin. Gilly is spreading clothes to dry outside when a cat sits near her. She mentions young master, and it has been 3 months since he left to get Kiddard. Mirokin comments that it has already been that long and goes on to say that Kiddo is toxic. He reflects on the fact that Kiddo would try to find an opportunity to kill him after becoming his apprentice. He adds that sometimes it feels like that guy has snacks swarming around in his stomach. Gilly replies that she feels like she's going insane because her heart keeps trembling every day. She picks up her cat and mentions that he always makes her worry by doing these reckless things. She asks Mirakin if the young master doesn't realize how anxious that makes her feel. Mirakin reassures her, saying don't worry. When the 7-colored peacock spied on them, they said Kiddard's eyes were dripping honey when he looked at Jin Runcandle. He continues, saying that there will be no problem as Jin Runcandle is that old man wrapped around Kiddard's finger. She remarks that he's making it sound like she is trying to seduce him, while Jin Runcandle arrives there secretly and hears their conversation. Upon seeing him, she throws Mirakin away and runs towards Jin Runcandle, expressing relief that he has returned and appears healthy. Jin Runcandle acknowledges this, stating that he's back, and informs Mirakin about the magic tomb he obtained from that scoundrel. He shows him the book while collapsing onto the grass. Jin Runcandle mentions that he'll leave it to Mirakin to transcribe it. The scene shifts to the Garden of Swords, where Joshua Runcandle sits in his room having lunch. He ponders about Jin Runcandle, the prime suspect in the murder of Kiddard Hall. He wonders about Jin Runcandle's identity and motives for killing Kiddard Hall, as well as why he was in hiding. He laments that, unfortunately, it's been assumed that the essence of the extreme overload magic is stored in the eternal storage of the Holy Kingdom of Vankella. Haytona Runcandle states that Jin Grey was definitely the alias the youngest was given for his position as a provisional flag-bearer. Daytona Runcandle adds that they are in front of their elder siblings. Haytona Runcandle argues that it can't be the youngest, as Jin Grey is a common name. Daytona Runcandle whispers that the youngest is impressive, but Kiddard Hall is a 9-star mage, and there's no way that's true, so please. Mayu Runcandle taps his punch on the table in anger, stating that their idiotic brothers haven't even seen a 9-star mage before, so they should stop bullshitting. He can't believe those little shits will become provisional flag bearers in a few months. Anne Runcandle asks why he is being so mean, mentioning that it's cute when they say stupid things. She finds them so cute that she just wants to cut them into pieces. One of the merry Runcandles tells both of them to shut up as they are disrupting their meal. Dippus Runcandle asks why she won't even let them talk this much amongst themselves. She replies that she told her to shut up, and he asks how come she stays quiet when the Tona twins talk, but gets like this when he talks. She warns him not to push it, stating that if he says another word, then his face will reflect the consequences. Joshua Runcandle interrupts, clapping and suggesting they quit arguing. He remarks that it's been a while since they ate together, so they shouldn't get so worked up. He adds that, for the record, he thinks the youngest could have killed Kiddard Hall. Mayu Runcandle asks for clarification, even mentioning their eldest brother. Joshua Runcandle explains that, of course, it would have been impossible for him to do it alone. He turns to Yona, suggesting that if that child were to help, it might be possible. Dippus Runcandle questions if he's now keeping Jin Runcandle, the young provisional flag-bearer, in check by dragging Yona into this. He expresses his frustration with how things are unfolding. Mary Runcandle asks the eldest brother if he can take responsibility for suggesting that Yona helped. Joshua Runcandle asks what she means by responsibility, stating that it's just a guess since a 9-star archmage died, yet the cause of death hasn't been revealed. He mentions that he thinks it would be difficult unless it was someone from Nameless, the greatest assassination group in existence. He notes that it's been quite some time since Yona was assigned there on their father's orders. He continues, saying that here's what he thinks. The youngest commissioned Nameless so that his name would be known, and Yona, feeling abandoned by the family, helped Jin Runcandle so that he would take her side. Mary Runcandle comments that he has been wishing for Yona's downfall for a long time, but he's being rather direct now by involving her with the youngest so suddenly. Mayu Runcandle agrees with her, stating that if Yona helped the youngest, then that explains his performance during his time as a cadet as well. He adds that, in fact, although she's with Nameless now, he wonders how Yona thinks about the family. Mary Runcandle launches an attack on him, grabbing his face, punching him, and pushing him into the wall while Anne Runcandle rushes to his aid. Dippus Runcandle also grabs Mary and tells her not to cross the line, stating that she's playing right into Joshua Runcandle's hands. She responds that as the 7th flag-bearer, she wouldn't dare to criticize the 2nd flag-bearer of the family, but they all better remember one thing. If Yona gets hurt, their father won't just watch it happen. Dippus Runcandle suggests that sometimes he needs to show an honorable side of himself and advises his brother to confront his fear of Yona by challenging her with his sword instead of constantly provoking her with his words, as that's not the way of the Runcandles. Joshua Runcandle asks why he doesn't draw his sword then. Dippus Runcandle questions how that would help anyone, while Haytona and Daytona Runcandle express their longing for the youngest. After a while, Dante Heron mentions that a 9-star mage was murdered, and Jin Grey's name was left behind at the scene, leaving no one else as a suspect but him. Veridin Zippel agrees, saying that's correct, and asks Dante if he can spare some time. Dante questions what Veridin means by time at that moment. Veridin clarifies that he means starting from tomorrow and suggests going to see Jin Runcandle. Dante inquires if Veridin knows a way, to which Veridin confirms and explains his plan. Dante agrees that it's a good idea and proposes to put the plan into action as soon as tomorrow arrives. Meanwhile, a guard arrives and informs that Dante Heron and Veridin Zippel met at the banquet hall. There was a recent report that the relationship between Zippel and Heron was unclear, but it's been made clear with this meeting. He further explains that it seems Zippel was involved in Kiddard Hall's death, and that Veridon Zippel provided Dante Heron with some sort of information. The guard suggests that Zippel seems to be taking better care of clans with close relations while unallied forces are being dealt with, and Kiddard Hall is a good example of that. Codename Raz suggests that whether that information is true or not, it's a good card to control Zippel's actions and to leak that information to the media. The guard bows and agrees, stating that he will do as Codename Raz wishes. Codename Raz reflects that their movements are urgent, unlike how the Zippels usually act as if they've been shaken by someone. He notes that he doesn't know who it is, but it's hard to follow their actions. On the other side, Julia grabs Jin Runcandle and tells him not to go, while Gilly suggests that he should play with Julia this time. Kashmir Alfrian explains that the young master is very busy and asks Julia to please understand, while Gilly expresses sadness over the fact that he has to leave right away without proper rest. She mentions that he's going to the nameless city, Samel, which is such a dangerous place. Jin Runcandle responds that he has something he needs to get and someone he wants to meet there. Gilly asks if he knows anybody at Samel. Meanwhile, Sister Yona sits at the edge of a mountain and remarks that she heard he became a provisional flag bearer and left the house. Yet he's going around doing great things, that youngest of theirs. She adds that she can't wait to see how strong he's gotten and wonders if he'll come by Samel. She expresses her desire to play together when she's playing with leads. Kashmir Alfrian hugs Julia and mentions that while he's gone, she'll also be away briefly. Jin Runcandle asks what's wrong, and Kashmir Alfrian explains that there's something he forgot in Vermont, and it seems like their father called him. Jin Runcandle replies that he understands and tells him to take care of it. Murakan informs them that he has finished what he wanted and quickly opens the door to enter. Jin Runcandle acknowledges Murakan's hard work, and Murakan invites him to come along so that he can engrave something onto his back. They both move to another room, where Jin Runcandle removes his shirt to reveal something written on his back that shines. Murakan remarks that it's good, as now he'll be able to use Kiddard Hall's magic without any problems. Jin Runcandle expresses that he feels like he's obtained a weapon that properly suits the photon cannon. Murakan explains that he took a good look while deciphering, and it seems like quite useful magic. Even if hordes of 7-star mages or lower rush at him, he'll probably be able to suppress them all at once. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle puts his shirt back on and states that it's good. He'll test it right away. Spiritual energy is released from him, and Murakan comments that it's activating properly. Miss Sinia arrives there, and the energy affects her. She calls out to Jin Runcandle. He wonders if she got caught up in it and asks if she is okay. She replies that she likes it so much she could die and assures him that she's fine, so they should try it one more time. Quickhantle arrives there and grabs Miss Sinia. Jin Runcandle notes that Quickhantle has arrived, and she confirms this, mentioning that this scoundrel has now reached the point where she's even harassing him. She complains that it's getting more severe by the day and puts Miss Sinia on her shoulder. Jin Runcandle takes responsibility, saying it's his fault and he'll apologize once Miss Sinia wakes up. Lady Quickhantle asks why he would apologize and states that Miss Sinia was asking for it. She then shifts the topic, mentioning that, more importantly, she heard he's going to Samel. Jin Runcandle acknowledges that she's correct and mentions that she may already know, but the entire city of Samel serves as a huge training ground for the Nameless. Even visitors aren't free from the threat of assassination. He notes that at his level, he'll probably be able to withstand attacks from the Nameless cadets. However, in Samel, the longer he stays alive, the stronger the people coming for him will be. Eventually, the best assassins will be after him. He recalls a past incident and admits that this is his first time hearing about such details. He realizes that even if there aren't really assassins aiming for him, including his sister, his survival isn't guaranteed. She hands him a bag of pearls and tells him to take it. He opens it and sees what's inside, then questions what it is. She explains that it's something that the assassins of the Nameless value. If assassins that he can't handle come after him, he should show them this. It will help him keep his life. He thanks her and expresses uncertainty about how he'll repay this favor. She responds that he has to perform well so that her contractors feel more comfortable. She suggests that when he returns, he should help Miss Sinia with her training. He agrees, saying he's got it, and then he'll be off. The scene shifts to the year 1796, September 4th, in the city of assassins Samel. At the south entrance, Jin Runcandle arrives, and a guard stops him, stating that he may not enter without a nameless plaque. Jin Runcandle shows him a paper, proving he has the necessary plaque. The guard acknowledges it and asks about the purpose of his visit. Jin Runcandle explains that it's just for the experience. The guard responds that it'll be a fun experience and grants him entry, mentioning that he can collect the nameless plaque when he leaves by giving the entry pass to him. Jin Runcandle then mentions that he has one thing he wants to ask. The guard inquires what it is, and Jin Runcandle asks if the law of the nameless applies to visitors only after entering. Suddenly, a person rushes to attack him, but Jin Runcandle anticipates the attack and knocks the person out. He remarks that it seems the law applies even before entering. Jin Runcandle looks at a coin that the person who fell on the floor had and remarks that, seeing how he was emitting all that murderous intent the whole way here, he has no talent for assassination. He advises the person to go find another line of work. He then asks if the person will attack as well, and another person responds that they are trained to assassinate, not battle. They don't fight head-on. Jin Runcandle acknowledges this and opens the gate to enter. As he enters, he thinks about the symbolism of the nameless, represented by the milk-white color. It stems from their confidence in never leaving bloodstains, even while wearing pure white clothes. He notices that there are definitely people in front of him, but he can hardly detect their presence. He thinks it's more beautiful than he had imagined, but it also gives him goosebumps. He reflects that in such a neat and quiet city, only the cadets who have remained alive and achieved success in their assassinations over a long period of time gain the right to live in the nameless coffin towering far away. He thinks visitors are just subjects for special training, killing one another every day. In that sense, the risk of assassination is too big at an inn. He thinks he doesn't want to suffer like he did with the Cosmos Arena, so he should choose well. Another person remarks on how absurd it is and asks if he wants a room. Jin Runcandle confirms that he does want a room. The person clarifies that it's against the nameless cadets in Samel, where assassination is permitted. Jin Runcandle agrees and asks for the reason for not going to the inn. He explains that he doesn't want too many customers coming in at night. The other person expresses unpleasantness, and Jin Runcandle thinks he can't kill him. His actions must have seemed like a provocation. The person invites him to come in, stating that he doesn't need his money since he'll pay with his life. He further assures Jin Runcandle to use the room upstairs and rest assured, as he won't touch him while he uses the room. Jin Runcandle goes to his room, checks for any traps, and thinks that at least he'll be able to rest easy now. He plans to think about what he'll do going forward. He hears some clapping and quickly gets ready to fight, wondering what the clapping is about. He didn't sense anything, though he saw someone under the bed. Sister Yona thinks she almost got caught, and Jin Runcandle thinks he saw a kid who looked like the youngest wandering around in the city. So, he chased after him just in case, but the moment he saw Bradamante, he got so excited he couldn't help himself. He wonders if he misheard and definitely heard a clap from the ceiling, which makes him wonder if he's hallucinating because he's so on edge. He acknowledges that he's really on alert and understands that in Samel, this level of alertness is expected. He looks around while Sister Yona thinks that the youngest managed to sense her, and it seems his mind's eye is half open. She marvels at how amazing it is that, at such a young age, he has this ability. As his elder sister, she can't just ignore this. She decides that she'll probably play with him, but then thinks she has no choice but to train him properly. She tells the youngest to look forward to it and decides that instead of playing, she'll train him. Meanwhile, the scene shifts 4 days later when another person arrives and states that he wants Jin Runcandle to leave now. Jin Runcandle asks if he should pay, as expected. The other person responded that he told him at the start he didn't need payment. Jin Runcandle then questions why this request is coming all of a sudden. The other person explains that it's simple. He's giving up on trying to assassinate him and admits his failure. The other person elaborates that when he first saw Jin Runcandle walk in with his nameless plaque, he figured he was the successor of some famous clan and must have achieved great things at such a young age. However, he never expected it to be to this extent. He couldn't find a single opportunity to strike. He admits that he's not at the level where he can kill Jin Runcandle. Jin Runcandle reflects on the past 4 days, during which he gathered information and remained on high alert due to an unknown presence. He wonders if the reason he couldn't find an opening was because of that, and concludes that not being able to assassinate a visitor is a major failure. Jin Runcandle mentions that he has a promotion evaluation coming up, and since the other person has given up, he wants him to leave. The other person acknowledges that although his skills have been stagnating, he has learned a lot thanks to Jin Runcandle. He then replies that with that, he'll give him a word of advice. The other person advises Jin Runcandle that when he faces an assassin, he should imagine that he's fighting against a mage or a swindler. He explains that the moment Jin Runcandle leaves the house, those are the types of people he'll have to face, and he wishes him good luck. Jin Runcandle thanks him and says he'll be going. He then wonders why the other person advised him and feels an ominous sense of foreboding when he looks at the many traps on the floor. Jin Runcandle questions the purpose of these traps and asks what kind of prank this is. As he thinks about facing an assassin and imagines fighting against a mage or a swindler, a masked man attacks him, and he tries to escape the attack. He runs behind the attacker and asks how dare they attack him. He reaches the roof where some masked men stand, ready to attack. They throw wires with traps attached to them, which come onto the roof. He thinks about the traps that were on the ground. Now, they are tied up with wires, and some traps are stuck to his sword. One of the masked men says he won't be able to do anything with his sword like that. They all run to attack him, saying this is the end. Jin Runcandle fights back, trying to knock them out. One of the masked men says to wait, admitting their failure. Another person arrives and asks what on earth is happening. Jin Runcandle throws a bag of coins towards him, and he grabs it. Jin Runcandle insists he should take it now, as he can't bear being in debt to someone. The other person opens the bag of coins and remarks how ridiculous it is to think he'd treat high-rank cadets above him, an intermediate-rank cadet, like this. Jin Runcandle then states that this time, he's really leaving. While someone hurls arrows at Jin Runcandle, he breaks them and notes that after traps, they are poison arrows. He doesn't know who it is, but this situation is starting to get a little old. He sees many arrows coming towards him and quickly escapes the attack. He thinks he doesn't know how many are after him, so it's hard to predict. Since it's come to this, he decides it'd be better to reach high ground and look for the enemy rather than hide. Some masked men attack him, but he quickly counterattacks and knocks them all out. They again throw many arrows at him, and he runs to escape the arrow attack, pondering just how many of them there are. Sister Yona sits atop a high building, looking at him and remarking that, as expected of the youngest, he is more nimble than expected. She expresses that she knew it was worth seeing how strong the youngest was for the past 4 days. She encourages the youngest to struggle for just a little longer, noting that if he plays like this for just a week, his mind's eye will completely open. However, she adds that if he were weaker than she thought and died, it would be sad, but she guesses there's nothing to do about it. She acknowledges that dying during training is a possibility. She urges the youngest to try his hardest not to die while Jin Runcandle continues to fight them and escapes from the arrow attack. Jin Runcandle attacks them and kills them all while hiding behind a tree. He thinks they are organized, with all the cadets moving under someone else's orders. He believes he'll definitely find out which scoundrel is behind it all and mess them up. He sees a paper fly in the air and grabs it, remarking that things are working out better than he thought since the cadets are moving on such a large scale. He had thought it would be one of the best assassins of Nameless behind it all, but it turns out to be Sister Yona as he reads the paper that says, "Let's play in the afternoon as well." He thinks this actually works out, and once he endures all of this, he'll have a reason to ask her for what he wants, for instance, 1,000 poison antidotes. He believes he'll be able to ask for that no matter how shameless it is. Meanwhile, he considers the abundance of poisons in the world so potent that even the blessed bodies of the Runcandles cannot withstand them. For instance, the poison of Taemun Marius's hunting dog, Kyujin, was fatal. He believes that what he needs is the 1,000 poison antidote, a secret elixir passed down only to the top assassins of Nameless. Those who drink it will develop immunity to 10,000 poisons. He also thinks about Sister Yona, the youngest top assassin of Nameless, who possesses the 1,000 poison antidotes. However, Sister Yona was naturally immune to poison and had no reason to consume it. He reflects that, ultimately, she was tricked by Sister Anne Runcandle and handed it over to her. He suspects that Anne Runcandle was definitely on Joshua Runcandle's side, even in his past life. In that case, he believes he should intercept it before it falls into the hands of his enemy, taking away what would benefit them and doing all he can to harm them. He believes that in order to obtain it, he must overcome Sister Yona's pranks, so he jumps away. The scene shifts to the second day of Sister Yona's nighttime pranks, where a chain comes towards him to attack and wraps around his sword. He stabs his sword into the ground, grabs the chain, and pulls it towards him, causing the masked man holding the other end of the chain to fall down. He quickly attacks the building, breaking it and causing all the masked men inside to fall out and look at him. They try to attack him, but he counterattacks and defeats them all. While looking at a wooden door, he asks those hiding behind it to come out as he stands outside the door. He doesn't believe they are nameless cadets and asks if they are visitors like him. He mentions that he's a bit on edge from being chased for the past 2 days and advises them to show themselves while he's asking nicely. Dante Heron and Veridin Zippel open the door and come out. Dante Heron greets him warmly while Veridin Zippel also extends his greetings. He asks them what they are doing here and why they have come. Veridin Zippel inquires about his cold attitude, mentioning how hard it was for them to find him. Dante Heron adds that they even had to use their secret funds to obtain a nameless plaque in the end. Veridin Zippel calls him a heartless scoundrel and complains about his meanness, a sentiment echoed by Dante Heron. Jin Runcandle interrupts, telling them to stop and explain why they came to find him. Veridin Zippel explains that they wanted to meet him as they missed that night at the arena. He then covers his mouth, admitting that it could happen, and asks what they are doing there. Veridin Zippel attempts to speak again, but Dante Heron quickly intervenes, explaining that they spent all their money trying to acquire a nameless plaque quickly, leaving them with no other choice. Jin Runcandle believes that the heirs of 2 great clans are sleeping on the streets. He acknowledges that this occurred while they were searching for him. Consequently, he agrees to pay for their food. They become excited upon hearing this. However, he also mentions that, in return, they should earn their keep. Meanwhile, some masked men attack him again. Dante Heron reacts by saying so that's how it is, as he takes out his sword and counterattacks. He then asks if this action will suffice. Jin Runcandle looks at him in response. Sister Yona attempts to see who the attackers are by asking about their identities. Ole arrives behind Sister Yona and asks what's wrong. She looks behind and calls him Ole. He says, "Listen, Sister Yona, even if it's him, he can't cause any more of a disturbance than this." He then mentions how many of the other cadets' houses have been affected. She responds that that's not what's important right now. She was having fun playing with the youngest, but then those scoundrels jumped in. He asks who dares disturb their Yona while she points and says, "Look over there." He asks what kind of scoundrels dare to do this. Jin Runcandle thinks that the one at the front is Yona's brother, and the 2 behind him are from the Zippel and Heron clans, who all run to attack the nameless cadets. She jumps from the building and says she'll go there and sort things out herself, but Ole grabs her shirt and says if she goes, they'll die. She responds that's the point and asks why not. This is the first time her family, her brother, has come to visit her, and they are disrupting it. She mentions that she hasn't even had a chance to properly speak with the youngest yet. He responds by suggesting that if she wants to kill them that badly, then how about this? They play a game. She inquires about which game, and he clarifies that it will be a game with the scoundrels' lives at stake, played a total of 3 times starting from the coming dawn. They will send real assassins after them instead of cadets. He explains that if they die, she wins, but if they survive, she loses, and he leaves her shirt. She asks why, noting that the chances of the youngest dying with them increase too much. She expresses that it would be best if the youngest didn't die, especially since this is the second day he's been playing with her so well and is such a good kid. He then states that she'll have no choice but to watch the 3 of them play. Exasperated, she concedes, saying she'll do it, but in return, he can't interfere, and she'll be choosing the assassins. He responds with assurance, saying it's not a problem. More importantly, he asks if she knows how many houses collapsed in Samel today. She admits she doesn't, and he informs her that it's 37. He explains that this is the consequence of her sending cadets after her younger brother just because she wanted to play, and he mentions that he'll be expecting a reflection letter from her about it. She says she's busy and exits, closing the door. He reflects that, for now, he has stopped Yona from personally taking action, and he acknowledges that the fate of the Nameless could have been in real danger there. After a while, Jin Runcandle gets up and remarks that he'd better start moving now. He notes that they are sleeping, and he said there wouldn't be any attacks during the day. He reflects on Dante Heron, observing that his body is as weak as always, but his sword has become sharper. He speculates that Dante must have learned the secret technique of the Heron clan and reached a new stage. On the other hand, regarding Veridin Zippel, Jin Runcandle admits he has no idea what Veridin is thinking. He considers Veridin a genius who felt infinitely distant in his past life, but is now here for no reason, helping him under the pretext of paying him back for food. Jin Runcandle acknowledges the possibility of actually dying here and contemplates how he will use them and how he will protect them, starting tonight. He anticipates that the people Sister Yona sends will definitely increase in strength and ponders how he should prepare. Meanwhile, Ole arrives there and notes that he couldn't feel anything, recognizing him as one of Nameless's best assassins. He considers that, aside from Sister Yona, there's no need for another top assassin from Nameless to test him. He acknowledges the lowest of the Runcandles, greeting the 85th leader of the Nameless, while Ole remarks that not showing fear means his spirit isn't half bad. He adds that it seems Sir Chiron Runcandle acquired a jewel in his later years. However, Ole notes that it's too much for him not to even adjust his posture despite recognizing Sir Chiron. Sir Chiron responds that there's a chance the Master of the Land of White could have taken his life, so he acted recklessly. He explains that a Runcandle does not bow until death. Ole comments on how reckless he is, and Jin Runcandle wonders why he appeared before him, considering that someone on the level of a king has come to find him. He speculates that the reason why the king himself has come to see him is because it involves Sister Yona in this place, Samel. Ole notes that even Sir Chiron Runcandle himself does not speak much, yet he, being just the lowest of the Runcandles, dares to mention Yona and his poison magic attack on Jin Runcandle. He grabs Jin Runcandle's neck and mentions that the reason might be Jin Runcandle's arrogance, especially after causing all this mess, because of his association with Yona. Jin Runcandle wonders about this intense reaction just from mentioning Yona, and Ole comments that even shredding him to pieces wouldn't be enough right now. However, considering Sir Chiron Runcandle, he'll turn a blind eye to it just this once. Jin Runcandle reflects that the reason Ole brought up his father's name the first time was for justification later, so that even if he made a mistake, he had a reason to spare his life. Jin Runcandle apologizes, admitting his immaturity for speaking brazenly. He expresses readiness to accept punishment if necessary. He explains that starting tonight, real assassins wearing white will come after him. He clarifies that while he doesn't care about himself, those two must not die. Therefore, he instructs Ole to listen carefully and carry out the punishment of sending assassins instead of cadets. Ole comments that it's a game orchestrated by Sister Yona, targeting the lives of those two. Jin Runcandle wonders if Ole is trying to interfere in Sister Yona's game, questioning why he's choosing such an inconvenient method unless even the Nameless King can't control Sister Yona. He reflects on what Yona represents for the Nameless. Meanwhile, he explains that the assassins will come a total of 3 times, and the 3 of them must stick together and locate the center of the city. He emphasizes that if they do that, he'll be able to live for a day. He then states that once morning comes, he must do whatever he can to get those 2 out of the city. He clarifies that only he should stay and asks if his life is on the line for this game. Ole inquires if there is a reward he desires, and he responds by requesting 1,000 poison antidotes. Ole remarks that he's a lunatic. Even if Sir Chiron Runcandle himself asked for that, he wouldn't agree. However, Ole agrees that much is worth his life, but emphasizes that he must ensure the survival of those 2. Jin Runcandle assures that he'll fulfill that promise. Ole adds one last piece of advice. There is no one they can't kill if they put their minds to it, but they shouldn't be careless in using their skills. He explains that powerful weapons are scarier when they are kept in hand, and carelessly swinging a weapon around will inevitably have consequences. He questions why Jin Runcandle mentioned Sister Yona if he knows this well. Jin Runcandle wonders if Ole didn't know about the relationship between Yona and them. He questions if Ole genuinely wanted to know when he asked about Yona. Jin Runcandle regrets letting his emotions get the better of him and threatening Ole without knowing these details, feeling ashamed of his behavior. Ole agrees, saying that's a great answer, and then mentions he'll see Jin Runcandle in 3 days before disappearing. Jin Runcandle realizes that Ole ran away and looks at Dante Heron and Veridin Zippel, deciding to send them back. He apologizes but states that he has no reason to follow Ole's instructions. Jin Runcandle tells them to listen carefully, stating that from today onwards, real assassins will come instead of cadets, and they have to be on their toes. Dante Heron remarks that even though the enemy's level has gone up, he doesn't see anything yet and asks why they are moving so urgently. Veridin Zippel agrees, noting that it has just become night. Jin explains that when they faced the cadets, he could feel their presence right after the sunset. However, as soon as it became dark, a dagger came flying, but now he couldn't feel anything. He reflects that it's not that he can't feel anything at all. Rather, he can't sense their presence but feels the sensation of being chased by a hunter. He realizes that he was aware there's a difference between cadets and assassins, but this is on a completely different level. Meanwhile, Sister Yona notes that, as expected, the youngest is already moving while she sits at Ole's shoulder. He remarks about sending an advanced assassin right off the bat, questioning if she is really trying to kill her little brother. She denies this, and he explains that her little brother is sharp, so he's already running away. However, once the attacks start, he'll die without being able to do anything. He considers that if that happens, the two behind him will also die. She disagrees, saying that won't happen. The youngest's mind's eye is half open. He asks what she means, pondering what the mind's eye is, especially at such a young age. She elaborates, explaining that even now, it might seem like he's moving based on his gut, but it's different. He definitely feels something, at least faintly. During these past few days, his mind's eye has started to open even more. She expresses pride in him. He reflects on how it's the first time he sees Yona show this kind of reaction and asks if the youngest's name is Jin Runcandle. On the other side, Jin Runcandle considers that maybe someone is trying to expect something from him while he's running. An explosion happens in front of him, and he commands everyone to stop, grabbing Dante Heron and Veridin Zippel and pushing them back. Veridin Zippel praises him and asks why they stopped all of a sudden, just as nameless cadets attack them. One of the cadets attacks with a dagger, but Jin Runcandle blocks the attack, causing the cadet to wonder if Jin sensed his presence. Veridin Zippel uses his ice magic to freeze the cadet, and Dante Heron compliments his work. Veridin Zippel agrees, saying they'll lay him down like this. However, Jin Runcandle interrupts, saying they don't have time for that. A nameless cadet breaks through the ice cover and takes out his blades. Veridin Zippel asks what's going on, and Jin Runcandle explains that if they prolong the fight, the assassins waiting to ambush them will also join in, and they won't have time to deal with each other one by one. Dante Heron says he got it and instructs them to run and head to the destination. Veridin Zippel laughs, remarking that the nameless is nothing significant, and he's an assassin, yet he can't even catch him. Jin Runcandle finds this strange, wondering why Veridin isn't closing the gap and is keeping his distance. He considers if it's because a nameless cadet attacks Jin Runcandle, but Veridin Zippel quickly counterattacks and pushes the cadet away. Jin Runcandle calls out to him, and Veridin Zippel replies, asking how he was supposed to know this was going to happen. Jin tells him to stop babbling and get ready, using the strongest magic he can. Veridin Zippel agrees, saying he'll buy him 10 minutes and that he needs to focus a bit to prepare for this. He then uses the heavenly annihilating Jade Flame Demon, first formation. The nameless cadet thinks about the vast magic power, considering it dangerous. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle thinks about the Ring of Erupting Flames massacre, realizing that Veridin Zippel has learned it. He reflects on the former head of the Zippel clan, who earned the title of Empress of Magic over 200 years ago. This magic, known as the Ring of Erupting Flames massacre, was used just once in her life by Lial Zippel. A nameless cadet attacks Veridin Zippel, prompting him to call for Jin Runcandle's help. Jin quickly steps in between and blocks the attack. He considers that it's just one cadet attacking, so there must be more coming. He then calls Dante Heron, who uses the Heron's secret technique, Imperial Sword Dragon Blade Armor, to attack the nameless cadets. Jin Runcandle reflects that not only Dante Heron, but also Veridin Zippel has grown tremendously. He wonders if it's really possible for Veridin to control such an enormous amount of mana at his age. He wonders if he will really be able to use the secret magic passed down as legend. Meanwhile, Veridin Zippel admits his mistake, thinking he messed up, and raises his axe high in the air. The nameless cadets look at him as he prepares to use his fire attack. Jin Runcandle instructs Dante Heron to run and tells him he'll hold back the assassins, urging him to grab Veridin and run. Dante quickly follows his instructions, putting Veridin Zippel on his shoulder and running fast. Veridin apologizes to Jin, explaining that it's been a while since he last used it, so he must have gotten confused. He coughs up blood, admitting that he messed up and can feel the mana overload coming. Jin Runcandle tells him to close his mouth and stop spitting blood everywhere. He then instructs Dante Heron to keep running to the place he told him about. Dante acknowledges this, and the nameless cadet orders his comrades not to lose them, stating that they must catch them even if it means risking death. He warns that if they let those scoundrels escape tonight, Yona will train them herself. After a while, Ole asks what's wrong when Yona seems lost in thought. She asks if he helped them, finding it strange, and questions how they could have possibly known to run to the safe zone. Dante Heron considers the Samel City Center a place where particular benefactors and the families of the nameless assassins live. He notes that it's true the assassins really stopped attacking. He thinks that unless there's an enemy invasion or an equivalent emergency, the nameless assassins, no matter what happens, will follow the tradition of not using weapons there. Veridin Zippel asks how Dante knew about this and wonders if it was like a test. Jin Runcandle explains that it was something like that, and Veridin Zippel replies that it just doesn't make sense. Yona points out that if someone hadn't told them, then how would they have known about that? Ole laughs and asks what she is talking about, dismissing her concerns. He then asks if Jin has finished writing his letter of reflection about destroying. She laughs and accuses him of lying through his teeth, stating that he's the one who broke his promise first. She covers her face and declares that next, she'll go now. He considers Ole, the king of Nameless, the best assassin organization to him. Yona is more than a daughter to him. She possesses incredible talent no other assassin can come close to. He recalls that she was given various nicknames, such as the one who was born to be an assassin and the second coming of the god of murder. This is what the small minority of witnesses have said about the dormant thing inside her, a blade stained with chaos. Sister Yona reiterates that she will personally fight them, as he has broken their promise, and he must not interfere. Ole replies that he understands. He thinks there's nothing he can do now. He can't stop Yona anymore. He just needs to hope that Jin Runcandle is able to get Dante Heron and Veridin Zippel, the interim patriarchs, out of here. She points out to Ole that it's almost night, and it's time for the two people with her brother to die, suggesting that he come with her. He thinks he's clever, so he will follow her order because he understands the severity of the situation. He feels bad that he has to deal with Yona, but there's no other choice. He agrees and thinks Yona might be merciful since she likes the youngest. Maybe he could have stopped all this from happening to begin with if he had listened to what he said. They both come out onto the terrace and look into another house window. Jin Runcandle stands there while Veridin Zippel falls to the ground after drinking a healing potion. Jin Runcandle wonders why they are still sleeping. She laughs and says they are all gathered so nicely that she can kill them easily. Ole interrupts, telling her to hold on and wait. He questions how they dare chat and giggle with the youngest in front of him when he hasn't even talked to him yet. He declares that she's going to kill them. She tells him to stop interfering, and he asks what she means. She clarifies that he should stop pretending not to know because it's shining through the window. The thing the youngest is holding right now is the silver dragon's claw. Jin Runcandle wonders why there aren't any reactions to this. He expected the killers to say something after seeing this. No matter how many times he experiences this, it gives him goosebumps. They are in the same space, but he can't feel anything. Yona and Ole arrive there, and he greets Yona as older sister Yona and greets the 85th Nameless King for the first time. Ole thinks that Jin Runcandle is clever and acknowledges that he catches on quickly to be able to recognize him. Ole also remarks that it seems like Jin knew they were going to be there and that he fed his friends sleeping medicine. Jin Runcandle affirms that it wouldn't be great for them to know too much, to which he replies that he'll get straight to the point and asks where Jin got the silver dragon's claw. Jin Runcandle explains that he received it as a gift from a silver dragon he came to know during his travels. Since he was holding it up and waiting, it seems like he knows how it's used. He adds that if he shows that to a nameless killer, regardless of the situation, he can survive. Yona agrees, stating that according to their ways, there is no one they can't kill. Ol calls her over, and she gives him a signal. He quickly confirms that if Jin hands that to them, they can guarantee his life. Jin Runcandle says that before he hands it over, there's something he would like to ask. Ol inquires about it and expresses curiosity about why real killers were pursuing Jin instead of cadets. Jin Runcandle asks if Sister Yona is wary of him because he's a Runcandle. She denies it, but Ol stops her and explains. He thinks that this unbelievable scoundrel told him to keep the fact that he helped him a secret from Sister Yona. Ol explains that, honestly, he and Yona made a bet, and he bet that his friends would survive while Yona bet the opposite. Thanks to him, he won the bet. He thinks that not telling him this isn't for his sake and states that from today onwards, there will not be any killers going after him. All nameless killers, including Yona and himself, will not harm the three of them. He assures that this promise will be kept for the next 10 years, and as long as his family does not attack them, this decision can't be reversed. Jin Runcandle reflects that 10 years is a huge relief, as a variable has disappeared, and he doesn't need to worry about the nameless coming after him while he's at war with his siblings. Additionally, Ol mentions that since he obtained the Silver Dragon's Claw, he will give Jin Runcandle a reward. Jin Runcandle thanked him and said they'd discuss what he would like as his reward later. Ol adds that right now, there is surely a lot to talk about between the two siblings. He notes that it's the first time they have met since he arrived in Samel and encourages Jin to talk as much as he wants about that. She looks at him and calls him youngest, greeting him. In a room, several masked men are gathered. One of them mentions that a Runcandle reserve flag bearer is with the interim patriarchs of the Zippel and Heron families, and he's sure Sir Joshua Runcandle didn't expect this turn of events. Their leader acknowledges this as good news and speculates that there is something between Miss Yona and that reverse flag bearer. Since they have gained an understanding of the situation, they'll soon have lots of evidence. He continues, mentioning that the number of assassins of the reverse flag bearer is increasing, and the reason for that is unknown. However, they can say that it's due to high-level training. Their leader emphasizes that they can't kill the reverse flag bearer yet, so everyone must be careful. Another person arrives and confirms that they understand. Meanwhile, Sister Yona laughs and tells the youngest that she has no intention of actually fighting him and that she wants to help him grow. Jin Runcandle asks if she sent dozens of killers after him, and she clarifies that it wasn't her intention. She acknowledges that Veridin Zippel and Dante Heron are with him, asking if he has come to think of who they are. She remarks that it's unique for a Runcandle to associate himself with a Zippel and a Heron. Jin asks if she feels regret that she couldn't kill them, and she admits that the Silver Dragon's Claw is more important. He suggests that she will probably report the fact that he was with them to the family. She questions why she would do that, pointing out that it might lead to his death or injury. Jin asks if that isn't her motive, stating that if it hadn't been what she meant to do, she wouldn't have methodically sent those killers. He asks her again why did she do it, and she says she just wanted to play with him. He questions if she treats him like a toy, and she denies it. He asks if her elder sister told her to do that, and she starts crying, saying no, that's not what she meant to do. He thinks about her reaction and wonders if she really just wanted to play with him. He asks why she is crying, and she responds that she doesn't know, it's just coming out. He asks if she isn't the best killer, and he's sure she would have been trained to suppress her emotions. She explains that she didn't receive anything like that. When she first came to Nameless, her mother told them that she could kill people well without doing that. He asks if she did kill people before she came to Nameless. He considers that she was probably sent here when she was around 12 years old, while she explains that at 8, perhaps while at the Storm Castle, she killed one of her cousins who was annoying her. She mentions that afterwards, her nanny, who was in charge of her education, disappeared. During her time at the Storm Castle and the main estate, her brothers and sisters were present, but she was forbidden from eating with them or participating in cadet training. She believed initially that she was being punished for killing her cousin, but she was mistaken. Instead, she received missions here and was tasked with killing people. He reflects that she was born with a talent for killing, and he believes that father removed people from Sister Yona's vicinity to prevent his other children from dying prematurely. She laughs and expresses happiness that she can converse with the youngest like this. She also mentions that she doesn't care where she's sent, but finds it unfortunate that she can no longer see her siblings. He contemplates that she truly isn't normal and may not feel any guilt from killing someone, but that doesn't imply she lacks other emotions. He considers it was a choice that had to be made at the time to protect the other young children, although it was truly a difficult decision to mold his daughter in such a way. She asks if he hates her too, the youngest, and he denies it, asking if she never found this treatment unfair. She questions what he means, and he explains that she was treated as a killing doll since she was young. She inquires if that is bad, and he confirms it, upon which she taps his forehead, remarking that she understands the youngest hasn't killed anyone yet, and even refrained from doing so purposely during fights. She acknowledges that she was simply born like this and asks what she can do. He responds, suggesting she acknowledges that she was born that way, an elder sister, assuming she might be a contractor. She declines, and he inquires what it is that she possesses. She responds that he doesn't need to know and mentions that he has secrets, too. He considers if she is talking about shadow energy and then expresses wariness about the power within her. She clarifies that something inside her is scared of him, and from the first moment she sees him, it keeps urging her to kill him. She mentions that he's leaving her speechless in multiple ways and suggests he think of it as her liking him so much that she's going against her instincts, hoping he will reciprocate those feelings. He notes that they don't have any fond memories between them yet and asks if he should threaten her, saying he'll pressure her by stating that if she doesn't like him, he'll kill her, which would typically make people distance themselves from her. She then asks if she should give him the elixir of 10,000 poisons, suggesting it's the only reason her siblings came to find her and why he came here. She says she doesn't need something like that, so he should take it. He responds no, even if she gives him the elixir of 10,000 poisons, he won't change. She asks then what he wants her to do and what she needs to do for him to like her, and for her to finally be close to her family. He suggests that the moonlight in Samel is very bright and proposes they take a walk, mentioning that a bond is formed through conversation, and he raises his hand in front of her. She agrees and grabs his hand while he thinks he needs time to think about how he should treat this clueless and pitiful elder sister of his. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle walks with Yoner Runcandle down the street and remarks that there's nobody around. She replies that it's because they were supposed to have fun together, so she arranged for the area to be off limits. She points to the side and says there's a place she likes over there. She asks if he wants to go. She mentions that it's a place where visitors are usually prohibited from entering. He agrees, saying okay, let's go. She says they are nearly there. They just have to head up from here. He asks what's up there. She replies that there are flowers and a cliff. He remarks it makes him feel a little dizzy. She asks if he thinks she would push him or something, questioning why he has such pointless fears, adding that there's no way he would die from a little fall like that anyway. He laughs and says she was just joking. After a while, on top of the cliff, he notices a green flower and asks if they are green roses. She confirms, explaining that while green roses are usually treated like weeds, bathed in moonlight, they appear quite beautiful and are her favorite flowers. She adds that they don't die if stepped on or left without water, and even if they do die, another one grows in their place very quickly. She picks a flower and offers it to him as a present. He recalls that this is not the first time he has been given green roses as a gift. A few times in his current life, and though he had forgotten, there were instances in his past life when someone had left green roses in his room in bunches, even when his siblings harassed him. She asks if he can forgive her, noting that he did not die, and he also opens his mind's eye. He reflects that even when he was chased out of the Garden of Swords, whenever he faced hardship, a green rose would somehow appear in his coat pocket, symbolizing a bond she had already forged. He takes the flower and remarks that it seems like a genuine present. She agrees, saying she only gives it to people she particularly likes. He asks how she has been until now and assures her that he will listen to all the things she has not been able to say. Surprised by his words, she responds with an okay. She asks if he really tried to kill the leader of the Nameless. He confirms, saying it was when he was about 14. After being reprimanded by Ol, he had to write a letter of reflection in solitary confinement. She reveals she tried 2 more times after that but failed. He questions if it was just because he told her off. She admits she failed back then, but now she probably wouldn't. He acknowledges her capability, noting it is expected of her to challenge the king of assassins. She then asks who the silver dragon that gave him their claw is, and if he is close to them. He confirms they are. She declares she plans to kill them and put their claws to good use. He pleads with her to spare his friends, suggesting they could be her friends as well. She laughs, saying she was joking, and notes that he really doesn't fear her. She adds that aside from conversations with Ole and their father, this is the first time she has felt so comfortable talking to someone. He says he thinks she would make a better flower shop owner than an assassin. She inquires about the flower shop idea. He suggests that if she starts studying flowers now and sets up a shop on his land, he will visit often. She says that does not sound bad. He adds that, of course, she cannot kill her customers. Then, he mentions he is heading to meet the leader of the Nameless. She asks where he is going and threatens to kill him if he leaves. He tells her to stop it. She remembers she has a mission today as well and says she will be going then. She tells him to take his time heading down, then jumps off the cliff, saying she will see him later. After a while, Sir Ole stands smoking on the roof and remarks that Jin Runcandle has arrived, noting he must have been talking with Yona all night despite knowing he was waiting. Jin Runcandle stands behind him and apologizes for being late. Ole crushes his cigarette and mentions he had already prepared what Jin had asked for before their confrontation began, despite Jin not following his command. He adds that the next heads of the two clans are still alive, and he even acquired a silver claw. Since everything worked out in the end, he will listen to Jin's request. Jin Runcandle remarks that he did not know he liked to show off. He admits that sometimes he crosses the line and asks if he is getting arrogant just because he became friends with Yona. Jin Runcandle responds that no, he wanted to become friends with Ole as well, believing that both of them want the same thing. He mentions that he can delay Yona's return to the family for at most 5 years and promises to provide a justification to the clan. Ole asks if he can take responsibility for those words, referring to himself as a mere provisional flag bearer. Jin Runcandle assures him that he can, stating that he can, of course. Ole asks why Jin Runcandle is doing this. Jin Runcandle explains that a flower shop would suit his sister better. He continues, stating that a person full of emotions doesn't make a good assassin. She's only more talented than others at killing. If his sister returns to the family now, she'll only be used as a tool. Instead, he believes it would be better if she spends time with someone who understands her and opens up a flower shop after retiring, as that would suit her more. He says he wants his sister to be happy. Sir Ole responds that it's fine, acknowledging that he has already deceived him twice, so he must have some plan to make it happen. He asks what he wants. Jin Runcandle says he wants Ole to help him just once when needed, not as Jin Runcandle, but as Jin Grey, as he will be leaving Samel. He bows down and adds that he will take Baradin and Dante with him so Ole won't have anything to worry about after today. Sir Ole tells him to hurry up and get lost. The scene shifts to 1 week later. Kashmir follows Khan to a secret place and thinks this place resembles the Black Sea. Though chaotic, the surroundings seem strangely subdued, as if someone has cleaned up. Khan announces they have arrived. Kashmir looks around at everyone and asks what this is. Talaris and Dorma asks why the married man has come. She considers Kashmir and even the leader of the Nameless. With those two here, she can't talk about the children's marriage. Sir Ole ponders the hidden palace and even the ghost blade. With those two here, he can't talk about Jin and Yona. Kashmir speculates that Talaris must be here to discuss the marriage proposal and wonders about the identity of the other person. Chiron Runcandle suggests they all sit down, mentioning that he was the one who called Kashmir here, but unfortunately, things have taken this turn. He adds that Talaris, the uninvited guest, is not the ghost blade, but she and Ole. They all take their seats. Kashmir reflects on Ole, concluding that he must be Ole of the Nameless, and wonders what happened between him and young Master Jin. Additionally, he considers that it has not been long since young Master Jin left for Samel. Could something have happened between them? Sir Ole remarks that it appears he was delayed. Chiron Runcandle explains that he invited him to discuss matters over a drink, but they will proceed once the other two have departed, hoping he understands. Kashmir acknowledges this. He then asks about the well-being of the youngest. Kashmir explains that young Master Jin departed for Samel before heading here. seeking training against poison and assassins. Talaris and Dorma wonders why the young man keeps venturing into perilous places, considering the consequences for her daughter if anything were to happen to him. Sir Ol admits that he came to discuss something related to that matter, but it's not suitable to discuss it in the presence of the Ghostblade and the master of the Hidden Palace. Chiron Runcandle urges him to speak freely, noting that the master of the Hidden Palace is one of his trusted companions, and the Ghostblade is discreet, so there should be no issue. Sir Ol agrees, saying, "Alright, then." After a moment, he remarks on the silver dragon's claw, finding it amusing, unsurprised by his lack of anticipation. Chiron Runcandle inquires about the request from the youngest. Ol explains that he requested the erasure of any record of his visit, specifying that nobody, whether citizens of the Empire, nameless cadets, or assassins, should remember anything about Jin Grey or Jin Runcandle. The scene shifts to a flashback where assassins attack soldiers to kill them. A soldier asks where the attacks are coming from. The captain instructs them not to falter, dismissing the assassins as mere threats, and orders everyone to hold their positions. Suddenly, someone attacks the captain and kills him. Another soldier questions their actions, wondering if the Nameless is not afraid of retaliation from the Runcandles. He responds that he doesn't know why they are attacking, but acknowledges they are soldiers serving under the next head of the Runcandle. An assassin then attacks him and cuts off his head. The scene shifts to the present. Ol asks if they managed to deal with the Guardian Knights who were pursuing the provisional flag bearer. Chiron Runcandle replies that it seemed the youngest noticed them and thus made that request and asked if Ol was actually worried he would be held responsible for it. Ol admits it's a bit embarrassing, but yes, they had to deal with not just one or two knights after all. He responds, understanding that eliminating opposition was necessary, and assures Ol not to worry, saying it would have been acceptable even if he had to kill several hundred. Ol thanks him for easing his heart and wonders if he feels like praising him. However, Ol adds that there's still one more thing he needs to tell him. Chiron asks what it is, prompting Ol to ask him to look at a paper he hands over. He explains that it's something the provisional flag bearer left behind before departing, emphasizing that it shouldn't be revealed to Ghostblade or the master of the Hidden Palace. Chiron Runcandle is surprised to see it. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle enters the room and sees Baradin and Dante sleeping peacefully. He remarks on their tranquil slumber, noting that he came to retrieve his sword before meeting the leader of the Nameless. He wonders if he miscalculated the dosage of the sleeping medicine. However, he decides to let them rest, acknowledging the hardships they've endured since their arrival. To his surprise, he discovers a letter and a tube in his pocket. He expresses disbelief and then begins to read the letter. It addresses him as Jin, from his youngest sister. She explains that the tube contains the 1,000 poison antidote. If he drinks it and fully awakens his mind's eye, she believes there won't be a single assassin capable of killing him alone, a feat even she would find challenging. She laments that if he achieves such prowess, she won't be able to surprise him with gifts like this anymore. Nevertheless, she wishes him well, encourages him to stay healthy, and wishes him a happy birthday, signing off as his loving sister. He realizes it's his birthday and acknowledges that he had forgotten about it while being preoccupied. He decides that he will also give his sister a present. Considering Yona's gift of the 1,000 poison antidote, he plans to leverage it as an excuse to negotiate with his father. Believing that the antidote is of comparable value, he hopes it will suffice to request a delay in Yona's return. Although he views this approach as extreme, he believes he has upheld his end of the bargain and expects his sister to do the same. Meanwhile, Chiron Runcandle inquires whether this is truly the case. Ol affirms that yes, if Yona truly desires to remain hidden, it is difficult to locate her, even for him, and in an instant, it is discovered. In addition to this, there have been a few more occasions where he has been made a fool of. Chiron Runcandle laughs loudly and remarks that someone like himself, by that rookie, and it is not as if Yona planned that either. He expresses his wish that it was so. Chiron Runcandle mentions that not only him, it has happened to him as well, and he will send him an official invitation. So come visit the Garden of Swords soon, and they will discuss this again. He acknowledges the message. Chiron Runcandle then addresses Kashmir, expressing curiosity about what he has come here to say. Kashmir confirms that, yes, it is about the death of the Grand Magician Kiddard Hall, which occurred some time ago, and he has come to inform him that the event was the work of young Master Jin. Chiron Runcandle asserts that he sees uninvited guests and requests that they take their leave, as he needs to have a drink with the ghost blade and hold a jar. Ol acknowledges that he will then take his leave. Talaris and Dorma interjects, stating that she can stay as she already knows everything there is to know. Chiron Runcandle insists that she leave as well. She retorts, urging him to reconsider, as she will spread rumors about what powers his son uses. He instructs her to stop talking nonsense and leave. On the other side, Jin Runcandle commands them to stop talking nonsense and leave. Baraden Zipful and Dante refuse. He implores them, asking if they are not tired of this. Baraden Zipful responds that finding him was a pain, and they went through even more pain after finding him, so if he has a conscience, he should stay with them for a few more days. Dante agrees, stating that he is right. Jin Runcandle concedes, saying they should do as they want. Jin Runcandle asks them why they, not being the heirs of their clans, are wasting time here when they cannot afford to lose even a day. Baraden Zipful explains that it is precisely because of that. Once he becomes the patriarch, he will be so busy that they will no longer be able to meet. Moreover, their clans will be at each other's throats, which will make it impossible. Jin Runcandle questions why Baraden Zipful isn't worried about becoming the patriarch first. Baraden Zipful assures him there is no need to worry. His position is so strong that he will become the patriarch no matter what he does. He adds that Dante Heron is personally supported by his grandfather, the head of the Heron clan. Dante Heron takes a sip of his drink and confirms this. Jin Runcandle remarks that, unlike the two of them, he unfortunately has places to be. Dante Heron acknowledges that he is correct and mentions that he killed Kiddard Hall a couple of months ago. He responds by saying that he wonders because he claimed it was not him. Baraden Zipful asks why he is setting boundaries again, to which he replies by questioning whether he has considered that he might be too pushy. Baraden Zipful inquires if he plans to continue being this mean, and Jin Runcandle notes that once he becomes a flag bearer, they won't see each other much. Dante Heron concurs, adding that, as he said, once they become the patriarchs of their clans, they won't be able to meet, especially him. Baraden Zipful suggests that they should have fun together before that happens and mentions that he needs a reputation to become a flag bearer. Since he did not kill Kiddard Hall, it is unfortunate, so they should wander around together. He suggests that they will help him build his reputation. Dante Heron proposes that they help other people. Baraden Zipful agrees, suggesting they catch some infamous villains like the Mammoth Kings, Mad Jack Glow in western Vermont, and the remnants of the Dark Magic Association. He further suggests maybe seeking out the Vanquilin Knight of Destruction, although that is far away, as well as the Orange Tiger Tribe. Jin Runcandle asks if he wants the three of them to go on an adventure and tells him to stop talking nonsense while taking a sip of his drink. Baraden Zipful enthusiastically agrees and proposes that they indeed go on an adventure as friends. Jin Runcandle dismisses the idea as absurd. The next morning, he wakes up in his bed, looks around, and wonders where he is, noting that he doesn't remember falling asleep. He recalls that they were definitely coerced by Baraden Zipful into drinking and being rowdy. When he exits his room, he sees both of them sleeping on the couch. Jin Runcandle tells them to go to Vermont, please, and thinks about how he then threw them into a transfer gate. He remembers up to the point where he returned to Tikkun and wonders what happened and why his body feels strangely refreshed. Miss Inia arrives and says he has finally woken up. She addresses him as a young master and asks how he feels and if he absorbed the 1,000 poison antidote properly. Jin Runcandle asks what she means by the 1,000 poison antidote and if he fainted after drinking it. Miss Inia confirms this and says she truly thought he had died. She explains that after fainting, his body would darken and then return to normal every few minutes, adding that even in that state, he looked cool. Lady Quincantle enters the room and remarks that he is finally up, startling Miss Inia. Jin Runcandle asks how long he was unconscious. She replies that he was in bed for 5 days straight, and that normally, after drinking the 1,000 poison antidote, he would need at least a month to recover. She says it seems he woke up earlier than expected, thanks to the Runcandle's blessed body. He replies that he is glad to have woken up sooner, and she suggests he think of it as having gotten some rest. He asked if anything had happened while he was asleep. She responds that nothing much occurred except that Kashmira Alfrian returned after he had left. Miss Inia mentions that Gilly left for a while due to an urgent call from the clan, and this morning, she took the transfer gate to the Runcandle clan. He asks for clarification about the clan. Miss Inia reassures him that Gilly said she would be back soon, so it shouldn't be anything major. She then says she will inform others that he is awake and leaves the room. After a while, Jin Runcandle sits with Mirakin and Lady Quincantle. He says they want him to drink this. Mirakin responds that it's nothing strange, just a celebration for waking up healthy, so he should hurry and drink. Jin Runcandle looks at his bowl, grabs it, and drinks it. He asks what it is. Mirakin asks what he thinks of it. Jin Runcandle says it feels a bit hot, but that's about it, then asks what it was. Mirakin explains that it was just some poison that Jet Scoundrel got from the black market. A deadly poison that will instantly kill anyone below 7 stars with just a sip. Jin Runcandle questions why Mirakin is giving this to someone who just woke up. Lady Quincantle says that Mirakin played a stupid prank, but it's clear that the 1000 poison antidote has been absorbed by his body quite well. She congratulates him, saying that there is no poison in this world that can instantly kill him, and adds that it's time for him to keep his promise. Jin Runcandle confirms this, stating that in return for receiving his clan, he agrees to help Miss Inia with her training. She acknowledges this, noting that while Miss Inia is training hard, she has only been taught theory and lacks practical experience. She explains that someday, Miss Inia will need to subdue her opponent, but she currently has too little experience to be prepared for that. He asks if it is really necessary for Miss Inia to do that. She questions what he is talking about, reminding him that everyone here is his companion. She adds that when he fights his siblings in the future, they will be fighting alongside him. She asks if he thinks Miss Inia won't need to fight at that time. Jin Runcandle reflects that while it might sound like she is scolding him, this is probably directed at Miss Inia as well. Jin Runcandle says Miss Inia must grow stronger so he can truly call her his companion. He reassures her not to worry, as he has decided on his next destination. He plans to refine his overload magic by fighting against mages and thinks it would be beneficial to take Miss Inia with him. At that moment, Miss Inia enters the room again. She remarks on being alone with young Master Jin Runcandle and asks if this isn't just a date. She adds that she won't go as far as telling him to act with dignity, but warns him not to cross the line. Meanwhile, in the Garden of Swords, Chiron Runcandle remarks that he heard something interesting happen in Samel. He tells Joshua Runcandle to speak up if he has something to say for himself. Joshua remains silent, so he says he'll ask once more. He points out that because of Joshua, Sister Yona's return has been delayed and asks what he has to say about this while removing his metal gloves. Joshua responds that he only acted in the clan's best interests. Chiron slaps him and demands that he stand up straight. Joshua Runcandle places his hand on the table and stands up straight again. Chiron Runcandle slaps him once more, causing him to start bleeding. Ole and Gilly, who are standing nearby, feel bad witnessing this. Chiron Runcandle tells Joshua to take off the black metal armor, declaring that he is not fit to wear it. Joshua, covering his nose to stop the bleeding, quickly removes the armor. Chiron says that for a scoundrel who is the second flag bearer of the family, it's disgraceful to have been defeated by the youngest, who is just a reserve flag bearer. He reminds Joshua that he had warned him and all his siblings about something and asks what it was. Joshua replies that he was told not to touch Sister Yona. Chiron slaps him again, and Joshua falls. Ole looks at him and thinks that this meeting wasn't for Joshua, the interim patriarch, but rather a warning from Sir Chiron Runcandle. He considers that if something like this happens to Sister Yona again, even if Joshua is the interim patriarch, everyone involved will not go unpunished. Chiron Runcandle acknowledges that he knows Joshua did not intend to go against his orders. That's why the armor his mother gave him 17 years ago remains unblemished. He warns Joshua to heed his words and tells him that on the day he summons him at the Black Sea, he will strip him of his flag-bearer rank. Then, he instructs Joshua to leave. One of the guards helps Joshua to exit, where Anne Runcandle stands and laughs at him. Joshua becomes frustrated and screams in response. Meanwhile, Chiron Runcandle calls Gilly and asks how the youngest is doing. She confirms that he is doing well, mentioning that he left Samel not too long ago after drinking the elixir of 10,000 poisons that he obtained there and is currently resting. Chiron instructs her to give something to the youngest and ensure she relays what happened today to him. As he moves towards her black armor, she becomes surprised. He explains that this is why he called her here. She bows in front of him and says she will tell the youngest flag bearer everything for the sake of Runcandle and the sake of the young master. After a while, Jin Runcandle asks if the nameless king was there too and notes that, more importantly, father personally punished Joshua Runcandle. Gilly confirms this, describing the punishment as violent yet refreshing. She mentions that the last hit was an uppercut and marvels at how incredible it was, adding that young Master Joshua will be self-reflecting for a while. She also notes that he obtained the black metal armor. Jin Runcandle reflects on the fact that 30 years ago, the legendary blacksmith Picon Minch created this unmatched armor. It's considered a war trophy that Uncle Zed brought back from his victory against Zippel's 5th magic tower. Jin Runcandle then clarifies that this is Joshua's homework. Gilly asks what he means by homework, and he explains that he wishes for Joshua to be different from Joshua Runcandle. As a reserve flag bearer, Joshua needs to return with this armor, almost destroyed from fighting against strong opponents. He states that it wasn't just a warning to Joshua, but also to Sir Ol. He emphasizes not using Sister Yona as a bargaining chip again. If he is unsatisfied, he can remove the interim patriarch. However, a nameless individual can destroy them anytime. He adds that he believes he is also included in this warning. Gilly is shocked and remarks that everything the patriarch does has a purpose. He then questions the reason for going this far, wondering if it's out of pity for his unfortunate daughter and speculating that she likely has secrets he's aware of. He contemplates whether Sister Yona is hiding more than she lets on. Gilly adds that she heard he has decided on their next destination. He confirms this, explaining that they plan to go to a place with magical properties and eradicate rebels from the Dark Magic Association. She inquires about the rebels from the Dark Magic Association and the group she heard had been subjugated 200 years ago. He confirms this and explains that although the group doesn't have many members, it still exists. He adds that Mycenae will assist them, providing him with an opportunity to test out counter-flow type magic. However, the location is in the southern region of Bement. Mycenae and Jin Runcandle head there, and she changes her appearance. She remarks that this place brings back old memories, and she never thought she would return to Bement. She then asks what she should do now, young master. He quickly grabs her and takes her to another street. She apologizes and questions why he is acting this way all of a sudden. He reminds her of the reason they came here. She confirms that she remembers. He then asks her to refrain from using his real name, and if she understands that, she becomes frightened, sits down, and confirms her understanding when he calls her again.
Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle walks with Yona Runcandle down the street and remarks that there's nobody around. She replies that it's because they were supposed to have fun together, so she arranged for the area to be off limits. She points to the side and says there's a place she likes over there. She asks if he wants to go. She mentions that it's a place where visitors are usually prohibited from entering. He agrees, saying, "Okay, let's go." She says they are nearly there. They just have to head up from here. He asks what's up there. She replies that there are flowers and a cliff. He remarks it makes him feel a little dizzy. She asks if he thinks she would push him or something, questioning why he has such pointless fears, adding that there's no way he would die from a little fall like that anyway. He laughs and says she was just joking. After a while, on top of the cliff, he notices a green flower and asks if they are green roses. She confirms, explaining that while green roses are usually treated like weeds, bathed in moonlight, they appear quite beautiful and are her favorite flowers. She adds that they don't die if stepped on or left without water, and even if they do die, another one grows in their place very quickly. She picks a flower and offers it to him as a present. He recalls that this is not the first time he has been given green roses as a gift. A few times in his current life, and though he had forgotten, there were instances in his past life when someone had left green roses in his room in bunches, even when his siblings harassed him. She asks if he can forgive her, noting that he did not die, and he also opens his mind's eye. He reflects that even when he was chased out of the Garden of Swords, whenever he faced hardship, a green rose would somehow appear in his coat pocket, symbolizing a bond she had already forged. He takes the flower and remarks that it seems like a genuine present. She agrees, saying she only gives it to people she particularly likes. He asks how she has been until now, and assures her that he will listen to all the things she has not been able to say. Surprised by his words, she responds with an okay. She asks if he really tried to kill the leader of the Nameless. He confirms, saying it was when he was about 14. After being reprimanded by Owl, he had to write a letter of reflection in solitary confinement. She reveals she tried 2 more times after that but failed. He questions if it was just because he told her off. She admits she failed back then, but now she probably wouldn't. He acknowledges her capability, noting it is expected of her to challenge the king of assassins. She then asks who the silver dragon that gave him their claw is and if he is close to them. He confirms they are. She declares she plans to kill them and put their claws to good use. He pleads with her to spare his friends, suggesting they could be her friends as well. She laughs, saying she was joking, and notes that he really doesn't fear her. She adds that aside from conversations with Owl and their father, this is the first time she has felt so comfortable talking to someone. He says he thinks she would make a better flower shop owner than an assassin. She inquires about the flower shop idea. He suggests that if she starts studying flowers now and sets up a shop on his land, he will visit often. She says that does not sound bad. He adds that, of course, she cannot kill her customers. Then he mentions he is heading to meet the leader of the Nameless. She asks where he is going and threatens to kill him if he leaves. He tells her to stop it. She remembers she has a mission today as well and says she will be going then. She tells him to take his time heading down, then jumps off the cliff, saying she will see him later. After a while, Sir Owl stands smoking on the roof and remarks that Jin Runcandle has arrived, noting he must have been talking with Yona all night despite knowing he was waiting. Jin Runcandle stands behind him and apologizes for being late. Owl crushes his cigarette and mentions he had already prepared what Jin had asked for before their confrontation began, despite Jin not following his command. He adds that the next heads of the 2 clans are still alive, and he even acquired a silver claw. Since everything worked out in the end, he will listen to Jin's request. Jin Runcandle remarks that he did not know he liked to show off. He admits that sometimes he crosses the line and asks if he is getting arrogant just because he became friends with Yona. Jin Runcandle responds that no, he wanted to become friends with Owl as well, believing that both of them want the same thing. He mentions that he can delay Yona's return to the family for at most 5 years and promises to provide a justification to the clan. Owl asks if he can take responsibility for those words, referring to himself as a mere provisional flag bearer. Jin Runcandle assures him that he can, stating that he can, of course. Owl asks why Jin Runcandle is doing this. Jin Runcandle explains that a flower shop would suit his sister better. He continues, stating that a person full of emotions doesn't make a good assassin. She's only more talented than others at killing. If his sister returns to the family now, she'll only be used as a tool. Instead, he believes it would be better if she spends time with someone who understands her and opens up a flower shop after retiring, as that would suit her more. He says he wants his sister to be happy. Sir Owl responds that it's fine, acknowledging that he has already deceived him twice, so he must have some plan to make it happen. He asks what he wants. Jin Runcandle says he wants Owl to help him just once when needed, not as Jin Runcandle, but as Jin Grey, as he will be leaving Samel. He bows down and adds that he will take Beradin and Dante with him so Owl won't have anything to worry about after today. Sir Owl tells him to hurry up and get lost. The scene shifts to 1 week later. Kashmir follows Chan to a secret place and thinks this place resembles the Black Sea. Though chaotic, the surroundings seem strangely subdued, as if someone has cleaned up. Khan announces they have arrived. Kashmir looks around at everyone and asks what this is. Talaris Endorma asks why the married man has come. She considers Kashmir and even the leader of the Nameless. With those 2 here, she can't talk about the children's marriage. Sir Owl ponders the hidden palace and even the ghost blade. With those 2 here, he can't talk about Jin and Yona. Kashmir speculates that Talaris must be here to discuss the marriage proposal and wonders about the identity of the other person. Chiron Runcandle suggests they all sit down, mentioning that he was the one who called Kashmir here, but unfortunately, things have taken this turn. He adds that Talaris, the uninvited guest, is not the ghost blade, but she and Owl. They all take their seats. Kashmir reflects on Owl, concluding that he must be Owl of the Nameless and wonders what happened between him and young Master Jin. Additionally, he considers that it has not been long since young Master Jin left for Samel. Could something have happened between them? Sir Owl remarks that it appears he was delayed. Chiron Runcandle explains that he invited him to discuss matters over a drink, but they will proceed once the other 2 have departed, hoping he understands. Kashmir acknowledges this. He then asks about the well-being of the youngest. Kashmir explains that young Master Jin departed for Samel before heading here, seeking training against poison and assassins. Talaris Endorma wonders why the young man keeps venturing into perilous places, considering the consequences for her daughter if anything were to happen to him. Sir Owal admits that he came to discuss something related to that matter, but it's not suitable to discuss it in the presence of the Ghost Blade and the Master of the Hidden Palace. Chiron Runcandle urges him to speak freely, noting that the Master of the Hidden Palace is one of his trusted companions, and the Ghost Blade is discreet, so there should be no issue. Sir Owal agrees, saying, "All right then." After a moment, he remarks on the silver dragon's claw, finding it amusing, unsurprised by his lack of anticipation. Chiron Runcandle inquires about the request from the youngest. Owal explains that he requested the erasure of any record of his visit, specifying that nobody, whether citizens of the Empire, nameless cadets, or assassins, should remember anything about Jin Grey or Jin Runcandle. The scene shifts to a flashback where assassins attack soldiers to kill them. A soldier asks where the attacks are coming from. The captain instructs them not to falter, dismissing the assassins as mere threats, and orders everyone to hold their positions. Suddenly, someone attacks the captain and kills him. Another soldier questions their actions, wondering if the Nameless is not afraid of retaliation from the Runcandles. He responds that he doesn't know why they are attacking, but acknowledges they are soldiers serving under the next head of the Runcandle. An assassin then attacks him and cuts off his head. The scene shifts to the present. Owal asks if they managed to deal with the Guardian Knights who were pursuing the provisional flag bearer. Chiron Runcandle replies that it seemed the youngest noticed them and thus made that request, and asked if Owal was actually worried he would be held responsible for it. Owal admits it's a bit embarrassing, but yes, they had to deal with not just one or two knights after all. He responds, understanding that eliminating opposition was necessary, and assures Owal not to worry, saying it would have been acceptable even if he had to kill several hundred. Owal thanks him for easing his heart and wonders if he feels like praising him. However, Owal adds that there's still one more thing he needs to tell him. Chiron asks what it is, prompting Owal to ask him to look at a paper he hands over. He explains that it's something the provisional flag bearer left behind before departing, emphasizing that it shouldn't be revealed to Ghostblade or the Master of the Hidden Palace. Chiron Runcandle is surprised to see it. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle enters the room and sees Baradin and Dant sleeping peacefully. He remarks on their tranquil slumber, noting that he came to retrieve his sword before meeting the leader of the Nameless. He wonders if he miscalculated the dosage of the sleeping medicine. However, he decides to let them rest, acknowledging the hardships they've endured since their arrival. To his surprise, he discovers a letter and a tube in his pocket. He expresses disbelief and then begins to read the letter. It addresses him as Jin, from his youngest sister. She explains that the tube contains the 1,000 poison antidote. If he drinks it and fully awakens his mind's eye, she believes there won't be a single assassin capable of killing him alone, a feat even she would find challenging. She laments that if he achieves such prowess, she won't be able to surprise him with gifts like this anymore. Nevertheless, she wishes him well, encourages him to stay healthy, and wishes him a happy birthday, signing off as his loving sister. He realizes it's his birthday and acknowledges that he had forgotten about it while being preoccupied. He decides that he will also give his sister a present. Considering Yona's gift of the 1,000 poison antidote, he plans to leverage it as an excuse to negotiate with his father. Believing that the antidote is of comparable value, he hopes it will suffice to request a delay in Yona's return. Although he views this approach as extreme, he believes he has upheld his end of the bargain and expects his sister to do the same. Meanwhile, Chiron Runcandle inquires whether this is truly the case. Owal affirms that yes, if Yona truly desires to remain hidden, it is difficult to locate her even for him, and in an instant it is discovered. In addition to this, there have been a few more occasions where he has been made a fool of. Chiron Runcandle laughs loudly and remarks that someone like himself, by that rookie, and it is not as if Yona planned that either. He expresses his wish that it was so. Chiron Runcandle mentions that not only him, it has happened to him as well, and he will send him an official invitation, so come visit the Garden of Swords soon, and they will discuss this again. He acknowledges the message. Chiron Runcandle then addresses Kashmir, expressing curiosity about what he has come here to say. Kashmir confirms that, yes, it is about the death of the Grand Magician Kidart Hall, which occurred some time ago, and he has come to inform him that the event was the work of young Master Jin. Charon Runcandle asserts that he sees uninvited guests and requests that they take their leave, as he needs to have a drink with the Jost Blade and hold a jar. Owl acknowledges that he will then take his leave. Talaris Endorma interjects, stating that she can stay as she already knows everything there is to know. Charon Runcandle insists that she leave as well. She retorts, urging him to reconsider, as she will spread rumors about what powers his son uses. He instructs her to stop talking nonsense and leave. On the other side, Jin Runcandle commands them to stop talking nonsense and leave. Beraden Zipfel and Dante refuse. He implores them, asking if they are not tired of this. Beraden Zipfel responds that finding him was a pain, and they went through even more pain after finding him, so if he has a conscience, he should stay with them for a few more days. Dante agrees, stating that he is right. Jin Runcandle concedes, saying they should do as they want. Jin Runcandle asks them why they, not being the heirs of their clans, are wasting time here when they cannot afford to lose even a day. Beraden Zipfel explains that it is precisely because of that. Once he becomes the patriarch, he will be so busy that they will no longer be able to meet. Moreover, their clans will be at each other's throats, which will make it impossible. Jin Runcandle questions why Beraden Zipfel isn't worried about becoming the patriarch first. Beraden Zipfel assures him there is no need to worry. His position is so strong that he will become the patriarch no matter what he does. He adds that Dante Heron is personally supported by his grandfather, the head of the Heron clan. Dante Heron takes a sip of his drink and confirms this. Jin Runcandle remarks that, unlike the two of them, he unfortunately has places to be. Dante Heron acknowledges that he is correct and mentions that he killed Kiddart Hall a couple of months ago. He responds by saying that he wonders because he claimed it was not him. Beraden Zipfel asks why he is setting boundaries again, to which he replies by questioning whether he has considered that he might be too pushy. Beraden Zipfel inquires if he plans to continue being this mean, and Jin Runcandle notes that once he becomes a flag bearer, they won't see each other much. Dante Heron concurs, adding that, as he said, once they become the patriarchs of their clans, they won't be able to meet, especially him. Beraden Zipfel suggests that they should have fun together before that happens and mentions that he needs a reputation to become a flag bearer. Since he did not kill Kiddart Hall, it is unfortunate, so they should wander around together. He suggests that they will help him build his reputation. Dante Heron proposes that they help other people. Beraden Zipfel agrees, suggesting they catch some infamous villains like the Mammoth Kings, Mad Jack Lowe in Western Vermont, and the remnants of the Dark Magic Association. He further suggests maybe seeking out the Van Kellen Knight of Destruction, although that is far away, as well as the Orange Tiger tribe. Jin Runcandle asks if he wants the three of them to go on an adventure and tells him to stop talking nonsense while taking a sip of his drink. Beraden Zipfel enthusiastically agrees and proposes that they indeed go on an adventure as friends. Jin Runcandle dismisses the idea as absurd. The next morning, he wakes up in his bed, looks around and wonders where he is, noting that he doesn't remember falling asleep. He recalls that they were definitely coerced by Beraden Zipfel into drinking and being rowdy. When he exits his room, he sees both of them sleeping on the couch. Jin Runcandle tells them to go to Vermont, please, and thinks about how he then threw them into a transfer gate. He remembers up to the point where he returned to Tekan and wonders what happened and why his body feels strangely refreshed. Miss Anya arrives and says he has finally woken up. She addresses him as a young master and asks how he feels and if he absorbed the 1,000 poison antidote properly. Jin Runcandle asks what she means by the 1,000 poison antidote and if he fainted after drinking it. Miss Anya confirms this and says she truly thought he had died. She explains that after fainting, his body would darken and then return to normal every few minutes, adding that even in that state, he looked cool. Lady Quincantel enters the room and remarks that he is finally up, startling Miss Anya. Jin Runcandle asks how long he was unconscious. She replies that he was in bed for 5 days straight, and that normally, after drinking the 1,000 poison antidote, he would need at least a month to recover. She says it seems he woke up earlier than expected, thanks to the Runcandle's blessed body. He replies that he is glad to have woken up sooner, and she suggests he think of it as having gotten some rest. He asked if anything had happened while he was asleep. She responds that nothing much occurred except that Kashmir Alfrin returned after he had left. Miss Anya mentions that Gilly left for a while due to an urgent call from the clan, and this morning she took the transfer gate to the Runcandle clan. He asks for clarification about the clan. Miss Inya reassures him that Gilly said she would be back soon, so it shouldn't be anything major. She then says she will inform others that he is awake and leaves the room. After a while, Jin Runcandle sits with Murakan and Lady Quincantel. He says they want him to drink this. Murakan responds that it's nothing strange, just a celebration for waking up healthy, so he should hurry and drink. Jin Runcandle looks at his bowl, grabs it, and drinks it. He asks what it is. Murakan asks what he thinks of it. Jin Runcandle says it feels a bit hot, but that's about it, then asks what it was. Murakan explains that it was just some poison that Jet Scoundrel got from the black market, a deadly poison that will instantly kill anyone below 7 stars with just a sip. Jin Runcandle questions why Murakan is giving this to someone who just woke up. Lady Quincantel says that Murakan played a stupid prank, but it's clear that the 1,000 poison antidote has been absorbed by his body quite well. She congratulates him, saying that there is no poison in this world that can instantly kill him, and adds that it's time for him to keep his promise. Jin Runcandle confirms this, stating that in return for receiving his clan, he agrees to help Miss Inya with her training. She acknowledges this, noting that while Miss Inya is training hard, she has only been taught theory and lacks practical experience. She explains that someday Miss Inya will need to subdue her opponent, but she currently has too little experience to be prepared for that. He asks if it is really necessary for Miss Inya to do that. She questions what he is talking about, reminding him that everyone here is his companion. She adds that when he fights his siblings in the future, they will be fighting alongside him. She asks if he thinks Miss Inya won't need to fight at that time. Jin Runcandle reflects that while it might sound like she is scolding him, this is probably directed at Miss Inya as well. Jin Runcandle says Miss Inya must grow stronger so he can truly call her his companion. He reassures her not to worry, as he has decided on his next destination. He plans to refine his overload magic by fighting against mages, and thinks it would be beneficial to take Miss Inya with him. At that moment, Miss Inya enters the room again. She remarks on being alone with young Master Jin Runcandle, and asks if this isn't just a date. She adds that she won't go as far as telling him to act with dignity, but warns him not to cross the line. Meanwhile, in the Garden of Swords, Charon Runcandle remarks that he heard something interesting happen in Samel. He tells Joshua Runcandle to speak up if he has something to say for himself. Joshua remains silent, so he says he'll ask once more. He points out that because of Joshua, Sister Yona's return has been delayed, and asks what he has to say about this while removing his metal gloves. Joshua responds that he only acted in the clan's best interests. Charon slaps him and demands that he stand up straight. Joshua Runcandle places his hand on the table and stands up straight again. Charon Runcandle slaps him once more, causing him to start bleeding. Owal and Gilly, who are standing nearby, feel bad witnessing this. Charon Runcandle tells Joshua to take off the black metal armor, declaring that he is not fit to wear it. Joshua, covering his nose to stop the bleeding, quickly removes the armor. Charon says that for a scoundrel who is the second flag bearer of the family, it's disgraceful to have been defeated by the youngest, who is just a reserve flag bearer. He reminds Joshua that he had warned him and all his siblings about something, and asks what if they plan to go to a place with magical properties and eradicate rebels from the Dark Magic Association. She inquires about the rebels from the Dark Magic Association and the group she heard had been subjugated 200 years ago. He confirms this and explains that although the group doesn't have many members, it still exists. He adds that Miss Inya will assist them, providing him with an opportunity to test out counterflow-type magic. However, the location is in the southern region of Beemont. Miss Inya and Jin Runcandle head there, and she changes her appearance. She remarks that this place brings back old memories, and she never thought she would return to Beemont. She then asks what she should do now and Master. He quickly grabs her and takes her to another street. She apologizes and questions why he is acting this way all of a sudden. He reminds her of the reason they came here. She confirms that she remembers. He then asks her to refrain from using his real name, and as she understands that, she becomes frightened, sits down, and confirms her understanding when he calls her again. The scene shifts to a flashback. Jin reflects on the Dark Magic Association, an organization that reached its peak 200 years ago. As the name suggests, they worshipped magic from the dark world, and during their peak, they had a significant impact on the entire continent, plunging it into a state of horror. He recalls that the person who disbanded them was Riol Zippel, the first and last time that a woman used the annihilating 1,000 fires. Mako's first formation was to kill the leader of the Dark Magic Association. Real Zippel was Solderit's previous contractor, and in his previous life, Solderit wanted him to follow in her footsteps. Solderit tells him that after he becomes stronger, they will go and meet the mage Riol, but only when he is able to pass the test she left behind. The scene shifts to the present. Enya mentions that the remaining members of the Dark Magic Association are all bad guys. After hearing the rumors, it seems like they are kidnapping children, making one question if this place is really in Beemont. She observes that everyone's gloomy expressions are likely because of them. Jin comments that it's probably because of the nobles. She responds, asking for clarification. He says she should know very well, since she has lived in the capital, that not many nations have more public order than Beemont. Although they can quickly clean up the criminals, they deliberately turn a blind eye to organized crime. She inquires why. He explains that both the criminals and the victims want to use what the nobles are known for. He thinks the reason Beemont is not eradicating the Dark Magic Association is to give the Academy mages a chance to act. She asks about the Academy and if that means the Academy is coming here. He says that's also a possibility. But as always, those old guys are lazy, so it will take a while for them to arrive. At that moment, someone announces that the Academy mages and nobles have arrived. Several carriages appear on the street, and the Academy mages emerge from them. Another person remarks that the mages from the capital have finally arrived. Jin sees them and thinks they move faster than he expected. He needs to avoid them as much as possible. Someone says that the mages have come to eradicate the Dark Magic Association, declaring that the association is finished. Jin thinks that everyone from the Academy has a disgusting sense of entitlement, and if anyone gets involved with them, as he did in his previous life, everything will become troublesome. He remarks that they are all going to die, which surprises Enya. He then states that it is impossible for them to eradicate the Dark Magic Association. After a while, Enya is surprised to see many delicious dishes and exclaims, "No, brother." She asks if it is okay for them to order such expensive food. Jin replies that most of their comrades are wealthy like him. She points out that she is not. He advises her to choose one out of Taiken's central bank, the continent's Steel Dragon Bank, or Vankella Eternal Storeroom, and set up a personal account, promising to give her some pocket money. She thanks him and thinks that young Master Jin is so cool. She then asks what he meant by his earlier statement that the Academy cadets will all die. He explains that, as he said, all the cadets are young and weak. She counters that those mages have received high-level training and should all be 4 stars, so the remaining members should not pose a problem. He responds that this is precisely the issue. The idiots from the Dark Magic Association are veterans who have led shady lives, while the cadets lack real-life experience. According to the 7 Colors investigation, there are about 50 members in the Dark Magic Association, with an average rank of 4 stars. Additionally, they observed about 30 cadets. Even if there are high-ranking mages on both sides, the Dark Magic Association holds a significant advantage. At that moment, the noble mages sit at the table next to them. A brown-haired cadet expresses his frustration, saying he is so annoyed that he has lost his appetite due to the Lord of the Territory's flattery. A healthy cadet laughs and remarks that the way the Lord was begging, rubbing his hands together on top of his pig-like face, was hilarious. The brown-haired cadet responds, saying it doesn't matter because the seniors mentioned that the food in this area is supposed to be good. Jin notices them and immediately discerns they are Academy cadets. He tells Enya that they should leave, as nothing good will come from attracting their attention, while she attempts to hide her face. Calling out to her, he sees her frightened expression. She recalls unpleasant memories of mages bullying her in the academy. He advises her not to say anything and asks if those are the ones. She starts to call him young but corrects herself and says no, brother. She confirms that, yes, they are the ones who bullied her during her time at the academy. Jin asserts that this is all the more reason they should avoid catching their attention. Just then, Cadet Chip sees Jin and asks who he is and why he is looking at them strangely. He adds that they don't appear to be servants. Jin remains silent. Chip insists on an answer and asks why he is suspicious of them, suggesting he might be part of the Dark Magic Association. Jin questions why Chip wants to know. Chip becomes angry and demands to know how he dares to question him. He then apologizes for his rudeness and says he will ask politely. Pointing his stick at Jin, he asks which organization he is affiliated with and why he is moving so slowly. He insists that he answer properly, threatening to drag both of them out of there for interrogation if he does not comply. Just then, the overweight owner arrives and requests that everyone calm down. He explains they had claimed to be travelers and suggests taking any potential altercation outside. Cadet Chip strikes him, demanding to know how he dares to interrupt. Chip comments that he believes the southern region lacks respect when addressing nobles and declares he will teach these locals a lesson again today. Jin punches Chip in the face, shocking his fellow mages. The brown-haired cadet asks him what he is doing. Jin moves away from the scene. He tells him not to move and asks if he is trying to escape. Jin closes the door and announces, "Attention, cadets of the 1st Company, 3rd Platoon of Beement's Special Affairs Division." Anya wonders about the Special Forces and what Jin is referring to. The brown-haired cadet asks what kind of nonsense Jin is talking about with Special Forces 1st Bureau, 3rd Division, and accuses him of trying to impersonate them. Jin uses his magical powers to attack them. They are surprised and kneel down in pain, clutching their necks and pleading for help. Jin thinks that just this much magic power is giving him reflux.
Я иду к цели, избавляю ход на моих часах. Бесконечный взлет, забираю все, что хочу в этот раз. Вижу свет, он ведет меня прямо в класс. Скорость, драйв, это мой элемент. Словно вихрь оставляю след. Каждый день это новый рекорд. Я на вершине, слышу мой аккорд. I got it, I want it, I got it. Мой путь это только вверх. I got it, я знаю, что надо. Я здесь, чтобы взять успех. Время летит, но я на волне. Каждый миг моя сцена в огне. Мечты сбываются, я это знаю. Все, что хочу, я забираю. Не важно, что говорят, я знаю свой путь. Моя страсть — это мой абсолют. Круче всех, кто мог бы представить. Я иду вперед, и никто не остановит. Моя сила в моей уверенности. Каждый день я на пределе прочности. В этом мире нет для меня границ. Я взлетаю снова, слышишь это? I got it, I want it, I got it. Мой путь — это только вверх. I got it, я знаю, что надо. Я здесь, чтобы взять успех. Я взлетаю, и нет пути назад. I got it. Все, что хочу, я взял. I got it, I got it. Я стану в окне. Это только вверх.
Dark Magic Society. According to standard procedure, a scout should have been sent to assess the strength of their forces. Just then, a cadet announces a sneak attack by orcs. Sir Orton instructs them not to panic. Group 1 will use offensive magic, and Group 2 will deploy the defense barrier. The cadets begin their attack and eliminate the orcs. Sir Orton wonders aloud if those individuals tamed the orcs and dismissed them as insignificant. A cadet asks if that's all, to which Sir Orton responds that maybe the Dark Magic Society isn't as formidable as believed and declares a short break for everyone. Jin thinks it's crazy to rest here and tells Cadet Chip to inform Sir Orton that it's not safe, as this location is perfect for an ambush. He asks if Jin should relay the message to him. He adds that he will meet him in the interrogation room. Chip becomes frightened and calls for Sir Orton. Sir Orton asks what nonsense he's talking about, suggesting that if Chip is genuinely concerned, he can set up a protective barrier and rest. Cadet Chip informs Jin of Sir Orton's response. Jin senses something amiss. Those orcs are clearly weak and intend to lower their guard. Yet Sir Orton chose this particular area for rest, which raises suspicion. Jin wonders how a 7-star mage could overlook such a situation. Cadet Chip asks if Sir Orton is suspicious. Jin tells him to stop using formal speech and warns that he might die. The brown-haired cadet recalls seeing Sir Orton eating meat earlier that morning. Chip asks what's wrong with eating meat. The cadet replies that he is vegetarian. After a while, Sir Orton stands outside a cave and declares that the area ahead is assumed to be their hideout. He instructs all cadets to remain prepared to cast a shield and to infiltrate. Addressing platoon leader Arts, He assigns him to stand by with groups 4 and 5 while he joins the other group to follow them. Arts acknowledges his instructions. Later, they enter the cave holding lamps. A cadet observes that there are only 50 of them but questions why they made the hideout so large. They speculate whether there might be plans to turn it into a fortress or hide a secret weapon inside the cave. Another cadet expresses confidence that Sir Orton will handle whatever threat comes their way, which is why he came along. Suddenly, an orc attacks him with the intent to kill. The brown-haired man is shocked to see it and exclaims that an orc emerged from the wall. It's an ambush. A cadet asks Sir Orton what they should do and requests orders. Sir Orton responds by asking what they mean and suggests they behave and become specimens. The cadets are shocked by his response and urge each other to run. Sir Orton commands the orcs to go after them and kill them all. Anya tells Jin that she thinks they need to intervene. Sir Orton laughs and remarks on the incompetence of these academy students, who cannot even recognize their own professors. He then corrects himself, praising the sculptor's skill in creating the orcs. Just then, he notices a magical circle above his head and is shocked to see it. He exclaims that's impossible. Don't tell him that. Jin tells Enya that things are going to be a bit rough from now on and advises her to stick close to him. He asks if Kiddard Hall's reflux. Jin attacks the orcs and kills them. He mentions that some of them withstood the attack and guesses they must be around 8-star level. Rolt Joe identifies Jin as Kiddard Hall's disciple and asks how he is able to use reflux. Jin asks if he recognizes reflux and comments that it seems Rolt Joe is quite experienced. Rolt Joe dismisses his confidence, attributing it to the success of the sneak attack, and warns him not to get too cheeky, asserting that he has determined he is only a 7-star mage. He introduces himself as Rolt Joe and suggests he should have heard of him at least once. He insists he is not someone a mere 7-star mage like he can judge. Jin thinks he is going too far and mentions hearing rumors that Cold Joe's half-brother has mastered earth magic. He comments on the artificial cave, noting it must have been created by Rolt Joe, expressing amazement as he showcases some flying stones. Rolt Joe acknowledges his recognition and explains that there are 9 mages ranked higher than himself in their dark magic society. Even if he were to escape by some stroke of luck, his comrades would pursue him for the rest of his life. However, he claims to be a generous person and offers him an opportunity to join the Dark Magic Society, citing his talent. Jin laughs and remarks that he seems too stunned to continue speaking. He suggests that starting under him could lead to rapid promotion to an executive position while demonstrating a pinch of magic. Rolt Joe is surprised to see this and asks for clarification. Inya comments that Rolt looks like quite an impressive mage, but she finds it odd that he's making such noises while half dead. He explains that he amplified the reflux sphere by mixing in other energies, specifically mentioning the black shadow-like energy. He realizes that he is a disciple of Kiddard Hall, who is also an aura mage contracted with Solderit, and he collapses. Jin remarks that he is an 8-star mage in name only. He turns around, spots orcs already there, and tells Enya to be cautious. Enya attacks the orcs, aiming for their heads, and asks if he is okay. He confirms he is fine. Enya admits she was scared by the sudden movement of the orcs. Jin thinks to himself that, fortunately, Enya is performing better than he expected. She asks what they should do now. He thinks this might be her first time seeing something like this, but she is handling it well and showing no signs of panic. They hear a strange sound and are surprised to see a giant wolf holding a weapon. Goltef Hapaluf arrives and asks what has happened here, remarking on the chaotic scene. He looks around and expresses amazement that Rolt is also dead. He points at Jin and asks if they are responsible. Jin uses telepathy to tell Enya that she will learn a lot from this experience. Goltef Hapalef acknowledges that they seem quite powerful for mages and reassures them that it's okay to be scared. Jin says he will judge that after hearing his name. Goltef Hapalef slams his weapon on the floor and remarks that he is quite different from the humans he just killed at the cave entrance, expressing admiration. He introduces himself as Goltef Hapalef and states that now that he has heard his name, they must fight. However, he offers him an opportunity. Jin exclaims, "Not again," expressing frustration. Goltef Hapalef invites him to join Kinzello. Jin questions him about Kinzello, pointing out that this cave belongs to the Dark Magic Association. He explains that the Dark Magic Association is like a branch of Kinzello. Kinzello only accepts warriors, which is why mages are affiliated with the Dark Magic Association. Jin reflects that now that he thinks about it, The white wolf he encountered as a student seemed to be affiliated with Kinzello too. He wonders if the white wolf tribe has some connection to Kinzello. Goltef Hapalef responds by suggesting that's why he's urging him to join. Since he has killed Rolt Joe, he can offer him an executive position. He speculates that their organization must be short on members if he's willing to offer an executive position immediately. He emphasizes that they can never have enough people for their noble cause. Jin questions what being an executive entails, noting that it doesn't sound bad. He responds that it's too bad. However, he adds that he refuses to work under someone weaker than himself. He becomes angry and attempts to attack him, but Jin blocks it with a protective shield. He concedes, stating that he understands his decision and that his kindness ends there. Jin's protection shield is on the verge of breaking. He asks how long he is going to hide behind his shield and demands that he show him his skills. Inya uses her fire magic to attack, but he grabs the flames and blocks her second attempt as well. He criticizes her skill as being as poor as his disguise, expressing disinterest in her and promising to deal with her later if she interferes. He urges Jin to come out from behind his shield and demonstrate his abilities. Jin moves with his sword and cuts his leg. Goltef comments that it's a sword, not a wand, and realizes it's a magic sword. He acknowledges him as a magic swordsman and finds that more interesting, deciding not to kill him immediately so he can present him to his leader. Jin warns him not to underestimate him and invites him to come at him, expressing a desire to enjoy the challenge of fighting the White Wolf tribe after a long time. They both begin attacking each other with swords. Goltef Hapalef attempts to strike Jin, but Jin blocks his attack. He observes that there is much about Jin that he has not yet revealed. The aura he senses suggests he is a 7-star mage, but his combat prowess and strength exceed what one would expect. He identifies him as a run candle and demands that he reveal his full name, urging him to fight with his honor on the line. Jin responds he is Jin Run Candle. He declares him Warrior Jin Run Candle and moves to attack again. He vows to put his tribe's honor on the line in this fight, declaring that he will not be denied and will be reborn with the blessing of Javier's soul. He tells Goltef to come and fight him with honor. Jin swings his sword and thinks that even if he swings 10,000 times, in the end, like in the beginning, he will defeat him. Goltef drops his weapon and kneels down in front of him. He asks if he will be willing to talk about Kinzello if he spares him. Goltef laughs and says it seems like he doesn't know the law of the White Wolf tribe. Snitches are not honored. Jin mentions the White Wolf tribe's law and asks if he is saying honor is more valuable than his life. Goltef asserts that not a single member of the White Wolf tribe is cowardly and demands to know how he dares to humiliate a warrior he fought. Jin says he understands that he won't disrespect his tribe members when he faces them in the future. He hopes Goltef understands the courtesy he's about to extend and assures him that he will be remembered. He states that he will be remembered standing next to Javier. Jin attacks and kills him by decapitating him. Inya calls out to him while he asks if she isn't scared. She compliments him, saying she respects him for his actions. He replies modestly, telling her there's no need to go that far. He reflects that he's unsure about the skill disparity among the White Wolves, but the one he just fought was definitely stronger than those he encountered during his cadet days. However, he found the fight not particularly difficult. He asks if it's her first time seeing so many people die. She admits that it is and confesses to feeling motion sick. However, she expresses that she's had another realization about who the people she's with are and what she needs to do to not be a burden to them. He suggests that if she doesn't like it, she can remain a non-combatant. Just then, Cadet Chip coughs and pleads for mercy, promising not to harm civilians again. Jin notices him and remarks that he's still alive. Inya addresses him as Pascal Chip and asks if he remembers her removing her cap. He recognizes her and asks how she's still alive. She tells him that if she had wanted to kill him, he would already be dead, and she emphasizes that he should remember that. She reveals that Jin Grace saved him, mentioning Jin as the contractor of the god of time, Ulta, and the future Archmage. She states that from now on, he won't be aiding losers like him, but her precious comrades. Meadow Baker is tied to a chair while Elisa Betzer throws water on him. He asks what is happening and thinks about how he definitely fooled the Academy dregs, lured them into the cave, and recalls witnessing heavenly defiance. He asks if she is Kiddart Hall's disciple and says there seems to have been a misunderstanding, as Kiddart Hall is one of them. He asks why she was ambushed. She questions the ambush and says she was hoping he would pretend to be something other than a piece of trash, who enjoys committing murder while hiding in a small, weak nation. She says those words should be spoken by someone who wanted to use the Academy cadets as test subjects. Hessam's serial killer, Matto Baker. He says he does not know how she discovered his identity, but she is making a big mistake right now. If she even lays a finger on his body, the association will not let her live. She attacks him and says he talks too much. She moves her weapon near his eye and says he only needs to answer what she asks, very slowly, while experiencing the pain of the people he killed, of course. After a while, Elisa Betzer sits with others and mentions that the headquarters of the Dark Magic Association is said to be in Ontario. Kashmir asks about Ontario. American asks if that is not the capital of Vankella. She confirms and explains that it was the old capital about 500 years ago. While he was asleep, the Holy Kingdom of Vankella moved its capital. He asks why and what happened. Cirrus and Dorma explains that they were invaded by demons. He expresses surprise. She continues to saying that the demonic relic stored in Vankella for generations, since the founding of the country, was the target of the invasion to take back Jito's eye. At that time, Runkandel and Zipfel dispatched knights and mages to support Vankella. The War of the Holy Kingdom, the only war to see Runkandel and Zipfel join forces, ended with Vankella's victory and the demons being driven out. She explains that there was no way to rebuild the devastated land where the mountains had been cut down and the sky had burst apart. Consequently, Vankella moved their capital, and Oterium remains a habitat for monsters. She considers that Lyle Zipfel's legacy, which he needs to find, is there, the Tome of the Ring of Erupting Flames massacre by the Empress of Magic first form. This situation has become troublesome, and she wonders how they managed to secure that land. Jin asks when they have occupied that land. Elisa responds that she believes it's been about 50 years, and the Dark Magic Association can no longer be considered remnants. There are already 3 confirmed 9-star mages. She mentions that Vermont Academy's Great Elder, Hugeron Henserk, Rillister's ruler, Susan Rillistar, and Grand Magician Chukon Tolderer have all confirmed this. Kashmir remarks that it's insane to think that so many 9-star mages have gathered there. Jin speculates that if the Dark Magic Association has indeed become that strong, Kinslow, the main branch, won't be able to respond effectively. He reflects on the reason why his clan, Zipfel and Vermont, all adopted a wait-and-see approach while Kinslow committed their atrocities. They were unwilling to provoke such influential figures. Elisa adds that it may be hard to believe, but Kinslow seems to possess the Transformer, the person responsible for transforming Matto Baker into Autumn Melson. Buvard Gaston, Jin finally realizes. Kashmir mentions that she remembers Buvard Gaston's name coming up when she asked him to investigate Vishukul Ivliana, right? Jin confirms that is correct. American asks if he is sure it's transformation and not just a disguise, transforming others rather than himself. Cirrus and Dorma remarks that this is her first time hearing of a human capable of transformation and asks if that isn't a blessing only bestowed upon dragons. Elisa explains that even Matto Baker did not seem to know the exact truth. It appeared that after he fainted, the transformation was already complete by the time he woke up. Jin reflects, saying that now that he thinks about it when he was younger, and the day he left Storm Castle, Zipfel's radical followers, transformed into guardian knights, attacked him. American adds that now that he mentions it, he remembers the incident. He continues, saying that in any case, he believes he needs to meet Buvard Gaston in person. Kashmir asks if he will go alone. Jin reassures him, saying he has someone else in mind as well, and asks Sir Kashmir if he could please mobilize the 7-color peacock to investigate the relationship between Kinslow and the White Wolf tribe. Kashmir acknowledges, saying he understands. The scene shifts to 1 week later at the Heron clan's residence. Raz stands in front of Ron Heron, the Heron clan patriarch, and explains that not long ago, in order for the Academy to eradicate the remnants of the Dark Magic Association, an incident occurred in the south. As a result, nearly 20 Academy cadets, 2 6-star mages, and 1 7-star mage died. Ron asks if the plan failed. Raz responds that this is not the case. According to the testimony of the surviving cadets, 2 unidentified individuals disguised as squires, Jin Gray and Austin Gray, subdued the Dark Magic Association. He states that the older brother, Jin Gray, uses magic, while the younger brother, Austin Gray, uses swordsmanship. Ron then asks why Dante came to find them. Dante opens a box and shows a fragment of a weapon that appears to have been used by the White Wolf tribe. Examining the cross-section of the cut, he explains that it can be assumed the strike was dealt with by a high-level knight. He asks Don if he can make anything of this. Dante starts laughing. Ron comments that while it's true Dante is highly skilled and full of talent, he has not yet reached that level. At the very least, it seems to be the work of an 8-star knight. Dante acknowledges that he is correct, admitting that he is not at that level. In any case, he realizes he was mistaken. Raz thanks Don for his cooperation and says he will take his leave. Dan reflects on Jin, noting that he has already reached that level, and realizes there will be many more things to discuss with Baradin now. As Raz moves to leave, he thinks about Austin Gray, describing him as of short stature, with a rough voice and possessing a high level of swordsmanship, estimating his age to be between 10 and the early 20s. Considering a person of that age who could completely slice the hammer of a White Wolf tribesman, he concludes that the only person who fits this description is Dan Heron and suspects he is hiding his strength. He orders his servant to monitor Dan Heron's movements, and his servant responds affirmatively. The scene shifts to October 30th, 1796, at the transfer gate to the Khan Kingdom. The system announces that the transfer gate will be opened soon and asks everyone to take a seat and wait. A red-haired girl approaches Jin while he is reading a book and asks if he can move his bag. Jin looks at her and moves his bag, thinking about how Bouvard Gaston's workshop is located near the Kirano Dukedom. She sits beside him. He reflects on how he has wanted to find Bouvard for a long time but lacked justification. Getting involved with the Dark Magic Association has now given him a good opportunity. She continues to stare at him as she sits beside him.